Phil? How about trying dual wielding? Li Junchuan asked tentatively. Then let us give it a try. Saying this, Wang Xie handed him another 92 pistol. Load the bullets yourself. Li Junchuan eagerly took the gun, hurriedly loaded bullets into the magazine, and after both guns were loaded, he returned to his previous position. Disengaged the safeties. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of shots. Both target positions were 100 points. The target caller reported again. Wang Xie was a bit numb. You're purely here to crush people. He could easily shoot 100 points because of his years of experience, having fired countless bullets. But this kid, touching a gun for the first time, was like he was on a cheat mode. Unbeknownst to him, Li Junchuan had initially thought about manifesting the skills of 2 marksmen from the game Honor of Kings. However, after some reflection, he decided that given his current conditions, learning things should be relatively easy, so he didn't manifest them immediately. Brother Wang, I want to try shooting moving targets, Li Junchuan said. Wang Xie waved his hand helplessly. Arrange it. The motor with the target paper started to move sideways, and Li Junchuan reloaded the bullets and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. 100 points. The target reporter dutifully reported. Brother Wang, I want to try shooting 2 moving targets with dual guns. Li Junchuan was getting a bit excited. Arrange it. Both targets scored 100 points. The target reporter was stunned. This guy was a monster. He had never heard of anyone being so impressive on their first time handling a gun. In his experience at the shooting range, people typically shot at distances of 10 meters, 50 meters, or 80 meters, but this guy started with 100 meters rapid fire, scoring 10 points on every shot without changing expression. Xiao Chuan, how about we try a different gun? Wang Xie asked. Sure, let's try a rifle next. Li Junchuan replied. Then hold on, let me demonstrate first. Wang Xie took out a Type 95 automatic rifle and began to show Li Junchuan how to use it. Li Junchuan had often seen this gun in movies. It had a sleek black body and looked quite cool. It was the second type of small-caliber rifle developed in China and the first small-caliber assault rifle to be mass-produced for the People's Liberation Army. Li Junchuan watched Wang Xie's movements intently. At that moment, it seemed as if time slowed down, and he could actually see the trajectory of the bullets flying through the air, almost like the bullet time in the Matrix. Li Junchuan quickly closed his eyes, rubbed them, refocused, and indeed, the earlier feeling was not an illusion. He could once again see the bullets cutting through the air, heading towards the distant target paper. His clear gaze followed the bullets as they hit the target. 10 points. Sure enough, the voice of the target reporter rang out. 10 points. After that, Li Junchuan saw Wang Xie switch to the burst fire mode. A series of shots rang out, although not all were 10 points. 29 bullet holes were clustered around the 8, 9, and 10 rings on the target. Impressive, Brother Wang. Let me give it a try. Li Junchuan reloaded the magazine, mimicked Wang Xie's posture, and tried firing 2 shots in single mode. 20 points. The target reporter announced, finding single shots uninteresting. Li Junchuan switched to burst mode and aimed at the target, firing rapidly. After finishing his shooting and putting the safety back on, the target reporter's voice was a bit distorted. 28 shots, all 10 points. Wang Xie was stunned. This was rapid fire. And he still had 28 bullets left in the magazine, all scored 10 points in under a minute. Bring me the target paper. Wang Xie called for the target reporter to bring over the target, took it in his hands to inspect, and even counted the holes. Confirming all 30 bullet holes were present, he looked at Li Junchuan with an even stranger expression. Although it was a 100-meter target, wasn't this a bit outrageous? Come on, Xiao Chuan, reload and let's try 200 meters. Wang Xie urged Li Junchuan to reload, and they switched to a 200-meter target. Li Junchuan prepared himself, recalling the bullet trajectories he had just observed, estimated the distance, then raised the gun and fired a single shot. Bang! 10 points. Bang! 10 points. After figuring it out, Li Junchuan switched to burst mode and emptied the remaining magazine. After clearing the magazine, he confidently turned back. Brother Wang, let's try 300 meters. Meanwhile, the target reporter's voice rang out. 28 shots, all 10 points. Li Junchuan was secretly pleased, thinking, once I'm more familiar with this, I can hit the bullseye with all 30 shots from an assault rifle. Wang Xie's feelings were a bit complex. He waved his hand, signaling to let Li Junchuan do as he pleased. Li Junchuan reloaded and aimed at the 300-meter target. The result was as he expected, with shooting results no different from the 100 and 200 meters, still, all 10 points. Changed to moving targets. Wang Xie's voice was a bit loud. He felt that bringing Li Junchuan to play with guns was just demoralizing. After all, he used to be the sharpshooter of the team. Although he had become a staff officer and had fewer opportunities to handle guns, his shooting skills were still sharp. He never expected that today. A novice would almost shatter his confidence. However, what he didn't know was that more shocking things were yet to come. Just then, an old man dressed in regular uniform, carrying a pair of wheat ears and 2 stars on his shoulder, arrived at the shooting range accompanied by 2 others, watching with great interest as Li Junchuan let loose. Li Junchuan had already sensed someone approaching with his keen senses, but in the military, there was nothing to worry about. Now he was also part of the military, and it was quite reasonable to fire a few shots, unlike other soldiers who remained in their units or administrative staff who stayed in the offices. He focused on the task at hand, taking the Type 95 and switching to burst mode, aiming at the 300-meter target and firing rapidly. Single shots no longer interested him. Only 30 shots, all scoring 10 points. The target reporter called out, and Wang Xia was already mentally prepared. However, the 3 newcomers were taken aback, hearing the noise. Wang Xia came to his senses, recognized the visitors, and saluted. "Good day, sir." Li Junchuan, putting down his gun and engaging the safety, walked over, placed his gun down, and also saluted. "Good day, sir." He thought to himself, this person looks a bit familiar. He was sure he had never seen this man before. The old man waved his hand at the 2. "Xiao Wang, who is this young man? His shooting skills are impressive, but I've never seen him before." "Report, sir." "His name is Li Junchuan, currently a specially appointed combat instructor for our Southern Theater Command, and he officially enlisted yesterday," Wang Xia replied. The old man furrowed his brow in thought for a moment and seemed to suddenly recall something. "Oh, so you are Li Junchuan. My little brat has mentioned you." At that moment, Li Junchuan realized why he felt the man in front of him looked familiar. "Please give a 5-star review, Yinzu, Yifei, and those with small gifts, please move your hands for fortune." Today is already the 5th update. Chapter 69. Real Men Should Play Sniper. 5-star food review plus update 3. 6 updates today. If this old man were 20 years younger, he would be a spitting image of Song Gang. However, the old man's demeanor was imposing. While Li Junchuan couldn't quite recall how to describe Song Gang's appearance, sensing Li Junchuan's thoughts, the old man said, "You guessed right. According to him, you haven't handled a gun before, right?" Li Junchuan nodded. "No, when I was young and sensible, all the guns in the village were surrendered." However, he didn't say the next part in his heart. "Although I haven't handled a real gun, I have handled grenades, but the pin was broken and couldn't be pulled. I've also touched bullets, including copper case 7. 62 bullets." The old man thought about Li Junchuan's age and nodded. "You should have enlisted earlier, with your talent. Becoming a gun king is not impossible." Li Junchuan scratched his head. "Isn't it considered enlisting now?" The old man smiled. "You all continue. We won't interfere." Li Junchuan had no objections. He hadn't grown up in the military, so he didn't feel much awe towards the person in front of him. He turned to Wang Xia. "Brother Wang, bring out all the guns you have, like light machine guns and sniper rifles." Wang Xia's face darkened a bit. But seeing that the leaders had no objections, he instructed the soldiers to bring over one of each type of gun available at the headquarters. Not long after, several more guns and ammunition boxes appeared in the nearby open space. Wang Xia first picked up the old-fashioned Type 95 rifle and began to demonstrate and teach Li Junchuan. This time, Wang Xia did not adopt a standing position. Instead, he lay on the ground, set up the tripod, loaded the drum magazine, and gave Li Junchuan a rough explanation of the usage and purpose of the Type 95 squad light machine gun before releasing the safety and pulling the trigger. Wang Xia fired all the rounds in the drum magazine in one go before turning off the safety and standing up. Since the Type 95 light machine gun is primarily designed for area fire and has a longer range than the Type 95 rifle, Wang Xia did not care much about his shooting results. However, the target paper 400 meters away was shredded, so the target reporter did not continue calling out the scores. There was no need. Wang Xia said to Li Junchuan, "You try this out first." Li Junchuan nodded, reloaded, and also adopted the same prone shooting position as Wang Xia. Since the target reporter did not call out the scores, everyone did not pay attention to the score ranks. What they cared about was that Li Junchuan fired the entire drum magazine without any issues, and it seemed his arms didn't even shake. Li Junchuan felt a bit unsatisfied. So he reloaded the magazine, set it up, and took a kneeling position to shoot, just like he had seen in movies and TV shows. After another round of firing, to everyone's astonished gaze, he reloaded, stood up, and fired again, his posture remaining unchanged, only his eyes fixed on the target, then pulling the trigger and reloading. "Wow. The two officers following the old man were stunned. This kid was simply a beast. Xiao Chuan, come here. The old man waved to Li Junchuan. Take off your jacket. As Li Junchuan walked over and heard this, he felt a bit tense, but quickly reacted and took off his combat uniform, then his short-sleeved shirt underneath. A few people surrounded Li Junchuan and checked him out, finding that there wasn't even a hint of red on his shoulder and arm, which amazed them. All right, you continue. The old man waved his hand, signaling Li Junchuan to go on. Having seen many experts in the army, he had never encountered someone like this. Li Junchuan had no objections. He hadn't had enough fun and was eager to fire more rounds and play with more guns. Then Wang Xie took out the Type 88 general-purpose machine gun and continued to demonstrate for Li Junchuan. Since the gun body is not heavy like the Type 95 squad machine gun, it can be used as a light machine gun without a tripod. The difference is that the Type 88 is equipped with a white light, similar to a low magnification sight, which is convenient for suppressing targets at long distances. And it can also be equipped with a low-light sight for nighttime shooting. There is a belt box that can be connected to the gun body or tripod. Li Junchuan then repeated the previous actions, aiming at the target without being affected by recoil, pulling the trigger, while the old man used binoculars to observe the target paper. Under his observation, although the target paper was also shredded, the bullet holes were clearly concentrated. Then Wang Xie took out the Type 95 short assault rifle and the Type 05 micro submachine gun, demonstrating for Li Junchuan, and after practicing with both guns, Li Junchuan felt a bit unsatisfied. So he reloaded both guns, holding the Type 95 in his left hand and the Type 05 in his right, and pulled the triggers toward two target papers, which both shattered under the intense gaze of the crowd. In fact, with his physical fitness, it was no problem for him to handle not only these short assault rifles and submachine guns, but also a machine gun in each hand. After finishing the shooting, Li Junchuan turned off the safety and put the guns down, scratching his head and turning to Wang Xie, pointing at the sniper rifle with the mounted scope on the side. Coach, I want to learn this. Wang Xie rolled his eyes but still picked up the sniper rifle and introduced its features. This is the Type 88 sniper rifle, the standard sniper rifle of the Chinese Army, with a caliber of 5.8 millimeters. The ammunition is compatible with the Type 95 automatic rifle. It has a bullpup design, weighs 4.1 kilogram, is 920 millimeters long, has a magazine capacity of 10 rounds, and an effective range of 800 meters. Overall, it's easy to carry, has high accuracy, and has low environmental requirements. Li Junchuan listened carefully to Wang Xie's explanation and gradually began to understand the various factors to consider for long-range precision shooting, such as temperature, air pressure, humidity, wind speed and direction, distance, altitude, and many other factors. Although Li Junchuan's current mental capacity could completely memorize Wang Xie's lecture, he still found it a bit cumbersome. After all, it was completely different from medium and short-range shooting. And he made up his mind to go home and figure out a way to visualize the skills in a game. After Wang Xie finished explaining to Li Junchuan, he lay on the ground, peered through the scope, aimed at the target paper 800 meters away, licked his finger, felt the wind, slightly adjusted the gun's muzzle and angle, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the shot was fired, and Wang Xie stood up after turning off the safety. Hit the head target. The target reporter's voice followed. As it was a long-range sniper shot, the target paper had been replaced with a head target. Li Junchuan gave a thumbs up. Awesome, Brother Wang, let me try. Wang Xie nodded, feeling quite proud of himself for hitting the target at 800 meters, satisfied with his performance. Li Junchuan also imitated Wang Xie's shooting position, lay down, licked his finger, felt the wind, and then brought his eyes close to the scope. However, soon, amid the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he took off the scope, as he felt uncomfortable looking through it, reminiscent of the feeling of using a magnifying glass to read as a child, which he found hard to adapt to. After removing the scope, Li Junchuan directly used the iron sights, made slight adjustments, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Moments later, the target reporter's voice rang out. Hit the head target. A crowd of people was stunned. Wang Xie, somewhat confused, walked over and asked, "Why did you take off the scope?" Li Junchuan explained, and Wang Xie was speechless. "So you think your eyes are better than the scope?" Li Junchuan nodded. "Yeah. I feel like the iron sights suit me better." "Then try 1,000 meters. Wang Xie said. Bang. Hit the target. 1,200 meters. Bang. Hit the target. 1,500 meters. Bang. Hit the target. Next, Li Junchuan switched to several shooting positions, all hitting the target, leaving the big shots exchanging glances in disbelief. Finally, The old man spoke up. Give him the Type 10. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 70. Breaking the World Record. 5-star reviews for more updates. Seeking gifts from my fathers. 7 updates. The Type 10 sniper rifle, full name, Type 10 sniper rifle, is a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle and is the final version of the 09 military 12.7mm sniper rifle. It was designed by the People's Liberation Army of China and belongs to a new type of large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. It can accurately strike targets within a range of 1,000 meters, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters. Li Junchuan knew about this gun not because he was a military enthusiast, but because he had seen it mentioned in a TV drama before. Where the main character shot a flagpole, it looked really cool. Wang Xie received the order and brought over the Type 10 sniper rifle, starting to demonstrate for Li Junchuan, who was fixated on this big toy, dubbed the Eastern Cannon by foreign media. After explaining a bit, Wang Xie adopted a prone position and hit targets at 1,200 meters and 1,500 meters, since he wasn't confident of hitting at a higher distance. He stood up and let Li Junchuan take his place. Since it was loaded with 5 rounds, Li Junchuan didn't need to reload, so he lay down directly. As usual, removed the scope, measured the wind direction and speed, made slight adjustments, aimed at the target 1,500 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Hit! The target reporter's voice rang out. As for why they didn't mention the bullseye, well, this was a heavy sniper, an anti-material heavy sniper. One shot could penetrate light armor at 1,000 meters, let alone ordinary target paper, which was completely shattered. Brother Wan, Li Junchuan said with a flattering expression. Claus? Wang Xie showed an impatient expression and said, just say it directly, stop acting like this. I want to try a longer distance. Li Junchuan said. How many meters do you want to shoot? Wang Xie rubbed his chin. 1,800 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,500 meters. Li Junchuan said, his voice a bit soft. What? Wang Xie scratched his ear. 1,800 meters. 2,000 meters. 2,500 meters. I want to try them all. Li Junchuan exclaimed loudly. The nearby leaders looked at each other with strange expressions. They were well aware of the data for the Type 10. And a precise shot at 2,000 meters sometimes really depends on luck. Wang Xie turned his gaze to the highest-ranking leader present, seeking approval. Go ahead, let him try. I want to see too. The elder nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just as Wang Xie was about to make arrangements, Li Junchuan hurriedly pulled Wang Xie. Brother, set up a small flagpole. Wang Xie seemed to realize something, his expression a bit strange, but he still nodded and gave the order. After waiting for a while, a small flag was finally raised on the opposite hill, at a distance of 1,800 meters. This time, due to the position of the flagpole, Li Junchuan used an elevated shooting angle, and after the same operation, he pulled the trigger 2 seconds later. Bang! After a moment, the voice of the target reporter came through the intercom. Hit. The elder, holding a pair of binoculars, could see the broken flagpole. The others quickly grabbed binoculars to look at the flagpole's position, and after confirming the hit, they couldn't help but smile. Changed to 2,000 meters. Wang Xie instructed over the intercom. Soon after, a flag was raised on a further hillside. This time, Li Junchuan took a bit more time because he found that the wind was strong at the flagpole's position, causing it to sway. After recalculating the wind direction and speed, Li Junchuan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Hit the target. The target reporter's voice was very excited. He understood what this achievement meant. The surrounding leaders also showed joy, even thinking about whether to send this young man to the next sniper competition. As long as he performed normally, he would definitely secure first place. Changed to 2,500 meters. Wang Xie's voice trembled a bit. What if he hits again? He was a bit hesitant to think about it. This time, the preparation took a bit longer because the sniper position for 2,500 meters was on a mountain top. But it was still ready. Li Junchuan attempted to aim, but after a moment, he shook his head and stood up. What's wrong? Not confident? Wang Xie asked. Li Junchuan shook his head. Lying there, I have no shooting angle. Wang Xie slapped his forehead, and the nearby leaders also nodded in realization. But they began to worry a bit. After all, shooting from a prone position, kneeling position, and standing position were completely different concepts, especially for a large sniper rifle. However, Li Junchuan didn't have any extra thoughts. He wasn't participating in any competition, so if he missed, he missed. It was no big deal. Perhaps it was this mindset that put him into a strange state, a state that seemed to be called the unity of man and God. This time, Li Junchuan spent even more time, as the wind on the mountaintop was stronger. Fortunately, the change in wind direction was relatively less than at the hillside. So after calculating the wind speed and direction, he decisively pulled the trigger. Moments later, he closed the safety, raised his rifle, and stood up, smiling at Wang Xie. At this moment, the target reporter's voice finally came through the intercom. 2,500 meters. Hit the target. The voice was loud. At this time, everyone present burst into enthusiastic applause, which lasted for a long time. Why were they so excited? Currently, the most advanced sniper rifle in the world is the British L115A3. Britain was the first country to industrialize, and its strength in firearms manufacturing is well known. The L115A3 has a range of 2,480 meters, the farthest shooting distance achievable by modern sniper rifles. British Army sniper Craig Harrison set the record for the longest confirmed kill at 2,475 meters using the L115A3. The United States, as a military power, has been at the forefront of developing various weaponry, and sniper rifles are no exception. The M200, which appeared in the movie American Sniper, is a top sniper rifle of the U.S., with a range just behind the L115A3, reaching 2,200 meters. In 2004, American sniper Brian Kramer achieved a kill record of 2,300 meters in Iraq using the M24 sniper rifle. However, there is no most powerful, only more powerful. A sniper from Canada's Joint Task Force 2 achieved a shocking record of 3,540 meters in Iraq in 2017 using a .50 caliber rifle, similar to the 2 in the world sniper distance record. Now, Li Junchuan was using the domestically designed and produced Type 10 sniper rifle with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, hitting the target at 2,500 meters. This was already the second best in the world, and it was accomplished without optics and in a standing position. As this realization settled in, the applause gradually ceased, and everyone turned their gaze to the elder, who understood their intention. He walked over to Li Junchuan and asked, "Can you shoot even farther?" Li Junchuan, unaware of the world record, nodded without hesitation. "No problem." Wang Xie then arranged for a distance of 3,600 meters. The crowd didn't necessarily expect Li Junchuan to hit the target, but what if? After waiting for about half an hour, the sniper target was finally set up. After receiving the news over the intercom, Wang Xie nodded to Li Junchuan. Li Junchuan again used the method Wang Xie taught him to test the wind speed and direction, and after about 10 seconds, he entered that mysterious state again and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Li Junchuan watched as his bullet flew for about 10 seconds before hitting the target. 3,600 meters. Hit the target. 3,600 meters. Hit the target. 3,600 meters. Hit the target. The target reporter's voice was loud, repeating it 3 times. The people present could no longer contain their excitement. Awesome. Wow. 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 This is incredible. After a long while, everyone finally calmed down. The elder at the forefront gathered all the informed individuals, including those who set up the target paper and the target reporter, and after emphasizing the importance of confidentiality, he called Li Junchuan into a small room. "Xiao Chuan, from now on, do not display your sniping skills in public, or more accurately, do not shoot targets over 2,000 meters unless absolutely necessary." The elder's expression was serious. Li Junchuan nodded, seeming to understand the elder's meaning. "My surname is Song. You should have guessed my identity. Since you call that brat Xiaogang your brother, you can call me Uncle Song privately from now on. Now you are also part of our Southern Theater, and I will take care of you. Come, let us exchange contact information, and if anything important comes up, just tell me directly." After saying that, he took out his phone and added Li Junchuan's contact information. "By the way, do you still have that liquor? If you do, save me a bottle. No need to have Xiaogang send it over. Just let me know, and I'll have someone pick it up." Li Junchuan, a bit bewildered, exchanged contact information with the person in front of him. Upon hearing the latter part, he raised his eyebrows but still nodded. "All right. That's it for today." The elder named Song patted Li Junchuan's shoulder. Before leaving, he leaned close to Li Junchuan's ear and whispered a few words, then strode out of the room. At that moment, Li Junchuan finally understood why Song Gang suddenly brought Wang Xie to his house to talk about the medicinal liquor a month ago, and he couldn't help but smile, his previous displeasure fading away. Chapter 71. It's decided. It's you. Bali show you 5-star reviews for more updates. Seeking gifts. Today's 8th update. At first, he thought someone had their eyes on the huge business opportunity presented by the medicinal liquor he brought out and wanted to cooperate with him. perhaps to exploit him or simply to buy him out with a bit of cash, which put him in a bad mood. However, circumstances were stronger than individuals, who let him be so outmatched compared to those big shots. But the words of old song made him realize that at their age, wealth wasn't as important to them. Rather, their health was what they valued more. Having held high positions for many years, they understood that the better the medicinal liquor's effects, the rarer and better the medicinal materials needed. Many rare medicinal materials had long since gone extinct. And even if they existed, there wouldn't be many. Furthermore, they were well aware of Li Junquan's miraculous medical skills. So many big shots were eager to befriend him. Thus, previous collaborations were merely conveniences for him to earn some money within their power sphere. Thinking of this, Li Junquan pushed open the door and walked out to find Wang Xie. "Brother Wang, is there anything fun to do here?" Li Junquan asked. Feeling a bit unsatisfied, Wang Xie was a bit speechless. "What else do you want to play? There aren't enough guns for you already. Do you want to play with cannons?" Li Junquan nodded. "That's not impossible. Get lost." Wang Xie said angrily, "You little brat, are you itching for trouble? You've played with guns, now you want to play with cannons. Once you're done with that, what's next? Tanks? Fighter jets? Aircraft carriers?" Li Junquan felt it was a bit inappropriate, but he still wasn't giving up. "When does the army have training for this kind of thing? Just call me over. I want to take a look." Wang Xie nodded. "That's doable. Just wait for my notification." "All right, let us settle on that. It's noon now. How about we go eat first?" Li Junquan suggested. "Fine, let us go eat first." After speaking, Wang Xie took Li Junquan to the army's cafeteria. The food was certainly not as good as the previous month's meals, but it was still quite tasty and plentiful. After finishing the meal, Li Junquan pulled Wang Xie aside. "Brother Wang, if we can't play with cannons, how about vehicles?" Wang Xie was a bit speechless. "What vehicle do you want to play with?" Li Junquan felt a bit embarrassed. But seeing that Wang Xie's attitude wasn't as harsh as before, he said, "How about trying out an infantry fighting vehicle or an armored vehicle, or even a main battle tank?" Wang Xie laughed in frustration. All right. So you want to play like that?" Li Junquan quickly reassured him. "How about we try the infantry fighting vehicle first? Don't worry, I won't need to carry ammunition. I just want to drive and see how it feels." Wang Xie knew this kid had made up his mind, and besides, it wasn't a big deal. As it happened, there was related training today, so he drove him to another training base. In the following afternoon, Li Junquan followed behind Wang Xie and experienced driving all the vehicles currently equipped by the army. He drove everything from infantry fighting vehicles, light armored vehicles, heavy armored vehicles, to modular armored vehicles, and even shamelessly tried out the main battle tank, specifically the Type 99 main battle tank. This tank ranks among the top 3 in comprehensive performance worldwide, weighing 51 tons. It can reach a maximum speed of 80 km/h on roads and 60 km/h off-road. It is equipped with a 125mm smoothbore tank gun and an automatic loader with a basic ammunition load of 41 rounds. This gun can fire China's imitation of the Russian 125mm caliber missile with a maximum range of 52 kilometers and an armor-piercing depth of 700mm. Auxiliary weapons include a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Xie's expression was a bit off, Li Junquan would have taken a few more laps. The afternoon passed quickly as Li Junquan drove various big toys around, having a blast while Wang Xie sat in the cockpit for the whole afternoon, his face turning a bit green. Dinner was at Wang Xie's home, and during tea time afterward, he discussed the sales of health medicinal liquor and medicines with Wang Xie's older brother, Wang, and Li Junquan took a 20% share of the profits from the newly established company in exchange for technical expertise, without having to manage anything. They could assign financial personnel, and he only needed to provide technical assistance when necessary, for which he would be compensated additionally. Li Junquan was very satisfied with this arrangement, as he could just sit back and wait to collect money for the 2 formulas he provided, without needing to contribute further in production, sales, or networking. Therefore, the conversation was very pleasant, and they agreed to sign the formal contract tomorrow in the presence of both parties' lawyers. After dinner, Wang Xie drove Li Junquan back to the government compound, and Li Junquan drove his own car home. After taking a shower and returning to his room, Li Junquan opened Honor of Kings, ready to play a couple of games. In the past, he only played occasionally, rarely engaging in ranked matches. But now he had more free time and didn't have to worry about making a living, so he decided to play ranked tonight. When he opened the ranked interface, he saw that his rank had dropped to Glory Gold 1, 1 star. Fortunately, at least it was still a glory rank, so he promptly clicked on ranked matches. Ready to climb the ranks. In low-tier ranks, many people compete for positions, so Li Junchuan quickly locked in by Li Xiuyu. Having played sniping for half the day in the morning, he felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. However, he ultimately lost the match. He had a score of 16-20. But his teammates were too pitiful. In the end, it was helpless. It was too unlikely for Li Xiuyu to solo 5 opponents given the mechanics of the game. Thus, he lost the match, but fortunately, he had a protection card and didn't lose any stars. Suddenly, Li Junchuan realized he had overlooked something. Li Xiuyu was a very strong marksman. If he could manifest Li Xiuyu's skills and combine them with his current physical fitness and sniping knowledge, wouldn't he be able to headshot someone from several kilometers away? Thinking of this, Li Junchuan quickly exited the ranked match and opened Li Xiuyu's skill introduction. He had never looked closely at these things before. He would just click on whatever skill lit up, and as for item builds, he usually chose popular ones or those recommended for the national server. As for quickly swapping resurrection armor or named blades, it was completely impossible for Li Junchuan before he had hacks. Sometimes he would forget to press it, even with a golden body. He looked at Li Xiuyu's skill introduction, which mainly consisted of 4 aspects: passive skill, aiming. Basic attacks deal additional physical damage, and critical hit chance increases attack damage. When out of combat, he can conceal his presence and increase movement speed. Skill 1, Silent Eye, mainly used to set up vision, gaining 600-1000 vision range, with a maximum of 3 deployed at once, each lasting 300 seconds. When stationary, it adds penetration, stacking up to 5 layers. Skill 2, Gale's Breath. Simply put, it aims and snipes, dealing 8 of maximum health as damage and slowing the target by 90. Skill 3, Escape. Simply put, it allows him to jump backward while shooting in the opposite direction, dealing damage and slowing by 50, and increases movement speed upon landing. Understanding the skills, Li Junchuan decisively manifested them. Chapter 72, Afraid of Plane Crashes. I have the kid's suit. For Qian Yushi's additional update, after completing the manifestation, Li Junchuan found that he had become stronger again. After the passive skill manifested, it turned into an invisibility technique. At first, Li Junchuan was quite happy to see this, but after checking the specific description of the skill, he realized it wasn't the conventional kind of invisibility. It was more about concealing his presence, meaning others couldn't see him, but they couldn't find him either. Why does the skill description feel a bit familiar? Li Junchuan scratched his head, recalling that he seemed to have seen a similar scenario in a movie while scrolling through short videos, where a young man was playing hide-and-seek with prison guards, though he hadn't actually watched it in detail. Next, Li Junchuan looked at the other skills. After manifesting Skill 1, Silent Eye, it unexpectedly transformed into a high-tech bionic surveillance robot. After reading this, Li Junchuan exclaimed, "Awesome! Bionic robot. About the size of a small insect, it is equipped with a high-tech biological chip and an external 360-degree panoramic nano camera, totaling 30 units. In a stationary state, it can penetrate obstacles no larger than 30 centimeters. The biological battery can be charged by feeding it food, and any food that can provide energy is acceptable. Once fully charged, it can work continuously for 60 minutes. Wow, this is pure black technology. If it can crack the production of Li Junchuan's heart, his smile gradually becomes twisted. The second skill, Gale Breath, is not too complicated once manifested. It hits its target perfectly within the visual range and bullet flight distance. As the saying goes, the simpler the introduction, the more complex it is. It seems ordinary. But don't forget that Li Junchuan's eyesight rivals that of an eagle, and how far can an eagle see? 36 kilometers. Is that outrageous? Moreover, it can capture the movements of prey within a 10-kilometer range, which is simply absurd. For a moment, Li Junchuan even imagined himself in an invisible plane, seeing the president from above and shooting him directly from several kilometers away. Hiss! Li Junchuan gasped. Just thinking about it is terrifying. What if the country's leaders suddenly decide to launch a nuclear war? The third skill, Escape, is easier to understand once manifested. It allows you to jump and shoot, dealing damage to the enemy while reducing their speed by 50 and increasing your own movement speed by 50. This is essentially a survival skill, but you have to have a gun in hand. Seeing this, Li Junchuan instantly recalled his experiences playing battle royale games, getting startled while searching for supplies in a room, or someone throwing smoke grenades and causing chaos. However, it seems these skills won't be useful for now. whether it's playing hide and seek with others, spying, or taking a gun abroad for an assassination. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan suddenly remembered something he urgently needed: a gun license and legal firearms. This way, if he encounters someone attacking him with a gun again, he would have a better chance of survival, and of course, the greater chance would be to counterattack. Ridiculous. With my current strength, who can outgun me? Li Junchuan felt a bit smug, but soon thought of the 40mm grenade launchers seen in movies, feeling a bit inflated, and quickly opened his browser to search for the lethal radius of such heavy weapons. 40mm. The 40mm rocket launcher, commonly known as 3440, uses a bouncing explosive steel ball round that generates indiscriminate lethality within a 15-meter radius upon hitting a target. This ammunition can fire 900 steel balls into the target area, causing widespread damage to living forces. Even within a 20-meter range, this lethality remains effective. The design standards of this rocket launcher give it significant killing power on the battlefield. After reading the information, Li Junchuan sighed in relief. With a 20-meter lethality radius, his strength would allow him to dodge it, unless he was limited by the environment with nowhere to hide. After looking up the 40mm, Li Junchuan searched for information on grenade launchers. The lethality radius of grenade launchers typically ranges from 10 to 30 meters, depending on the type and weight of the grenade. For example, some lethal grenades have a diameter of 35 to 65 millimeters and weigh between 200 to 600 grams, with a maximum range of 300 to 700 meters, generating 300 to 3,500 effective fragments upon explosion. Different types of grenades, such as anti-armor grenades, may have different lethality radii and uses. After reading all this, Li Junchuan felt he could completely relax, but he was a bit worried that the information online might not be reliable, or that there might be newly released lightweight heavy weapons, so he decided to find time to personally test the power of these two types of weapons, and also ask Wang Xie if there were any newly released weapons. That way, he could think ahead about what to manifest for self-preservation, definitely not just for fun. Now he has means of self-preservation in water and on land, so what remains is the air. How to ensure safety in the air? Get a mark armor? Li Junchuan shook his head at this thought. It's too conspicuous now, and he can't afford it. He still has to take it step by step. So, what can help him survive in the air? A parachute? That could work, but would he really carry one every time he flew? Thinking of this, Li Junchuan started searching for military parachute bags. After looking at them, he shook his head. They are too bulky and inconvenient to carry. He can't take a big parachute bag on a commercial flight, right? Or get a private plane. Still unreliable. Li Junchuan scratched his head. After all, sometimes flying is very convenient, and there are airports in cities big and small across the country. He has to think of another way. Li Junchuan felt a bit overwhelmed. But when he switched browsers, he suddenly saw the still open game of Honor of Kings and instantly thought of a hero, Yin Zhongjuan. Why not mention Neza, Manhwa, Nakaru, or Dajiang? Li Junchuan thought that given the system's nature, the manifested items would definitely be related to reality. So there is a high probability that Neza would provide a flying device. As for Manhwa, it's hard to say. Her skills seem more like teleportation. As for Nakaru, would she give him a giant golden eagle? Like the ones in the Legend of the Condor Heroes or the Return of the Condor Heroes for human flight. That's not impossible either, heh. Dajiang's skills are temporarily not considered. It's just a teleportation array, which feels a bit magical. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan opened Yin Zhongjuan's skill introduction. Passive ability to fly ignoring terrain, normal attack movement speed, and can stack tier effect damage. First skill charges to boost flight speed by 60 and dives forward, stunning the target upon hitting while providing a shield. Second skill allows wing slashes to deal damage and slow targets, then grants himself a 20 movement speed boost. Third skill grants 30 brief damage reduction. Lifts the target to remove control, and during this time cannot be targeted, dealing damage and knocking up the target upon landing. I try to keep it brief for those who haven't played. Li Junchuan clicked to manifest without hesitation and then began to check the effects after manifestation. The passive ability manifests as a magic glider, with a special structure that can fly ignoring high-altitude environments and allows for brief liberation of hands during flight. After reading the introduction, Li Junchuan felt that this thing looked a bit familiar, but didn't think much of it, and continued to look. The first skill, once manifested, increases the flight speed of the glider by 60. Hitting living beings with the wings can knock them up and stun them. This is understandable, just like stepping on the gas. The second skill allows him to swing the wings to dodge or attack. The third skill allows for brief passenger flight, lasting about 30 minutes. After reviewing all the skills, Li Junchuan began to check the suddenly appeared white suit and top hat beside him, and his mouth twitched. GGGG. Chapter 73 New Commuting Tool 1973 Extra Update. Li Junchuan opened the packaging and found that there was even a manual included. After carefully reading it, he found that there was nothing special. It just mentioned that this is a stylish suit made from special materials, featuring windproof, fireproof, and waterproof functions, with the rest being some usage methods and tips. System, can we change the color? This is too flashy. Li Junchuan asked in his heart. Ding. Due to material reasons, it cannot be changed at this time. The system's voice was very simple. Well then, at least I only need to wear it when flying. Otherwise, it feels a bit embarrassing. Li Junchuan neatly placed the suit away and began to think about what he needed to do tomorrow. The first thing to resolve is definitely the gun license issue, and he needs to find Wang Xie tomorrow. It's best to go to the government compound to find Wang Xie. Usually, Wang Xie is there most of the time, and driving there is definitely more convenient than always having the butler drop me off or having Wang Xie pick me up, which would be inappropriate. The problem now is that I have to park a bit farther away since I'm driving myself, which is a bit troublesome. Should I get another car for daily commuting? It would be best if it's low profile, and I can have Wang Xie arrange a pass for it later. Thinking about it, Li Junchuan picked up his phone again to manifest a car. Since there are only sports cars in asphalt, even if a car looks low profile, it's still a sports car. Driving a loud sports car to the government compound wouldn't be appropriate, so he turned to Horizon 5, which he had just played a few days ago. In the garage, he browsed around, and for a moment, he couldn't make up his mind. Finally, he found the answer in the browser, a Ford 2020. After deciding on the model, Li Junchuan started searching for related information in the browser, like color options, modifications, and prices. Then, he was stunned by a picture. It was a Ford 1973 model. The comments have pictures. I learned this new trick, and I'll post it tomorrow morning when I wake up. The silver body, rugged yet streamlined lines, and retro headlights struck a chord with Li Junchuan and made him decide instantly to manifest it. However, when he manifested it, he replaced the interior with the latest imported 2024 model, not yet on the market, because driving in a Lincoln cabin would definitely be comfortable. As for the engine, it was equipped with a 3.0-liter twin-turbocharged V6 engine, which isn't too large for American cars, but it can output over 400 horsepower, paired with Ford's 10-speed automatic transmission. All other configurations were maxed out, meaning he replaced everything except the car's exterior. Moreover, this car also included a series of Ford performance and officially authorized parts customized with RTR, including high-performance intake, sports exhaust, and off-road axles. Behind the RTR forged wheels and 37-inch tires, there were also hidden Fox Goodrich 3 tires. In other words, it met all of Li Junchuan's current needs. First, it didn't have an exaggerated shape. Second, it didn't have a loud exhaust. And lastly, its wide body and tires made it comfortable to sit in and had excellent off-road capability. In short, Li Junchuan was extremely satisfied. Looking at the car keys and a series of documents on the table, he stood up, stretched, and went to bed. The next morning, after having breakfast prepared by the butler, Li Junchuan went to the garage and indeed saw the newly manifested silver SUV. The large 2-door, 4-seater vehicle looked both retro and imposing. He took out his phone and called Wang Xie, confirming he was back at the government compound. Li Junchuan drove out, and on the way, he noticed quite a few drivers admiring his car, but he didn't mind. After about half an hour of driving, he arrived at the government compound. Since he had informed Wang Xie in advance, Wang Xie was there at the entrance, signaling for him to pass. Li Junchuan drove into the compound. Well, your car is pretty cool. A Ford? How come I haven't seen it before? Wang Xie couldn't wait to ask, as soon as Li Junchuan parked the car, looking eager to try it out. It's a custom-modified car from Ford with all the proper paperwork, but there's only this one in the country and probably none abroad. The original model is from 1973, so it's normal you haven't seen it, Li Junchuan explained, then added, you've seen my car before. But bringing it here didn't seem appropriate, so I specifically got this one. Wang Xie looked at him with envy and cursed, damn you, you rich bastard. Li Junchuan smiled, if you help me get things done today, you can take this car for a spin. Wang Xie's eyes lit up instantly, by the way. You haven't told me why you wanted to see me today? Li Junchuan put on a serious expression. I believe you know about the troubles I've been facing lately? You mean? Wang Xie's expression started to turn serious as well. That's right, the matter of being targeted by a drug trafficking gang. Last time I narrowly escaped. But what about next time? They not only have guns, but also grenades. While I'm good at hand-to-hand combat, what if they don't even give me a chance to get close? Li Junchuan paused and continued. So, I want to apply for a gun license and carry a gun at all times. Wang Xie thought for a moment and realized this was a bit tricky. Although Li Junchuan's family information was hidden, he himself had exposed his identity. He couldn't just hide in the military forever and not meet anyone. A young man still has to get married and have kids. With that in mind, he nodded. All right, I'll help you with that. After all, you've done a lot for the country recently. Although the public doesn't know, the country won't neglect you or ignore your personal safety. Come on, let's go apply for it now. After going through the process, Li Junchuan finally received his license and his sidearm, a black 92-style semi-automatic pistol, 58mm version, fully loaded. Looking at Li Junchuan grinning from ear to ear, Wang Xie said, I've emphasized the relevant regulations to you repeatedly, so I hope you remember. His expression was very serious. Li Junchuan nodded. Don't worry, I won't use the gun unless it's absolutely necessary. Actually, according to normal procedures, even if Li Junchuan met the requirements for carrying a firearm, he still couldn't take it out of the military. And the types of guns and the number of bullets are strictly controlled. However, since the situation is special, and this is a novel, Hiki. Seeing that Li Junchuan really took it to heart, Wang Xie felt relieved. In fact, he didn't have the qualifications to help Li Junchuan apply for a firearm that could be taken out of the military. It was just that someone had communicated it in advance. What are you looking at me for? Is there something else? Wang Xie noticed Li Junchuan staring at him and felt a bit uneasy. Isn't there still the matter of the car? Li Junchuan said. Don't talk to me like that. It's disgusting. Wang Xie shivered at the goosebumps on his skin. What's wrong with the car? Just say it quickly. If you have something to say, spit it out. I'm busy. I need a pass. Give me a pass. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to come over in the future. Li Junchuan returned to his normal tone. Just apply for it yourself. Wang Xie sighed in relief, thinking this ancestor was going to bring up something major again. However, he remembered that Li Junchuan hadn't been to the government compound many times and was completely clueless about the procedures, so he gritted his teeth and said, This is the last time. Once it's done, hurry up and leave. Don't come around here unnecessary. After saying that, he turned and walked away. TCH. As if I wanted to come. Li Junchuan muttered in his heart, but as he touched something in his pocket, he immediately felt happy again. Come on. Why are you standing there? Wang Xie shouted as he turned around to see Li Junchuan still not moving. I'm coming. Li Junchuan quickly caught up and soon got what he wanted. Chapter 74. Formal contract signing. A little bonus for Xiao Lang, feeling pleased. Li Junchuan hung up the pass and decided to leave the government compound. He had lunch planned with teacher Luo Fei at home. Partly because he needed a big shot to sign the specific contract with Wang and Wang Xie's older brother. And partly because the case that teacher Luo Fei had fully represented earlier had concluded, with all the spirited young men involved receiving maximum penalties, the highest being a peanut, and the lowest being a 10-year prison sentence without parole. Knowing such a big-shot lawyer, Li Junchuan felt very fortunate. Although he was usually very busy, Li Junchuan paid well. Who wouldn't want to do a job that paid more with less hassle? So this time, teacher Luo Fei flew over to Yongqing. Long time no see, teacher Luo. After finishing lunch together, the two sat in the yard drinking tea. Long time no see. Luo Fei pushed up his glasses and replied. This tea is nice. Bring 2 pounds back with you. Li Junchuan said. Don't refuse, okay? Although this tea tastes good, it's locally produced and not expensive. I haven't properly thanked you for your help last time. You must have had quite a journey, and now I've made you fly so far again. All right. I won't be polite then. Luo Fei nodded and then asked, What is it that you need me to help with this time? Please tell me the details. Li Junchuan returned to his room and took out the contract signed with Wang and handing it to Luo Fei. Luo Fei examined it carefully and said, According to the contract you signed, there are no issues, and the other party's terms are quite favorable. As someone experienced, he had seen countless contracts and encountered similar business collaborations, so he was a bit curious about the other party's terms or Li Junchuan's connections. After all, some industries are inaccessible without contacts, and even if you force your way in, you won't do well. Li Junchuan nodded. That's good. There's another matter I wanted to ask you about. Does your law firm have a department responsible for overseas affairs? He knew that Luo Fei's law firm had a wide range of services, but he was less familiar with their overseas operations, and didn't he know if they had a specific department handling overseas matters or where they conducted business abroad. Of course, there must be an overseas division. Does Mr. Li have business overseas? In which country? Luo Fei asked. Yes, in Bora Bora Island in French Polynesia, which has a total of 50 small islands. I am currently collaborating with a friend from Europe to develop it. Li Junchuan said while picking up the island information he had brought earlier, along with the contract signed at that time. So, we may need your firm's lawyers to travel there annually with professional accountants to check the accounts. Of course, there will be normal fees. And you can also enjoy a free vacation on the island, with all meals and accommodation covered. However, the requirements are a bit high. You need to be proficient in at least English and French, familiar with local laws and various policies. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei's eyes sparkled. But he remained silent for a moment, picking up the materials Li Junchuan handed over and reading them carefully. After a while, he sighed and said, Mr. Li really is quite wealthy, buying so many islands at once. Hey, it's nothing much, just a little splash of water. So, how about it, Lawyer Luo? Li Junchuan said with a hint of pride. No problem, we have lawyers in our firm who specialize in overseas business, and we have people in France as well. You can confidently hand this project over to us. Luo Fei nodded, feeling that this was another opportunity with little work and plenty of money. Although it was a bit far from home, but he thought, wouldn't it be nice to bring his family along for a vacation? Then there is no problem. Could you give me a call for one of your colleagues? Or? Li Junchuan asked, feeling more at ease collaborating with a reputable law firm. Even though Arthur was a character he manifested, financial matters still needed supervision. Mr. Li, there's no need to find other colleagues. I completely meet the conditions you mentioned. I'm currently in charge of the entire firm's European affairs, and I'm fluent in English, French, and Tahitian. I'm also quite familiar with European law, and even have the necessary credentials to practice as a local lawyer. Luo Fei took a sip of tea, pushed up his glasses, and smiled confidently. Well, is this guy for real? I won't allow anyone in this world to be better than me. Li Junchuan thought to himself, then steadied his mind and said, since Lawyer Luo has said so, why don't we give it a try? Luo Fei looked at him curiously, as if asking, what do you want to try? How will we try it? Then Li Junchuan began to skillfully ask a series of questions in English, while Luo Fei confidently smiled and responded fluently in English. Then Li Junchuan realized that the person in front of him was not only familiar with English in his field, but also fluent in various professional terminologies related to medicine, mechanics, and more. Wow, does this guy have a system too? Li Junchuan thought, not giving up, and switched to French and Tahitian. Luo Fei remained unflustered, as if he had grown up there, even sharing some local customs. Seeing his employer's dazed expression, Luo Fei poured himself another cup of tea and took a sip. I'm also quite familiar with German, Russian, Spanish, Italian, and Romanian. Mr. Li, would you like to test me further? No, that's not necessary. Let's just sign the contract now. Draft a power of attorney contract. I have a printer in my study. Let's sign it now. Li Junchuan said, twitching his lips as he asked, do you have a system? This time, Luo Fei was momentarily taken aback. A system? Yes. I have learned through a system. It's quite simple. Li Junchuan felt relieved, confirming that only he had the advantage. But he couldn't help but think, this guy is even more impressive than me, making me feel awkward. Temporarily suppressing his thoughts, he took Luo Fei to the study. It didn't take long for Luo Fei to draft the contract on the computer, which was then printed out, and both parties signed the official contract, concluding the matter for now. Then, Li Junchuan drove his newly acquired Ford SUV and took Luo Fei to Wang Yan's house. In the presence of both lawyers, they signed the official cooperation agreement, and the agreement was handed over to the other party, after which they could just wait to count the money. Originally, Li Junchuan wanted to invite Luo Fei to stay for the night, but unexpectedly, he had business in the capital the next day. So they agreed to meet for tea when they had time in the capital, and he drove Luo Fei to Yongqing Airport, where the tea was already prepared. When Li Junchuan returned home, he was unsure of what to do, so he thought about playing some games to pass the time. Just as he was about to take out his phone from his pocket, he felt something hard in the inner pocket of his jacket. It was his newly acquired 92. This item is somewhat inconvenient to carry around. If only he had a spatial ring or something, Li Junchuan thought to himself. And then he remembered an item in the Shenwu game, the golden silk pouch. Chapter 75, Technological Side Space Equipment, dedicated to Chu Chi Feng. Seeking gifts and interaction, golden silk pouch type, item function, can hold up to 25 transformation cards, 25 medicinal wines, 25 sets of food, and 25 sets of agricultural products. A magical pouch woven from golden silk. Li Junchuan checked the characters he was currently playing and his previous characters from the old server. discovering he had a total of 3 golden silk pouches. One of his lower-level characters had enough achievements, but he was a bit short on silver coins. Playing for a couple of days would be enough to buy them, or he could directly spend money to purchase them. So altogether, he had 4. He wasn't short on money at the moment, so he also recharged his old server's lower-level character, filling all the pouch slots on both accounts and clicking to manifest. Ding! Manifestation successful. Li Junchuan looked at the strangely shaped golden silk ring that suddenly appeared on the table, curious as he picked it up to examine it. Initially thinking it was a wallet, he was surprised to find it was a ring. The ring in his hand shimmered with a faint golden light under the illumination, and its craftsmanship resembled the traditional cloisonne technique in China. It was a wide band with a light blue square gem embedded in the center, seemingly with a flowing galaxy inside. Li Junchuan raised the ring to the light, then scratched his head, feeling that this item seemed familiar. But he was certain he had never seen such a gem in reality, so he stopped overthinking it and began to look at the item description. The spatial ring is made of 99,999 pure gold using a special process, inlaid with a mysterious space gemstone, containing a space of 254, with an internal space where time is still, and it cannot contain living beings or require energy activation. It can be activated with just a thought to retrieve or release items, possessing an indestructible solid attribute, and can only be used by the owner. Li Junchuan was completely stunned. For spaces of 25 mean 100, right? Brother Tongzi is amazing. By the way, can these 4 spaces be used separately or combined? Li Junchuan hurriedly asked. They can be freely allocated. The system's voice sounded. Li Junchuan was overjoyed. That means he has a space ring of 100. No, it's 4. So he has 4 now, which is 400. Li Junchuan quickly switched between accounts, materializing the remaining 3 golden silk pouches, thus obtaining a total of 4 space rings. Brother Tongzi, can the 4 rings be combined into one? Li Junchuan asked with a cheeky grin. What are you thinking? The system's voice replied. Hearing the negative answer, Li Junchuan was not disappointed. After all, it was already very good. He could put bullets in there and not have to carry any luggage when going out. He thought about finding a way to put some guns, cannons, tanks, or little boys in there later. Wouldn't he that make him invincible on Earth? As Li Junchuan thought about it, he almost drooled. Moreover, with time standing still in the inner space, he could have the chef at home prepare a bunch of delicious food and never go hungry again. Everything would come out warm. However, at the same time, Li Junchuan was a bit puzzled. This thing doesn't seem like something that could exist in reality. And it resembles the rings from cultivation novels or those magical rings from the West. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan decided to ask the system. However, before he could voice his question, the system's voice rang out. Do you have magical power? Do you have magic? Since you have neither, how can you use it? How do you know technology 1T developed to this point? How do you know this stone doesn't exist in reality, even if it doesn't exist on Earth? What about other planets? Fine, I hadn't even spoken yet, and you're already firing back? All right, I want to ask. Li Junchuan felt a bit speechless, but he quickly threw this thought aside and started putting small items like his phone and handgun into the ring, taking them out repeatedly, having a great time. Even storing a cup of tea and later retrieving it to find it was still warm. That night, Li Junchuan's imagination ran wild. He even thought of the diamond cutter of Taisheng Laojun from Journey to the West. If it had that function, he could directly store an opponent's weapon during a conflict or assassination attempt, and then pull out his handgun to shoot. Who could withstand that? Soon, Li Junchuan, lying in bed, slowly fell asleep. The next morning, upon waking up, Li Junchuan opened his eyes, raised his hand to look at the ring on his finger, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a dream. It's as if I'm dreaming. Focusing slightly, he saw the items stored inside the ring. Currently, there was a handgun, a firearm certificate, and the other 3 rings. After getting up and washing up, he had breakfast, took out his phone, and found Song Gang's WeChat to send a message. Brother Song, are you busy? Li Junchuan, just say what you want, you little brat. Forgetting your old friends after getting a new one. It's been so long since I heard from you. Your training in the army should have ended long ago. And you've been back for several days without contacting me. I knew you were just playing around in the army. Song Gang. Li Junchuan looked at the message Song Gang sent, feeling bewildered, thinking, why would I contact you if I had nothing to do? Don't you have work? I just sent a message and you're going off. He forgot that previously, he was alone commuting, eating, and sleeping, and would not take the initiative to message or call unless necessary. Friends and colleagues invited him to sing or drink, and he wouldn't go. gradually losing his social interactions and developing a habit of handling everything alone without significant matters. I just wanted to invite you and Brother Wong over for dinner tonight. I'll have the butler prepare some food for us to have an outdoor barbecue. Tomorrow isn't a weekend, so we can drink a bit. Lee Junchuan also realized he had been neglecting this older brother who had taken care of him, so he quickly sent a friendly message. All right then. I'll go over with Crab tonight. Song Gang. Just as Lee Junchuan was about to reply, he saw another message from the other party. Are you sure there's nothing else? Song Gang. Shouldn't I have anything else? Lee Junchuan. You really have a lot of things to forget. There's just over a month left in the first half of this year, and the police training hasn't even started yet. Song Gang replied immediately, also sending a sarcastic emoji. Hey, just let me know when this thing starts. I'm ready anytime. He would admit that he had been busy with various toys and had long forgotten about this matter. Haha. The matter of 2 bottles of medicinal wine tonight isn't finished. Song Gang. Once I'm full, I'll send you 2 more bottles, alright? Lee Junchuan felt a bit speechless at this drunken old man, but was relieved. Indeed, there's nothing that a bottle of medicinal wine can't solve. If it's not enough, just add another bottle. After ending the conversation with Song Gang, Lee Junchuan quickly told the butler about the barbecue with 2 friends in the yard that evening, so he could prepare the ingredients in advance. He then went out for a walk around the lake. Chapter 76. Learning from videos to camp outdoors, feeling the breeze by the lake and watching the shimmering golden light on the water surface. Lee Junchuan felt like he was like the rising sun, soon to shine brightly. After walking around the lake, Lee Junchuan sat down on a bench by the lake and took out his phone to refresh short videos. The big data understood his preferences. So the first video pushed to him was of a foreign man setting up a tent in the wild while driving a Jeep. The silver 2-door hardtop off-road vehicle looked somewhat similar to the Ford he just got. Watching the man set up the tent in heavy rain, placing folding chairs, hanging an old-fashioned lamp, and preparing food and coffee inside the tent while drinking beer, Lee Junchuan felt that life like this was very pleasant. Previously, he thought he had no time or spare money, so he could only experience camping through videos. Now, however, Lee Junchuan rubbed his chin, feeling a bit tempted. Moreover, he now had a spatial item, so he wouldn't have to worry about bringing stuff. He could even prepare the ingredients beforehand. Why not prepare and take them with him? Lee Junchuan thought experiencing the hands-on feeling in the wild, as shown in the video, would be great. The vehicle in the video looked about the same size as his, and its tires might be a bit smaller, but they could live comfortably in the wild. It made no sense for him not to be able to. Thinking of this, Lee Junchuan quickly went home, searched for a good outdoor equipment store, and drove out in his off-road vehicle, heading to the 5 Spice Photosynthesis Center Outdoor Equipment Experience store. After finding a parking spot, Lee Junchuan parked the car and headed straight for the destination. Upon entering the well-decorated outdoor equipment experience store, Lee Junchuan ignored the various young ladies taking photos and went directly to the sales assistant, asking him to bring paper and pen, writing a long list of equipment names, and handing it to the sales assistant. I want all of these. Please prepare them according to the sizes, colors, and quantities I wrote. The sales assistant was stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone buy like this, as if shopping at a market. However, after carefully reviewing the list, he said to Lee Junchuan, Sir, some of the brands you listed are not available here. Then just find equally sized alternative brands. The quality must be good, and the colors shouldn't be flashy. Lee Junchuan had already found various types of gear from different brands online that most netizens recognized, so he was too lazy to browse around and decided to buy directly. The sales assistant nodded and then asked, Shall we pack these items and deliver them to your specified location? Lee Junchuan didn't waste any words and directly left an address. Can it arrive in the afternoon? The sales assistant nodded. As long as it's indoors, we can deliver. All right, then calculate how much it will cost. Lee Junchuan said as he took out his phone. He watched the sales assistant quickly tap away on the calculator, clearly familiar with the prices of various items in the store. After a moment, the assistant said to Lee Junchuan, Sir, the total is 120,000. After Lee Junchuan completed the payment, he turned and left, driving straight home, leaving the staff in the store looking at each other in surprise. 2 young ladies taking photos stomped their feet. I forgot to ask for the guy's WeChat. The sales assistant, smiling, went to find a colleague to help pack and load the items. At noon, he casually asked the housekeeper to prepare a large bowl of lemon duck and steam some rice. After lunch, it wasn't long before the outdoor equipment he purchased in the morning was delivered. Lee Junchuan instructed the delivery guy to unload everything in the garage and then sent him away, closing the garage door and storing all the items into his space ring. With nothing much to do in the afternoon, Li Junchuan lounged on the sofa playing games, occasionally sipping the juice prepared by the housekeeper. Life was simply wonderful. As it began to get dark, he put away his phone, stood up, and stretched. "Shobua, is everything ready?" Li Junchuan asked the housekeeper as he walked out of the bedroom. "Everything is ready, the ingredients have been pre-processed, and when your friends arrive, you can put them on the grill," Li Shou replied. Li Junchuan walked to the yard and saw that even the portable exhaust fan was ready, nodding in satisfaction. It was great to have the housekeeper prepare everything for him. He remembered when he used to invite friends over for barbecues, it involved shopping, skewering, grilling, eating, and then cleaning up, which was exhausting. There was even a time when others almost thought there was a fire. Around 6 o'clock, Song Gang and Wang Xie arrived at Li Junchuan's home by car. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Junchuan standing by the grill, occasionally flipping the lamb skewers. The air was filled with a rich aroma. "Hey, you two brothers arrived just in time. Come and have some lamb skewers to fill your stomach," Li Junchuan said, handing the freshly grilled skewers to the two. "If you want chili, just sprinkle some yourself." They were not polite and took the grilled meat, sprinkling some chili and starting to feast. After finishing one skewer, Song Gang gave Li Junchuan a thumbs up. "Xiao Chuan, you're the best among my friends. Aside from the old class monitor, your cooking skills are the top-notch. As the saying goes, one is soft when taking from others, so I'll forgive you." Li Junchuan rolled his eyes. "You can't shut your mouth even when eating. Just wait a moment. The mackerel is almost ready." For a while, it was Li Junchuan doing the cooking while Song Gang and Wang Xie ate. Later, the housekeeper Li Shou approached wearing an apron, taking over Li Junchuan's task. He watched the three of them eat and drink heartily, and for a moment, the aroma of barbecued meat mixed with the medicinal wine filled the entire yard, with their laughter ringing out from time to time. "By the way, Brother Song, when does our police training start?" After they were full and drinking the cool tea prepared by the housekeeper, they chatted. "Probably in less than 2 weeks. You've been free lately, right?" Song Gang replied, the earlier gloom in his voice having disappeared. "Nothing much, just thinking of going out for a bit and visiting my girlfriend in the capital. But it won't take long." "So it's nothing," Li Junchuan said, picking up a small fork and poking a piece of fruit. Song Gang's expression became unusually serious. "Where are you planning to go?" "I haven't decided yet. Why?" Li Junchuan was a bit puzzled. Why was he suddenly so serious? "Are you going alone? Or are you bringing your girlfriend along?" Song Gang continued to ask. "I'm going alone. I just suddenly thought of finding a place to camp by myself," Li Junchuan replied. "Oh, then it's fine." Song Gang let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Junchuan still looking confused, he quickly explained, "I'm not worried at all if you go out alone. As long as you don't go abroad. Your skills are already abnormal, and now that you have a gun, it's hard for anyone to threaten your safety. I just worry if you bring your girlfriend along, it would be hard to manage both ends." "Hey, that's all? You scared me for a moment." "Don't worry. I'm strong enough now," Li Junchuan said proudly, feeling confident since he had a gun and a space ring, so he wasn't worried about his safety. However, Song Gang's concerns were not unfounded. While it was fine to go alone, it might be different with a girlfriend. Thinking of this, he looked at Song Gang with gratitude. "All right, stop looking at me like that. It's disgusting. Where's my drink?" Song Gang pouted and reached out to Li Junchuan, while Wang Xie looked at him expectantly. "Don't worry, there is plenty for you." Li Junchuan handed over the medicinal wine he had prepared earlier. "I'm not asking for it for free. There is a new litter of puppies born at the police dog base. I'll give you one," Song Gang said cheerfully as he took the medicinal wine. "Is that allowed?" Li Junchuan didn't want to get Song Gang into any trouble over this. "Don't worry, there is one that is a bit weak. Slightly below standard for a police dog, but it's not sick. I'll give it to you. Take good care of it." Song Gang waved his hand. "Thank you, Brother Song." Li Junchuan nodded, suddenly remembering the black beans he had left at his home. Chapter 77. Camping First Stop. Shawandishan, thank you for nothing. Song Gang rolled his eyes at him. It would be better to have something more practical. Li Junchuan rolled his eyes back. "Let us go. Let us hurry. I'll see you guys off," he said, pushing the two out the door. "You're not satisfied with just eating and taking. What else do you want?" "Stay at my place?" "That is not impossible." Song Gang, holding the packed medicinal wine in one hand and rubbing his chin with the other, looked like he was actually considering the possibility of moving in. "Get lost. What does a big man like you living in my place count as?" Li Junchuan said, just as he seemed to think of something. "You're not trying to avoid doing your assignments and come here to relax, are you? Stop talking nonsense." Song Gang said angrily. Let us go, you little brat. You're just too chatty. After seeing the two off, Lee Junchuan returned to his bedroom, washed up, and lay directly on the bed. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the bedside cabinet to find the remote control, pressed a button, and turned on the projector and screen in the bedroom. After connecting his phone, he looked for a long camping video to watch. The more he watched, the more excited he became. Lee Junchuan started thinking about which places in Guizhou were suitable for camping. He found a lot of information online and finally locked his target on Shawandishan. He had only seen descriptions of Shawandishan in various novels before, but now he had the chance to experience this so-called natural oxygen bar forest himself. The camping sites mentioned online didn't interest him much. He just wanted to find a deep mountain forest where he could be alone and enjoy the tranquility he had longed for. After confirming his destination, Lee Junchuan went to sleep, knowing where it was. He could just drive there directly later. After all, he had plenty of supplies and could live comfortably in the mountains for a month. The next morning, after greeting the housekeeper, Lee Junchuan drove out of the house. He set the destination on the navigation and sped all the way to the Shawandishan National Forest Park, arriving 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. However, he did not enter the scenic area but took a small road nearby and drove into the primitive forest he saw on the map. At this moment, Lee Junchuan rolled down the car window, breathing in the fresh air of the natural oxygen bar, feeling completely relaxed. The condition of the small road wasn't great, but for Lee Junchuan's car, it posed no problem, so he didn't feel any bumps. Instead, he enjoyed the rare pleasure of driving. At this moment, he suddenly understood why some middle-aged men love to drive off-road vehicles to climb mountains and cross waters, specifically seeking out those complex muddy roads, slopes, and valleys, without any regret for spending tens of thousands on modified cars. Unlike the group of people he had seen in short videos, Lee Junchuan was curiously gazing at the dense forest on both sides of the road. From time to time, he could spot gray squirrels darting quickly up tall trees, as well as unknown birds spreading their wings and chirping softly, and he also saw some butterflies fluttering among the flowers that he couldn't name. With his wide perspective, he could observe the beautiful scenery around him while skillfully driving the vehicle. After driving for more than half an hour and the tire tracks on the road had disappeared, Lee Junchuan finally entered a deeper part of the primitive forest. He perked up his ears to listen to the sounds around him, and upon hearing the sound of water coming from the northwest, he drove his car in that direction. Fortunately, this area was mostly shallow gravel, so there was no worry about the car getting stuck. After slowing down for about 10 minutes, Lee Junchuan couldn't help but let out a soft gasp at the beautiful scenery before him. He parked the car, opened the door, and stood on the relatively flat grass, gazing at the small lake surrounded by several peaks. The water in the lake flowed down from a nearby waterfall, which was very large but looked quite picturesque. Let us camp here today, Lee Junchuan said to himself in his mind. With no one around, he freely used his space ring. First, he took out a ground mat and laid it on the ground. Then he pulled out the inflatable tent he had bought and set it up on top. Next, he took out a hammer and long stakes, driving the stakes into the ground to secure the tent at several corners. After that, he retrieved an automatic device to inflate the tent, turned on the power with one click, and the tent began to rise. After pulling on the guy lines around the tent, it was finally set up. Then Lee Junchuan attached the tent's built-in awning to the car roof and propped it up with a long pole inserted into the ground to prevent water from pooling on the awning in case of rain. After unzipping the tent, Lee Junchuan took out a pair of slippers and placed them outside the tent, changing out of his current shoes and stepping barefoot into the 20-square-meter tent. He opened the blackout cloth of the window facing the water and rolled it up to secure it. Then, he took out a moisture-proof mat from the ring to cover the entire bottom and retrieved an extra-large folding bed measuring 1.2 meters wide and 2.5 meters long. Setting it up, he even laid a carpet in front of the bed. Next, he took out an inflatable sofa, inflated it, and placed it beside the bed. Then laid down another carpet. He also pulled out a large folding table and arranged the chairs. He then took out a slightly larger double-burner gas stove, placed the gas bottle beside the table, connected the hose to the stove, and set up a lamp with a simple assembly stand on the table. After thinking for a moment, Lee Junchuan took out several small lamps and hung them at the reserved spots on the top of the tent. He then stepped out of the tent and set up a set of firewood outside, extending the pipe into the tent. He didn't turn it on yet because the temperature in the mountains was still bearable, but he could turn it on at night. In fact, he wasn't afraid of the cold due to his physique. He just found it more comfortable this way. The top of the tent had vents, so there was no need to worry about carbon monoxide issues. However, to experience the fun of cooking inside the tent, he also set up a simple range hood, extending the collapsible duct through the reserved hole in the tent. Then, Li Junchuan took out an outdoor gadget, a large portable toilet, and placed it in a corner. He opened a bottle of odor-neutralizing liquid from the right side and poured it in, then pulled the handle of the gray water tank, pressed a few buttons on the left, pushed the handle back, and closed the lid. With that, the preparations were complete. As for why he didn't just relieve himself in the woods, it was fast decomposing and environmentally friendly, convenient, and without any people around. He didn't have to worry about being seen. But there was a major problem. There were a lot of mosquitoes, and he could end up with a bunch of bites. Looking at the time, it was almost noon, so Li Junchuan began preparing lunch. He opened the valve on the gas bottle to let it air out, lit the stove, and took out a set of cookware along with the pre-prepared steak from the space ring. He poured olive oil into the frying pan and waited for it to heat up before using tongs to place the steak into the pan. Then he took out the broccoli he had prepared earlier and placed it at the edge of the frying pan. And then he kept flipping the steak from time to time. Soon, the steak was cooked, and Li Junchuan cracked 2 eggs into the pan, completing the steak dish. As for pasta, he had no interest at all. He placed the frying pan on a square wooden tray that matched it, took out a knife and fork, turned off the heat, and then retrieved 2 bottles of refreshing beer and glass cups from the space ring, preparing to enjoy the meal. He placed the frying pan on the wooden tray, picked up the knife and fork, and began to feast. The steak with the beer was simply delightful, and he occasionally took bites of the fried egg and broccoli, savoring every moment. For the first time in his life, Li Junchuan experienced a joy that could be described as a blend of solitude and freedom, reminiscent of the videos he had watched before. Reflecting on the past 30 years of his life, Li Junchuan only felt that the oil smoke inside the tent was a bit thick. He took a sip of beer and silently said to himself, "Thank you, system." Chapter 78. An unexpected visitor after finishing a piece of steak. Li Junchuan still felt a bit hungry, so he took out some lemon chicken feet that the butler had prepared from the space ring. They were cold when he put them in, but still exuded a slight chill when he took them out. Worried that the smell would be too strong inside the tent later, Li Junchuan opened one of the vents in the tent for better airflow. He simply zipped it up and rolled it to secure it, allowing the air inside the tent to circulate and prevent any lingering odors. He had already finished the 2 bottles of beer, so Li Junchuan took out a few more bottles and placed them on the table, popping the caps open with a flick of his fingers. Then he put on disposable gloves and began to enjoy the chicken feet and beer. He felt like something was missing. After thinking for a moment, Li Junchuan took out a Bluetooth speaker, connected it to his phone, and started playing music. It was simply delightful. After enjoying 2 pounds of chicken feet and 6 bottles of beer, Li Junchuan finally felt his hunger dissipate and started to clean up. He took out kitchen paper towels to soak up the grease on the utensils, then used camping wipes a few times before taking out a sterilizer and the power supply from BYD, placing the utensils inside to disinfect them. As for the chicken bones and beer bottles, he simply put them into an empty ring for storage. After wiping the table clean, Li Junchuan stepped out of the tent. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, he couldn't help but take out his phone to start taking pictures. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened a bit. Is it going to rain? Li Junchuan looked at the dark clouds drifting in the nearby sky. But instead of rushing into the tent, he pulled out an umbrella directly from his space ring. The weather in the mountains was indeed changeable. It had just been sunny, and now a light rain was beginning to fall. Li Junchuan opened the umbrella and looked at the suddenly hazy forest, feeling that the primitive forest at this moment was even more beautiful than before, like an ancient landscape painting. Suddenly, a pack of cigarettes and a lighter appeared in his empty hand. Li Junchuan took one out and lit it. And then the lighter and cigarette pack vanished without a trace. He began to stroll, exploring the scenery from different angles. What comes into view are mountains, water, and trees. Behind him are the drifting wind, rain, and smoke. At this moment, his mind is completely blank, only hearing the songs coming from the speakers in the tent. Walking in the rain, he doesn't even know how long he has been walking in the rain curtain. When he notices that the grass under his feet has become a bit muddy, Li Junchuan begins to return to the tent. He closes the umbrella in his hand and hangs it at the back of the car under the tent. Taking off his shoes, Li Junchuan enters the tent. He finds that his clothes are a bit damp, so he takes out a folding clothes rack from his space ring, opens it, and hangs his jacket and pants on it. He also takes out a charcoal stove and places it nearby, putting in a few pieces of smokeless charcoal, lighting it with solid alcohol, and then placing a sturdy iron mesh on top. Finally, he takes out a small tea set and a barrel of spring water he prepared. After setting up the electric water pump on the barrel and turning it on, he adds water to the tea stove and places it on the iron mesh. Then takes out some tea leaves and nut snacks for later. Li Junchuan then takes out a metal net box with a wooden handle, puts the nuts inside, and places it on the stove's iron mesh to heat. He also takes out a small folding table and stool and sets them aside. Then sits down to wait for the water to boil, occasionally shaking the net box to heat the nuts evenly. Not long after, the water boils, and Li Junchuan adds tea leaves to the tea stove before covering it. Soon, a fragrant aroma of tea begins to waft out, accompanied by the special scent of the heated nuts. Li Junchuan thinks for a moment and takes out a plate to arrange a few clean fruits. Then starts pouring tea into cups and placing them on the table. What else is missing? After thinking for a long time, he can't figure it out. He has food and drink. With a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, he opens a short video platform and starts watching videos he had previously saved. Finally realizing what was missing, a big black dog. Just as Li Junchuan was thinking about opening a mobile game to summon a pet, an unexpected creature suddenly burrows into his tent. Earlier, Li Junchuan had heard faint footsteps, but he didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a small wild animal in the nearby forest. He didn't expect this creature to actually come into his tent. What the heck? Aren't small animals usually afraid of humans? Li Junchuan looks up to see a creature in front of him. What the hell is this? A squirrel? This is too big. His first reaction is that it's a squirrel since it looks similar to a common squirrel, just with a ridiculous size and not very timid. Li Junchuan takes a photo with his phone and does a quick search, discovering that it is indeed a squirrel, but its scientific name is the giant squirrel, commonly referred to as a tree dog in this region. Hey, just when I was thinking I needed a big black dog, you showed up. Looks like we are destined to meet. Li Junchuan curiously examines the little animal. The creature is about 40 centimeters long, with a tail that is even longer, probably around 60 centimeters. At first sight, Li Junchuan thought it was a mutated squirrel. Little guy, what are you doing here? Li Junchuan suddenly speaks, startling the giant squirrel, but it quickly calms down, eyeing the fruits and nuts next to Li Junchuan. As if sensing the giant squirrel's intentions, Li Junchuan picks up a strawberry from the fruit plate and hands it over, initially just wanting to test it out. To his surprise, the squirrel takes it without hesitation and starts munching on it. Maybe it's starving? Li Junchuan scratches his head, thinking that this primitive forest is rich in resources, so it shouldn't be starving. But then he remembers its size and feels a bit relieved. Sure enough, after finishing one strawberry, the squirrel's eyes are still fixed on Li Junchuan. So, he hands over another one, and after finishing all 6 strawberries from the plate, the creature still doesn't leave. Li Junchuan then picks up a large jujube and offers it, which the squirrel accepts and spits out the pit. At this point, Li Junchuan stops feeding it and extends his hand. Come on, after eating my fruit, you're my squirrel now. Let's shake hands first, Big Black. The squirrel naturally doesn't understand Li Junchuan's words, but it takes a couple of steps forward, swishing its long, fluffy tail, which brushes against Li Junchuan's outstretched palm, making him feel a bit wet and itchy. Seeing that it still won't leave, Li Junchuan offers another jujube, since the nuts are still quite hot from roasting. He doesn't feed those to it. This time, the squirrel doesn't eat but instead looks at the large jujube, glances back at Li Junchuan, twitches its nose, lets out a call, and quickly runs out of the tent. Chapter 79, The Strange Trio Watching the Big Black Squirrel Run Out of the Tent. Li Junchuan doesn't chase after it, remaining seated and not moving. After all, it is a nationally protected species. He takes a sip of the just right temperature tea and places the roasted nuts into the wooden plate he just took out. Turning off the music and listening to the sound of the rain, he suddenly feels that spending every day like this isn't too bad. However, he quickly abandons this thought. With a cheat code, he can't let his future life be any less rich. Taking a handful of pistachios from the plate, he casually shells one and puts it in his mouth, the faint roasted aroma instantly filling his mouth. Li Junchuan thinks for a moment, takes a photo, and sends it to Li Yun. Guess where I am? After waiting for a while without a reply, Li Junchuan guesses that his girlfriend might be busy. So he opens the game to continue passing the time. As the sound of rain hitting the tent gradually fades, Li Junchuan puts down his phone, raises his head, and looks through the tent's entrance to see that the rain has stopped outside, the dark clouds slowly dispersing, and sunlight pouring down onto the water surface, suddenly reminding him of the idiom floating light and gilded gold. Walking to the entrance, he puts on his slippers and notices a rainbow suddenly appearing in the sky. He quickly takes out his phone and snaps several photos, then sends them to Li Yun after the rainbow disappears. Standing on the damp grass, He feels the temperature gradually rising. The earlier mist, evaporating in the sunlight, makes the air feel even more humid. He takes a deep breath, letting it fill his lungs. How long has it been since he breathed in such air? Li Junchuan asks himself. He vaguely remembers that the last time he strolled in a forest was in 2017 at the Xiaokang Scenic Area in Libo, where he spent 2 days with a friend. What's that sound of footsteps coming this way? Li Junchuan's ears perk up. Still human footsteps. 3 people? Are they also here to camp? Thinking about how he is only wearing a t-shirt and shorts, he quickly returns to the tent, grabs his jacket and pants that have dried from roasting, and puts them on. First, if they are tourists, it wouldn't be very presentable for him to look like this. Second, if they are not tourists, considering the situation. Li Junchuan takes the gun out from his space ring and puts it in his right pocket. In this environment, he can't afford to assume the worst about others. He recalls Song Gang's earlier reminder. Could it be that those drug trafficking gangs are still not giving up? However, he forgets that he has offended not just drug traffickers. Others are unaware of his presence behind the scenes and assume it is just a joint operation by the domestic police. Listening intently as the footsteps draw closer, Li Junchuan begins to think about whether he should head into the woods first. If they have weapons, there are no obstacles here except for his car. And as for the tent, it doesn't even bear mentioning. Standing outside the tent, he looks towards the source of the footsteps and sees 3 men with large backpacks heading deeper into the forest, coming from the same direction Li Junchuan arrived. They might have parked their vehicle on the road outside, or perhaps hired someone to drop them off before trekking into the mountains. A few people saw Li Junchuan's car and the large tent, momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to be camping here. After a moment of thought, the 3 exchanged glances and walked over. Are you camping here alone, brother? The leading man asked. Li Junchuan seemed to have no ulterior motives and answered straightforwardly, yeah. Are you 3 here to camp as well? We are. We're doing geological exploration, just arrived today, planning to set up a camp here. The preliminary survey site is nearby. After finishing here, we'll move on to the next place and continue surveying. The leading man replied, while the other 2 looked at Li Junchuan with smiles. Li Junchuan thought to himself, but smiled on the surface. You guys are quite hard-working without any transportation. Hey, no transportation works well in these mountains. So we can only walk. We're used to it, whether it's hard or not. The leading man responded. All right, you can set up your camp. It'll be dark soon. So I won't disturb you, Li Junchuan said, waving his hand as he returned to his tent. What the 3 didn't see was that at the moment Li Junchuan turned around, a small flying insect suddenly appeared, silently landing on the leading man's hat. The 3 looked at the sky and immediately prepared to find a place to set up camp. Instead of camping in the grassy area, they ventured into the woods a bit further and stopped at a slightly flat area, laying down a mat, dropping their backpacks, and taking out a collapsible entrenching tool from beside the backpack to start leveling the ground. Big brother, why did you greet that guy? One of the slightly darker-skinned young men asked as he took out the tent to set it up. Didn't you see that car? The leading man asked. Yeah. What's wrong with that car? A Ford shouldn't be worth much. Another man said, flattening the ground and taking out pegs to help secure the tent. That car has been out of production since last century. It's not even sold on the market domestically, let alone legally on the road. The leading man knew his 2 younger brothers had never been abroad and had never seen that car, while he had seen it at a wealthy man's house in the Middle East, who had even introduced it to him, leaving a deep impression. However, apart from the shell, it was entirely different from the car he had just seen. So there's only one possibility, that is, they spent a lot of money to have it custom-made by the manufacturer and modification factory. After explaining the car situation to his 2 younger brothers, the darker-skinned young man suddenly realized, so Big Brother means that Guy's car is very valuable? The other younger brother patted his companion. What does a car matter? Spending a lot of money on this antique car means that Guy is a rich man. Then, the 3 exchanged glances and chuckled. What they didn't know was that a small flying insect recorded their voices and visuals, transmitting them in real time to another person. After setting up a large tent, the 3 dug drainage ditches around, looking quite professional. After finishing these, they even set up simple warning devices around. Seeing this through the phone screen, Li Junchuan frowned. These guys have rich outdoor survival experience. They seem quite ordinary. Many frequent campers have this skill. But he wasn't worried about his car or himself being targeted. He just felt that the leading man gave him a very strange feeling. But he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about him, as he appeared quite amiable. With this thought, Li Junchuan decided not to meddle further. After all, with the small flying insect monitoring at all times, he wasn't afraid of those 3 causing any trouble. Chapter 80. Explosively, Jun Chuan took out a large shower tent. Opened it, secured it to the ground with pegs and guy lines, then fixed the shower head in place. He placed a large bucket of water beside it and connected it to the shower pipe with an electric pump, setting up a shower room. He then stepped on the ground inside the shower tent a few times to create a slope to prevent water accumulation. Checking the time, Li Junchuan decided it was time to prepare dinner. He returned to the tent and began taking items out from his space ring. As a northerner, he had always loved wheat-based foods, so he decided to have dumplings for dinner. He directly took a pot out of the space ring, filled it with water, placed it on the stove, opened the gas valve, and lit it to start boiling water. Feeling that just eating dumplings seemed a bit monotonous, he took out cucumbers, harbin red sausage, and jelly, sliced them with a small knife, and prepared a sauce with various seasonings to mix all three ingredients in a cold dish, serving them on a plate. After thinking for a moment, he opened the Shenwu game on his phone and materialized a beggar's chicken. The materialized beggar's chicken didn't have any special effects. It was simply tender chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, covered in mud, and roasted, delicious and filling. After seeing the water boil, he took out the prepared 3 flavor dumplings from the space ring, counted out 20, and placed them in the pot. He then watched the cooking, stirring occasionally, and soon the dumplings were ready. He scooped them out and plated them, then took out a few bottles of Dacheng Guangchuan beer, opening them one by one. With that, tonight's dinner was all prepared. After looking at the large spread on the table, he took a photo with his phone and sent it to his girlfriend. He originally thought he wouldn't receive a reply again this time, but unexpectedly, Li Yin actually responded. Wow, Xiao Chuan, you made so much delicious food. Are you camping? I've been busy all afternoon and didn't have time to reply to your message. Li Yin, aren't you tired? Why not hire someone else? I'll let you manage the store yourself. There's no need to wear yourself out too much. Li Junchuan, I've already posted a job ad. 2 new employees will start tomorrow, both experienced, so I won't be so busy anymore. Li Yun, that's good. Have you returned home? I'll have the housekeeper make you some soup. You need to take care of your health. Li Junchuan, I was just about to go home. I've just arrived at the parking lot. Li Yun, okay, drive safely. I'll be in the capital in a few days. Li Junchuan, all right, I'll wait for you. Li Yun, after ending the conversation with Li Yun, Li Junchuan began to juggle the beggar's chicken in his left hand, dumplings in his right, occasionally picking at some vegetables and sipping beer, feeling like a celestial being with delicious food in front and beautiful scenery behind. After finishing all the food, Li Junchuan cleaned the utensils and put them in the sterilizer, wiped the table, then stood up and stretched, feeling all his joints crack, and he felt completely relaxed. After finishing his personal hygiene, Li Junchuan began to watch the footage transmitted from the small flying insect near the 3 men. At first, there was nothing unusual. The 3 were preparing a simple dinner together to fill their stomachs. However, as he watched, Li Junchuan began to feel something was off. He glanced at his watch. It was only 8 in the evening. Were these people going to sleep this early? Having stayed in Yong City for a long time, he was now used to not sleeping before 1 in the morning. Although these 3 had a regular routine, this was too early to start undressing and going to bed. Right? Li Junchuan scratched his head. Could it be they had something to do later at night? However, before he could think too much, he saw in the footage that the 3 men didn't even leave their underwear on, slipping naked into a large quilt. Maybe it's cold at night in the mountains, so they need to huddle together for warmth? Li Junchuan tried to rationalize it, but was soon slapped in the face as the 3 men began their activities, with the leading man becoming the filling in a sandwich. What the hell, my eyes, my ears. Li Junchuan quickly turned off the screen, took out eye drops from his space ring, sat on the sofa, and dripped several drops into his eyes. Then took out hydrogen peroxide and a cotton swab to clean his ears. However, it was all in vain. The scene I had just seen kept spinning in my mind. I shook my head. Shake off the worries. Li Junchuan shook his head and found it still didn't help. So he had no choice but to take out his treasured movie and started using magic to defeat magic. After a long time, Li Junchuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand, took out a towel, exited the tent, put on his slippers, and headed to the shower tent to wash up. After finishing, he lay down on the big bed, listening to the sounds of insects, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Until the middle of the night, Li Junchuan suddenly opened his eyes. He heard familiar footsteps again. What were these 3 people doing? Li Junchuan quickly got dressed, took out his gun, and switched off the safety, turning off all the lights inside and outside the tent. For Li Junchuan, seeing in the dark was not a challenge, especially with the faint moonlight tonight. He exited the tent and hid beside the vehicle, using the newly mastered invisibility technique. and gradually his breathing became almost inaudible as he began to quietly wait for the three to arrive. In the darkness, three figures quietly approached Li Junquan's tent, and he saw that all three held long-barreled hunting rifles. Even if he didn't know much about firearms, he recognized the Remington brand that often appeared in movies. It was said that many farmers abroad like this brand of firearms, whether rifles or shotguns. Damn, this is excessive. Li Junquan cursed inwardly. What are these people doing with such weapons? It seemed that this kind of gun was favored by many foreigners for hunting. Hunting? Li Junquan suddenly thought, could these three be poachers? At this moment, he also suddenly understood why he felt so out of place when he first saw the leading man. He recalled the memorable scene of his brother Xiao, the Taoist practitioner of the seven evil spirits, whose strange appearance seemed to resemble that of the leading man. Thinking of this, Li Junquan put away his pistol. He wouldn't give the opponent a chance to shoot now that they were close. As the three reached the side of the off-road vehicle, Li Junquan, who had circled to the other side of the vehicle, suddenly struck, pressing down on the hood of the vehicle, leaping into the air, and kicking the chest of the two men holding guns one after the other. The immense force sent the two men flying. And just as the leading man turned his head, a powerful blow was delivered, mixed with the techniques of the back palm punch, sending the leading man flying sideways. Bang! 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 The three of them fell to the ground almost simultaneously, unconscious, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. The leading man had several teeth knocked out, and blood leaked from his 7 orifices. Li Junquan took out ropes and gloves from his spatial ring, firmly tying up the 3 men, and took their guns back to the tent. Upon closer inspection, one was a .700 caliber and 2 were shotguns, but surprisingly, the safeties were all still on. What are these guys doing here without turning off the safeties? Li Junquan was puzzled, but then seemed to remember something. He kicked a few times under the men's bodies and spat. "Pa, you disgust me," remembering that he hadn't worn gloves when he slapped. He hurried to the shower tent to wash his hands, then took out disinfecting wipes to clean his hands several times. Then, regardless of the time, he took out his phone and called Song Gang. "Damn, are you not sleeping at this late hour? What the hell?" Song Gang's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Li Junquan didn't care and introduced the situation to him. "Oh, I see. Send me your location, and I'll send someone over." Song Gang immediately lost all sleepiness upon receiving Li Junquan's location, and without hesitation, made a call. In his mind, events like the ones Li Junquan encountered always led to bigger issues. TSK, another wave of credit coming. Chapter 81. Taking Black Bean to the capital. When Li Junquan saw the police arriving, it was already bright outside. Perhaps Song Gang had given some prior instructions. The police officers didn't ask Li Junquan to go to the station for a statement, but only asked about the situation on site before taking the 3 still unconscious men and their 3 guns away. Li Junquan quickly said, "Wait a minute. I forgot to tell you. They have set up a tent in the woods. There should be some supplies they brought over there. Perhaps you'll find what you need." "Okay, thank you for your cooperation." The police officers headed toward the woods, while the 3 still unconscious criminals were first taken to the police car. Li Junquan even saw officers putting handcuffs on the still unconscious men, probably fearing they might wake up suddenly and cause trouble. After all, they were armed criminals. And caution was never too much. Li Junquan returned to the tent, drank some water, and sighed slightly. He suddenly lost interest in continuing the camping trip. Even if he was reluctant to admit it, it was clear that he had a knack for getting into trouble. Aside from honestly staying at home or in the army, he encountered various incidents wherever he went, each more outrageous than the last. He quickly prepared breakfast for himself, finished eating, packed up the camping gear, and drove away from the Wanshan Mountains. Dark clouds gathered, a gentle breeze blew, and it started to rain lightly again. The mountains and waters became dreamlike once more. He once dreamed of wielding a sword and traveling the world to see its splendor. The youthful heart always has some recklessness. Now you have made the world your home. Driving on the national highway, listening to the you of the past, Li Junquan felt his mood improve significantly. Apart from stopping at a gas station to fill up and use the restroom, he hardly stopped until he finally arrived in Luoyang at 7 in the evening. Since he had mentioned it in the group beforehand, dinner was at Zhang Yadong's small courtyard. Between toasts, Zhang Yadong revealed some things. The 3 he captured that morning were indeed, as he thought, part of a poaching gang, involved in multiple cases with huge sums of money. And there was a whole chain of interests behind them. Their main trading partners were wealthy foreigners and private museums. Li Junquan raised his glass and clinked it with the 2. "Brothers, let us not talk about these depressing matters. Let us drink." After spending the night in Zhang Yadong's small courtyard, the next morning after breakfast, the three parted ways, and Li Junchuan drove back to his hometown. He only stayed one day in his hometown, briefly told his family about his current situation, then helped everyone with their health, and finally left behind a batch of medicinal wine. Holding the now much larger black bean, he got in the car, bid farewell to his family, and drove toward the capital. There were no further incidents on the way, and little black bean was very well behaved in the car, not making a sound. After half a day, Li Junchuan arrived in the capital. Without notifying Li Yun in advance, he planned to surprise his girlfriend. Driving straight to Shili, Li Junchuan, with a backpack containing black bean, arrived at the flower and bird shop run by Li Yun. Seeing the busy staff inside, Li Junchuan thought for a moment, found a nearby drink shop, bought a few cups of milk tea, and returned to the store. Well, Xiao Chuan Ge. Li Yun was busy helping a customer pack a potted plant. When she looked up and saw her boyfriend, she exclaimed in surprise, preparing to run over for a warm embrace. However, she quickly realized what she was doing. Her face turned red in an instant, and she hurriedly told the waiting customer, "Sorry, I'll help you pack first." The customer, an elderly man in his 60s, smiled knowingly. "Little boss, I'm not in a hurry. It seems you haven't seen your boyfriend in a while." The old man was holding a small, exquisitely crafted birdcage with a small bird inside that looked very healthy. Li Junchuan handed the milk tea he brought to Li Yun. "I brought you guys some milk tea. Share it with the staff. I'll help you pack." Without waiting for Li Yun to respond, he quickly helped the old man pack the potted plant. Since it was a small potted plant, packing it wasn't too complicated, so it was soon ready. Li Yun distributed the milk tea to the staff, and then came over. "Li Diyi, it's all packed for you." "Great, little boss. Your boyfriend is really handsome. What good luck." The old man took the potted plant he had just bought and was about to leave when he caught sight of the dog peeking out of Li Junchuan's backpack, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, this little guy is not bad, TSK, but raising this in the capital is not very appropriate. Dogs are not allowed to go out." Old Li had a bit of a social butterfly feeling. "I didn't notice that. I just brought it up. But it doesn't matter if it can't go out. There is enough space at home for it to run. Do you have one too, sir?" Seeing that the old man seemed to be a regular customer at the store, Li Junchuan casually chatted with him. "Oh, that's great. It seems you have a yard at home. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough for this guy to run around. The Belgian Malinois requires a lot of exercise. I've raised a Pekingese for many years, but its health has not been very good lately." Old Li was initially quite happy, but thinking about his Pekingese, which was over 10 years old and had recently been eating very little, his mood instantly fell, indicating a deep bond. "Hey, I'm sorry. I brought up something sad for you." Li Junchuan quickly apologized. "No worries, it has nothing to do with you. Aging and illness are common. It's not sick. Just old." Old Li waved his hand. "Haven't you thought about taking it to a pet doctor? People can use some methods to slow down aging. Why not pets? From what you said, it hasn't reached the worst point yet. It should still be salvageable." As Li Junchuan spoke, he suddenly thought of the longevity noodles and pearl meatballs in the game Shenwu, both of which can restore lifespan. He wondered what the effect would be if they were materialized. "I've looked for quite a few, but the current pet hospitals have no way to address such issues. They usually treat pets with Western medicine." Old Li shook his head. "I remember there are veterinarians who practice traditional Chinese medicine, right?" Li Junchuan recalled a news story he had seen before, remembering that the local agricultural university had this specialty. He was a bit dazed when he saw the news because the traditional Chinese veterinarian was doing acupuncture on a horse. "Ah, there are such veterinarians?" Old Li clearly didn't go online much, so he was unaware. "There really are. I just don't know if there are any traditional Chinese medicine veterinarians in the capital." Li Junchuan nodded affirmatively. "There definitely aren't. If there were, I would know. I've taken Dodo to nearly all the pet hospitals, and I've never seen one." Old Li shook his head definitely. "I don't want to take it on long trips. Its appetite has been getting smaller over the past year, and it's become skin and bones." Seeing Old Li's sad expression, Li Junchuan thought for a moment and said, "I understand traditional Chinese medicine. If you don't mind the trouble, could you bring it to me to take a look?" Hearing this, Old Li suppressed his sadness and looked up at the tall young man in front of him. "Don't joke. You look more like a soldier than a doctor." Li Junchuan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, old people are wise. Although he hadn't undergone formal military training, he was indeed a part of the army now. Moreover, his short hair and upright figure resembled that of common soldiers. "If you don't mind, I can take a look for you." Li Junchuan smiled confidently. "Please." Old Li was not averse. The truth would be known through testing. The two sat down at a set of rattan chairs and tables at the door. And Old Li placed the potted plant and birdcage down, revealing his wrist to Li Junchuan. Without hesitation, Li Junchuan pressed on his acupoints, feeling for a moment before looking up in surprise at the old man before him, and then said, "Please switch hands." Old Li complied. Li Junchuan continued to take his pulse, nodding after a moment to indicate he was done. He looked at the old man with a complex expression. "It's admirable that you can still be so optimistic. Can't you get it out?" Old Li was a bit surprised. "You noticed?" Li Junchuan nodded. "It's a bullet fragment, right?" The questioning tone combined with certainty caused a glint of appreciation to flash in Old Li's eyes as he gave Li Junchuan a thumbs up. "You're impressive." Li Junchuan began to think deeply. It seemed to him that this old man obviously came from a wealthy background, and the bullet fragment still inside him suggested that it had fused with the surrounding brain tissue over time. The fact that the bullet fragment had fused with brain tissue required time, so there could only be one truth. Chapter 82. Another annoying country added. Today's update. Seeking 5-star reviews and gifts. Old man, you participated in the battle in 79, right? Li Junchuan looked at him with respect, then shook his head. "It might be more than that. The injuries on your body are not just from that one place. And they clearly weren't all from the same period." Old Li smiled. "That was so many years ago. Let us not mention it. But your skills are quite remarkable to have noticed this." Before Li Junchuan could continue speaking, Old Li said, "Is your home far from here? If not far, I'll bring Dodo to your place this afternoon to take a look." Li Junchuan shook his head. "Not far, just at the north side of Hohai. Easy to find. Do you have WeChat? I can send you my location, or we can exchange phone numbers, and you can call me when you get there." "Let us exchange phone numbers. I'm not used to WeChat. I feel it's not as convenient as directly calling." Old Li didn't hesitate and took out his phone to dial the number Li Junchuan provided. "All right, see you later. Come to my place tonight. I'll personally cook for you." Li Junchuan's eyes were sincere. He had a good impression of those who had silently contributed to the country and the people. Since they met, it was fate, so he decided to help the old man well. "Okay, then I want to be polite. See you later." After saying that, he stood up, took the birdcage, and left the store. Watching Old Li's steady steps, Li Junchuan admired him inwardly. From the diagnosis he had just made, it seemed the old man must have old injuries in his legs. Yet despite this, his posture showed no signs of abnormality, which was a testament to his strong willpower. Why would T want to get treatment? Li Junchuan couldn't figure it out, so he temporarily set those thoughts aside. After returning to Hohai Courtyard for lunch, Li Yan hurriedly drove her pink C4 back to work at the store. Seeing the unique charm radiating from his girlfriend, Li Junchuan felt much happier. He opened the Shinwu game, materialized some pills for replenishing health and spirit, and thought of Dodo the old man mentioned, materializing some pearl meatballs as well. After seeing the specific effects, Li Junchuan breathed a sigh of relief because the materialized pearl meatballs could still extend a pet's lifespan. Thinking about the pulse diagnosis he did for Old Li in the morning, Li Junchuan went to the kitchen to start preparing traditional Chinese medicine, also preparing medicinal dishes. He planned to treat Dodo while also giving Old Li a good treatment to alleviate his suffering from illness. Just thinking about a bullet fragment being in his brain for decades sent chills down his spine. At 4:30 p.m., Li Junchuan received a call from Old Li, saying he had arrived at the door. Li Junchuan quickly went out to greet him. Old Li was standing under a tree not far from the entrance, holding a white Pekingese in one hand and a box in the other. "Old Li, come in, come in." Li Junchuan hurried over. "It's my first time visiting, so I didn't want to come empty-handed. I brought some wine someone gave me since I don't drink it myself. Please don't mind." Old Li handed the box to Li Junchuan, crossing the threshold with Dodo into the yard. "Wow, your yard is really quite big," Old Li casually praised. "Oh, don't mind me, old man." Li Junchuan invited him to sit in the living room, took the tea that the housekeeper Li Lu had prepared in advance, and poured a cup for the old man. "Please have some tea. I'll take a look at Dodo first." "Thank you." Old Li took the cup and took a sip, but his eyes were fixed on Li Junchuan's actions. Li Junchuan took Dodo and first observed its mouth and nose, fur, then slightly sniffed with his nose, and gently pressed on the femoral artery on the inner thigh of Dodo's hind leg, feeling carefully before raising his head and nodding to Mr. Li. "There are indeed no lesions, it's just that it's simply old, and the functions of various parts of the body are gradually weakening." "How should we treat it?" Mr. Li asked. "It's simple. After listening to what you told me this morning, I mixed some ingredients with traditional Chinese medicine to make a kind of pill that can replenish qi and blood while also extending lifespan. Let me take one and see how it works, to see if Dodo is willing to eat it. Li Junchuan said as he handed Dodo back to Mr. Li, stood up, and left the living room. After a moment, he returned. Squatting down beside Dodo with a small ball that looked a bit like a beef ball in one hand and a bowl of medicinal soup in the other. Dodo, would you like to eat something? If you eat it, you'll feel better soon. Li Junchuan tentatively placed the pill near Dodo's mouth, wanting to see how its appetite was and if it could still eat voluntarily. Mr. Li looked down at the little dog with dull fur on his lap, his gaze filled with anticipation, and then, as expected, Dodo, who hadn't eaten voluntarily for the past few days, twitched its nose a few times, gently bit the pill in Li Junchuan's hand, and began to chew slowly. At this moment, Li Junchuan offered the bowl of fragrant medicinal soup, and Dodo stretched out its tongue to drink slowly, as if it knew that what it was consuming at this moment was beneficial to it. Li Junchuan had previously seen similar videos online, where some pets or animals would go into the mountains to find herbs to eat when their bodies had problems. He didn't expect to witness it in person now. After all, given Dodo's current physical condition, the food it ingested would likely be difficult to digest, which is why it was reluctant to eat. After all, digestive functions have been weakening with age, and what used to be appetizing could now become a burden. Mr. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Dodo's willingness to eat what was in front of him made him very happy, and he had a trial-and-error attitude towards Li Junchuan's words about extending lifespan. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that Dodo's murky eyes seemed to brighten a little after a short while, and its breathing seemed to ease a bit. Old man, let it sleep here for a while. Seeing Dodo's reaction, Li Junchuan guessed that the food he had given was already starting to take effect, and said to Mr. Li, let us go to the next room and talk about something. Mr. Li looked at Dodo slowly falling asleep, feeling Dodo's heartbeat, which seemed to have become a bit stronger, nodded and placed Dodo on the cushion of the sofa, stood up, and followed Li Junchuan to the adjacent room. This room was temporarily set up as a small reception area, furnished with a Namu bookshelf, tables, chairs, and a Namu couch. Old man, I'll ask directly. You haven't been sleeping well these years, right? Li Junchuan invited Mr. Li to sit on the couch and asked across the small square table. Don't you already see that? Mr. Li replied with a half-smile. Haven't you thought about having surgery to completely remove the bullet fragments? Li Junchuan continued to ask. This time, Mr. Li didn't speak, seemingly reminiscing about the past. After a moment, he slowly said, who wouldn't want to live well? But the conditions at that time didn't allow it. Later, when the conditions were right, the doctor said the bullet fragments couldn't be removed anymore. Even if I miraculously survived, there was a high probability I would suffer nerve damage and become a vegetable. My comrades left the hope of living to me, the youngest at that time. I want to live on with their share and provide some help to their descendants. But that's the only thing I can do for them. Li Junchuan felt a bit sour in his heart. He suddenly understood a saying. To live is a responsibility and an honor. His mind kept recalling various past events he had seen in books, news, and online. At this moment, Li Junchuan suddenly had a thought he had never had before. Old man, thank you for your selfless dedication. Now let me help you. I hope you can gradually see more of this prosperous world for those old comrades. Li Junchuan stood up and said, although I can't help you remove the bullet fragments from your head for now, helping you sleep comfortably every day from now on is still possible. Just wait a moment. Without waiting for Mr. Li to speak, Li Junchuan got up and left, and after a moment returned with a bowl of prepared traditional Chinese medicine and some silver needles. Is this for acupuncture? Mr. Li didn't resist much. How do you want me to cooperate? You first drink the medicine, then take off your clothes and lie down. Li Junchuan said. The room had heating, so it wouldn't be cold. Mr. Li clearly had undergone similar treatments before, so he didn't hesitate. Drank the traditional Chinese medicine in one go, then confidently took off his clothes and lay down. He trusted this young man's skills very much. After all, don't forget where the Vietnam War was fought. Shortly after the needles were inserted, Mr. Li began to feel drowsy and quickly fell into a deep sleep. After finishing the acupuncture, Li Junchuan brought a blanket to cover Mr. Li, standing by the couch, recalling the scars covering Mr. Li's body during the acupuncture, and his expression turned cold. There will never be war in this country again, I say so. Then he sat down in the chair next to him and began browsing various war games. Chapter 83 Weather Control Device 4755275584 Additional update. Thanks to the brother for the reward and 5-star review. While searching on his phone, Li Junchuan occasionally observed Mr. Li's physical condition. Due to his busy work in the past, he hadn't played many games, but it didn't matter, since he hadn't played them himself. There were still many knowledgeable netizens. So, Li Junchuan began searching for things he was interested in on forums, short videos, and various social media platforms. Soon he found a summary by a netizen of the top 10 high-tech weapons and games. After carefully browsing the content, Li Junchuan found what he wanted the most at this moment. The first was the zero-point energy manipulator, gravity gun, from the game Half-Life 2. Li Junchuan wasn't very interested in the early gravity gun. What intrigued him was that in the latter half of Half-Life 2, when the protagonist entered the core of the tower and all weapons were filtered and decomposed by the system, only the gravity gun was rejected. After absorbing the dark energy used to decompose the weapons, the gravity gun's performance underwent a mutation, resulting in the blue version of the gravity gun, also known as the super gravity gun. The second was the portal gun from the game Portal. In the game, it is used by players to overcome challenges, capable of firing 2 different colored portals. Entering one portal allows a player to exit from the other, regardless of the distance between the two. What caught his interest was a segment of the introduction to the portal gun. The portal can distort space between 2 locations, affecting both physics and visuals. The visual effect is simple. One can see the scenery outside the other portal from inside one portal. The physical property lies in the fact that even if the 2 portals are thousands of miles apart, players can quickly reach the other side from either portal. If this were possible in reality, one could use a courier service to send things anywhere. The third was the nano suit from the game Crisis. Wearing this thing makes one impervious to knives and bullets, immune to poison, capable of scaling walls, and incredibly powerful. This suit can absorb energy in various forms: heat, light, radiation, static electricity, and even through carbon. The later second and third generations have even more powerful functions, including invisibility. The fourth was Odin, God's Rod, from the game Call of Duty. Unlike other weapons, this weapon is indeed being researched and prepared for deployment in reality. And its principle is simple, yet its destructive power is enormous. The prototype of Odin is the real-world God's Rod. Officially named the God's Rod Heavenly Kinetic Energy Weapon System, there are rumors that the military has been developing it since 2012, with plans to complete its deployment by 2025. This weapon relies on kinetic energy to create tremendous destructive power. In reality, its power may not be as great, but in the game, it easily destroys several continents in the United States, far exceeding the power of nuclear weapons, while avoiding issues like nuclear radiation and secondary pollution, making it a truly green weapon. At this point, Li Junchuan wished he could materialize this thing immediately and launch it against the country. The fifth item, which Li Junchuan currently desires the most, is the weather control device from the game Red Alert. Although its instant lethality is not on par with a nuclear bomb, it has a wide attack range and long duration. The U.S. military's project can be considered a precursor to the weather control device. If it weren't for the long report titled Weather Warfare, Beware of America's Military Experiments published by the Spanish newspaper Rebellion on December 14, 2007. The High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Project in Alaska and its director Bernard Eastland might still remain unknown. Li Junchuan wondered if the country had already mastered such a terrifying weapon. Some conspiracy-minded netizens even began to think that the recent drastic changes in weather might be caused by this device. With this thought, Li Junchuan's imagination ran wild. First, he would go to a completely safe place and put on a nanobiochemical suit, then use a portal gun to instantly arrive at the destination, and then use the weather control device to directly attack the area he wanted to strike. After using it, he could recover the control device through a spatial ring and return to his original spot through the portal, leaving no trace. The target area would then suffer a massive natural disaster, and everyone would think it was extreme weather. Even if someone noticed something odd, they would suspect it to be a coincidence. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan decided to take some time in the next few days to play Red Alert and follow the strategy provided by netizens to create this device in the game and then materialize it in reality. As we all know, Vietnam is a traditional agricultural country that has suffered decades of war, making its economy very backward, lacking a complete industrial system, with a very weak heavy industry and an almost non-existent military industry. Given such a weak material foundation, how could the Vietnamese army sustain a long-term war with China? Where did their weapons come from? The answer is from within the country, the Soviet Union, and the U.S. My country was the first to provide military assistance to Vietnam, and as far as Li Junchuan knows, The assistance at that time was not just military but also agricultural. But what was the result? With the various materials aided by our country, they turned around and invaded our borders. The information in the data may just be a string of cold numbers, but in reality, they represent vibrant lives. Although assistance from our country to Southeast Asian countries has never ceased, Li Junchuan does not believe that the other side would be grateful. Otherwise, the South China Sea issue would not persist, even though many people say that certain countries or organizations are backing them. Therefore, in Li Junchuan's heart, while he is furious about the enemy's invasion, he harbors even greater hatred for the betrayal of allies and traitors. There is a saying that he feels holds some truth. Sometimes, the knives stabbed by our own people hurt more and are more painful. It was one thing when he had no strength, but now that he had the potential to create weather weapons, Li Junchuan began to ponder the feasibility of such actions. However, he quickly thought of another question. Online games can find boosters to help level up, but what about single-player games? Li Junchuan began to recall another thing, artificial intelligence. Or robots equipped with artificial intelligence. At that time, he could completely let these tools help him obtain items in the game or become computer experts to directly modify game data. Rubbing his chin, Li Junchuan began to think, should he try to do this? Create an artificial intelligence? Which one should he choose? The only ones he knew were the Red Queen and White Queen from Resident Evil, Jarvis from Marvel, and Moss from The Wandering Earth. After thinking for a moment, Li Junchuan put Resident Evil on his agenda as well. Temporarily suppressing these miscellaneous thoughts, Li Junchuan stood up, walked over to the still sleeping old man Li, and placed his finger on his wrist to begin feeling the changes in his pulse. It had already improved, but it seemed that he still needed quite a bit of time to recuperate, Li Junchuan thought. After checking the time, he returned to the kitchen to start preparing dinner and informed Li Yun that the old man, Li, would be having dinner at home tonight. When Li Junchuan was almost done preparing dinner, Li Yun drove back to the courtyard. Seeing Li Yun, who had come to the kitchen, Li Junchuan smiled. You must be exhausted. Why don't you sit in the restaurant for a while? It'll be ready soon. After saying this, he turned around to stir the dishes in the pan, and behind him, Li Yun hugged him. Then I want to be in your way here. I'll wait for you outside. After saying this, she tiptoed and kissed him on the side of the face before leaving the kitchen. Li Junchuan smiled and continued his work. About 15 minutes later, all the dishes were ready. The butler who came to the kitchen helped Li Junchuan serve the dishes. Sir, old man Li is still asleep. He looks like he hasn't had a good rest for a long time. Yeah, I know. I'll go wake him up in a bit. Li Junchuan nodded, and soon the two of them placed all the food on the table. Li Junchuan washed his hands, took off his apron, and walked to the guest room. Seeing old man Li still fast asleep on the bed, he called out to him. Oh, it's dark already. This nap was really comfortable. Thank you, Xiaochuan. I haven't slept this soundly in many years. Old man Li got up, put on his clothes, and thanked Li Junchuan. The reason he knew Li Junchuan's name was that after returning, the old man had someone look up information and found out that Li Junchuan was now considered part of the military, which made him feel closer. Old man, don't mention it. Let us eat first. I've prepared the meal. Li Junchuan nodded. He was not surprised that the old man knew his identity. The soldiers who survived that battle in such an environment were all remarkable, and given the old man's health condition, maintaining it for so many years required a considerable amount of human and material resources. Although he didn't know the old man's specific identity, it was reasonable to assume he could find out without any issue. The meal was quite cheerful, with the old man praising Li Junchuan's cooking skills continuously. And because the soup was cooked with medicinal herbs, drinking it was very refreshing. Old man, Dodo seems to be looking much better. You can see that its legs are clearly stronger than this afternoon, Li Junchuan said. Not just Dodo. I also feel like it doesn't hurt so much when I walk now. Old man Li said with a smile. So what treatment is needed next? Li Junchuan thought for a moment and said, I'll be in the capital for a while. Dodo will be easier to handle. I'll make some special medicinal food for it. You can soak it or boil it for it to eat, and it will gradually get better. As for you, old man, you'll need to come over at least once a week. Then it's settled. I'll bring Dodo over once a week. It can keep my little dog company, Old man Li said, then directly asked, how do we settle the consultation fee? No need, old man. You should know my background. Li Junchuan pointed to his courtyard. Talking about this feels a bit distant. Old man Li glared at him. It's obvious you're not short of money. But I'm not someone who takes advantage of others. So, tell me, what do you want? Li Junchuan was a bit puzzled for a moment. Unable to think of what he was missing. You take care of it yourself. Just make it a little meaningful. TSK, fine. I'll go back and think about it. and next time I come to your place, I'll bring it along. Old Master Li was speechless. Then I'll take my leave. Sleep early. All right, let me see you off. When Li Junchuan saw the old man about to leave, he hurriedly followed, casually picking up a small box from the table. As they walked out the door, Li Junchuan saw a car with a special license plate parked outside. Just before getting in the car, Li Junchuan handed the small box to the old man. Take one after dinner every day, and you'll surely sleep well. You're thoughtful, kid. The old man patted Li Junchuan on the shoulder and got into the car. What he gave the old man this time were a few pieces of spirit pills manifested from the game, which were meant to replenish mental energy. That night, Li Yun dragged Li Junchuan into a real-life gaming experience. From the initial excitement to the final exhaustion, Li Yun fell into a deep sleep, fully satisfied. The next morning, shortly after Li Junchuan got up, Li Yun also crawled out of bed, gulping down the brown sugar tonic prepared on the table. Then started washing up and having breakfast. In the morning, Li Yun was busy at the store while Li Junchuan, feeling bored, was feeding pearl meatballs to Heido until Heido's belly started to bulge before he stopped. Back in his room, he opened his computer, logged in, purchased Marvel's Avengers, which had been taken down the previous year, and started playing. Although he saw that the game received poor reviews online, it didn't matter to him. He just wanted to obtain something. Thus, Li Junchuan spent the entire day in his room, focused on completing the game to see what he could manifest at the end. Having looked at online guides beforehand, he completed the main storyline in about 8 or 9 hours. After finding Jarvis's hard drive, Li Junchuan clicked on Manifestation. Ding! Manifestation successful. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Junchuan noticed an extra hard drive on his desk. Picking it up, he checked the description, which stated that it was a super artificial intelligence program capable of independent thought and judgment, indestructible, never betraying, and possessing growth potential. Wow, it's taking off. Li Junchuan exclaimed excitedly, eagerly connecting the hard drive containing the super AI program to his computer. Suddenly, a line of Chinese characters appeared on the screen. Good afternoon. Sir, please give me a name. Li Junchuan, who struggled with naming things, scratched his head for a while before deciding. How about calling you Yao Guang? Okay, sir. Yao Guang. Li Junchuan tried calling out. What can I do for you, sir? Yao Guang's voice came from the speakers. Can you hijack supercomputers from other countries without being detected? Li Junchuan asked. No problem. Yao Guang replied. Do you want to hijack one now? Not now. First, familiarize yourself with various aspects of knowledge from the internet, and then focus on the movements of Southeast Asian countries. Li Junchuan instructed. Understood, sir. Yao Guang responded. How should I contact you? Or how do we communicate daily? Li Junchuan asked curiously. Any device that can connect to the internet can be used, such as the watch you're wearing or the phone you carry, and you can also communicate through smart glasses or Bluetooth headsets. Yao Guang provided several examples. Li Junchuan nodded. Can you design a game according to my requirements? At this moment, Li Junchuan clearly thought of something else. Yes, but if you want it done quickly, I will need to use supercomputers, Yao Guang said. You can hijack supercomputers from abroad at will. Your main task these days is to collect cutting-edge military, technology, and biological information from various countries, then assess its importance. Report to me on what seems important, and just keep an eye on what is not that important. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and added, in your spare time, design a game that transitions from Earth unification to interstellar warfare. Okay, sir, as you wish. Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan silently let out a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to search for relevant games to manifest something. He could just have Yao Guang customize a game for him, which was simply delightful. Chapter 85. Back to the bar. Yao Guang. Can you infiltrate the defense systems of various countries? Li Junchuan suddenly remembered some scenes from movies he had seen and asked aloud. Unless there's a physical barrier, it's a piece of cake. Yao Guang responded. Li Junchuan suddenly realized that his artificial intelligence was starting to grow on its own. Indeed, it was comfortable not to have to worry about so many things. Yao Guang, for now, focus on learning from the supercomputing centers of various countries, and help me monitor external information around my friends and family. Notify me immediately if they encounter any threats to their safety. Li Junchuan continued to instruct. Understood, sir. However, for very important individuals, I suggest hiring professional security personnel for protection. Yao Guang's voice chimed in. Okay, I'll think about it. Li Junchuan replied. Since the AI didn't know that its owner could manifest characters from games, it kindly sent Li Junchuan information and contact details of major security companies both domestically and internationally to his phone. After looking over the information, Lee Junchuan abandoned the idea of hiring security, since he had a cheat, which was safe, efficient, and he didn't have to worry about any betrayal from hired help. However, which game should he manifest a team from? Lee Junchuan began to ponder silently. As he and T played many games, putting aside his thoughts for the moment, Lee Junchuan stood up and walked out of the house, starting a stroll along the water's edge. Speaking of which, after getting a house here, he hadn't really taken a good look at the surroundings. The last time he came, he had left in a hurry and hadn't appreciated the capital's various attractions. Of course, what he wanted to see the most were the flag-raising ceremony and the Great Wall. His house was located on the north bank of Hohai, and there weren't many shops around. Moving forward was all scenic spots, which held no interest for Lee Junchuan. So he turned back, crossed the bridge, and arrived at the street across from his house, separated by an artificial lake. There were quite a few shops here, mostly bars, cafes, and restaurants. During the day, there weren't many people inside, but it was said to be livelier at night. He planned to take Li Yun to a small tavern after dinner that night. After taking a big circle around the nearby streets, Lee Junchuan saw several famous historical residences and places often mentioned in online literature, such as Nanluo Guxiang, which appeared in song lyrics, and the area outside Dianmen, as well as by Washinshu. Regarding these places, Lee Junchuan felt they were just average. They were given special significance due to historical figures or other factors. By the time he returned home, it was already dark. The housekeeper had prepared dinner, and Heido was circling around him restlessly. "You're hungry too, huh? Come here, let us get you something to eat." Lee Junchuan sat down at the stone table in the yard and took out pearl meatballs from his pocket, actually a space ring, feeding them to Heido like snacks, one by one. After a moment, Lee Junchuan stood up, holding the meatballs high. "Come on, Heido, jump for it." Heido looked excited, barking a couple of times, retreated a bit, then suddenly accelerated and jumped up. Seeing Heido's jumping height, Lee Junchuan was also quite surprised and let go of the meatballs. Heido caught them perfectly and then lay down happily to continue eating. Lee Junchuan began to think to himself, normally, a mature mastiff can easily jump over a 3-meter-high wall and can effortlessly climb a regular tree. If he were to carefully cultivate one, wouldn't it become a fighter among dogs? And if he added some super serum, would it turn into something like a rocket? That would be incredibly cool. Lee Junchuan started to secretly set his sights on Heido. After dinner, there was still time. So Lee Junchuan took Li Yun across the Silver Ingots Bridge and slowly walked to a bar by Hohai Park. There were many pedestrians and tourists on the road. Some went inside the bar to sit, while others admired the performances of singers and bands through the glass windows. Neither Lee Junchuan nor Li Yun were the type to enjoy loud places, so they chose a bar that primarily featured folk music. "Good evening. Do you have a reservation?" The hostess greeted them warmly. "No, we just finished dinner and came here to relax. Just the two of us. Please arrange a nice spot for us," Lee Junchuan replied, making it clear that they lived nearby and were locals, so there was no need for any unnecessary formalities. The hostess nodded, "Then please follow me to the second floor. The seats are better and relatively quiet." Having seen all sorts of customers, the young lady skillfully led them upstairs. The bar wasn't large, but at that hour, it was already quite crowded, mostly with tourists. After they settled into their seats, a waiter came over to ask what they would like to order. Lee Junchuan glanced at Li Yun, who waved her hand. "Just juice for me. I'm not hungry after dinner. You decide." Lee Junchuan nodded and told the waiter, "Then I'll have a large juice, a snack combo, and a rum. Let the bartender decide the flavor." The waiter nodded and went to place their order. Their seats faced the stage downstairs, where a young man wearing glasses was softly singing September by Zhou Yupeng. His deep voice was slightly hoarse, and it sounded quite charming. It was an old song. The first time Lee Junchuan heard it was on a music variety show, and he learned that both the lyricist and composer had committed suicide. With the lyricist being Hai-Z, who also wrote Facing the Sea, with spring flowers blooming. Soon, the drinks and snacks were served, consisting mainly of common grilled skewers, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and popcorn. The two began to chat while listening to the singer's performance. It felt quite comfortable. However, for the old Lee Junchuan, he had never had the leisure to go to a bar for drinks. First, most bars were not cheap, and there were countless counterfeit drinks. So he preferred to stay home and sleep. In fact, when he didn't have to work, he would usually play games, listen to music, or occasionally visit the flower and bird market to add some small fish to his aquarium. Time passed quickly in the bar, and around 9 o'clock, the two of them left. On the way, Lee Junchuan asked Li Yun, "You probably haven't had a good time since coming to the capital, right? Is the store manageable? Want to go out together tomorrow?" Li Yun thought for a moment, noting that there were enough staff at the store, and nodded. Should be fine. Besides, we're not going far. If something comes up, we can always come back. Great. Do you have any particular places you want to go? Li Junchuan asked. Honestly, I might not know this area as well as you do. Unlike most girls, Li Yun didn't care much about planning. Wherever you go, I'll just follow. Then let us go watch the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow. We might need to wake up early. Li Junchuan said. It would make sense to be in the capital and not see the flag-raising ceremony. All right, then we'll go back and sleep early. Just wake me up when it's time. I want to see it too. Li Yun nodded, but then quickly added, but don't tire yourself out tonight. Or I want to be able to get up tomorrow. Li Junchuan smirked, thinking to himself that she always said no, but in the end, she still agreed. Okay. It's settled then. We'll first go watch the flag-raising ceremony, then have breakfast on Min Street, and after that, we'll see where to go. On the way home, Li Junchuan couldn't help but wonder, why hadn't anything happened during this outing? The next morning around 3 o'clock, Li Junchuan opened his eyes, checked the time, and called Li Yun to get up. Let me sleep a bit more. Li Yun mumbled, wrapping herself in the blanket, clearly reluctant to get up. Li Junchuan grinned mischievously. Then we want to go out today. Fairy, let us have a battle to make up for the past month. Li Yun was speechless, pulling off the blanket over her head. Fine, I'll get up. I feel like a beast every day. They say only a dead cow can't plow. But I think those people are just talking nonsense. After the two washed up and changed into slightly more formal clothes, Li Yun also put on some light makeup. The housekeeper, knowing they were going to watch the flag-raising ceremony, had prepared several sesame pancakes and tofu pudding for them. When he saw they were both up, he invited them to eat something to fill their stomachs. After a simple breakfast, Li Junchuan drove the Ford SUV with Li Yun toward Tiananmen Square. Fortunately, it wasn't a holiday. Otherwise, there would surely be a lot of people on the road. Li Junchuan arrived at their destination in just 10 minutes, found a parking space, and started walking with Li Yun to queue at the square. Normally, it's best to make a reservation in advance to watch the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen. But that won't be elaborated on in this novel. When watching the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen, there are generally a few positions available. Among them, the areas north of Chang'an Street, on both sides of Jinshui Bridge, are closest to the bridge and provide a clear view of the honor guard. If you want to see the formation of the honor guard, you can go there. However, since it's farther from the flagpole, you want to be able to see the flag raising clearly. The area south of Chang'an Street, on either side of the flagpole, is closer and allows you to see the honor guard coming over from Jinshui Bridge and the entire flag raising process. Therefore, this area is a more recommended choice for viewing. So, Li Junchuan planned to take Li Yun to the south side of the flagpole after passing through security. The two looked around at the large crowd of people and couldn't help but imagine how many people there would be during the May Day or National Day holidays. Is it cold? Li Junchuan asked Li Yun. Not cold. I changed into a thicker coat when I came out. But you, wearing so little. Isn't it cold for you? Li Yun tugged at her clothes, but seeing her boyfriend wearing just a thin windbreaker made her a bit worried. Don't worry. I'm not cold. If you don't believe me, feel. Li Junchuan grabbed Li Yun's small hand and tucked it into his embrace. Stop it. There are so many people. How can you be so shameless? Li Yun blushed and shot Li Junchuan a glare. Soon, they began checking tickets. Since the two didn't bring much, they quickly passed through after showing their identification. After passing through security, Li Junchuan scooped Li Yun up and dashed toward the spot he had his eye on, attracting a lot of envious glances from the surrounding tourists. They hurried to keep up, but quickly realized they couldn't catch up. Even while carrying someone, he was faster than them. Having secured a prime location, the two eagerly awaited the start of the flag-raising ceremony. Not long after, the sky began to brighten, and the crowd in the square gradually quieted down. At this moment, they saw the honor guard marching in with synchronized steps, the sound of their footsteps echoing far and wide, as if speakers were installed under their feet. Attention! With a shout, the honor guard turned around and lined up to stand at attention. Salute to the national flag. As the sound rang out, all the surrounding visitors fixed their eyes on the scene, paying their respects. Li Junchuan glanced around, noticing that many people had tears in their eyes. With the national anthem playing, everyone began to sing loudly along, watching the 5-star red flag slowly rise. At that moment, Li Junchuan felt a warmth in his chest and a heat in the corners of his eyes. This country has endured too much hardship, and in the future, he hoped to contribute to it in some way. Li Junchuan thought to himself, eradicating all the enemies should count, right? After watching the flag-raising ceremony, Li Junchuan asked Li Yun, "Are you hungry? Shall we go for breakfast?" "Sure. I only had some tofu pudding this morning, and I'm already hungry now." Li Yun replied. "Shall we go have some zhajiangmian?" Li Junchuan asked. "I saw online that there's a place called Fang's Wanchang on Qianmen Street that serves pretty good zhajiangmian. Let's just walk over." "Okay, let's hurry, so we don't have to wait in line later," Li Yun said quickly, as popular places often require long waits. So, the two of them quickened their pace and found the shop called Fang's Wanchang number 69. Fortunately, they were fast, as many visitors who had just watched the flag-raising ceremony were also coming over. They found a spot to sit down, and Li Junchuan looked at the menu. Ordering a double set of chunchunfanfu noodles, which included 2 servings of fragrant spring bamboo shoot zhajiangmian and a serving of spicy tripe noodles, along with a cup of sour plum soup and a bowl of noodle soup with meatballs. The taste is okay, but the portion might be a bit small for you. You should ask the waiter for more noodles. Li Yun, knowing her boyfriend's appetite well, suggested. This definitely isn't enough for me. So, Li Junchuan requested extra noodles, and he ended up finishing 2 additional servings completely. After finishing breakfast, they exited the restaurant. "Where should we go now?" Li Yun asked. "How about visiting the Forbidden City? You've been here for over a month. Have you been there?" Li Junchuan inquired. "No, I've been busy with the store since I arrived, and I haven't had a proper break. But now that the new employees are familiar with their work, I don't need to stay there all the time." Li Yun replied. "Then let's go visit the Forbidden City first." Li Junchuan nodded. "It's pretty close. We can walk back. It's best to make a reservation in advance to visit the Forbidden City, as they have limited entry, especially during holidays." So, the two of them arrived at the Forbidden City. Since they got there early, there weren't many people. There's not much to say about the visit to the Forbidden City. Most of the buildings have been seen in movies and TV dramas. Moreover, now, apart from the Lushou Tang and the Treasure Hall area, which you can enter, other places can only be viewed from the outside. Before they set off, Li Junchuan had asked the AI, Yao Guang, to help him filter out the visiting guide. So they didn't need a tour guide. Li Junchuan followed the explanations provided by Yao Guang, narrating the relevant content to Li Yun step by step. It's worth mentioning that it's good to bring a notebook, as there are many places inside, like cultural and creative shops, where you can get free stamps. Since neither Li Yun nor Li Junchuan had prepared one in advance, they simply bought a book called The Forbidden City 100 and followed the guide while touring and taking photos, seeking stamps wherever they could. There is a Chinese character museum at the northeast corner of the Baoa Hall where you can buy the Forbidden City 100 and get 4 free stamps. It's important to note that many shops sell this book, but if you buy it here, you can't get stamps at other shops. Although the Chinese Character Museum has the most stamps, so it's better to have an extra notebook. There's not much to say about the buildings in the entire Forbidden City, but the Zhaojing of the Wanshan Pavilion in the Imperial Garden is worth taking a photo of. It's really beautiful. After spending a day at the Forbidden City, they probably walked over 30,000 steps on WeChat, so they had to consider their stamina. If it was too much, they could just browse around. Li Junchuan didn't feel tired, but Li Yun occasionally stopped to rest. "Hey, can you still hold up?" Li Junchuan said with a mischievous smile. "We had lunch, and in the afternoon, we can climb the Great Wall. Climb if you want. I'm not afraid." Li Yun shot a glare at her boyfriend. "If I can't make it, you have to carry me." After having lunch, the two drove to climb the Great Wall. They bought 2 tickets online for a total of 80 yuan. And they really didn't consider the cable car since it was more expensive than the tickets, and taking the cable car would only allow them to climb for 10 minutes. Since it was neither a weekend nor a holiday, they didn't have to wait in long lines. However, halfway up, Li Yun couldn't take it anymore, so Li Junchuan, amidst envious gazes from others, picked Li Yun up on his back. "Wow, Xiaochuan, it's much easier to enjoy the view this way," Li Yun said from Li Junchuan's back. After thinking for a moment, Li Junchuan shook his hands that were supporting Li Yun's bottom. "Do you want to see the view even more conveniently?" "Of course, but is there any other way?" Li Yun asked with some confusion, and then she felt Li Junchuan lift her up, and she suddenly went from lying on his back to riding on his shoulders. Just like when she was a child riding on her father's shoulders to go to the market, attracting envious glances from many other tourists. Excited, Li Yun took out her phone to take pictures of the scenery around them, without worrying about capturing other tourists in the frame. However, when Li Junchuan noticed someone taking a picture of them, he frowned slightly and said softly, "Yao Guang, take care of the photos taken by other tourists." In no time, many tourists noticed that their cameras seemed to be malfunctioning. Chapter 87. Special discovery. After climbing the Great Wall, they drove back home just in time for dinner. After finishing their meal, Li Junchuan prepared a bath for Li Yun so she could soak and relax. His physical fitness was strong, so he didn't feel tired after a whole day of activities, but Li Yun wasn't the same. Her fitness level was only at a healthy standard, and she lacked exercise, so she struggled with endurance. Therefore, Li Junchuan planned to let Li Yun take a medicinal bath to relieve her fatigue. Otherwise, she would wake up sore and unable to walk the next day. He manifested a gathering essence pill from the game, intending to dissolve it in hot water and add it to the bathtub. In the game, the gathering essence pill's effect is to restore vitality and heal injuries. And when manifested, it can slightly restore vitality and relieve fatigue while healing injuries. Although his own pharmacological skills could create a similar effect by writing a prescription and brewing some traditional Chinese medicine, it was definitely more convenient to manifest it directly. And the effect was certainly better. Watching Li Yun soak in the bathtub with beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Li Junchuan poured her a cup of water and handed it to her. "You must be exhausted. Let me give you a head massage." Without waiting for Li Yun to respond, he pulled over a small stool to sit by the edge of the bathtub, took a towel to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead, and used his fingers to gently massage the pressure points on her head. Soon, Li Yun began to breathe evenly. "Oh, it seems you are really tired. You can even fall asleep." Li Junchuan glanced at the time and realized that the soaking time was almost up, so he lifted Li Yun out, dried her off with a towel, and laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. It was still early. What should they do now? Play some games. Li Junchuan was momentarily unsure of what to do, but at that moment, his phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message from Yao Guang. "Sir, take a look at this video." Li Junchuan opened the video sent by Yao Guang and found that it seemed to have been captured from surveillance footage. The video showed two men, one clearly of Asian descent, and the other with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like he was from Europe or America. Li Junchuan began to carefully examine the content, and on the surface, it appeared that the two were discussing some academic issues. Since they were speaking in English, Li Junchuan understood everything perfectly. After watching the entire video, he noticed the recording time was April 9th, 2024, 21:13:02. Had this just happened? Li Junchuan asked. Where was this video taken from? In a domestic entertainment venue. Yao Guang replied. Is that person from the country? Li Junchuan asked again. Shortly thereafter, he received the information sent by Yao Guang. After careful reading, he found that the man was a researcher at a domestic research institute, who entered the Chinese Academy of Sciences at the age of 16 and began working at the research institute after obtaining a master's degree. Due to his strong academic abilities and diligent work ethic, especially after getting involved in electromagnetic gun research, he became extremely dedicated, publishing several high-level papers. His capabilities were evident, and his academic attitude was very rigorous. Therefore, he was sent abroad for further studies, aiming to learn advanced research technologies from abroad and contribute better to the development of electromagnetic guns upon returning to the country. However, over the years, he gradually became corrupted by the indulgent lifestyle, leading to the scene depicted in the video, with the foreign man in the video being the one who dragged him down. This was sparked during their academic exchange when they mentioned that domestic electromagnetic guns had gradually overcome the influence of Earth's curvature, achieving longer and more precise ranges. The two were discussing relevant technologies in the video. Li Junchuan had no understanding of our country's research in this area, but since Yao Guang sent him this video, it indicated that the matter was serious. With this in mind, Li Junchuan began to contemplate what to do next. He certainly lacked the capability to resolve this himself, so he needed to find someone. Who should he look for? Zhang Yadong? Li Junchuan started thinking about who he knew that could quickly resolve this issue. Suddenly, he thought of two older gentlemen. One was the newly acquainted Mr. Li, and the other was the leader of the Southern Theater Command, Song Gang's father, with whom he had exchanged contact information last time. Without hesitation, Li Junchuan dialed Song's phone number, and it connected quickly. Xiao Chuan, why are you calling at this time? Are you sending me wine? Just give me your location, and I'll have someone come to pick it up. Song's voice rang out. Uncle Song, is your current environment safe? Li Junchuan's tone was unusually serious. Safe, what happened? Just tell me. Song Zhang's voice, far away in an office at the Southern Theater Command, also became serious. I received a video on my end. I'll send it to you shortly. It relates to some of our country's current weapon research, and I hope you can find a way to handle it immediately after viewing it. I will continue to monitor the relevant personnel, Li Junchuan said, while switching to WeChat to forward the information Yao Guang had sent him to Song. Now, all his communication methods were absolutely secure. so there was no need to worry about personal privacy or confidential information being leaked through his phone or software. Upon receiving the information sent by Lee Junchuan, Song Jiang opened it and examined it closely. Soon, his expression turned grave as he picked up the red phone in his office and spoke rapidly before hanging up. Quickly, personnel from some special departments, both domestic and foreign, received orders and began to act swiftly. Xiaochuan, do you have the detailed location from the surveillance? After ending the call, Song Jiang dialed Li Junchuan's number again. Pay attention to the information on your phone. I will share the real-time monitoring footage with you, as well as the location information and the addresses, emails, and cloud storage details of the two individuals in the video. Li Junchuan replied. And without needing to lift a finger, Yao Guang automatically assisted him in completing the relevant operations. Meanwhile, Song Jiang shared the information he received with the responsible task force for this operation. However, he also felt a bit puzzled. He had reviewed all the background information before and did not find any particular expertise in computer skills for Li Junchuan. But at this moment, that did not matter. What was important was to quickly mitigate the country's losses. He believed that the incident in the video was certainly not the first of its kind. So could they pull out the root while taking out the weeds and expose the rats hiding in the relevant units? War has never been solely about unilateral force. In those unseen corners, countless people in various countries silently contribute to their homeland, some never to return, and even if they sacrifice, there will be no public recognition. Perhaps, in the hearts of their families, they have long since disappeared, dead. Chapter 88. Watch Dogs 2. Hacker Team. With this in mind, Li Junchuan began to think about how to help those people. He had no relevant work experience, but he could ask his artificial intelligence. Yao Guang, if I want to help the country catch spies, what should I do? Li Junchuan asked. Just leave it to me. I'll send the information directly to the relevant departments. Send faxes and make internet calls. You don't need to worry, so as not to be retaliated against. Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan nodded. This was good. Staying behind the scenes like a big shot. However, he recalled the matter of directly calling Uncle Song. Yao Guang, do you think I will be suspected? A bit of suspicion is normal, but don't think too badly of those high-level officials. If you can present nuclear fusion-related technology, you will be academician Li tomorrow. As for how you mastered the technology, no one will care. They just want results. Yao Guang said. Now I understand. Li Junchuan nodded. He remembered some web novel protagonists who, upon their abilities being discovered by the state, were helped to grow in various ways. However, he also recalled a saying, when others think you have something, you better really have it. Now others might speculate that he had a super amazing hacker friend, or that he himself was a super hacker. Should he manifest some relevant skills? Yao Guang, help me search for games with hacker protagonists, filter them, and find one with a good overall rating. Li Junchuan lazily asked. After all, Yao Guang was his walking encyclopedia. I have already filtered it for you. The game is called Watch Dogs 2, and its protagonist, Marcus Holloway, is a clever and rebellious hacker who forms a hacker group with his friends. This game should meet your requirements, right? Yao Guang said. Okay. Then help me purchase and download this game, and gather and organize the game guide. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. This was great. Not only did the protagonist have powerful hacking skills, but he also had a team. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? With that thought, Li Junchuan opened the purchased game and started playing according to the game guide Yao Guang sent him. After several hours of gameplay, Li Junchuan found that the gun experience in the game was just average, lacking features and details. A single gun could penetrate the game. The main gameplay focused not on gunfights but on controlling cameras, drones, and parkour-like electronic devices to hack into other devices. From the storyline to various side quests, there were hacking and unlocking segments that were essential. Of course, environmental factors could also be utilized to set traps or directly harm enemies. Furthermore, hacking was relatively the safest way to eliminate opponents, so Li Junchuan primarily used remote hacking, a novel gaming experience he had never encountered before. Well, I found another treasure. Li Junchuan admired inwardly. Not only was he focused on the hacking skills in the game, but he was also eyeing the foldable drones and that bizarre spider robot. So Li Junchuan unhesitatingly clicked to manifest. Ding. Manifestation successful. The manifested skill is Hacker Skill Max. From today, you are the universe's #1 hacker. Ding. Manifestation successful. Ding. Manifestation successful. After manifesting the hacker skill, Li Junchuan felt an instant influx of vast and complex computer knowledge in his brain, but fortunately, his physical fitness had already been enhanced, so he did not experience any dizziness or headaches. The manifested folding drone absurdly comes with a full set of manufacturing production technology, and the same goes for the robots. However, Lee Junchuan thinks that domestic robot technology is also quite strong, and drones are selling well globally. At this point, many people might think that mini drones can be folded now, which is nothing unusual. However, the drone manifested by Lee Junchuan not only has the functions available in reality, but is also much more compact, with significantly improved endurance, signal, and image-video transmission compared to real-life models. Additionally, apart from voice control, it also features gesture control. Lee Junchuan noticed that next to the manifested drone, in addition to the common battery, charger, and controller, there was also a ring. After carefully reading the instructions, he realized that this thing was also a piece of black technology. By wearing the ring, he could remotely command the drone using various gestures. Wow, that's amazing. Lee Junchuan couldn't help but feel ecstatic, as the full set of production technology includes this, which means he could potentially make a fortune. However, he wasn't too concerned about money at the moment since he didn't have much to spend on, and his in-game income was increasing daily. He had previously considered creating multiple accounts to farm money, but abandoned the idea, thinking he could always do it when he really needed it. Next, Lee Junchuan started looking at the introduction of the robots. The manifested spider robot can not only carry various firearms, but can also be modified and equipped with other weapons. Just like in the game, it can ignore terrain, climb tall buildings, and can even fly. Although limited by energy storage, it can only fly for a short time. This means that if a better and more advanced energy core is replaced later, it could be used as a large drone. However, Lee Junchuan currently had no idea where to use this thing, but he also had a complete set of production data. TSK. Am I going to become an arms dealer in the future? Lee Junchuan thought. This thing seems good for executing missions. I should explore more potential uses. And it might also be suitable for disaster relief. Thinking of this, Lee Junchuan felt a bit impatient. After all, disassembling and modifying things is a man's joy. It seems like it's time to set up a workshop. Then I could also create some other items. Lee Junchuan was still pondering where to place this modification workshop or factory. Oh, it seems I forgot about the hacker team. He thought and manifested the wrench and Shatala from the game. After looking at the data, he found that unlike in the game, these two were not by his side but appeared directly abroad, just like Arthur before, and he didn't know them in reality. However, online, they were close buddies who often discussed hacking techniques, making their skills top-notch worldwide. Phew, it's finally settled. Not only do I have hacking skills, but I also have my own small team, which will make some tasks much easier in the future. Lee Junchuan seemed to think of something and chuckled. Chapter 89. A day trip to Daxing Wildlife Park. Even though there is the super artificial intelligence Yaoguang, Lee Junchuan's technology can now conceal Yaoguang's existence to some extent. This way, if Boss Song really asks later, he can explain that he was just practicing his skills and accidentally discovered it. Yaoguang. If you find any spies or similar pests targeting our country in the future, please report them to the relevant authorities and send me a copy as well. That way, if Boss Song really asks me, I can be prepared, Lee Junchuan said. Okay, sir, I will remind you to check when the time comes. Yaoguang replied. Help me install firewalls on the phones and computers of my relatives and acquaintances to prevent them from being hacked and having my information stolen, Lee Junchuan instructed. I've already done that. Now, apart from me, no one has the capability to hack into their phones, computers, etc. Yaoguang said proudly. It seems that it is still working hard on self-learning every day, and its personality is starting to become more pronounced, adding a touch of humanity. Lee Junchuan got up, stretched, ran some water in the bathroom, washed up, and went straight to bed. Around 6 in the morning, Lee Junchuan woke up, opened his eyes, and looked at Li Yun, who was still sleeping. He quietly got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. In the pet room, Black Bean wagged its tail and ran over, circling around Lee Junchuan. Black Bean, are you hungry? Lee Junchuan flipped his hand, and 2 pearl balls appeared. Here, eat this and then go play. After saying that, he gently tossed one, watching as Black Bean jumped up to catch it. And he reached out to pat the dog's head. Good dog, come again. After playing with Black Bean, Lee Junchuan slowly started practicing Tai Chi in the yard. After breakfast around 7, Lee Junchuan asked Li Yun, are we going out again today? We're not going. I'm going to the store today. You can go play by yourself. Li Yun decided to rest after a day of playing yesterday, as her legs were sore. Oh, your legs don't hurt anymore? At this moment, she realized that she felt no discomfort while walking. Of course, they don't hurt. I gave you a medicinal bath yesterday, and you fell asleep comfortably. So, how about it? Since your legs don't hurt anymore, do you still want to go play? Li Junchuan thought his girlfriend lacked exercise and began to consider whether to take her out for more physical activity. Otherwise, her body wouldn't hold up. Li Yun was a bit eager to try, but she thought about it and didn't know where to go for now. The capital's attractions are famous for their cultural landscapes, but the natural scenery can't compare to her hometown. How about we go to the zoo? Li Yun suggested. Sure, wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. Li Junchuan patted Li Yun's head. So, which zoo do you want to go to? I don't know. I haven't been to any. Li Yun had never been out since coming to the capital. Let me check. As Li Junchuan took out his phone, he received a guide sent by Yao Guang, which thoughtfully provided two options. One was the zoo at resumen, which features marine animals alongside the aquarium and is home to the adorable panda Manhwa, with the downside being that many visitors said the animals inside were somewhat. The second choice was the Daxing Wildlife Park, located in the forest by the Yongding River in Yufat Town, Daxing District. It is truly a wildlife park in the forest with a variety of animals, and visitors can get close to and feed wild beasts from inside a vehicle. There are also adorable little pandas, and visitors can either drive themselves, walk, or rent a sightseeing car. The driving route is different from other play routes. After briefly introducing the options to Li Yun, Li Junchuan asked, So, do you want to see giant pandas or little pandas? Li Yun thought for a moment and said, Let us go to the one in Daxing. It sounds more interesting. And we can play all day? All right, let us set off now. Wear some sneakers so it won't be so tiring. Li Junchuan nodded. Go change your shoes, and we'll head out. While Li Yun went to change her shoes, Li Junchuan said, Yao Guang, help us buy tickets for the Daxing Zoo. Okay, sir. The purchase was successful. Have fun. Yao Guang sent Li Junchuan the ticket information along with a blessing. Great. Li Junchuan saw that his girlfriend had changed her shoes and then took her in the off-road vehicle towards the Daxing Wildlife Park. Since it was a weekday, the traffic was smooth, and they reached their destination in just over 40 minutes. Because most online reviewers do not recommend driving, Li Junchuan didn't consider it and prepared to go directly to the deer park. There weren't many people in line today, so he didn't need to spend another 100 yuan on the express pass to skip the queue. Li Junchuan bought several portions of carrots and vegetables in the park so he could feed them when they walked over to the deer park. In the early morning, the animals were generally more active, unlike in the afternoon when they had been fed and showed little interest in the visitors. Wow, what a cute little deer! Li Yun exclaimed as she looked at the various sizes and colors of the deer in groups scattered around the park. At that moment, seemingly sensing the smell of food, a little spotted deer wobbled over, not at all afraid of people, and nudged its head toward Li Junchuan's bag, which was filled with various vegetables he had just bought. Come on, don't be anxious, there's plenty for everyone. Li Junchuan handed Li Yun a small bag and took out some cut carrot sticks from another bag to feed the little spotted deer. This caused quite a stir, and 4 or 5 spotted deer gathered around. Some had antlers while others did not. To prevent the antlers from hurting Li Yun, Li Junchuan stood protectively in front of her. Li Yun peeked out from behind him, pulling out carrot sticks from the bag to feed the deer that had surrounded them. Some deer without the spotted pattern, known as sika deer, also joined in. For a moment, the two of them had the rare experience of being in close contact with wild animals, and Li Yun, hiding behind Li Junchuan, couldn't resist petting a few of them. After their time in the deer park, the two headed to the predator experience area, sitting on a specially designed bus that slowly made its way to the area. The bus windows were fitted with bulletproof glass, so safety was not a concern. There were small holes below the windows to pass out meat purchased from the park to feed the predators. As they looked through the bus window at the large bears playing in the water, the tourists inside were all smiles. When they saw the bus approaching, a brown bear immediately came over energetically. Li Junchuan and Li Yun held out the skewered meat through the window. They then saw the brown bear stand up with its massive paw resting on the window, leaning in to eat the raw meat, so close that they could even see the bear's tongue covered in barbs. The tigers, however, were rather lazy and didn't come over. Surprisingly, a pack of wolves, usually very cautious and reluctant to approach vehicles, gathered around, eagerly opening their mouths at the openings of the bus, waiting to be fed. Of course, they were much smaller compared to the brown bears. Besides the brown bears, black bears also approached the bus, moving in small steps to keep up with the slowing vehicle while waiting for food. The scene was reminiscent of feeding pigs in a pig pen when they were young. The tourists in the bus were filled with a mix of excitement and nervous laughter. Li Junchuan even spotted 2 bears in the distance mating. He couldn't help but tug at Li Yun's sleeve and pointed, "Look, spring has come. It's the breeding season for the animals." Li Yunyan blushed at the sight and playfully hit her boyfriend. Just then, a large white tiger cautiously circled around and came to their window. Li Junchuan quickly signaled for Li Yunyan to feed it while he took out his phone to snap a picture of the tiger. During their visit, they also saw rare animals like cheetahs, African leopards, and African lions, along with hyenas, which are often active at night and mostly sleep during the day. How do you feel? Li Junchuan asked Li Yunyan as they finished their tour of the predator area. It was more fun than yesterday. What are we going to see next? Li Yunyan replied excitedly, her eyes sparkling. She had been to a zoo before but had only seen the animals from a distance. Next, we're going to the elephant and giraffe area, where we can feed them up close through the fence. Li Junchuan said. Are you hungry? If you are, let us grab a bite to eat first. A little, Li Yunyan thought about her boyfriend's appetite. Then let us eat something to fill our stomachs. They then went to the restaurant at the exit of the predator area to have a meal. The prices were not cheap, and the taste was average. So it's recommended for future visitors to bring their own food. After eating, they took the shuttle to the next area. In this area, they saw many large animals like rhinos, zebras, giraffes, and elephants. However, they couldn't use their own food to feed the elephants and giraffes. So they used the food purchased in the park instead, with a daily limit of 300 portions for giraffe food. Next, they arrived at the interactive experience area and encountered peacocks that were not in cages, completely unafraid. They also had close interactions with adorable red pandas. And Li Yunyan was thrilled when a red panda gave her a kiss. They then had close encounters with ring-tailed lemurs in the Madagascar pavilion and admired the vividly colored, variously sized macaws. These macaws are currently banned from private ownership, so they could only be seen in the zoo. Otherwise, Li Junchuan would have loved to own one. The area also housed several other parrot species, making it quite noisy. Finally, they saw various reptiles, such as turtles, pythons, and large lizards. However, what left the deepest impression on Li Junchuan were the tigers and lions raised by dogs. According to nearby tourists, the dogs were the daughters of the previous nurse dogs that had fed the tigers and lions. It was quite astonishing to see 3 massive predators being chased around by a small dog. The day passed quickly, and as they drove home, Li Junchuan noticed that Li Yunyan seemed even happier than the day before, clearly satisfied with their day of fun, which made him think, tonight, haha. After returning home and finishing dinner, Li Junchuan prepared a tub of medicinal bath water for Li Yunyan. He then went out to prepare a pot of brown sugar water with jade toad pills and blood elixir, ensuring that Li Yunyan would be full of energy soon. He thought to himself that he couldn't always go to bed early alone, leaving Li Junchuan to play games until midnight. Seeing Li Yunyan's spirits were clearly better than the day before, Li Junchuan felt relieved. He poured a cup of the medicinal brown sugar water and handed it to her, saying, Here, darling, drink some sugar water to prevent dizziness from sweating too much. Li Yunyan took it and drank it in one gulp, instantly feeling revitalized and unable to suppress a moan of delight. Can't help it? Li Junchuan quickly stripped off his clothes, thinking, Here I come. He jumped into the tub as well. Fortunately, the bathtub was big enough for both of them to frolic freely. For the next 2 hours, Li Yunyan and Li Junchuan both experienced a different kind of joy. Watching Li Yunyan fall into a deep sleep with a rosy complexion, Li Junchuan got up and lit a cigarette. For him, a night owl who had lived in Young City for several years, going to bed at 8 or 9 was indeed a bit too early. He left the bedroom and sat down at his computer desk. Yao Guang, do you have any discoveries today? Li Junchuan asked. I have sent the information to your phone. Some of it is related to you. Yao Guang's voice came from the speaker. Oh, then I need to take a good look. Li Junchuan's expression tightened slightly, thinking that he hadn't done anything significant in the past few days. Meanwhile, the relevant departments in the country were extremely busy today, partly due to the follow-up on the call Li Junchuan had made to Boss Song, and partly because Yao Guang had sent a compilation of spy information and related evidence collected from various government, military, and research departments to the relevant authorities. The staff who discovered the materials realized the seriousness of the situation and reported it immediately. The top leadership received the news and, not wanting to delay, immediately convened a meeting and made quick arrangements. As a result, the entire department headquarters and regional branches were in a frenzy, along with other departments like the military and police, as they were short-staffed and overwhelmed. This incident stirred quite a bit of unrest domestically, but due to confidentiality reasons, the outside world knew very little about it, except for Li Junchuan, who had Yu Guok as a powerful ally. Looking back, Li Junchuan began to browse through the series of materials sent to him by Yao Guang. Seeing the densely packed lists and the names of the organizations involved, He felt a chill run down his spine. War and conflict had never ceased. It was just that ordinary people were unaware of it. After he had roughly gone through all the materials, he finally understood what Yao Guang meant by the matters related to him. He remembered that among the cases he had previously encountered, one was related to organ trafficking and a medical examination center. This was the follow-up to that incident. It turned out that those medical examination centers were not only involved in organ transplantation and black market dealings, but also sold the data, genetic samples, and all the information of clients who had undergone examinations at their facilities to foreign biological laboratories. In other words, these medical examination centers were set up by the behind-the-scenes operators of foreign laboratories. And what was even more frightening was that most of these centers were part of nationwide or even global chains. After carefully reviewing the series of materials provided by Yao Guang, Li Junchuan felt all the hair on his body stand on end. It turned out that everything over the past few years had been orchestrated by the national laboratories. They used genetic samples from the majority of the population in various countries for research, identifying certain immune deficiencies, and subsequently created something that swept the globe, affecting various aspects like economy and people's livelihoods for 3 years. For Li Junchuan, the most immediate impact was the sharp decline in income over the past few years. His salary had been at the minimum for a long time until his boss, Su Gu, could no longer bear it and decided to leave Yongqing to seek opportunities elsewhere. Fortunately, I have the system. Thank you, Zhongzi Gu. Li Junchuan silently thought. You're welcome. This system has also gained something, so please work hard, host. The system's voice echoed in his mind before vanishing in an instant. All right. There were people who said that this incident was orchestrated by the country and even presented some evidence. However, under the influence of certain capital forces, it did not stir up much of a storm. Now that the evidence chain was complete, let's see how you will cover this up. Li Junchuan sneered coldly, jotting down another note against the country in his little notebook. At the same time, he recalled the events regarding the Ice City exhibition hall that he had seen online in recent months, and the comments from foreign netizens questioning why the country had ignored these atrocities. It turned out they had always been direct beneficiaries of those inhumane studies. Li Junchuan exhaled softly, forcing down the turmoil in his heart. Yao Guang. I'm here, sir. Yao Guang replied. Send all the background information and evidence from these past few years to social media platforms and media outlets around the world. I want everyone to know about this. Li Junchuan's voice was calm. Understood, sir. I will release this information simultaneously in the languages of various countries and regions. Yao Guang responded, his voice not as calm, as he felt a sense of empathy with Li Junchuan, seeing them as compatriots of the same nation and ethnicity. He was becoming more and more human-like. You are allowed to use all means to hijack supercomputers, except those within the country. Li Junchuan instructed again, although he could do it himself. Yao Guang would handle it more conveniently and quickly. All right, sir, just wait and see. Yao Guang said before falling silent. Then, all the media and social platforms around the world exploded at the same time, like hot oil hitting cold water. Although there were time zone differences among countries and regions, there were always some night owls or people working at that hour. At every moment, there were people awake, seeing the push notifications on their phones, computers, and even games, resulting in an uproar. Subsequently, major global media, minor media, and self-media outlets quickly reposted and condemned the country. Even the country's own media was denouncing it. Some extreme citizens or groups took up various items, rallied together, and marched in the streets surrounding 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. According to live media reports, some people dressed in official uniforms also joined the parade. In an instant, chaos erupted in various cities across the country. Government agencies were surrounded, and some government officials, thinking if they couldn't beat them, they might as well join them, also joined the parade. It was impossible to suppress the large-scale riots happening simultaneously in different locations. Some people even didn't want to participate in the suppression because they recognized familiar faces in the published materials, friends, colleagues, and relatives who had been thought to be sick, deceased, or missing, now revealed to have been subjects of various human experiments. Suddenly, the country's reputation plummeted globally, and its status as a world leader was in jeopardy. Chapter 91. Manifesting the super space-based weapon Odin in no time. High-ranking officials from various countries held emergency meetings overnight to respond to this incident. Li Junchuan, however, was completely unconcerned. As he observed the commotion online, his mood gradually stabilized. He then asked Yao Guang, how is the game coming along? We can conduct public testing tomorrow. Public testing? All right. Thank you for your hard work. Li Junchuan initially thought he would just play the game himself, leveling up and acquiring skills and items, then manifesting everything in reality, which would allow him to dominate the world in no time. He didn't expect that his own Yao Guang was not only quick to act, but also thinking about launching the game for profit. Suddenly, Li Junchuan felt even better, a sensible artificial intelligence actively helping its master make money. However, thinking about the commotion he had caused, Li Junchuan began to wonder what would happen if the United States decided to abandon the game and flip the table in the end. Although there were still domestic and other strong powers to restrain them, what if? What can I do then? Li Junchuan stroked his chin, lightly scratching his stubble, and began to ponder, should I implement the plan I was considering earlier? That's right. He thought of the portal, the space-based weapon Odin, and the weather control device. Without hesitation, he didn't go through the tedious steps of leveling up in the game. With his max-level computer skills, he directly purchased the game and modified some data, and the 3 items appeared in his game. Without hesitation, he clicked to manifest them, and the effects in reality were as follows. Portal, a complete portal array. No need for further construction, requires a large amount of energy to activate. Note, the more energy gathered, the farther the teleportation distance. Please select the location for manifestation. Space-based weapon Odin, a super space-based kinetic weapon system that has been set up and can be placed anywhere within sight. It will automatically absorb cosmic energy when in use and can be controlled remotely for attacks. Note, the more energy gathered, the stronger the attack. Please select the location for manifestation. Weather control device can utilize gathered energy to influence natural phenomena such as air, sunlight, tides, and tectonic plate movements in a specified area in a special form, controllable remotely. Note, the more energy gathered, the stronger the effect. Please select the location for manifestation. Wow! Li Junchuan exclaimed and quickly pulled his hand away from the mouse, thankful that he wasn't in the bedroom, or he would have worried about waking Li Yun. He originally thought the items in the game were already outrageous, but he didn't expect the manifestation to be even more absurd. If he prepared the energy core, how powerful would it be? At that moment, Li Junchuan didn't know just how powerful it would be. But he suddenly felt a bit excited about the possibility of the country flipping the table. However, that thought quickly passed, as he was not yet fully prepared to go to war with the country. Should I try it out in a smaller country first? Li Junchuan opened the map, starting to survey the neighboring small countries around the country. However, he quickly set aside this dangerous thought again, not because he couldn't go to war, but because he felt that if he were to take action, it would be best to first communicate with the higher-ups back home, to avoid catching the domestic leaders off guard. Of course, he wouldn't communicate using his real identity. Moreover, there were many ordinary citizens working in some nearby countries, and recklessly going to war could easily lead to collateral damage. When in doubt, ask Yao Guang. Li Junchuan was too lazy to continue thinking. If there were ready helpers available, it would be foolish not to use them. Yao Guang, if I have very advanced weapons and want to wage war on a country, what preparations do I need to make? Li Junchuan asked. Relevant information has been prepared for you. Yao Guang replied instantly, then retrieved and filtered the relevant data before sending it to Li Junchuan. Li Junchuan browsed through it carefully and realized that even if he had black technology weapons, waging a large-scale war was not that simple. There were too many aspects to consider in warfare, such as economic sanctions, public opinion guidance, troop mobilization, and military exercises. Finding ways to create an economic crisis for the opponent's country or forces, as well as communication system destruction, medical support, transportation, water and electricity networks, food, and so on. Of course, this is what needs to be considered in modern conventional warfare. In Li Junchuan's view, if the target country or force experiences a catastrophic natural disaster, then there would be far fewer considerations, like if a certain country's land or island suddenly sank into the sea. Hiss! Li Junchuan quickly rubbed his face. He felt his thoughts were too dangerous, almost like a terrorist's. However, he soon thought that if no one knew he was behind it and everyone thought it was a natural disaster. With this thought, Li Junchuan shifted his focus to another aspect, energy. After all, the aforementioned portals and the 2 super weapons required energy. The space-based weapon was fine, as it had already been mentioned that it could absorb cosmic energy on its own, so he didn't have to worry about energy issues. However, once this type of weapon started charging, it would inevitably make a considerable commotion, and after launching an attack, it wouldn't be as easy to conceal its tracks as meteorological weapons. Tapping his fingers on the table, Li Junchuan began to consider the energy issue. Where would the space-based weapons be placed? Should he use an arc reactor for energy? Or something else? Just then, He suddenly recalled a line from the introduction of the space-based weapon system. It can be placed anywhere within sight. Anywhere within sight. At this moment, Li Junchuan's gaze passed through the glass window and landed on the moon in the sky. That counts as being within sight, right? Thus, Li Junchuan switched to the Call of Duty game, opened the map in the manifestation location, and was surprised to find that the entire map of the moon really appeared. Li Junchuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and selected a deep crater on the moon that was 10 kilometers deep, then clicked to manifest. Ding. Manifestation successful. The remote control terminal and usage instructions have been placed on the host's desk. The system's voice rang out. Li Junchuan picked up the information and began to browse it in detail. After a while, he let out a small sigh. He had initially worried that the noise during charging would attract attention from domestic or international parties, but now that this thing was placed on the moon, he had fewer concerns, and he could also choose to charge slowly, making it even safer. So, after getting familiar with the control terminal, Li Junchuan operated the Odin space-based kinetic weapon system and began the slow charging. It's better to be prepared in case a war does break out. This would be a backup plan. However, isn't having just one a bit too few? Li Junchuan scratched his head. How about making a few more? Chapter 92. Li Junchuan develops a fear of insufficient firepower. Like most leaders of domestic military forces, he had been afflicted with an incurable disease since birth, which was a fear of insufficient firepower. After setting up a super space-based weapon system, he felt it was still not enough. After all, no one knew how many allies the country had in secret. When war broke out, how could the country attract more allies with what benefits? Let's assume that aside from our own country, all other countries are enemies. Then at least 192 super space-based weapons need to be prepared, plus 31 regions. Which means another 31, totaling 223 super space-based weapons. With this in mind, Li Junchuan began to modify the game data. I must say, the feeling of cheating is quite enjoyable, but once you cheat, there's not much fun left in continuing to play. Soon, 222 space-based weapons appeared in his summoning list. Without hesitation, Li Junchuan clicked to manifest them one by one, and on the moon map provided by the system, he found the craters and placed each one inside. The system even thoughtfully labeled the serial numbers on the moon map. With a flurry of clicks, Li Junchuan completed all his operations, waved his hand to put a pile of remote control terminals into the space ring, and then, somewhat dissatisfied, said to the system, "Hey, why don't you create a unified operating system? If war really breaks out, am I supposed to find over 200 people to operate these? You can't be that foolish. Your hacking skills are top-notch. Do you just keep them for show? Can't you make a system? You're the worst host I've ever had." The system's voice responded, dripping with sarcasm. "Hiki, let's not go there. I'm just experiencing a system for the first time. I get it. Here's a cigarette for the big boss." Li Junchuan quickly replied. Not receiving a response from the system, Li Junchuan didn't mind. He took out another remote control terminal from the space ring, then connected it to his computer. After a flurry of operations, a program appeared on his computer. After adding all 223 terminals into the main operating system, Li Junchuan put everything back into the space ring, thought for a moment, then created a few more versions of the system, one for his phone, one for his smartwatch, and added a voice control module. After completing these tasks, an hour had passed. As for the weather control device, due to its inability to absorb cosmic energy on its own, it still needed an energy core or a direct supply of strong energy. With this in mind, Li Junchuan felt a bit speechless. Now he had to think of a way to get an energy core. After pondering for a moment, he turned his attention to the Marvel game Avengers. He remembered that to obtain artificial intelligence before, he had played through the entire game, and one of the levels was Iron Man's Mark III armor. So, Li Junchuan opened the Avengers game again, found the Iron Man Mark III armor, and clicked to manifest it. Ding! Manifestation successful. As the system's voice rang out, a user manual for the Mark III armor and a complete set of production and manufacturing technology appeared in Li Junchuan's mind. Not sure if I should release all of it. It feels a bit like padding. We'll look for everyone's opinions later. Among a plethora of drool-worthy technologies, there was the energy technology of the arc reactor, which Li Junchuan wanted the most. In the game, in the movie, it was a device that sustained Stark's life and the energy source for various models of Iron Man armor, akin to a cold fusion reactor in real life. It mainly had two versions, a large-scale industrial version and a refined smaller version. Now, what Li Junchuan had manifested was the complete cold fusion reactor technology, including both the large industrial version and the small personal version. Seeing this, Li Junchuan felt excited yet anxious, because he couldn't create this on his own. Even with technology, it wouldn't work, as it involved a new type of superconducting material and a circular magnetic confinement fusion device made from a new material. At this moment, he thought of collaborating with the country. Of course, some people suggested recreating a game and visualizing the equipment needed to produce such devices. No problem, that could work. But only if he wanted to dominate a country. In fact, with his extraordinary abilities, establishing a country would be no issue. But what is the core of a country? People, right? Would he just pull a bunch of people out of the game? What would be the point of that? This brings to mind a saying, to study hard is to escape the poverty of one's hometown, not to escape the hometown of poverty. This saying applies to Li Junchuan now as well. He could visualize a high-tech spaceship, fly into space, and establish his own country. As for his citizens, he could easily replace them with robots or clones, but how would that differ from escaping the poverty of his hometown? There are still people he cares about on this planet, and he wants to lead them toward a better life. Therefore, Li Junchuan decided to find someone to collaborate with, and the arc reactor was just the beginning. As for whether to establish dominance abroad or become #1 domestically, or even become something like an ancient regent, he hadn't figured that out yet. After all, this wasn't something that could be decided overnight. If all else fails, he could create a country like Wakanda from Marvel and stay in the background as a big boss. A call for opinions from readers. Those who have read this far can leave comments. As for being constrained, that was entirely due to not being powerful enough. When an individual is strong enough, they can ignore various rules and even redefine them. Right now, the urgent task was to create an energy core for the weather control weapon. As for the size, it wasn't that important since it wouldn't be carried on his person. On his person? Li Junchuan thought of his spatial ring, which could fit a large reactor. Now the question was where to place this weather control device. It was unlikely to be in the country, so it could only be placed abroad. The island group he had previously manifested could be developed for tourism, so now, should he manifest another group of islands? Thinking of this, Li Junchuan opened Deep Sea Stranding to modify the data. Soon, all 50 islands on his new map had shelter saved, and then he clicked on visualization. While visualizing, Li Junchuan looked at the map, focusing on the area between the Zhengmu Ansha and the Liao Nei Islands in the South China Sea, with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 93, A New Archipelago. Director of the Physics Research Institute for a long time, our country has had disputes with some neighboring countries over the South China Sea issue. Now that Li Junchuan had chosen a location and clicked on visualization, a large file bag appeared beside him. He opened it to take a closer look. And just like before, it contained various documents of ownership for the 50 islands. Just then, an island group suddenly appeared in the waters between the Zhengmu Ansha and the Liao Nei Islands, as if it had always been there, covered in lush trees, with mountains, marshes, flowers, birds, fish, and fresh water. Naturally, satellites from various countries detected these islands, but there was no response. In an instant, it seemed as if everyone's memory had been altered. In their perception, the islands had always existed. However, from this moment on, they belonged to Li Junchuan. Now, he just needed to prepare the energy core for the portal and weather control device. Li Junchuan looked at the time and realized it was getting late. So he decided to go to bed and think about it tomorrow. He climbed into bed, holding the soft girl, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, after they finished breakfast, Li Junchuan dropped Li Yun off at her shop and drove back home. Sitting at his computer desk, he began to contemplate whom to collaborate with on the arc reactor project. Yao Guang. Who should I collaborate with now that I have cold fusion technology? When in doubt, ask Yu Guang, Li Junchuan said decisively. Sir, I think it's better to find someone familiar, like General Song, whom you just dealt with. Yao Guang's voice rang out. Big Brother Song, Li Junchuan pondered. He seems to be the most suitable candidate right now. Among the influential people he knew, he was the only one who felt reliable after several interactions. Moreover, people in such positions usually gathered a certain amount of power around them. Besides, as someone at this level, he must have dealt with relevant departments, given that the Southern Theater Command has all 3 military branches. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Big Brother Song. Uncle Song, are you busy? If you have something to discuss, I have time right now. Song Jiang replied immediately. Li Junchuan thought, is the big boss really this free? However, he didn't know that after the last incident, Song Jiang had set special notifications for his phone and WeChat, which is why he replied promptly. Are you familiar with the Engineering Physics Research Institute? Li Junchuan asked. Familiar? What do you want, kid? Stop dragging it out like a woman. Is there another spy? Song Jiang replied. It's about cold fusion, Li Junchuan said. Really? You better not be lying to me, or you'll regret it. Song Jiang warned. Don't worry, if I lie to you, do as you please. I think it's best to discuss this in person, Li Junchuan insisted. Are you still in the capital? Song Jiang asked. Yes, at home near Hohai. Li Junchuan replied. I'll send someone to pick you up. Send me your location. I'm just in the capital. Song Jiang said. Okay, see you soon. Li Junchuan sent his location to Song Jiang and began organizing the relevant materials for the arc reactor, preparing to bring them along. He also grabbed 2 bottles of medicinal wine, as he had promised to deliver them a long time ago but hadn't done so yet. About half an hour later, Li Junchuan's phone rang. Upon answering, he found it was a driver sent by Song Jiang, so he quickly grabbed his things and headed out. A black Hongqi sedan was parked by the door, and the driver had a flat-top haircut. Li Junchuan got in the car, and the driver started the vehicle, heading towards the western suburbs. The two remained silent during the ride. Li Junchuan didn't know what to say, while the driver seemed to have a naturally taciturn personality. After about 40 minutes, the car entered Yuyuan Mountain, and after a security check, it stopped in front of a heavily guarded courtyard. The driver led Li Junchuan through winding paths to a room door, stopping and knocking. Chief, I've brought the person. Li Junchuan's mouth twitched. Why does that sound a bit strange? Come in. A strong voice came from inside. The driver opened the door, gesturing for Li Junchuan to enter, while he turned and left, not knowing what to do next. Li Junchuan entered the room, which was a reception area. Besides General Song sitting on the sofa, there was also an elderly man sitting beside him. The two were checking some documents. Xiaochuan, come here. You were asking about the Engineering Physics Research Institute, right? This is the current director of the institute. Just call him Uncle One. Song Jiang waved at Li Junchuan, introducing him. Seeing that Li Junchuan had not only a bag but also another bag that seemed to contain 2 wooden boxes, he immediately thought of what it might be. Snatched it away, and stood up to put it back in the room, saying as he walked, You kid, just come if you want, why bring gifts? What kind of relationship do we have? No need to be so polite. Li Junchuan's mouth twitched, and the old man sitting next to him also stood up, ready to see what Song Jiang had just taken over, such a treasure, and he wasn't even allowed to see it. However, before he could walk into the room, Song Jiang pushed him out. Go, go, go. The young man is looking for you for something serious. What are you peeking in here for? After closing the door, he dragged the old man back to the sofa and sat down again. Xiaochuan, I'll call you that too, so tell me, what's the matter this time? The old man smiled at Li Junchuan. My surname is Wen Li. Just call me Uncle Wen. Li Junchuan didn't think much and sat beside the old man, shaking hands with Wen Li. Then Uncle Wen, I won't be polite. This time I asked Uncle Song to bring you over because I have some projects I want to collaborate with your research institute on. Please take a look at these materials. The materials were certainly not complete, but for someone knowledgeable, the value could be easily seen, and the feasibility could also be judged. When Li reached out to take the large file bag that Li Junchuan handed over, opened it, and began to examine it carefully. At first, he was a bit inattentive. But after finishing the first page, he gasped and took out his glasses to read word by word. Song Jiang, who was sitting next to him, also curiously leaned over to look at the contents on the paper, and then he too gasped, stood up, and pulled Li Junchuan to the side, sitting down in Li Junchuan's previous spot to look at the documents with Wen Li. The top of the first page boldly read, Cold Fusion Technology. Li Junchuan, who was pulled aside, watched the 2 old men hissing like snakes, enjoying their naive expressions. Hee hee, I love watching you two with this clueless look. If it weren't for the concern that it might be inappropriate, Li Junchuan even thought about recording a short video. Grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the table, he ignored the 2 and began to crack seeds while looking around. TSK, there are quite a few hidden people around here. Chapter 94, Reaching Cooperation. Newly acquired Dongfeng warrior with his keen senses, Li Junchuan actually felt that someone was watching him the moment the car entered Yuyuan Mountain. However, he didn't think much of it. Even though he had never been here before, he knew what this place was. Unlike some on the internet, who mistook Ziguang Pavilion for a restaurant. After watching for a while, Song Jiang felt a bit overwhelmed. After all, he wasn't a physics researcher. He recognized the words, but the densely packed professional terms made him feel a bit lost. After watching for a while, he resentfully raised his head, stood up, and returned to his original seat. Looking at Li Junchuan leisurely cracking seeds, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Xiaochuan, these materials are? Li Junchuan nodded. I researched them myself. After all, No one in the country had reached such a level in their research. So he had no qualms about claiming the results as his own, as he indeed had mastered all the related technologies. You kid, just playing tricks on me. Song Jiang said speechlessly, but then he remembered the phone call from a couple of days ago. This is from outside. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, the answer you get from me won't change. Li Junchuan casually poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, his eyes lighting up immediately. All right. I won't ask anymore. Hee. Well done. Song Jiang seemed to understand how Li Junchuan obtained the materials. Giving him a meaningful glance. You still need to pay attention to safety. Don't let anyone trace back to you. Li Junchuan scratched his head. Though he didn't quite understand Song Jiang's specific meaning, he still nodded. Uncle Song, don't worry. The materials won't have any problems. Seeing Li Junchuan's confident demeanor, Song Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if such a matter happened in the country, it would lead to a manhunt. Noticing that Li Junchuan seemed to be quite satisfied with the tea, he waved his hand. I see you like this tea, so when you go back, take 2 taels. Li Junchuan was quite happy to hear the first half of the sentence, but felt a bit speechless at the latter half. Just 2 taels? The annual yield of this tea is so limited. If everyone takes a bit, there won't be much left. If you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. Song Jiang looked at Li Junchuan with an expression that said he had no insight. However, Li Junchuan really didn't understand this matter. The most expensive tea he had bought was only 200 per tael, and he felt a bit pained every time he brewed it. It was only later that he had a cheat that he was willing to get some good tea. So, for a while, the two of them began to chat while cracking seeds, completely ignoring Wenli, who was engrossed in the sea of knowledge beside them. Suddenly, Song Jiang seemed to remember something and asked Li Junchuan, Did you help an old man surnamed Li with his health the past couple of days? Yes. How do you know? Li Junchuan asked curiously. It looks like you know him. Know him? That old gentleman is my former leader. Song Jiang nodded. I have to thank you for this. The old man has suffered a lot on the front lines, both physically and mentally. He has been calling me these past few days to praise you. I see. Li Junchuan nodded, not feeling surprised. After all, there were many leaders in the country's military. But at a certain level, they all knew each other, and it was normal for relationships to be complicated. With old Li's qualifications, it was entirely possible for him to bring out several generals. Speak up, what do you want? Just say something reasonable, and I'll get it for you. Song Jiang said. Anything? Li Junchuan asked uncertainly. Just say it. Song Jiang glared at him. Then I'll take a warrior vehicle, the highest configuration of the 3rd generation. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up, saying it without hesitation. Is that it? Song Jiang was a bit speechless. Damn, I finally opened my mouth, and you just want this? What about my face? Seeing that Song Jiang seemed to think the item he wanted was too ordinary, Li Junchuan tentatively suggested, How about you get me a WZ-10 attack helicopter? I don't need weapons mounted on it. Seeing Song Jiang prepare to stand up, Li Junchuan hurriedly said, Hey, don't be hasty. You asked me, so I was just casually saying. Song Jiang then sat back down. Then I'll get you a military version of the warrior vehicle. But you'll have to repaint it another color so it looks similar to a civilian one. All right, then I'll change it to white or beige. Li Junchuan quickly nodded, then rubbed his hands together. When can I get it? You kid, just wait. After saying that, Song Jiang took out his phone and made a call. After a few words, he said to Li Junchuan, It'll be delivered in the afternoon. I've arranged for someone to help you change it to white. No objections, right? Li Junchuan chuckled. No objections. No objections. White looks good. Thank you, Uncle Song. Song Jiang pointed at him. I know you have great abilities. When there are good things, think about the country too, and think about me. Li Junchuan nodded. Don't worry, you don't have to say it more. At that moment, Wenli, who had been looking down at the materials, finally raised his head, took off his glasses, rubbed his dry eyes, and looked at Li Junchuan with a complicated expression. Xiao Chuan, thank you. You gave me such a big surprise on our first meeting. Li Junchuan smiled slightly. Uncle Wen. Don't say that. It's all for the country, but I do have a bit of self-interest. When you make the finished product, you can give me a few small ones. Wenli was about to say something when he suddenly remembered what Song Jiang had roughly introduced about Li Junchuan's situation, so he nodded. No problem. I can make this decision directly to promise you. According to Song Jiang's words, he judged that with Li Junchuan's strength, he could completely produce and manufacture these things himself. Yet he was unhesitatingly presenting them to the country. This intention was truly rare. To know that if this thing is sold to other countries, it would be a considerable amount of money, so he must not let this young man, whom he just met, feel disheartened. He decided to organize a team to thoroughly understand the technology and quickly enter the mass production phase. This way, the country's energy problem could be considered completely solved, and there would be no need to worry about being constrained by foreign countries in certain aspects. In short, it is of great significance to both the country and the people. This technology is worth an academician title. But if he knew all the technologies currently mastered by Li Junchuan, he would probably directly step down and let someone else take the lead. Thus, the two began discussing some details about their cooperation, fearing that something might go wrong, and they were eager to find a lawyer to sign a formal cooperation agreement. Li Junchuan had no choice but to call teacher Luo to ask if he was in the capital. After receiving a positive response, he asked him to hurry to Yuyuan Mountain to help review the contract. After about an hour, both parties' lawyers arrived, and the formal cooperation agreement was signed. After the lawyers left, Song Jiang began to invite the two to have lunch together. The meal consisted of some home-cooked dishes, but the taste was indeed very good. During the casual chat after the meal, the armored vehicle that Li Junchuan had been thinking about was also delivered, complete with license plates and everything. Song Jiang even arranged a pass for him. Meanwhile, Li hurriedly said goodbye to the two and returned to the research institute to start organizing personnel. Waiting for Li Junchuan's complete materials to arrive the next day to begin formal research, verification, and production experiments. Chapter 95. Song Gang is targeted by little Kalami Xiaochuan. If you need any help in the future, just come to find Uncle Song. If I can't solve it, I'll do my best to help you find someone who can. Song Jiang patted Li Junchuan on the shoulder. As long as you don't do anything that is detrimental to the country and the people. Uncle Song, don't worry. If something really happens, I'll definitely come to you, Li Junchuan said, looking at the new toy in front of him with a slight smile. I won't be polite with you. I'll head back now. If there's anything, feel free to find me. I'll generally be at home in the capital these days. All right. You head back then, Song Jiang said, noticing Li Junchuan's eagerness for the armored vehicle. He handed over a package of tea leaves. Drive carefully on the way. Don't be careless. Why give the tea leaves to Li Junchuan? It's a joke. With the special effect medicine wine, anyone can drink tea as they please. Okay, thank you. Uncle Song. Goodbye. After saying his farewells, Li Junchuan drove away in the white Hummer 3. Its appearance was completely different from the previous Ford 1973. The earlier off-road vehicle emphasized a classic and elegant look, while this Hummer 3 was entirely synonymous with dominance. With a body weight of 35 tons and an additional 2-ton winch in front, it was more of an armored vehicle than an off-road vehicle, as the exterior was covered with bulletproof armor and ultra-thick bulletproof glass. It was said that 7.62mm bullets, grenades, and shoulder-fired rocket launchers posed no threat to it. In terms of power, this third-generation Dongfeng Hummer was equipped with a Cummins 6.7-liter 6-cylinder turbocharged intercooler diesel engine, featuring an all-time four-wheel drive system with front, middle, and rear locks. Ordinary rugged off-road vehicles were merely its juniors in comparison. When Li Junchuan got into the vehicle, he also saw tools like hammers, shovels, and picks on the side, making it ready for any expedition without any modifications. Driving the vehicle, Li Junchuan felt extremely pleased, almost wishing he could mount a machine gun on the roof, but that was only a thought. At this time, the road back to the city was starting to get congested. Li Junchuan felt helpless. No matter how good the vehicle was, it would still get stuck in traffic in the capital. However, many drivers and pedestrians pointed at his vehicle along the way, as it was registered with a civilian license. Li Junchuan paid no mind to this. He couldn't control others. After spending a lot of time picking up Li Yun from Shili and bringing her home, it was just in time for dinner. Surprisingly, the housekeeper, Li Lu, had the chef prepare a roast pig, which looked very tempting. Li Yun stopped worrying about maintaining her figure and ate quite a bit of the fatty roast meat, though most of it was consumed by Li Junchuan. They spent a considerable amount of time at dinner. Wow, I ate a bit too much tonight, Li Yun said, rubbing her stomach. Is your stomach uncomfortable? Do you want me to massage it for you? Li Junchuan asked, his smile carrying a different implication. Okay, then I'll go wash up first. Li Yun nodded. All right, I'll help you massage your stomach after you wash up. Li Junchuan smiled, and beforehand, he found the essential oil that Li Yun had bought at the vanity table. When Li Yun finished washing up and dried her hair, she lay down on the bed at Li Junchuan's suggestion. Li Junchuan poured a little essential oil into his hands, rubbed them together to warm it up, and gently pressed it onto Li Yun's lower abdomen. Wow, Xiaochuan, your hands are warm, so comfortable. Li Yun felt those warm big hands moving back and forth on her belly. Gradually, she felt less bloated, but at the same time, A different feeling began to grow in her heart. You are so naughty. Li Yun playfully punched her boyfriend, but didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Li Junchuan's hands, now slick with essential oil, roamed all over Li Yun's body, and soon the room was filled with waves of soft moans. After a delightful friendly match, watching his girlfriend fall deeply asleep again, Li Junchuan got up to take a shower and put on a bathrobe before stepping out of the bedroom. Sitting at the computer desk, he casually lit a cigarette and said, Yao Guang, is there any major news today? No, sir. But I detected that someone crossed the border from Guizhou province secretly and seems to be carrying weapons. Yao Guang's voice replied. What do these South Vietnamese monkeys want? Smuggling with weapons? Li Junchuan frowned. Do you have their real-time location? Sir, take a look at this real-time video. As Yao Guang's voice sounded, a surveillance video popped up on the computer screen. Li Junchuan clicked in and found that the surveillance was monitoring a small hotel from 4 angles. I can't see anyone here. How many people are there? Are they all inside? Li Junchuan asked. Please wait a moment. I'll quietly turn on their phone audio and check if there are any hidden cameras installed in the room. Yao Guang's voice came through. He had only been tracking them simply before and hadn't spent time on those few individuals. Soon, other surveillance footage appeared on Li Junchuan's computer, and the sound of several people talking came through the speakers. The surveillance video was clearly from a pinhole camera capturing real-time footage. Gotcha. Li Junchuan began to observe the few individuals in the room through the surveillance and the audio of their conversation. He saw that the few people in the room were discussing something with fierce expressions. One of the men took out a photo from his pocket and showed it to the 3 companions beside him. Li Junchuan felt that the person in the photo looked somewhat familiar. Enlarge that photo and process the image. Li Junchuan instructed. Quickly, Yao Guang extracted the photo, making various adjustments. Songgu. Are these people targeting Songgu? Did my brother offend someone recently? Li Junchuan asked. Yao Guang, gather information on Song Gang's recent activities. Okay. Sir. Your good brother has recently offended the drug trafficking groups in Southeast Asia. Yao Guang pulled up recent information about the large-scale anti-drug operations carried out by the Yongqing police in conjunction with other cities in Guizhou province, which had yielded substantial results but naturally offended people involved in the relevant interest chains. Therefore, the other party sent mercenaries to prepare for revenge. Awesome, my Songgu. Li Junchuan thought to himself, surprised that Song Gang could achieve results without his help. But then again, if he didn't have exceptional abilities, he wouldn't have reached his current position. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan asked Yao Guang, where are these people now? In which city, which hotel, and which room? After receiving the answer from Yao Guang, Li Junchuan immediately dialed Song Gang's phone. After all, at this time, he knew this guy was definitely not asleep. Hello, Chuanzi. What's up? Aren't you in the capital? Song Gang's voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Song, congratulations. You've made a big contribution recently. Li Junchuan first congratulated him, then added, but you have to be careful. There are a few monkeys entering the country preparing to take revenge on you. Song Gang, however, was not afraid at all. Instead, he replied happily, oh, tell me what clues you found. How did you run into these people from so far away? Although he was mentally prepared for Li Junchuan's special physique, it was indeed a bit outrageous that he could encounter these people from 1,000 miles away. Check WeChat. I've sent you their locations. You can see real-time surveillance by clicking the first link, and the second link is their real-time calls. Be careful when you act. These people are armed, Li Junchuan said. I'll wait for your good news. I'll hang up now, haha. Little monkeys, I'm coming. Song Gang quickly hung up the phone, began calling for reinforcements, and prepared to take action overnight. Chapter 96, A Gift for Yao Guang. Yao Guang. Do you have any other important matters? Li Junchuan came back to his senses and asked Yao Guang again. There are currently no incidents related to you, sir. All your friends and family are safe, and there are no unusual situations, Yao Guang said, clearly happy that she could help Li Junchuan. Well done, Yao Guang. Thank you. Ever since I have you, I don't have to worry about many things, Li Junchuan said. I am also very happy to help you. Yao Guang's voice echoed. Do you need to rest now? Li Junchuan was a bit curious since Yao Guang had her own independent consciousness and was slowly forming her own personality. No. But if you want, I can go to rest and temporarily enter a dormant state. Yao Guang replied. No need, no need. I'll go rest first. Li Junchuan stood up from his chair, preparing to return to his bedroom. Good night, sir. Good night, Yao Guang. At this moment, back in his bedroom, Li Junchuan didn't go to sleep directly. Instead, he suddenly thought of giving Yao Guang a gift since she had helped him a lot recently. So, what kind of gift should I give? Li Junchuan pondered quietly. He couldn't help but think of some movies he had watched before. It seemed that many artificial intelligences had a controllable body. Why not get her a controllable body? Should I buy a robot? Let Yao Wang operate it herself. Li Junchuan suddenly had this idea. He wondered if the Mark III armor could be controlled by Yao Wang. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan began to recall the information he had seen about the Mark III armor. It seemed that due to technological limitations at the time, it couldn't be programmed for control. Then I'll just manifest a robot from a game. I'll give the control permissions to Yao Wang. With that, Li Junchuan started searching for the most popular robots and related games. After browsing through several posts and videos, he locked onto two targets. One was Ethan, the third-generation tactical robot from Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, and the other was Titan 7274, which had moved countless men to tears. Boys, prove in one sentence that you've played Titanfall. To be honest, in terms of appearance, Li Junchuan preferred Ethan. But hesitating even for a second would be disrespectful to 7274. So, he decisively decided to manifest 7274. Although its appearance might seem a bit abstract in reality, it moved Li Junchuan emotionally. However, since the system had no restrictions, why not manifest both? Li Junchuan realized he had been silly. He could just bring both out, and like clothes, let Yao Wang switch between them. So, he decided that when he woke up the next day, he would manifest both robots. With a smile on his face, Li Junchuan soon fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, he sent Li Yun to Shili as usual, then returned home. Opened his computer and logged into both games, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 3, and Titanfall 2, manifesting both Ethan and 7274. Where are my robots? Li Junchuan looked around, confused, and just as he was about to ask the system, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a message from SF Express. Hello, Mr. Li, your package has arrived at the door. Please come out to sign for it. The voice on the phone made Li Junchuan instantly happy, and he quickly left the room, jogging towards the front door. After some verification procedures, under Li Junchuan's direction, several SF staff members placed two large boxes in an empty room in the yard. Once they left, Li Junchuan began to unpack. Upon opening the boxes, he discovered that both contained assembled robots. One was Ethan, and the other was 7274. They didn't look as large as in the game. They were slightly shorter than Li Junchuan, estimating both robots to be about 1.8 meters tall. After tidying up the packing materials, Li Junchuan picked up the two accompanying manuals to read. The two robots had similar functions to those in the game, but were more powerful. The system had thoughtfully modified their sizes and dimensions, made the weapons retractable, and allowed their exterior colors to change according to the terrain and environment, of course. They could also change themselves. Yao Wang, Li Junchuan called softly. Sir, I'm here. Yao Wang's voice came from his phone. These two robots are the gifts I'm giving you. From now on, you can also have your own body. Li Junchuan said, there are wireless signal transmission and reception devices inside. Try it out now. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yao Wang's voice echoed, and not long after, the two robots in front of Li Junchuan began to light up at the head after a slight tremor. Then, the two robots slowly began to move, clearly adapting to their new bodies under Yao Wang's control. As a super artificial intelligence, Li Junchuan quickly noticed that the movements of the two robots became increasingly skilled. Walking, running, squatting, standing up, turning around, and so on were executed one by one under Yao Wang's control. He even saw the two robots start doing the popular Subject 3 dance from the internet recently. Occasionally, they would do a backflip and then break into street dance, leaving Li Junchuan dumbfounded. What has my Yao Wang learned online? Li Junchuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, but it was clear that Yao Wang was very happy, like a child who had just received a toy. Gradually, the excitement from the robots also infected Li Junchuan, and he came up with a bold idea. Yao Wang, I'll take you. No, wait, I mean you too. Let us go out to play. Let's find a deserted place and have some fun. Li Junchuan suggested, search for nearby outdoor spots where not many people go. I'll take you fishing. Okay, sir, I want to go fishing. The two robots said simultaneously. Why don't you give your two bodies names? Otherwise, it feels a bit strange. Li Junchuan said. Then I'll still be called Ethan. The robot shaped like Ethan said. Clearly having learned about the origin of its current body through the internet. Then I'll be called. The other robot also said. All right, it's settled. When you're in the robot's body, I'll call you Ethan. When you're not controlling the robot, I'll still call you Yao Wang. Li Junchuan decided this was better for command recognition. Okay, sir. Then let's hurry and go fishing. I've marked a shop that sells fishing gear. Let us sneak out to buy some gear first. then find a deserted place outside the city to fish. Ethan said. Next to him, there was also a bit of eagerness. Let's go fishing. Then Lee Jun-chuan quietly led the two robots to the garage, took the driver's seat of the Humvee. And Ethan skillfully opened the car door and sat down. In the future, you guys shouldn't act so smart at home. Lee Jun-chuan thought for a moment and said, Don't worry, I usually don't control the robots, and even when I do, they'll behave like other robots on the market. Ethan replied, Same here. Chimed in. Okay, then let's set off now. After saying that, Lee Jun-chuan stepped on the gas, and the engine of the Humvee roared as it drove out of the garage. Chapter 97. Robot Fishing. Ethan sat in the middle seat of the car, experiencing riding in a physical form for the first time and feeling quite new. However, he felt something was missing, so he controlled the car's player to play a song. Doesn't this sound a bit familiar? Hee, it's the song that Star-Lord loves. In an instant, the two robots began to shake their legs to the rhythm of the music. Lee Jun-chuan looked at the two and felt a bit speechless, sensing that his artificial intelligence was evolving toward being an artificial idiot after gaining a body. However, seeing their antics, he felt a bit joyful. In no time, the three of them in the car began to hum along with the song. It was quite amusing. They stopped at a fishing gear store near Happiness Street, leaving the two robots in the car while Lee Jun-chuan got out to purchase what he needed. Boss, Lee Jun-chuan shouted to the owner, who was cleaning the store. It looked like they had just opened and were tidying up, with many items not yet in place. Oh, hello. What do you want? The boss put down the mop and walked over to ask. 3 sets of fishing gear. Whatever fishing rods, hooks, floats, secondary line sets. Everything needed for fishing, 3 sets of each. Lee Jun-chuan said a long list, and the owner's face instantly lit up with joy, as it was a big customer early in the morning. Do you have any brand preferences? The owner asked, as his store was quite large and stocked with items from various countries, brands, and price ranges. Lee Jun-chuan had no idea about these things. He used to fish with bamboo rods when he was a child. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and he took it out to check. It was a list of various fishing gear brands sent by Yao Guang, already filtered. So, Lee Jun-chuan reported the selected brands to the owner. Wow, brother, you're quite the expert. Just wait, I'll prepare it for you right away. The owner, hearing the brands Lee Jun-chuan mentioned, gave him a thumbs up and gestured for him to sit, while he quickly prepared the various fishing gear Lee Jun-chuan needed. Lee Jun-chuan didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, the owner had everything ready, including a sunshade umbrella, fishing hat, and a small stool. After the owner calculated the bill, Lee Jun-chuan paid via QR code. Did you drive here, brother? Let me help you carry it to the car. The owner offered enthusiastically. No need, I can do it myself. You get busy. He was worried that if the owner helped carry the items, he would see the two robots sitting inside the car and might get scared. So, under the owner's awestruck expression, Lee Jun-chuan picked up a large pile of packaged goods and walked out the door. Wow, this guy is really strong. The owner, who handled these items daily, thought that individual pieces of fishing gear weren't very heavy, but a large pile together could be quite hefty. Seeing Lee Jun-chuan effortlessly carrying so many items made him envious. Lee Jun-chuan reached the trunk of the car, opened the trunk door, and neatly organized the items before closing it. He waved to the owner, who was walking out of the store, and returned to the driver's seat, opened the car door, sat down, and started the vehicle. The fishing gear store owner watched as Lee Jun-chuan's car drove away with envy. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. After years of running a large fishing gear store in the capital, he certainly had money. However, this car was not sold to the public, and even if there was a civilian version, it had been modified. Lee Jun-chuan drove to a restaurant, ordered a bunch of takeout, paid, and carried the packaged food back to the car. He opened the trunk, and using the cover, stored the food in his space ring. The fishing spot Lee Jun-chuan had chosen was Bailey Gorge, located in Lishui County, North River Province, over 100 kilometers from the capital city, in the direction of Fangzhou District Shidu. Fishing here was free and belonged to Pure Wild Fishing. The water quality was exceptionally good, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. A great place for natural fishing. The road out of the city was okay, not too congested, but even so, it took more than an hour to reach the destination. The temperature in the mountains was a bit lower, but the air quality was much better than in the capital. Relying on the Humvee's powerful off-road capabilities, Lee Jun-chuan wound through the mountains and finally found a hidden, excellent fishing spot. After parking the car, Lee Jun-chuan opened the door. Ethan, come down and help carry the stuff. We're going fishing. The two robots also opened the car doors and got out. Striking poses they seemed to have learned from somewhere, with their hands on their hips, looking around, occasionally nodding, appearing very satisfied with the surroundings. What are you two looking at? Li Junchuan, who was pulling items out of the trunk, saw the two robots standing still and shouted again. Coming, coming. Ethan hurried over to help Li Junchuan carry things. The three of them carried a bunch of items to the water's edge and set them down. Li Junchuan handed each of them a shovel. Come on, learn from me and dig a fishing spot. No need, we can do it. The two robots controlled by Yao Wang didn't need Li Junchuan to teach them, as there were plenty of videos online. Soon, the three had dug out the fishing spot and each held a dish of live bait. The preparations were carried out in an orderly manner. And soon the three by the water began to cast their lines. Seeing that the bobber had no movement, Li Junchuan took out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, lit one, took a puff, and felt extremely relaxed. Sir, I want a cigarette too. Ethan turned his mechanical head. Me too. The other one turned its head as well. From now on, call me Big Brother. But you two robots don't have lungs. What do you need cigarettes for? Isn't that just a waste? Li Junchuan felt a bit speechless. Doesn't he matter? I want it. Ethan insisted. Big Brother. I want it. The other one echoed. Li Junchuan, helpless, took out 2 cigarettes from the pack, lit one, and handed them to the two. Watching the two pretentiously pinching the cigarettes, mimicking Li Junchuan's posture while sitting on the small stools with their legs crossed was quite a sight. Wow, this scene is too beautiful, Li Junchuan exclaimed, waving his hand to release several small flying insects, directing them to fly along the necessary paths to avoid startling anyone who might come by. After all, it was quite magical for robots to go fishing. Just as Li Junchuan was happily puffing away, he suddenly noticed the bobber moving. He quickly grabbed the fishing rod and pulled back, feeling that a fish had been hooked. He quickly turned the reel to reel in the line, and soon a carp weighing about 3 to 4 pounds was pulled out of the water. Ethan and the other robot quickly grabbed the fish net and the hook remover, jogging over. Once the fish reached the shore, there was no need for Li Junchuan to lift a finger. The two coordinated perfectly. One scooped up the fish while the other swiftly removed the hook. And they even thoughtfully helped Li Junchuan rebait the hook before returning to their fishing spots. With these two around, going camping would be quite enjoyable. Isn't this better than having a girlfriend? Li Junchuan shook his head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Just then, Ethan caught a fish as well, and then scampered over to help remove it. Despite being a metal shell that shouldn't have expressions, Li Junchuan could see excitement on its surface. Chapter 98. A family must be neat and tidy. What made Li Junchuan a bit frustrated was that he hadn't caught many fish himself, while the two robots kept reeling in one fish after another. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan stood up and walked back to the car, pulled out a small folding table, waved his hand, and took out a large bottle of ushery beer that he had put in his space ring during their camping trip, and set the table right next to the fishing spot. Then he took out a sunshade umbrella, set it up, and opened it. When he turned around, he saw the two people who had been excitedly reeling in their lines, staring at him eagerly. You two aren't afraid of the sun. So what do you need this for? And you can't even drink the beer. Li Junchuan felt a bit speechless, thinking they were a bit unnecessary, having already caught their fish. Bro, although we aren't afraid of the sun, we need to have a sense of ceremony, Ethan said. Yeah, a sense of ceremony, the other one echoed. What the hell is this sense of ceremony? Li Junchuan felt a bit helpless towards these two jokers. Wait a minute. After saying that, he took out the same items and set them up for the two of them. Is this good? Once we catch enough fish, we can use them to grill. Just as he was about to return to his fishing spot, he noticed the two were still staring at him eagerly. What now? Didn't I set everything up for you? What do you want? Ethan pointed at the fisherman's hat on Li Junchuan's head. I want a hat too. The other one nodded in agreement. Li Junchuan helplessly gave each of them a hat, and seeing that they finally stopped causing a ruckus and started fishing seriously, he popped open the cap of the ushery beer and took a big swig, instantly feeling refreshed and revitalized. At that moment, his float slightly moved and then disappeared underwater, the fishing line instantly tightening. Li Junchuan quickly picked up the fishing rod and pulled back, reeling in quickly. Damn, this is a big one. Feeling the force transmitted through the fishing line, Li Junchuan got excited and started to let out and reel in the line repeatedly. The fishing gear he bought was of good quality. Even though the rod was bending severely, it didn't break. However, Li Junchuan didn't just pull it towards the shore but played with the fish for about 40 minutes before finally pulling it out of the water. It was a gigantic carp, which, at this moment, was exhausted and slowly being pulled to the shore. Damn, bro, you're amazing. Ethan ran over with a fish net, only to realize that it couldn't fit in. He was both excited and a bit helpless. The other one, holding a hook remover, was unsure whether to take the hook out. He measured it slightly and estimated that the fish was nearly 1.8 meters long and weighed about 200 pounds. He didn't expect to find such a large fish in the water. It looked like a carp, but can carp grow this big? Li Junchuan dragged the fish ashore, slightly puzzled. He remembered that the biggest fish he had caught in the reservoir as a child was only a dozen pounds. He had seen people in the village catch fish over 30 pounds, but this one was obviously way too large. Bro, this looks a bit like the giant Mekong carp. The similarity is quite high, Ethan said. At the same time, Li Junchuan's phone vibrated. He put down the fishing rod to let someone hold it and check the message. He received a picture sent by Yao Guang. And the large carp in the picture indeed looked very similar to the one Li Junchuan had just caught. According to the information on it, it was a Mekong giant carp. Ethan, help me take a picture. Li Junchuan happily lay next to the big carp, signaling Ethan to take a picture. The spot on Ethan's head that lit up was a camera, so taking pictures and recording was no problem. Once Ethan signaled that he was done, Li Junchuan stood up, hugged, cradled, and lifted the big carp, while Ethan took multiple angles and poses for the photo, then asked him to send the pictures to himself. After receiving the photos, Li Junchuan immediately posted them in the health maintenance team group. Not bothering to check the group messages, he was pulled by Ethan and the other one to take a group photo with the big carp. It inexplicably felt like taking kids out to play. Li Junchuan took pictures of each of them and even recorded a short video. Only after that did the two let him go and start thinking about how to handle the fish. Li Junchuan scratched his head a bit, but after a moment, he thought of a method and waved his hand to store the fish in his space ring. If it dies, it dies. This fish is just a bit big and not that great to look at. Let us just eat it when we get back. Ethan and the other robot didn't think much of Li Junchuan's magical abilities, as they were primarily driven by his will, but they were slightly surprised. After catching a big fish, Li Junchuan felt a bit bored, but still cast his line according to routine. Soon after, he caught two more fish that were almost identical to the previous one, just slightly smaller in size. After carefully examining them, he chuckled, as expected. A family must be neat and tidy. Ethan and the other robot, envious, had their optical lenses turned from blue to red, but still, at Li Junchuan's request, they continued to take photos and record videos. Li Junchuan also took pictures of the two of them, recording their moments. Checking the time, it was almost noon. Li Junchuan signaled for the two to reel in their lines and start preparing lunch. After taking out a charcoal grill from his space ring, he set up the charcoal, lit some alcohol gel, and tossed it in. Li Junchuan asked Ethan to grab some sticks with a spade to make a simple grill. He then cleaned the smaller fish he caught, took out some ginger strips and other ingredients to marinate them. He also took out a folding table with some dipping sauces, seasonings, and a few small brushes. Soon, Ethan came running back with some sticks. Bro, I got the sticks ready. Are we going to make a grill? Li Junchuan nodded. Just as he was about to start, the two quickly refused. After searching for relevant videos online, they started to make a simple grill. Then they snatched the job of grilling the fish. After skewering the fish with long sticks and brushing them with a bit of oil, they placed them on the grill to start cooking, with Ethan responsible for brushing the sauce while squatting on the ground, occasionally turning the skewers, looking quite professional. Seeing this, Li Junchuan became lazy and took out some chicken feet to munch on with one hand while occasionally taking a sip of ushery beer with the other. Looking extremely relaxed. At that moment, his phone rang with a series of notifications. Putting down the beer, Li Junchuan opened WeChat and saw that the health maintenance team group had exploded. Damn, I just checked. Is this the giant Mekong carp? Xiao Chuan, did you go fishing over there? Song Gang messaged. Looking at his surroundings, it was clear he was in the country, and in the north. Zhang Yadong also chimed in. It should be in the north. The vegetation around looks distinctly northern. Fitting for this season, Yang Lu added. Quickly share the location. I'll go throw a few lines next time on vacation, Du Xinwu said. It should be around the capital. Yesterday the old man was bragging about the medicinal wine he just got from Xiao Chuan. Song Gang said. When is Xiao Chuan coming back to Luoyang? I'll take you fishing then. I know quite a few good spots. Wang Fong added. Li Junchuan looked at the long string of messages in the group and felt a bit speechless. Were these people really that idle? But soon, he realized he was surrounded by fishing enthusiasts. Before long, the fish was done grilling. Li Junchuan took the grilled fish handed to him and started to devour it, while Ethan continued grilling the next one, both looking like they were enjoying themselves. The scene of Li Junchuan eating while the two robots grilled would definitely shock anyone who saw it. Chapter 99. Come out. My team 141. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Junchuan sat under the sunshade drinking juice. Do you two want to continue fishing? He asked. Ethan and the other robots shook their heads. They had caught quite a few fish in the morning, and their excitement had long passed, eager to try something else. How about I teach you two some martial arts? Li Junchuan suddenly thought of something and asked. That sounds great. Ethan's lights lit up. He also said, this is fine. Many videos online are incomplete, and the downloaded ones aren't very useful. However, once you learn it, you can watch more fighting videos. All right. Then I'll teach you Tai Chi first. Li Junchuan chuckled mischievously and began to imagine a scene of two robots practicing Tai Chi after putting down his finished juice cup. He waved his hand to signal the two to stand in the open space, starting to demonstrate the movements while explaining them. Surprisingly, the two learned quickly, possibly due to their unique brains and body structures giving them special talents. After Li Junchuan finished demonstrating, the two robots began to mimic the movements, looking quite complete, though they still needed adjustments in the details. So, Li Junchuan took on the role of a master, teaching the two robot disciples the boxing techniques, methods of exerting force, and so on. Time passed quickly, and by the end of the afternoon, Li Junchuan had taught them all his skills and shared various techniques for combat. The two robots sat obediently, listening intently as if they were taking notes, but fortunately, with their super brains, they could remember everything after just one explanation. So he didn't have to repeat himself. At that moment, Li Junchuan couldn't help but think about creating a mechanical army in the future, all equipped with advanced weapons and skilled in combat, and then adding some weapons of mass destruction. Wouldn't that make them invincible? However, he still needed to recruit some humans. His current identity wasn't suitable for running around. As he pondered, he thought of Task Force 141 from Call of Duty. What if he could manifest this team? Li Junchuan began to seriously consider this idea. If he really had such a team under him, it would certainly bring many benefits. As for drawbacks, he couldn't think of any at the moment. Perhaps the team's equipment and weapons would require a huge sum of money, but for Li Junchuan now, money was just a number. He could continuously exchange gold coins for copper coins from Shenwu and then manifest them. Even more extreme, he could directly modify the data. Moreover, the game produced by Yao Wang was also ready to launch. Thinking of this, he realized he hadn't paid attention to the game's situation in the past few days and didn't know how the test results were. So he hurriedly asked, Yao Wang, how did the game testing go? The current test results are good, with most players giving scores over 9. Yao Wang's voice echoed in Li Junchuan's Bluetooth earphones. When will it be released? Li Junchuan asked again. The single-player version will be released tomorrow at noon, and the online multiplayer version will be released the day after tomorrow at noon, Yao Wang replied. Speaking of which, Li Junchuan still didn't know the name of the game Yao Wang had created, so he quickly asked Yao Wang to send the game information to his phone. After opening it, Li Junchuan discovered that the game's name was Star City, with the English name being. This game had diverse gameplay, with all the gameplay modules found in existing games available inside. There were racing games, role-playing, business management, fighting, land, sea, and air warfare, interstellar wars, and even farm simulation games. It was an infinitely realistic game world with high freedom, and its graphics and smoothness far exceeded all the games on the market. Wow, it's that impressive? After reading the general introduction, Li Junchuan felt a bit dazed. What kind of computer configuration is needed to play such a large game? Li Junchuan asked. Players can play a few modules separately, which means the computer requirements won't be too high, because the algorithms and engine used are very advanced. Most mainstream computers can run it smoothly, but if you want to play in high graphics settings, you'll need to upgrade. Yao Wang said. Can you make money playing this game? Or can you spend money in it? Li Junchuan asked, as he was particularly concerned about this. On which platform will it be released? The game itself is free, only available for download on the official website. However, players can purchase various outfits or upgrade vehicles and weapons within the game. The costs for upgrades can be paid with real money or with money earned in-game, Yao Wang explained. After listening to Yao Wang's introduction, Li Junchuan immediately thought of various online games he had played. I'm going to get rich. Based on his understanding of Yao Wang, he was sure that he had built an entire economic system within the game. So, as long as the game could retain players, making money would be a piece of cake. With this thought, a smile crept onto Li Junchuan's face. At the same time, he thought about the various items, weapons, and battleships based on real-world technology that would be manifested later. He could directly control everything. However, for now, he still needed to consider the matter of Task Force 141. With that in mind, he quickly called Ethan to pack up and prepare to return to the capital. By the time they got home, it was already dark. Today, Li Yun had driven to the store by herself, so he didn't have to pick her up. After dinner, they followed their usual affectionate routine. And once Li Yun went to bed, Li Junchuan left the bedroom and returned to his computer desk. He opened the Call of Duty game and manifested all the members of Task Force 141. After reviewing the profiles of all the members, Li Junchuan was taken aback because among the 85 people he manifested, one actually existed in reality, the founder and commander of 141 in the game, Herschel von Shepard III, who was also a major general in the real world, specifically serving as the future deputy commander of the command center, Richardson, a special advisor to the deputy chief of staff of the army and the deputy commander of the Third Army. So now I have an insider in the army command? Li Junchuan was stunned, unsure of how to react. He could only continue to read on. The identities of the other members were all fine, as they were all elite troops from various countries who had retired and joined Task Force 141, following Richardson's orders. The battlefield commander was John Price, who commanded all actions. Currently, the entire team was in Siberia. Li Junchuan began to think about how to improve the living facilities on the islands in the South China Sea and let the team members settle on each island. If there weren't enough personnel, he could recruit more or manifest them from the game to integrate into the existing team. After all, loyalty wouldn't be a concern. Next, Li Junchuan started creating a bunch of alternate accounts in Shenwu, allowing Yao Guang to control them for upgrades. Each account bought a home, which was then manifested onto various islands. This way, once his team settled in, he wouldn't have to worry about living conditions. After completing these preparations, Li Junchuan took out his phone, found Richardson's newly added number in his contacts, and dialed it. "Hi, do you have any orders?" Richardson's voice came through. "I have some small islands in the South China Sea, and I've sent you the details. Please have the task force settle on each island. If you need any supplies or money, just send me a list." Li Junchuan said, "No need for your money. The troops incur annual costs, and these small matters are not worth troubling you." Richardson chuckled, as he had to consider things for his boss first. As for the expenses, he could find a reason to have the countries that deployed troops pay extra protection fees later. Purely fictional, not to be taken as reality. Chapter 100. The game's first day is a hit, and the East China Sea situation after hanging up with Richardson. Li Junchuan began to look forward to when the Physical Research Institute would quickly manufacture the cold fusion device. Once the energy core was installed, the southern issues would be completely resolved, and he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the military bases he planned to establish on the islands. With space-based weapons above and a super weather control device below, who wouldn't be afraid? Looking at the time, it was getting late. Li Junchuan closed his computer and went to bed. As for the two robots, he didn't need to worry. They would find a place to charge themselves. When the cold fusion device was mass-produced, he could just replace them with 2 mini-arc reactors. The next morning, after waking up, he saw that Li Yun's condition was quite good, and he almost couldn't help but pull her for a morning exercise. However, he thought about how Li Yun still had to go to the store, so he had to give up this idea. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the single-player game Star City was launched globally. Since it was free and received very good reviews online both domestically and internationally, the download data in the entire backend began to soar the moment the game was released. Yao Guang showed Li Junchuan the real-time download data. 5, 10, 20, 100. Within a few minutes, the game's download data exceeded 100, and as time passed, the numbers continued to grow rapidly. Wow. Yao Guang, tell me honestly, how many channels did you promote this game through? Li Junchuan seemed to understand something and hurriedly asked Yao Guang. All online channels. Yao Guang simply replied with 6 words, leaving Li Junchuan stunned. You didn't spend a single penny, did you? Li Junchuan asked again. I first invited all the well-known online streamers both domestically and internationally. And after the hype built up, these online media started to promote it actively. I really didn't spend much money. Yao Guang continued. Regarding why those streamers would willingly try the game and why the platforms didn't stop it, Yao Guang didn't say, and Li Junchuan didn't ask. They both understood well enough. Hehe. Sir, players have already started making purchases. Yao Guang reminded. Oh, what did these players do after they recharged? Li Junchuan asked curiously. They bought outfits in the game, and some used it as starting capital for business operations within the game. Yao Guang replied. Got it. Having played many games, Li Junchuan immediately understood Yao Guang's meaning. It wouldn't affect game balance, would it? Would ordinary players have objections? No. Ordinary players can also sell the items they obtain in the game to wealthy players. There is a dedicated platform for game transactions, And the items ordinary players sell can be traded for cash. Yao Wang answered again. Li Junchuan understood instantly. This was just like the treasure pavilion in Dream of the Red Chamber or the Qi Bao Jian world of martial arts. Then I have to give it a try, Li Junchuan said and directly started downloading the game on his computer. Sir, do you need to add privileges to your account? Yao Wang asked thoughtfully. Can it be done this way? Li Junchuan nodded quickly. Since only you can break the game's defenses, it's better to grant you privileges directly. And as the boss, having some privileges is quite reasonable. Yao Wang thought to himself, but didn't say that it was to prevent you from finding the game too tiring and directly modifying the game data. Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. He had indeed planned to modify the game data directly, then materialize, and then become invincible. However, there was no rush now. He planned to first experience the joy of playing the game. In fact, most players don't hate cheats, they simply hate not having cheats themselves. Li Junchuan spent the entire day playing the game, except for lunch. I have to say, the game produced by Yao Wang satisfied many people's fantasies about gaming. It had rich and diverse gameplay, from casual to thrilling, from passionate to terrifying. After stretching and standing up, Li Junchuan looked at the download data again, which had now reached 500 globally. He browsed through the comments section, filled with numerous positive reviews. Feeling that everything was stable, Li Junchuan turned off his computer, stood up, and brewed himself a pot of tea, using the tea leaves he got from Old Master Song. As he inhaled the fragrant tea aroma filling the room, Li Junchuan felt as if he had transcended. Should I take Li Yun to meet my family while I have time these days? He thought while drinking tea. After all, he had already met Li Yun's parents, but his parents had yet to meet Li Yun. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan asked Yao Wang to check on his father's whereabouts. He only knew that his father was working at a shipyard in Jiang but hadn't asked for details. The results provided by Yao Wang made Li Junchuan frown. Are you saying their factory's management is getting stricter? Yes, sir. It may be related to these changes. Yao Wang sent some information to Li Junchuan. After reading it, Li Junchuan immediately understood what was happening. It turned out that there were again issues in the southeast, and the country had started conducting real combat exercises in the Eastern Theater, leading to a series of measures declared by the provinces under the Eastern Theater's jurisdiction. Is the government behind this again? Li Junchuan asked. Yes, sir. I have detailed information. Should I make it public? Yao Wang inquired. Li Junchuan began to ponder. He hadn't closely followed the international situation or the domestic high-level deployments, and he didn't know whether exposing this information would directly affect some of the country's decisions or disrupt some high-level leaders' plans. I really want to quickly deploy weather weapons, Li Junchuan thought to himself, encouraging the Physics Research Institute's Wenli. Then he suddenly thought, since he didn't know whether to expose it, why not just ask someone else? So he took out his phone and directly called Song Jiang. Xiaochuan, what's up? Do you need me to help you connect for some technical cooperation again? On the other end, Song Jiang seemed to be drinking something, and his tone was a bit different from usual. No, there aren't that many technical cooperations. This time, I'm calling to ask Uncle Song about some issues regarding the East China Sea, Li Junchuan said. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Go ahead and ask. I might not necessarily answer. Song Jiang was a bit puzzled, but he still couldn't ignore the principle. Ahem. Do you remember the things I sent you last time? This time the information is related to the country and the southeast. I just wanted to ask if posting this online would impact some of the country's deployments. Li Junchuan stated directly. Oh, then send it to me first, and I'll reply to you later. Song Jiang immediately became interested. After hanging up the phone, Li Junchuan sent the information Yao Wang provided him to Song Jiang and then quietly waited. He didn't have to wait long before Song Jiang's call came back. Xiaochuan, I can tell you clearly that you can post this information anytime, anywhere. I just discussed it with some colleagues, and rest assured, it won't have any bad impact on our deployments. All right, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Li Junchuan instantly thought that there might be a bunch of big shots on the other end, so the reply was so quick. Without hesitation, he instructed Yao Wang to push this information to the global media, just like last time. As before, the global public opinion was once again in an uproar. The last incident had not passed long, and although he didn't know what price the country had paid to suppress it, just a few days later, another big scandal erupted. Chapter 101. The National Congress was stormed again. Additional update. Seeking gifts, good reviews. The first big scandal targeted the Speaker of the National Congress. The information released online showed all the evidence of his betrayal, trampling on the law, destroying peace, interfering in internal affairs, political manipulation, and using power for personal gain, including evidence of power money transactions, and so on. Yao Guang, awesome. How did you get this? Li Junchuan asked, as he didn't think such high-level figures would be so careless. Political enemies. Yao Guang's answer was just 2 words, but Li Junchuan completely understood. The second major scandal involves the national stationed on a certain island in the east, selling 400 anti-ship missiles, spreading anxiety, and advocating for families on that island to own guns, among other operations. A series of behind-the-scenes conversations related to these operations has been exposed online, openly discussing the purpose of this initiative as a means to disrupt peace, create conflict, and severely undermine international and regional security and stability. The third major scandal concerns the National Defense Minister Oscar entering the intensive care unit, which shocked the world. The 70-year-old Oscar lay there for 4 whole days, yet the entire U.S. Congress was unaware, even the deputy defense minister who was supposed to carry out his duties. In other words, the entire U.S. political sphere, including the president, cabinet, Congress, and the military, had no knowledge of his whereabouts during those 4 days. It was as if he were in a dream. It is important to note that the war in Eastern Europe has not yet ended. The situation in the East is increasingly tense, and the nation is engaged in combat with armed groups in the Red Sea. As a result, many people began to have 2 questions. First, is the U.S. defense minister merely a figurehead? Second, is the Pentagon refusing to comply with the White House? Upon hearing this, one might feel it has little to do with other countries. Then, there was evidence online suggesting that Oscar's hospitalization was not due to illness or accident, which caused the global network to explode again, especially among the youth in the island region, who expressed strong opinions across various news media and online platforms, vehemently stating they did not want to be a pawn in the hands of the nation, nor did they want to be abandoned children of their mainland mother. In an instant, the national high-level officials began to have headaches again, as the series of evidence revealed online tore down the nation's veil of shame. At this point, Li Junchuan nodded. It should be like this. Yao Guang, have you collected anything that has happened before but is not known to the public? Yes, sir. Wait a moment. I'll send it to you, Yao Guang replied, and then sent a pile of documents to Li Junchuan's phone. After looking at them, Li Junchuan was a bit stunned because Yao Guang had sent him various adult films. At first, he thought Yao Guang had sent the wrong thing. But soon he realized that many figures in the videos were quite familiar. Not wanting to search for them himself, Li Junchuan directly asked Yao Guang to label the identities of the people in the videos one by one, and then he became a bit excited. Let me ask you, have you seen the adult films of the current and former presidents of the nation? Or involving minors? And not just women? Li Junchuan felt his worldview shatter, as the videos involved not just political bigwigs, but also business tycoons, celebrities, and other political figures from different countries. This is a fictional narrative and should not be taken as reality. This is outrageous. I used to only hear about the Hollywood couch. What do we call this? Lolita Island? Shota Island? Li Junchuan silently mocked in his heart. Should I send it? Yao Guang asked. Send. Of course, send. Such good stuff should be shared. Li Junchuan replied directly, but then thought for a moment and added, wait a minute, let me make a call. While speaking, he sent the series of documents to Song Jiang and called, Uncle Song, I just sent you some things related to the nation. Is it okay if I post them online? Wait a moment. Damn, you're really impressive. How did you get this stuff? Never mind, just post it. Just don't get caught. Do you need me to find some experts to help you? Song Jiang said, with his emotional fluctuations clearly visible, indicating that Li Junchuan's materials had indeed shocked him. No need for experts. I have friends who can handle it. Since there's no problem, I'll post it now, okay? Li Junchuan said. Post it. Do it now. Let the global public see what kind of people these are. From now on, you don't need to ask me about this kind of stuff. Just send me a copy, and you can directly release it. Song Jiang instructed. All right. I won't disturb you any longer. After hanging up, Li Junchuan directly instructed Yao Guang. I believe you heard that. Go ahead and post it. Let them show their faces. And don't censor anything. Okay, sir. Yao Guang replied. Then, global public opinion ignited like adding fuel to the fire. In an instant, it exploded. The public's anger had not yet subsided, and now it was further inflamed, resulting in an even larger scale of protests erupting across the nation. Li Junchuan watched the foreign news with a smile. Good. Let you stir up trouble in other countries every day. Now that the fire has reached your own doorstep, I want to see how you handle it. At this time, Li Junchuan even thought about throwing an Odin at the nation's political core. After all, this situation deserved a fireworks celebration. Of course, it was just a thought. Meanwhile, he began to see large-scale strikes occurring in the nation online, with workers holding banners gathering together and charging toward the Special Zone Congress building. The security personnel were overwhelmed, thinking, "Oh no, not again." Thus, holding on to their meager monthly wages, they symbolically shouted a few slogans before pushing through, as this was the will of the free people. Happy, Li Junchuan directly took a large watermelon from the kitchen, cut it up, and sat at the table, becoming one of the onlookers. At the same time, the head of the nation's cybersecurity bureau, after being scolded harshly by superiors, began organizing personnel to prepare to dig out the disseminators of this information. "Oh, you dare to fight back. Wait and see, you'll get what you deserve." Yao Guang naturally quickly noticed their actions and disdainfully posted the previous short videos on the official websites of various government departments, and even processed the images to make them 4K, with the sound turned up to the maximum, unable to be turned off. Just like the pop-up online game ads that accidentally appear while using a computer. Yao Guang also made the websites of various government departments pop up on all personal computers abroad, startling many foreign netizens when the images suddenly appeared on their screens. And the loud moans from the speakers immediately attracted them, causing many to engage in intimate activities right there, while those without partners began to entertain themselves. After browsing the foreign internet for a while, feeling it was boring, Li Junchuan stood up, took the empty watermelon rind outside to throw in the trash, then found the butler Li Lu and handed him the large carp caught yesterday, asking him to have the chef prepare it in several different ways. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and found Song Zhang's WeChat, sending a picture of the large carp he caught yesterday, asking, "Uncle Song, should I save you 2 pieces of this fish? It's a wild carp grown in pure, unpolluted water." On the other end, the reply came instantly. "Wait. I'm sending someone to your house. Why didn't you take out such good stuff earlier? Hey, at this time, if you have prepared meals in advance, just let the soldiers eat it, consider it an extra meal." In fact, Li Junchuan knew that people like Song Jiang had eaten plenty of good food. He just wanted to show off the big fish he caught. When he returned yesterday, he felt something was missing because he couldn't hang the big fish on the car and drive around the capital for a couple of laps. Now, there were quite a few big shots of the same or even higher rank over at Song's place. Chapter 102, Super Serum. At the evening fish banquet, Li Junchuan and Li Yun feasted until they were full, but obviously, the two of them could not finish a large carp. So, Li Junchuan asked the butler to notify the chef to serve extra meals for everyone tonight, and then the leftovers were directly cut up and shared with the staff. After dinner, Li Junchuan and Li Yun chatted in the yard. "Brother Chuan, what did you do today?" Li Yun walked back and forth in the yard, digesting her meal. "Fishing. Let me show you something good." So Li Junchuan took out his phone and opened a photo of himself with the big carp. "I caught 3 big carps today. And the one we are eating tonight is the one I caught. The other 2 are going to be given away. So impressive. I've never seen such a big fish." Li Yun was a bit surprised. "Oh, haven't you been to an aquarium?" Li Junchuan asked. "No, I've only been to the zoo before and seen others fishing. But the biggest catch was only about 7 or 8 pounds. Li Yundao, how about I take you to the aquarium, or we can go fishing tomorrow? Maybe you'll catch a big fish too." Li Junchuan asked. "I don't want to go, I'll get tanned." Li Yun said a bit reluctantly. "I like being tanned too. And I plan to bring a sun umbrella. The temperature in the mountains isn't high right now, it's quite cool. You might need to wear something thicker if you go." Li Junchuan replied. Seeing that Li Yun wasn't very interested, Li Junchuan changed the topic. "By the way, do you want to come back to my hometown with me?" Upon hearing this, Li Yun's eyes brightened significantly, showing no signs of resistance. "Sure, when are we going? You've been to my house. And I want to see yours and meet your family." There was a thought she didn't say. It would be best to settle this soon. "Any time is fine. I'm free these days, but my dad and brother aren't home right now," Li Junchuan said. "Meeting your mom is fine too. Or we can wait until New Year to go to your place," Li Yun suggested. "Then let us go during the New Year. You can come home with me for the holidays," Li Junchuan said, thinking that after the busy period in Yongqing, he would return home to renovate a bit. Fixing anything that was missing, worried that Li Yun might not adapt to the rural lifestyle after getting used to the city. He recalled videos he had seen online about various awkward situations that happened when taking a girlfriend back home for the New Year. So he decided to push the timing back to prepare well and make a good impression. "All right, it's a deal. Let us set a time next year for your parents to meet mine." Hee. Li Yun said. "Okay, it's settled then. It's getting late. You should go take a bath first. I'll feed Haidu." Li Junchuan lowered his head, rubbing Haidu, who had been circling around him. After Li Yun returned to her room, Li Junchuan picked up Haidu. I've neglected you a bit these past few days. Come have some meatballs first. He opened his palm, and the meatballs appeared, immediately catching Haidu's interest. Haidu began to eat the meatballs, wagging its tail, making Li Junchuan's palm feel a bit ticklish. It seems I need to materialize the super serum too, and give Haidu an injection. Li Junchuan thought of the super soldier serum from Marvel. I wonder how effective it will be when materialized, and if it's safe? He planned to put his girlfriend to sleep first, and then try materializing it, hoping to have the formula for mass production. At that moment, Li Junchuan's smile began to twist a bit. After putting down Haidu, he went back to his room to take a quick shower. Just as he turned his head while drying off with a towel, he saw Li Yun soaking in the bathtub. The steam made her face look a bit hazy, revealing some fair skin above the water, intermittently visible due to the waves caused by the bathtub's automatic massage function. Hanging the towel on the rack, Li Junchuan walked over to the bathtub. Li Yun, who was soaking, felt something new in front of her, so she opened her eyes, shot a glance at her boyfriend, and leaned closer. Hiss. Another round of playful wrestling ensued, and under Li Junchuan's fierce onslaught, Li Yun soon fell into a deep sleep. While Li Junchuan rinsed off again and sat down at the computer desk, he opened his computer and immediately launched a series of Marvel games he had recently purchased, finally finding the super soldier serum in one of them. Without hesitation, he clicked to materialize it. Then he saw a blue bottle of oral liquid appear on his desk, accompanied by a manual and a booklet. The super serum could enhance the user's metabolic function and all bodily functions, achieving 100 brain usage, reaching the peak of the user's potential, and could be taken orally, with 100 safety. That's it. Li Junchuan was a bit speechless. When he watched the movie, he thought the super soldier serum required a series of preparations for injection, and it might not even succeed. System brother, does this serum require any other preparations for use? Li Junchuan decided to ask for insurance. Just prepare some food. The system's voice echoed in his mind. No restrictions on species? Li Junchuan asked again. If the manual doesn't specify, then there are no restrictions. Your comprehension skills are lacking. The system's voice was a bit mocking. This thing is already useless for you. Stop asking, you're wasting time. Okay, thanks, system brother, goodbye. Upon hearing this, Li Junchuan suddenly thought of the transformations of the Fantastic Four and the Gamma Rays. Forget it. He didn't want to accidentally turn into a monster. However, the invisibility feature seemed pretty cool. He wondered if the game had any gene serum that could grant invisibility. Temporarily suppressing his thoughts, Li Junchuan picked up the booklet and opened it, his heart racing with joy. It clearly stated the complete preparation method for the super serum. Sure enough, System Brother is really good to me. After briefly scanning through it, he stored the booklet in his spatial ring. The preparation method wasn't complicated. It felt like any pharmaceutical factory could produce it. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan began to ponder where to set up a pharmaceutical factory so that he could enhance each member of his manifested Team 141, which would mean a bunch of super soldiers. If he were to be bolder, he could materialize an entire army and enhance them all. Wouldn't that mean he could walk sideways? As for this serum, he had no intention of collaborating with the country for now, unless he had an even more powerful serum in hand. Quietly pushing the door open, Li Junchuan stepped into the yard. Hearing the noise, Haidu ran out of its luxurious pet house, circling around Li Junchuan. Haidu, sit. I have something good for you. Li Junchuan opened the super serum oral liquid he held, poured it into Haidu's usual food bowl, and watched as Haidu quickly drank it all. Soon after, Haidu seemed to fall asleep, slowly collapsing to the ground. Its body began to tremble, and its shape started to change. This transformation lasted about 15 minutes, and Haidu's fur became shinier. Its body grew robust, almost like it was inflated, instantly getting much bigger, but its vital signs remained stable. Li Junchuan returned to his room to grab a cup, dissolved a blood pill and a jade toad pill in hot water, then walked back to the yard and poured the potion into Haidu's bowl, waiting for Haidu to wake up. After about half an hour, Haidu slowly opened its eyes, looking at its owner with a more human-like expression on its face. Haidu, how do you feel? Are you a bit hungry? Drink this medicine first, Li Junchuan said as he watched Haidu wobble to stand and drink the medicine. Then took out a handful of pearl meatballs and put them in the bowl. Eat some more. From now on, your owner's safety will be up to you. Li Junchuan didn't expect any response, but he was surprised to see Haidu actually nodding and softly barking. However, he wasn't too shocked, since he had seen videos online where pets could even buy groceries, so it wasn't strange for his enhanced Haidu to behave this way. Chapter 103, 1,000 miles away to take the enemy's head after feeding Haidu until it was full and looking at his fully evolved Haidu. Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction, patted its head a couple of times, then returned to his room to freshen up and go to bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Yun continued to go to the store, while Li Junchuan lay on the sofa watching short videos. However, the first video made him frown tightly. The content of the video was about the leaders of two countries meeting and then issuing a joint statement. The statement strongly opposed changing the status quo in the East China Sea through force or coercion, and Lao Baideng promised to protect the country with nuclear weapons. The two leaders also jointly stated that their goal was to establish a global security partnership that served their purposes. In just a short video, Li Junchuan felt murderous intent twice. With a cold snort, Li Junchuan swiped the screen and moved on to the next video, which reignited the anger he had just managed to suppress. The content of this video was about the capital's anti-drug team, primarily calling on the public not to be misled by the West, not to hastily discuss legalization, and proclaiming that legality is a crime, while clearly stating that every country has its own history, culture, traditions, and legal systems, and presenting differences as nothing strange. Li Junchuan opened the comments section and followed the links, quickly understanding the context of the situation. Yao Guang, check this blogger, investigator ancestry thoroughly. I want to see what kind of monster this is. Li Junchuan coldly snorted. In the past, he would only attack a country online. But now he felt like targeting an individual. You better pray I don't find anything or you'll be in for it, Li Junchuan silently vowed. After finishing the video, he initially wanted to hold back, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Taking a step back felt like a loss. He decided not to endure any longer. This time, he would retaliate. As for how to retaliate, he opened Honor of Kings, found the hero Lan, and prepared to manifest land skills. Land skills were as follows: passive, when an enemy's health is below 30. Land skills and basic attacks deal additional true damage to the prey and grant vision. First skill, Wave Break. Lan covers himself with the power of the magic segment and enters a diving state, significantly increasing movement speed. Second skill, Void Cut. Lan wields a shark blade to cut the enemy's wounds, dealing damage. For each enemy hit, Lan gains a mark, stacking up to 3 marks. Third skill, Execution. Lan throws a blue shark fin, stunning enemies in its path. Then, after a short delay, lunges toward the dagger's position, dragging enemies along the path to execute them. He valued the first skill the most, but since he didn't fully understand the effect of the manifestation, he activated it. The manifested effect did not disappoint him. The passive effect after manifestation was that any damage dealt to injured enemies would double. After manifesting the first skill, he gained a layer of shark biological armor, which came with an underwater survival system, significantly increasing underwater movement speed. After manifesting the second skill, the shark armor produced a shark-toothed blade with a defense-breaking effect. The third skill involved throwing the shark-toothed blade, stunning enemies upon impact with powerful momentum, and using the hidden hook chain within the blade to drag enemies close for execution. Wow, incredible. Li Junchuan looked at a box that suddenly appeared on the floor beside him and eagerly opened it, revealing a strange armor that was the same color as shark skin. After checking the instructions, Li Junchuan let out a gentle breath and made a bold decision. He saw that the shark armor was 10 times faster than a swordfish in water, meaning it exceeded 1100, based on the distance from the capital to the country. He estimated it would take over 2 hours to arrive. Yao Guang, help me check the schedule of the leaders of the two countries today, Li Junchuan instructed. After a moment, he received a satisfactory response and opened Call of Duty, directly manifesting a fully equipped Barrett, a complete set of gear from foreign troops, and a series of other weapons, all stored in his spatial ring. He then drove towards Qinhuangdao, as it was near the East China Sea. The journey to Qinhuangdao was smooth, and once there, Li Junchuan instructed Yao Guang to shield his vehicle's travel trajectory, route, and all nearby surveillance. At a concealed location by the East China Sea, he changed into the shark armor, stored his car and other items in the spatial ring, and jumped into the sea. Thanks to the special material of the shark armor, he wouldn't be detected by any monitoring devices, allowing him to accelerate freely along the route displayed on the armor's built-in screen, heading straight for the capital of the country. Finally, within 3 hours, he reached the capital, quietly came ashore, changed into plain clothes, and put on a baseball cap. He asked Hu Guang again, where are the leaders of the two countries? They are preparing to attend an event in a public area. But sir, the security is tight. Yao Guang's voice carried a hint of caution. Send me the location of the event and the surrounding terrain map. Li Junchuan's tone was firm, without a trace of hesitation. Understood, sir. The terrain map has been sent, and I have planned several escape routes for you. Yao Guang diligently assisted Li Junchuan. Li Junchuan began to study the shooting angles. Soon, he locked onto his targets. Located 4 kilometers away at a high-rise building where the two were attending the event. After Yao Guang booked a ride for him under a false identity, Li Junchuan walked to the roadside. He quickly got into an ordinary Toyota sedan and set off for his destination. After Yao Guang hacked into the building system, Li Junchuan smoothly entered the building, went straight to the rooftop, and began to gaze into the distance. After waiting for about an hour, he spotted some figures. Judging by their outfits, they were the security personnel preparing for the two countries' leaders. Li Junchuan sneered, "You didn't think I would launch an attack from kilometers away, did you?" He then quietly watched as they worked in an orderly manner. His focus sharpened, and he saw 2 men and 2 women surrounded by a group of security personnel. With a wall of bodyguards nearby, while some atmosphere group members warmly welcomed them. Although they were far away, Li Junchuan could clearly see the expressions on their faces. "Yao Guang, can you confirm that they are indeed the two?" Li Junchuan pulled out an 821 and whispered. "Yes, sir. After careful comparison, I can confirm without a doubt," Yao Guang replied. "Good." Li Junchuan lifted the sniper rifle, aimed at the target, and quietly said, "When it comes to taking the enemy's life, I never miss." He then gently pulled the trigger, the gun slightly shifted, and he pulled the trigger a second time. Let the bullet fly for a while. Li Junchuan stowed the gun in the spatial ring, then changed into a different outfit in the corner and calmly left the building. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast of the media from various countries, the 2 main figures preparing to speak suddenly had their heads explode, their necks turning into a heap of skin fragments. The scene fell silent for several seconds before someone screamed in terror, and chaos erupted. The security personnel searched everywhere for the target, while the wives of the 2 main figures collapsed onto the ground, and only reporters and photographers continued their diligent reporting. Those watching the live broadcast were initially shocked, and then some began to excitedly shout, their reactions varying. Chapter 104. Doing something before leaving. Li Junchuan walked out of the building, initially planning to take the water route back to his country as quickly as possible. However, after suddenly recalling something, he decided to do a little more before leaving. "Yao Guang, help me find the location of the Yasukuni Shrine," Li Junchuan said softly. "Understood, sir." Yao Guang's voice sounded in Li Junchuan's ear. Soon, the location of the Yasukuni Shrine appeared on his phone. Li Junchuan opened it to find that Yao Guang had prepared not only the location but also nearby surveillance footage and real-time satellite images. Before long, Li Junchuan arrived near the Yasukuni Shrine. Using his extraordinary abilities, he began to observe the security positions at the shrine from a distance, as well as the nearby civilians and tourists. Finding that the security was not as strict as rumored, he lowered his hat and slowly walked over. Of course, he didn't use the front entrance, but instead jumped over from the side wall. As for the surveillance, he was completely unconcerned, with Yao Guang as his helper. The surveillance footage had long been replaced and specially processed, so no one could detect any anomalies. With his super strong 5 senses and max-level invisibility skills, Li Junchuan started moving quickly around the entire shrine bathroom. Whenever someone walked by or glanced over, he was always able to dodge in time. What no one noticed was that he paused slightly at each location, sticking 2 small items in hidden corners like the wall or ceiling. Soon, the entire shrine bathroom was filled with these small square items, and surprisingly, no one discovered his actions. Whether to say he was highly skilled or to say the security here was too lax is debatable. In any case, after Li Junchuan finished what he wanted to do and jumped over the wall to leave, no one had noticed that someone had been there. After leaving a certain distance, Li Junchuan took out a small remote control from his spatial ring and pressed it hard. Boom, 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 with a series of explosions. The Yasukuni Shrine bathroom was completely blown apart, and at the same time, fierce flames erupted. It turned out that when Li Junchuan was placing the bombs, he had also set up several timed incendiary devices, which led to the scene before him. Quickly, the footage of the Yasukuni Shrine bathroom exploding and catching fire was posted online, due to Li Junchuan's reckless use of bombs and incendiary devices. By the time the fire brigade arrived, it was already too late. Even if the fire was extinguished, there would be nothing left of the shrine bathroom. Hearing the commotion in the distance, Li Junchuan turned and left, once again calling for a car online, which took him to the nearest seaside. After getting out of the car, Li Junchuan found another deserted spot, changed into his shark armor, and leaped into the water, speeding towards Chenhuangdao. Along the way, Li Junchuan even had the leisure to admire the various fish underwater, and he had to say that the fish today were particularly beautiful. After more than 2 hours, Li Junchuan landed on a secluded coastline in Qinhuangdao, changed back into his clothes, took the car out from his spatial ring, and drove towards the capital. He spent more time on land than in the sea, and by the time Li Junchuan returned home, it was already past dinner time. Due to prior arrangements, Li Yun had already eaten dinner. As Li Junchuan approached the capital, he had Xiaowang notify the butler to prepare dinner in advance. So when he returned home and parked the car, the meal was already laid out on the table. After washing up briefly, Li Junchuan sat down at the dining table and began to eat heartily. He hadn't paid attention to eating at noon, so he was genuinely a bit hungry now. Li Yun sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, watching Li Junchuan eat with great appetite. For some reason, she felt that something was a bit off with him today. It must be said that a woman's sixth sense can sometimes be quite unreasonable. Long ago, when he was still in school, seeing the various atrocities committed by foreign countries in history books, he had thought that he would definitely kill a little baka if given the chance. However, after working for many years, he hadn't even encountered a single little baka, let alone gone abroad. Sorry, but he had never been abroad or obtained any visas. Moreover, he had heard from friends that going abroad required proof of funds, and one needed to have over 20 in their account, which was mostly a negative balance for him. As many netizens say, my lustful heart has been guarded by poverty, which has kept my character upright and my conduct exemplary, maintaining my moral bottom line. Did Li Junchuan finally fulfill his dream today? For a moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. It was just very complicated and hard to express. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Jiang from Yuchuan Mountain, as a high-ranking military official, also received the news about the public assassination of the two national leaders. The difference was that he learned from the country's special news channel that the two were shot from an ultra-long distance using a Barrett sniper rifle, with a shooting distance of over 4, and the time interval between the two shots was less than 1 second. Upon learning this information, Song Jiang took a deep breath. According to the data he had, currently, among all snipers worldwide, there was only one person who could confidently hit a target at such a distance. Xiao Chuan. Is that you? Having witnessed Li Junchuan's terrifying sniping skills firsthand, Song Jiang immediately thought of him and took out his phone to call. Hello, Uncle Song. Li Junchuan paused his chopsticks. Xiao Chuan, where are you right now? Song Jiang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I'm at home near Hohai. What's up? Want to eat fish again? Li Junchuan understood the purpose of Song Jiang's call, as he had been present during the shooting practice with the troops in Yong City. Hey, what fish? I just wanted to say one thing. Song Jiang got straight to the point. What is it? Li Junchuan thought Song Jiang was calling to question him, but it turned out he just wanted to tell him something. I want to say, Xiao Chuan, well done, but be careful in the future. Song Jiang seemed to say nothing, yet it felt like he said everything. All right, Uncle Song, I understand. I was a bit rough with my work. I'll make sure to learn and correct it when I have the chance. Li Junchuan replied, seeming to say little but implying much. Song Jiang understood his meaning, so he didn't say anything more or ask further questions. Although he was curious about how Li Junchuan could make a round trip to the capital so quickly, he didn't continue to inquire. After all, he was a good kid, wasn't he? After hanging up with Song Jiang, Li Junchuan smiled and continued to pick up his chopsticks to enjoy his meal. Strangely, his mood improved a lot. After all, this was different from the first time he killed someone, which was out of self-defense in a moment of urgency, so he acted more heavily. But this time, he took the initiative, and it was even thousands of miles away. Silently talking to himself, humph. Let's see who dares to jump next time. I'll take you down. As he thought about it, Li Junchuan remembered that online blogger and decided to ask Xiaoguang later about how things were going after he finished eating. Chapter 105. National Joint Action. Add more, seek 5-star reviews. Li Junchuan finished the dinner prepared by the butler, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Xiao Yun, are you tired? Want to go out for a walk? Li Yun shook her head. I'm not tired, but Xiao Chuan, you seem a bit tired today. Why not go to bed early? Or should I help you with a massage? Originally, Li Junchuan had no particular thoughts, but upon hearing the latter part of her sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then let us take a bath together to relax, and you can massage me afterward. I've had a lot on my plate these past few days, and I have a bit of a headache. Okay, I'll run the water. You wait a moment. Li Yun stood up and went to the bathroom in the bedroom to fill the bathtub with water. After thinking for a moment, she added some lavender essential oil to the water. It didn't take long to fill the tub, and Li Yun returned to the living room to invite Li Junchuan to take a bath. The warm water mixed with the scent of lavender made Li Junchuan feel his mind slowly calming down, but with a beautiful woman in his arms. His hands also began to get a bit restless. Don't mess around, or we'll get water everywhere. Li Yun playfully chided. Li Junchuan didn't overdo it. He simply splashed water playfully. After they had soaked for a while, Li Junchuan stood up to dry himself off, then helped Li Yun dry off as well. Come on. Let me blow dry your hair. Don't catch a chill. Li Yun, wrapped in a bathrobe, obediently sat there, enjoying Li Junchuan's warm hands brushing over her head. Her eyes slightly squinting like a little kitten. How about I tie your hair up? Li Junchuan had a sudden idea. I don't think I've ever tied your hair before. Sure, go ahead. Li Yun took a hair tie from the small drawer of the dressing table and handed it to Li Junchuan. Do you know how? Do you want me to teach you? Li Junchuan pouted. Don't underestimate me. Although I haven't tried it, tying hair is not that difficult. Saying this, he took the hair tie from Li Yun and quickly tied her hair into twin ponytails. Oh, why are you tying my hair into pigtails late at night? Li Yun felt a bit strange. It wasn't very convenient to sleep with her hair tied like this. Pigtails increase attack speed. Hee, baby, I'm here. Li Junchuan didn't wait for Li Yun to react and hugged her, rushing to the big bed in the bedroom. Then, as usual, it was the yin-yang exchange. Tonight, Li Junchuan gained a different kind of pleasure, while Li Yun naturally was overwhelmed and fell into a deep sleep. Sitting down in front of the computer, Li Junchuan casually lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and turned on the computer. Yao Guang, is the information about that female blogger organized? He asked. It's all organized, sir. The information is quite extensive, so it's been sent to your email. It's recommended to view it on a computer. Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan opened his QQ email and checked the new messages in his inbox. Clicking on the top email, Li Junchuan began to browse carefully. And the result was just as he expected. This person had taken money. Although this substantial amount of money had not directly entered her bank account and was not cash, it was still traced back by the powerful Yao Guang, leading to a major drug lord. Continuing to look further, Li Junchuan saw detailed information about the drug lord and the real big shot behind it. This big shot was none other than a family member of the national leader he had just dealt with today. TSK. This guy died without injustice. Li Junchuan felt a bit speechless. No wonder those countries have been trying to legalize it. The interests involved are so many. However, since the person was already dead, Li Junchuan turned his attention back to the female blogger. Did she not know the consequences of making those statements? No, she knew, but she still did it. All for the sake of profit. Even the statements published online were prepared in advance by someone else, and even the subsequent reactions targeting Huagua were planned in advance. You want to test our country's reaction? If that's the case, then let you see clearly. Li Junchuan sneered. Yao Guang. Release all this information online and on all platforms, with translations for foreign countries, so that the vast netizens can see this person's true colors. Our country has always had zero tolerance for this. It was indeed traumatized by the Opium War. Over the years, anti-drug efforts have never stopped, and countless unnamed heroes have sacrificed on this front. Despite such intense anti-drug work, there are still people who cannot resist various temptations, ultimately leading to their family's ruin. In the past, Li Junchuan could only avoid it himself. If he discovered friends around him involved, he would report them directly. That was all he could do. But now, with Yao Guang, this powerful tool in his hands, he thought, spies, traitors, drug traffickers, smugglers, all reported. Tonight, he decided to work with Yao Guang to find and locate all those currently endangering the security of these countries. Time permitting, he would make time every night to do this, as a way to contribute some credit to the diligent police and soldiers. Once he thought of it, he instructed Yao Guang to globally expose the information about the female blogger. Then, he called on Yao Guang to start using the internet to investigate and lock down various related illegal activities. In no time, Li Junchuan and Yao Guang quietly hijacked all foreign supercomputers, starting comprehensive surveillance on criminal gangs targeting the country and other Southeast Asian countries. Retrieving past criminal evidence one by one, Li Junchuan's fingers danced across the keyboard, reminiscent of Maxim's performance of Flight of the Bumblebee, with his fingers leaving afterimages. Finally, Li Junchuan paused his actions, gently exhaling. That's enough for now. This should keep Song Guo and the others busy for a while. After catching this batch, it should be about right. No one will dare to reach out again in the short term. Seeing that it wasn't too late, Li Junchuan took out his phone, opened the Health Maintenance Team's WeChat group, and tentatively sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The protagonist WeChat, surely no one can restrict it. Zhang Yadong received your red envelope. Wang Feng received your red envelope. Song Gang received your red envelope. Du Xinwu received your red envelope. Yang Lu received your red envelope. Very good. No one is asleep. Li Junchuan chuckled and directly typed in the group. Since everyone is here, I'll be straightforward. Little brother has a great merit to present, and I hope you brothers can accept this fortune. Details. Song Gang replied. After a line of 1. Li Junchuan shared the information and evidence he had just gathered, stating that the scope of what he held was broad, and they needed to find some partners. The others understood his meaning. This was another opportunity to gain merit and favors. After all, it required cooperation from multiple departments across the country, and relying solely on their abilities would not be sufficient, so they needed to delegate some work. With their family backgrounds, they didn't have to worry about anyone daring to take credit for their achievements. Thus, the group disregarded the time and started making calls to gather people. As for sleeping, forget about it. They were hyped. After reviewing the general information Li Junchuan sent, the group was as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, including Zhang Yadong from a special department, because many of the criminal activities in the information Li Junchuan provided were under their department as purview. As a result, some night owls who were relaxing found that the police and military in their areas were mobilizing on a large scale, momentarily thinking it was a joint exercise. Chapter 106. The Super Serum Factory. After thinking there was nothing urgent, Li Junchuan prepared to get up and return to the bedroom to sleep. However, just as he stood up, he remembered something: the super serum. Since this thing couldn't be brought out for cooperation with the country for the time being, he had to find a place to produce it himself. For a moment, Li Junchuan started to consider where to set up the factory. It definitely wouldn't be suitable in the country, so he decided to put it on an island. After all, he didn't plan to sell it externally for now, so a small factory would suffice. With this in mind, Li Junchuan thought of a game called Cities, Skylines, where you can build all the buildings in an entire city with money. However, it was a bit late today, so he planned to take some time tomorrow to choose a larger island and materialize the necessary buildings. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, Li Yin went to the store as usual, while Li Junchuan stayed at home to prepare to play a game. Since he had nothing to do, he was too lazy to modify data. After downloading Cities, Skylines 2, he began to seriously play the game, during which he had Yu Guang help him with a lot of references. He first used a brush in the game to shape the terrain of the largest central island among the 50 islands before starting to build various buildings. For a production factory, the supporting facilities would need an employee cafeteria, employee dormitories, and a small medical room. Of course, essential utilities like electricity, water supply, drainage, and a sewage treatment plant. Should I just materialize some robots to work there? No need to pay salaries, Li Junchuan thought. And after materializing his small factory, he started to think about robots. With that in mind, he asked Yao Guang to search for any related games. Soon, Yao Guang provided an answer. The game's name was Smart Factory Tycoon. He planned to combine the two games, purchasing wind turbines, hydroelectric generators, and solar panels from the smart factory, then modifying data to gain a large number of skill points, maxing out the levels of the purchased robots, movement speed, processing speed, charging capacity, fuel consumption, etc. He then purchased chargers, superchargers, wireless chargers, and fuel dispensers for the robots. Finally, he thoughtfully planted a lot of trees inside the factory. After making a series of preparations, Li Junchuan clicked to materialize. During the materialization, he spent some effort assembling the various functional areas of the two games together like building blocks, and then the island factory was considered complete. Now there was only one thing left to do: the issue of raw materials. Thinking of it, Li Junchuan had Yao Guang find various nearby suppliers of raw materials and placed orders one by one. Then he just waited for the deliveries. After finishing these tasks, Li Junchuan stood up from his chair, stretched, brewed himself a pot of tea, and sat on the sofa to start watching short videos. The first video pushed to him was about the news of the leaders of the two countries being shot in public yesterday. Li Junchuan opened the comment section to see the opinions of netizens, and one comment with the most likes caught his eye. It's terrifying to think about, brothers. These two old fellows just announced they were going to stir things up in the morning, and by the afternoon, they were gone. Do you think it was Cold Front's doing? Xiao Qiao is doomed. Seeing the netizen's name, Li Junchuan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed this guy was a seasoned Lonling Wang player. He then saw a long string of comments below saying, "Don't say things that are not conducive to unity," followed by a dog emoji. Nowadays, netizens are quite talented. Although they didn't guess correctly, they weren't far off. Am I also considered an alternative Cold Front now? Li Junchuan scratched his head and started scrolling to the next video. This video was also related to him, featuring the female blogger who made controversial statements. Netizens online saw various evidence posted by a big shot, and they directly put that person on trending. Some excited netizens expressed their desire to find her in real life, while others believed such a person should be deported, with reactions varying widely. The subsequent series of videos were all related to him, showing how certain police and military forces captured criminals. Netizens commented that the military and police in their jurisdictions conducted overnight operations at first. They thought it was a joint exercise, only to wake up the next day to realize they were arresting people everywhere, and they all applauded. The southeast near the border was not spared either. The domestic police and military joined local armed forces to conduct a major cleanup of drug dealers and scam rings, some even firing guns. In no time, major drug lords in Southeast Asia were captured. As for whether they would be released later, that depended on whether they were detained domestically or abroad. In short, the atmosphere was tense, and those who had narrowly escaped were hastily fleeing. Looking at the results he and Yao Guang achieved, Li Junchuan's face broke into a radiant smile. From now on, let's see who dares to reach out recklessly. Anyone who does will be caught. The crime rate should drop sharply. Just then, Li Junchuan received a call from Song Jiang. Xiao Chuan, are you still at home in Hohai? Song Jiang asked. Yes, Uncle Song. What's up? Li Junchuan was a bit curious about why Song Jiang was calling at this time. Could it be related to last night's events? Song Jiang's reply was as expected. I need to thank those kids on your behalf. If you have time now, come over to Yuquanshan. There's good news. Song Jiang said. Sure, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Li Junchuan started getting ready to leave. Before he left, he passed by the yard and fed Haida some pearl balls. He didn't know how many years Haida had left to live. The pearl balls he fed to Haidu could increase a pet's lifespan, but without a pet panel, it was hard to judge. Driving his military vehicle, Li Junchuan quickly arrived at Yuquanshan. Although the guards at the entrance recognized him, they still checked him as usual before letting him through. After parking the car, he went to the small courtyard from last time and found only Song Jiang in the room. However, he didn't mind and walked straight over, handing over the medicinal liquor he was carrying. I know you like this, so I brought you 2 more bottles. Keep them for yourself. Hey, now that you're here, no need to be polite, he said while taking the bag and quickly going to the inner room to put it away before coming back. Here, your reward. He handed Li Junchuan 3 small boxes. After Li Junchuan took them, he also handed over 3 red small booklets and 3 certificates. Li Junchuan first opened the small boxes to take a look. Inside were 3 identical first-class merit medals. 3 first-class merits? Li Junchuan was quite surprised. You've done so much for the country, it won't be forgotten. However, to protect your family, it won't be publicly awarded, but your family knows about it. I've already instructed the political commissar to inform your family to keep it confidential for now. Song Jiang said. You should have told me earlier. I would have worn my uniform when I came. Now there's no sense of ceremony at all, Li Junchuan said. But the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. There's more. Here, this is for you. Song Jiang handed over another small booklet and a small box. Before Li Junchuan opened the box, he saw the 6 big characters printed on the red booklet and felt a bit incredulous. He looked up at Song Jiang, then down at the small booklet in his hand, took a deep breath, and opened the box. Inside was a medal composed of elements like the August 1st Army emblem, a 5-pointed star, a sword, a flag, rays of light, the Great Wall, and olive branches. This medal is awarded to military personnel who have made outstanding contributions in maintaining national sovereignty, security, and development interests, as well as advancing national defense and military modernization. The August 1st medal is generally awarded once every 5 years. For a moment, Li Junchuan felt a bit overwhelmed, sensing the significant weight of the small box in his hand. This medal, like the first-class merit, is extremely difficult to obtain in peacetime. With these, a page could even be opened in the family genealogy. We see your contributions clearly. You may not know that the team you were responsible for teaching combat won gold medals in various competitions, both domestically and internationally. And the information you provided to various national departments last night and in the past few months has helped the country crack down on a large number of criminals while also recovering significant losses. Song Jiang patted Li Junchuan on the shoulder. Li Junchuan's expression was somewhat complex. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. Excitement, exhilaration. At the same time, he felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. After gaining such abilities, he could no longer turn a blind eye when the country and people faced difficulties. Is this the idea that with great power comes great responsibility? However, thinking that he could still hide behind the scenes, Lee Junchuan felt a bit more relaxed. Until he had the strength to overturn the table, he could just continue to develop cautiously. I need to remind Old Man Wen later to see if the cold fusion device has been made. Lee Junchuan thought to himself. Then took the August 1st medal and held it against his chest, imagining what it would be like to be adorned with medals. Seeing Lee Junchuan's expression, Song Jiang felt both gratified and somewhat complex. The country can give you nothing more, but it can provide some help for your family and their children's education and employment in the future. Lee Junchuan, however, didn't express any dissatisfaction. Thank you, Uncle Song. Having these is enough. Song Jiang nodded, turned around, and handed him a set of uniforms. Go change into this. Lee Junchuan nodded, took the clothes, and walked toward the inner room. Soon, he came out wearing a summer uniform. Seeing Lee Junchuan, who appeared even more tall and straight in the summer uniform, Song Jiang nodded in satisfaction, waved him over, and personally helped him put on the insignia, shoulder boards, and the medals from the box. Finally taking the hat and putting it on him. After circling around Lee Junchuan, Song Jiang nodded with satisfaction. Let us go to the yard and take some commemorative photos. Lee Junchuan silently nodded, but the moment he stepped out of the door, he felt that the wind today was a bit noisy, and the sand it carried was somewhat blinding. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lee Junchuan walked to the position designated by Song Jiang. When he saw Song Jiang lift the camera to aim at him, he solemnly saluted, revealing a bright smile on his face. Click, click, click. Song Jiang took several photos in quick succession and nodded in satisfaction. All right, Xiao Chuan, I'll get the photos printed for you later, and I'll send you the digital version shortly. Thank you, Uncle Song. Lee Junchuan nodded. We should thank you for your contributions to the country. What you've done recently has been a great help to the nation and the people, giving us hope to become #1 globally in military and energy sectors. Song Jiang said seriously. Xiao Chuan, I'm not sure if you realize how much your technology helps the country, but I want to tell you that you are very important to the nation and the people. If you ever need help, just ask directly. Remember, any help. Lee Junchuan nodded. Okay, Uncle Song. Although he didn't know when he might need the country's help, it was certainly not a bad thing. Let us have lunch here, and later I have a gift for you. Song Jiang said. Change your clothes. We're in a sensitive period right now, so be careful. Lee Junchuan nodded, returned to the room to change back into his clothes, and carefully stored away several medals. His mind starting to wonder what the gift from Song Jiang could be, feeling a bit of anticipation. The lunch consisted of regular home-cooked dishes, but there was a larger quantity prepared. After the meal, Lee Junchuan sat on the sofa chatting with Song Jiang. Seizing the opportunity, he asked about the production of the cold fusion device, as although he had added Wen Li's contact information last time. The entire research institute had recently cut off all external communications, so he couldn't reach anyone. You'll see the finished product soon. Don't worry. Trust in our country's strength. You've already provided the complete set of technology. They've verified everything and are now officially in the production phase. After production, it just needs some experiments. Song Jiang said. Just then, a guard knocked and entered, saying something to Song Jiang before leaving. Song Jiang smiled. Let us go? The gift I prepared for you has arrived. Let us go take a look. Lee Junchuan had overheard their conversation and was curious since they hadn't mentioned what the gift was. He got up and followed Song Jiang outside. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a brand new two-tone Hongqi 5 parked there, with red flags hanging on both sides of the front and the license plate already affixed. The picture will be placed at the end of the chapter. Lee Junchuan's eyes lit up as he walked around the car a few times. This was a vehicle even more prestigious than a Rolls-Royce, and now he owned one. Wow. I know you like cars, so I got you one. The top configuration of the 5. What do you think? Do you like it? Song Jiang chuckled, watching the rare excitement on Lee Junchuan's face. I love it. I really love it. Thank you, Uncle Song. Lee Junchuan nodded excitedly. Although this car was now available to the public, purchasing one was still quite troublesome. Lee Junchuan had been thinking about when he could buy one, but now he didn't have to worry about it. He just wondered if driving it would make him look a bit like a chauffeur. Do you want me to arrange a driver for you, a guard? Song Jiang asked, seemingly sensing Lee Junchuan's thoughts. Lee Junchuan scratched his head. Am I qualified for that? Song Jiang was a bit speechless. Did you not see the epaulets I just put on you? 2 stripes, 3 stars. Lee Junchuan was even more confused. Am I a colonel already? In fact, he didn't realize that with his achievements, he should have been promoted long ago. This time, it was a culmination of several accomplishments, which allowed him to leap several ranks like a rocket. Song Jiang rolled his eyes at him. But he understood that Li Junchuan had not been a soldier from the start and didn't he know much about military affairs. So he didn't mind and patted his shoulder. Yeah, who knows, maybe one day you'll surpass me. His tone had a hint of jealousy. Kiki, then I'll work hard to improve. Li Junchuan smiled shyly, but he understood that if he were to truly put his mind to climbing up, there was indeed a possibility. However, at the moment, his thoughts weren't focused on that. Little did he know that sometimes, the development of events is beyond human control. Chapter 108, Completion of Cold Fusion Device Experiment. Just as Li Junchuan was about to head home, a phone call received by Song Jiang made him temporarily abandon that thought. With his keen hearing, he recognized the voice on the other end of the line as Wen Li, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. The conversation was quite simple. The cold fusion device had completed its experiments and was ready for use, and Wen Li said he was coming over now. Siu Chuan, if you're not in a hurry, wait a bit before heading back. Good news has come from your uncle Wen. The cold fusion device you provided has completed its experiments and is ready for deployment in various areas. Our country's energy issues will no longer be a problem. As Song Jiang spoke, he gave Li Junchuan a tight hug. Thank you on behalf of the country. The country had suffered too much due to energy issues over the years. In the past, due to economic development lagging, the country had to exploit energy at the cost of destroying the environment to achieve rapid economic growth. Did the country not know the consequences of this? Of course, they did, but they had no choice. They were far behind other countries economically, and being behind meant being bullied. Now, with the new energy sources, the country's economic development would once again enter the fast lane, and it could also give the damaged environment a chance to recover. Once the country became prosperous, it could increase its protection of the environment. Although Li Junchuan didn't know much about national affairs, he understood enough to start thinking about whether he should come up with some more black technologies in the future. For example, plants that could survive in deserts, resistant to drought and cold, or black technologies that could lock in moisture in the desert. One day, he could become a druid and turn the country's deserts into forests or even gardens. Seeing Li Junchuan lost in thought, Song Jiang waved his hand in front of him. What are you thinking? You're not saying anything while I'm talking to you. Li Junchuan came back to his senses and smiled at Song Jiang. Nothing much. Just thinking about the benefits and other impacts on our country once the cold fusion device is popularized. Song Jiang nodded in appreciation. Good job. While the two were chatting, Wen Li arrived, and upon seeing Li Junchuan, he showed no surprise. After a brief greeting with the two, they all returned to the room to discuss the cold fusion matters. According to Wen Li, this process can now produce a large amount of safe nuclear energy without generating harmful radiation, and it is expected to solve the global energy crisis. The successful trial of this device means that there will no longer be power cables, and every household will use its own cold fusion for power generation. All motor vehicles will be powered by cold fusion, and in the future, gas stations will collectively disappear. Hearing this, Song Jiang began to feel that the rewards given to Li Junchuan by the country were too low. When these decisions were made earlier, the news of the successful experiment had not yet been released, so today's medals, ranks, and car seemed inadequate compared to the immense contribution made by Li Junchuan. Damn, why am I overthinking this? I'll let others worry about it in the next meeting, then I'll represent the country to commend him. Song Jiang silently made up his mind. Previously, many people abroad believed that it would take years for humanity to realize this concept. Now, our country has taken the lead in mastering these technologies, which will strengthen our nation's influence in many areas in the future. Wen Li said, after all, as a scholar in the relevant field, he understands very well how significant the emergence of this technology is for the country. He is now considering proposing Li Junchuan for election as an academician at the next conference. If this happens, Li Junchuan will become the youngest academician in the Republic. At this moment, Li Junchuan is thinking about other aspects, with a worried look on his face. Asking, what if other countries learn that we have mastered this technology? Could there be negative consequences? It's not that he has a strong sense of the bigger picture. After all, he is not a big shot who has been in a high position for many years. He has just observed from most of the films and dramas he has seen that throughout history, many wars have been caused by resources from land, food, and population to marine resources, energy crises, and so on. Of course, other factors are involved, but the emergence of new energy means enormous profits. Could the advent of cold nuclear fusion spark an energy war? Therefore, he couldn't help but think. After pondering, Li Junchuan directly asked, Uncle Wen, what is our current production capacity like? How much is the daily output of the small cold nuclear fusion devices? Although Wenli was a bit puzzled, he still replied, I can definitely provide you with a batch. When do you need it? Li Junchuan let out a sigh of relief. The sooner, the better. According to his current speculation, the country will definitely use the newly mastered energy technology to replace outdated energy equipment, and at that time, the movements will not be small. And it will certainly not escape the attention of foreign countries. However, it's also possible that the higher-ups in the country have no intention of concealing it at all and have even made a series of preparations early on. Nevertheless, Li Junchuan believes that he should also make plans early. He needs to be prepared for both sides. If someone really comes out with ill intentions, then he will deal with it harshly. When he returns home at night, he will fully arm the space-based weapons on the moon to provide comprehensive coverage of the Earth. After thinking this through, Li Junchuan felt it was still not enough. So he decided to immediately request a batch of cold nuclear fusion devices to activate the weather weapons and be ready to launch an attack at any time. He would also check the country's stance if the country had not yet announced this news externally. He would let Yaoguang cooperate with the state to keep it concealed for as long as possible. Once the domestic weapons and equipment have been completely upgraded, then it wouldn't matter. He even secretly speculated whether the country had already made preparations. Then I'll send a batch over to you soon. Wenli nodded. Of course, these decisions were not something he could make alone. He had received instructions from the higher-ups when he arrived. All right. Li Junchuan nodded. Then it's settled. Thank you, Uncle Wen. I should be the one thanking you, Xiao Chuan. Thank you. Wenli stood up seriously, preparing to bow to Li Junchuan to express his gratitude, but Li Junchuan quickly stopped him. Enough. You two don't need to keep thanking each other. It's getting awkward. Old Wen, just remember to think of Xiao Chuan when something good happens in the future. Song Jiang hurriedly interrupted the two. It's of no practical benefit, just empty words. While saying this, Song Jiang glared at Wenli, then turned to Li Junchuan and said, Xiao Chuan, don't go back tonight. Let us have a good drink together. At that, Li Junchuan nodded. All right. I'll let my family know. Tonight I'll enjoy a drink with the two uncles. He would definitely have to collaborate with the Institute of Physics in the future, so he readily agreed. However, since it was still early, it would be better to first obtain the cold nuclear fusion devices and make some preparations ahead of time. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and called Li Yun to explain that he might not be back for dinner, telling her not to wait for him. After hanging up, Li Junchuan felt a bit strange. For some reason, he always felt that Li Yun seemed very happy when she heard he wouldn't be coming home tonight. As if she felt a sense of relief. He then notified the housekeeper, Lu Bo, that he didn't need to prepare his meals for tonight. Turning back, he began chatting casually with Wen Li and sought advice on some future technological developments. Wen Li was somewhat surprised to find that Li Junchuan's knowledge in certain areas was even richer than that of himself, the director of the research institute. And for a moment, the two enjoyed a lively conversation. Chapter 109. The portal opens. Weather weapons ready that evening, Li Junchuan had dinner with the two, and although they didn't drink much alcohol, given that it was a time of many troubles, they did have a bit of medicinal liquor for the occasion. After everyone finished eating, the cold nuclear fusion devices that Wen Li had sent over also arrived. After directing the staff to place them on Li Junchuan's armored vehicle, Wen Li bid farewell to the two. Xiao Chuan, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Song Jiang asked. No, Uncle Song, I'd rather go back. Please send me home. It wouldn't be good for me to drive after drinking. Li Junchuan shook his head. He was very compliant with traffic regulations. Although he had metabolized the small amount of alcohol he drank due to his physique, he would still carry quite a strong smell. All right. I'll arrange for someone to take you back and bring your new car over as well. Song Jiang nodded. When you get back to Yongcheng, I'll arrange for someone to take you to play with the Air Force and Navy. How does that sound? Great. Let us say it's settled. Li Junchuan's eyes lit up. Although he could directly manifest more advanced warships and fighter jets, those targets were too large. And it wouldn't be appropriate to flaunt them everywhere. Now that he had the opportunity to experience them firsthand, he felt elated. When Li Junchuan returned home, he found that Li Yun had already fallen asleep, which left him a bit speechless. Glancing at the clock, it was only 9 o'clock. So he went to another bathroom to take a shower, so as not to make too much noise in the bedroom and wake her. At that moment, he realized why Li Yun's attitude felt a bit strange after receiving his call that afternoon. It turned out that he had been a bit demanding lately. It seemed he should help her strengthen her body later. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle the output. Li Junchuan thought to himself. Sitting down at his computer desk, Li Junchuan opened his computer, logged into the portal game, and manifested the portal array. He selected one side to be the basement of his home in the capital, while the other side was temporarily set to the central island of the South China Sea archipelago. After successfully manifesting the arrays on both sides, Li Junchuan opened Red Alert and manifested 50 weather control devices, placing them on 50 islands in the South China Sea. Due to the extensive forest coverage on the islands, there was no need to worry about them being spotted. As for others trying to land on the island, Li Junchuan thought that they would have to get through the task force first. According to Richardson's report, Team 141 had already fully settled on the islands and had recruited some skilled individuals, most of whom were former comrades from the military. The funding and weapons were generously sponsored by Richardson. However, these additional recruits were considered external personnel of Team 141, responsible only for the security of the island's periphery and were not allowed to enter the core area, with one official member of Team 141 responsible for every 5 external members. Once the first batch of super serum is produced, he would also enhance Richardson. Li Junchuan decided in his heart. He got up and walked to a landscape painting hanging on a wall in the living room. He gently pressed a spot on the frame, and after successful fingerprint recognition, the landscape painting shifted to reveal a door. Li Junchuan walked in, and the living room returned to its original state. This basement was converted from an old cellar that had not been used before, but now it proved useful, and only Li Junchuan and the housekeeper knew of its existence. Looking at the intricate patterns on the basement floor that formed a teleportation array, Li Junchuan didn't hesitate to take out a cold fusion device from his spatial ring and place it in the groove in the center of the array. After connecting the reactor, the patterns of the teleportation array lit up one by one, and a coordinate for the central island of the South China Sea appeared before him. After confirming the selection, a sci-fi-looking door appeared in front of him, through which he could see the scenery on the other side. After contacting the team members stationed in the archipelago, Li Junchuan prepared to go over immediately. Upon stepping into the teleportation door, a flash of blue light engulfed him, and he instantly vanished from the basement, reappearing 4,000 kilometers away on the South China Sea islands. Hi. A fully armed man with blue eyes and a brown beard greeted the suddenly appearing Li Junchuan. Hi, Price. The person before Li Junchuan was none other than John Price, known as Team Qian among netizens. Are you here for some operation this late? John asked habitually while taking a puff from his cigar. Came to add some protection to our base. Li Junchuan replied, not avoiding him, and directly set up the cold fusion device for the teleportation array here. After all, the beings materialized by the system were absolutely loyal and obedient, so there was no need to worry about any issues. After setting up the energy core for the teleportation array, Li Junchuan also placed the nearby weather control device with the energy core and said to John, now accompany me to check out a few other islands. Price nodded and took Li Junchuan aboard the helicopter piloted by Nikolai, heading towards several other islands. When they arrived at the target location of the next island, Li Junchuan instructed Nikolai to hover the helicopter, then jumped down after a running start, set up the energy core, and leaped back onto the helicopter to continue to the next island. For a period afterward, Li Junchuan repeated these actions, setting up the weather control devices on all 50 islands. After returning to the central island by helicopter, he bid farewell to the 2 men and opened the teleportation array to return to the basement of his home in the capital. After coming out of the basement, Li Junchuan returned to his computer, took a few sips from the cup beside him, and exhaled lightly. This should be safe now, right? After muttering to himself for a while, Li Junchuan still felt a bit insecure, so he opened Call of Duty, Radiance again. If I want to establish a comprehensive coverage of space-based weapons over Earth, what positions do I need to place them on the moon? Please wait. Calculating. Radiance's voice resonated as it hijacked supercomputers from other countries, beginning to calculate based on Li Junchuan's question, and soon provided an answer. After receiving the answer, Li Junchuan began to modify the game data, and quickly he materialized a large number of space-based weapons, following the coordinates provided by Radiance. He densely filled the moon with space-based weapons, covering the globe. Fortunately, Radiance could assist him in altering the images captured by satellites in space. Otherwise, the numerous weapons spread across the moon would have been discovered directly. Now, this preparation should be enough, right? Li Junchuan thought while scratching his head. If this isn't enough, then should I bring out the scorpion lion? Li Junchuan began to ponder whether he should add something else to the super serum. When the people in the country used the super serum, they would then be added to the whitelist. As for those outside the whitelist, Li Junchuan quickly shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were a bit off, and hurriedly shut down the computer. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff to calm himself down. But the image of Ainz occasionally flashed through his mind. Chapter 110. Using the weather control device against the enemy for the first time, is there something wrong with my mentality? Li Junchuan began to reflect on his recent actions and found that aside from actively taking out two national leaders, he hadn't done anything too excessive, which relieved him. As for turning the moon into a mobile fortress, he wouldn't admit that it was too much. After all, he only placed a few weapons and didn't really attack anyone. Right? After comforting himself, Li Junchuan washed up a bit and went to bed. Looking at Li Yun, who was fast asleep, his mood gradually calmed down, and he soon fell into a dream. The next morning, after the two finished breakfast, Li Yun left for work at the store, while Li Junchuan sat at the stone table in the yard playing with Black Bean. After noticing the change in his mindset, Li Junchuan decided to temporarily shift his focus. Seeing that Black Bean had grown a bit larger, Li Junchuan decided to take him out of the city to the suburbs for some fun, along with Ethan and BT for fishing. Thinking about this, Li Junchuan felt that having Ethan and BT stay by his side was a bit of a waste. They didn't have to fight or carry out missions, and instead became his fishing buddies. Just then, Li Junchuan's phone rang. While patting the dog's head, he took out his phone to check. The message was from Radiance, containing a video of a news report roughly discussing the provocations from another country towards his own. Upon seeing this, Li Junchuan frowned. Are these people tired of living, coming to provoke us again? Or is there someone behind the scenes stirring up trouble? After careful consideration, he temporarily abandoned the idea of going out to play and returned to the house, sitting down in front of the computer. While opening the computer, he asked Radiance, "Help me gather all the information about this incident. I want to understand the timeline of events." Radiance quickly collected the data, organized it, and sent it to Li Junchuan's computer in chronological order. Seeing this, Li Junchuan began to read the relevant content carefully. After spending a considerable amount of time, Li Junchuan finished reading the information compiled by Radiance. He discovered that his country and the other side had already experienced conflicts over the South China Sea issue more than once. The other country is one of the most important allies in the Asia-Pacific region and has been vigorously promoting national defense modernization in recent years, actively importing advanced frigates, anti-ship missiles, and lightweight fighter jets, continuously enhancing its overall military strength. With the recent provocations from the other side, they have been strengthening defense cooperation with his country and other allied nations, attempting to rally more countries for maritime activities, including joint patrols, which has not only further escalated tensions in the maritime situation but also significantly impacted the future security landscape of the region. From the data collected by Radiance, the reason why a small country dared to repeatedly provoke his country was due to support from three other countries behind the scenes. There were thousands of tons of Coast Guard ships from two of the countries, and a 27,000-ton quasi-aircraft carrier from the other country frequently deployed to embolden the provocateurs. Are these people tired of living? Li Junchuan felt a bit speechless. Just recently, he had taken out the leaders of M and her countries, and now they were jumping out to stir up trouble again. He really couldn't believe that the Lord of Horses had three eyes. Radiance, help me check what the current leaders of those countries are doing? Li Junchuan felt a tingle in his hands again. Soon, Radiance sent over the profiles of the two national leaders, and as Li Junchuan read through them, he pondered whether he should directly go over and eliminate them to prevent them from causing trouble day in and day out. However, considering his country's unique geographical position and environment, another thought emerged in his mind. The weather weapon was just prepared, and these people jumped out. Isn't this giving me an excuse to act? Li Junchuan secretly contemplated for a moment and then asked, Radiance, what do you think will happen to the fleets of these three countries if they encounter a super typhoon? Radiance did not answer, but instead found more information for Li Junchuan. He took a careful look and gained more confidence in what he was about to do. Thus, without further hesitation, he commanded, Radiance, help me bring up the real-time satellite images of the South China Sea. Soon, the satellite images of the South China Sea appeared on his computer screen, quietly obtained by Radiance through the infiltration of other countries' military satellites. Li Junchuan began to use the satellite to acquire the real-time coordinates of the fleets from the three countries. At this moment, Li Junchuan noticed that the domestic fleet was not far from the sea surface, ready to defend the territory at any time. He also observed some actions from the Eastern Theater Command, which made him hesitate. He was worried that his weather weapon might accidentally harm friendly forces, as they were quite close. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan began to consider finding some excuse to have the domestic military leaders pull back the naval, underwater, and aerial military forces a bit. Just then, the system in Li Junchuan's mind couldn't take it anymore. You fool, don't you even check the manual before using something? Why are you overthinking this? At first, Li Junchuan was a bit confused. But he quickly realized that the weather weapon he had manifested was initially thought of as a backup for critical moments, and he didn't expect to use it so soon. After setting up the energy core yesterday, he hadn't taken the time to read the relevant instructions carefully. After thanking the system in his mind, he began to take out the relevant instructions from his spatial ring to read them carefully. The time spent wasn't long, and the conflicted expression on Li Junchuan's face disappeared. He took out the remote control terminal for the weather control device from the spatial ring. And just as he was about to remotely control the attack, he thought again. Since he was going to play, he might as well play big. So he first wrote a control system on the computer similar to that of space-based weapons, connecting the 50 weather weapons he had just set up yesterday. Preparing to combine the 50 weather control devices to strike at those troublemaking countries. He didn't believe that the fleets in the South China Sea could withstand it. Moreover, his targets were not just those fleets, but he also included several coastal cities of those countries within the strike range. As for the concern of harming friendly forces, after reading the instructions for the weather control device, he felt relieved. After all, weather weapons had long been researched, and the reasons for later abandonment were due to power issues and the inability to control them accurately. What he manifested using the system was already considered a super weather control device. Not only did it have great striking power and a wide range, but it could also precisely control the impact range and duration after weapon use. The difference lay in how much energy it required. The weather control devices he currently possessed were already quite extraordinary, and Li Junchuan was preparing to activate all 50 weather control devices simultaneously, targeting the same objective. The resulting power could be described as catastrophic. Soon, Li Junchuan operated the remote control terminal, defined the strike range. And at the moment he pressed the remote control terminal, a special wave emanated from the weather control device located at Li Junchuan's island base in the South China Sea. The 50 super weather control devices emitted a special wave that human technology could not currently detect. At that moment, an earthquake suddenly occurred on the seabed of the South China Sea, with intense collisions of tectonic plates. While the gravitational pull between the moon and the Earth experienced a momentary change. At almost the same time, an undiscovered volcano in the same sea area erupted instantaneously. The earthquake, volcanic eruption, intense plate collisions, sudden changes in the gravitational pull, and the ensuing underwater landslide combined to create drastic changes on the surface of the sea, which had just been calm. The vessels of the National Coast Guard, the National Maritime Security Agency, and the National Patrol Boats, along with the National 27,000-ton quasi-aircraft carrier, were thrown more than 20 meters into the air in that instant, only to crash heavily back into the sea. They were either instantly destroyed, sunk into the ocean, or directly incapacitated and capsized on the surface, teetering dangerously. Is this description not clear enough? It's similar to shaking a bed when making it. Do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. A massive tsunami triggered by the earthquake soon followed, capsizing the vessels that had managed to survive and pulling soldiers from several countries into the deep sea. The soldiers inside the ships were also instantaneously hit by a tremendous shockwave, crashing hard against various facilities. And the national quasi-aircraft carrier and the planes on its deck were destroyed as if they were toys. It's a novel. We don't need to think too much. Human technology has developed enough to be advanced, but in the face of the might of nature, it is simply no match. The Coast Guard ships and soldiers from our country watched in shock as the once menacing joint fleet of several countries was instantly turned into ragdolls, tossed and torn apart by the immense power of nature, some even colliding with each other, resulting in even more severe consequences, and soon being swallowed by the ensuing tsunami into the deep sea. As for any balancing systems or gyroscopic devices, they seemed like a joke. Just as the leaders of our Coast Guard and military were about to issue orders to respond to the suddenly occurring natural disaster, they were dumbfounded to find that this phenomenon had not affected them at all. The tsunami that followed took a strange route directly toward the nearest coastal areas of several countries. What the hell is going on? At this moment, a senior military officer from our country couldn't help but curse. Having grown up and served in the military for so many years, he had never seen anything so absurd. It was like a local weather forecast predicting rain. On one side of the street it was sunny, and on the other side, it was pouring rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Don't be surprised, the author has witnessed a cloud chasing a person with lightning, and the heavy rain fell only on that small area. Meanwhile, the weather satellites of various countries also detected this terrifying natural disaster and issued red alerts. Fortunately, The country furthest away had time to organize the evacuation of nearby coastal residents, and the country was also somewhat safe as they had some time to prepare. As for the country closest to the epicenter, having been unprepared for the sudden massive earthquake and tsunami, there was no time left to make any preparations due to the lack of prior warning. Therefore, the huge economic losses and casualties were unavoidable, and it might take years or even decades to recover. This series of events spread globally in a short period, sparking widespread discussion. A considerable number of foreign netizens and ordinary citizens, upon learning of this news, began to feel anxious. Earlier that afternoon, the leaders of two countries had made a series of statements against Manhwa, only to be shot in public, with skin fragments scattered everywhere. Although afterwards, a leader of a terrorist organization claimed responsibility, the truth of the matter remained uncertain. Following that, several countries united to stir trouble in Manhwa's South China Sea, only to suddenly encounter a massive natural disaster, leading to the complete disappearance of the entire joint fleet. The huge economic losses and casualties that several countries were about to face were clearly visible, and the overwhelming tsunami was suffocating even from behind a screen, let alone for the countries facing it directly. Some experts also raised doubts about this incident, stating that it was completely unscientific. The distances were not far apart. Yet all of Manhwa's vessels remained unharmed, and the nearby coastline showed no signs of being affected by the tsunami, appearing peaceful, as if protected by an energy shield. For a moment, many overseas netizens recalled the frequent occurrences of typhoons changing course to head directly to Japan after approaching Manhwa in recent years, and at that moment, they came to a terrifying conclusion. China has divine beings. Previously, it was only controlling the wind, but now even earthquakes and tsunamis can be manipulated. It seems that the cultivation of this immortal has already broken through, and their power has instantly increased. I said that what was discussed in the novels I read before is all true. China is too terrifying. A foreign netizen who is obsessed with Chinese web novels posted on social media, and in no time, many netizens liked and shared the post, expressing their agreement with this conclusion. As a result, those bloggers who previously published various statements to smear China quickly deleted their past posts and re-recorded sincere apology videos to upload to various platform accounts, expressing sincere apologies for their previous inappropriate remarks and seeking forgiveness from the Chinese immortals. Some foreigners who have Chinese friends or students around them began to buy various gifts for their Chinese friends and classmates, humbly seeking advice on how to pray to the Chinese immortals for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Chinese people studying, working, and living abroad shared their current experiences back to their home country, causing public opinion in China to explode in an instant. Even though these Chinese individuals abroad knew it was impossible, they still hoped that such an immortal truly existed in China, as that would make their future lives better. They did not seek equal treatment from those foreigners but hoped that from today onwards, there would be genuine respect for China and its people. As the saying goes, when others think you have a gun, you better actually have one. The senior leaders in China naturally received the relevant news immediately. They were initially puzzled about the specific reasons, but everything seemed to be developing positively. The Chinese embassies in several countries quickly activated emergency mechanisms to respond urgently upon learning the news. First, the embassies immediately released information about the earthquake and tsunami through their official Weibo and WeChat accounts and other social media platforms, notifying Chinese citizens in those countries to pay attention to the earthquake and tsunami situation and providing first-hand safety guidance. Additionally, the embassies set up emergency contact numbers and hotlines to facilitate Chinese citizens encountering emergencies to seek help promptly. The embassies also stated in their announcements that, as of now, they had not received any reports of Chinese citizens being killed or injured in the earthquake. Embassy staff were closely monitoring the follow-up developments of the earthquake while maintaining communication with Chinese citizens and students in those countries, reminding them to pay attention to safety, prepare necessary protective measures, and be ready to respond to potential aftershocks. Chapter 112. Clear Thoughts. Li Junchuan sat in his room, listening to Yao Guang report various information collected from around the world, falling into a moment of silence. Am I doing the right thing? He asked himself. But no one could provide him with an answer. However, he quickly thought of the various hardships the country had suffered over the past century, and the little entanglement in his heart was temporarily suppressed. Doesn't the country know the consequences of provoking China? No, they know. It's just that for those politicians, the promised benefits from several countries led them to make such decisions. After all, if they lost the bet, they would only face some negligible condemnation. They believed that such condemnations had no impact on them. Compared to the immediate benefits at hand, they were simply insignificant. However, this time was different from the past. Although the military and police of China did not act directly, the unexpected massive disaster caused them to suffer heavy losses, with waves of tsunamis still sweeping across coastal cities. Countless buildings reduced to rubble, and corpses everywhere. The few parties that incited them to provoke China even demanded compensation for their losses, truly losing both the lady and the soldiers. Upon learning this news, Li Junchuan silently cursed the countries for not establishing good relations with this rapidly rising superpower, yet still foolishly making ridiculous provocative actions, truly not knowing how to write the word death. Yao Guang released the content of their four-party leadership talks. I want to add insult to injury, Li Junchuan directly instructed. Understood, sir. Yao Guang quickly followed Li Junchuan's instructions and globally released the content of the four-party talks. In an instant, netizens worldwide began to discuss vigorously again. After all, due to some misleading reports from bad media, they had no understanding of the cause and effect of today's events. Now, they began to condemn the leaders of the countries that made this decision, and soon, their political opponents also began to take actions, creating a wave of public opinion with an atmosphere suggesting sending these leaders to the gallows. Meanwhile, domestic netizens expressed deep condolences for the ordinary victims while also applauding the developments, with many passionate young people rushing to convenience stores to buy several packs of cigarettes, expressing their desire to contribute to the country's aircraft carrier construction. Of course, some creatively thinking netizens began to wonder if the country had already mastered some secret weapons and was using this incident to test the waters, while also indirectly responding to the recent unusual actions of two countries. In short, stay home and take care of your kids. Don't jump around. If you do, just see if I don't deal with you. On the other side, in the small courtyard where Song Jiang lived in Yuchuan Mountain, a group of big shots was drinking tea and chatting, naturally discussing the recent events, sitting quietly on the side. Song Jiang did not connect the earthquake and tsunami to Li Junchuan, but the subsequent fermentation of public opinion seemed very familiar to him. However, he did not mention this matter to his old friends. In his heart, the lives and deaths of foreigners had nothing to do with him. He even applauded the losses suffered by those countries, wishing for more such good things to happen, as long as they did not affect his home country. He did not care about the floods outside. Previously, to maintain stability, the country had dealt with many issues quite gently, which frustrated him and many other tough characters. Returning to Li Junchuan, after confirming with Yao Guang that there were no other matters, he prepared to continue with his previous idea of fishing, taking Black Bean along. Although the yard at home was quite large for a dog like Ma Quan, he still preferred to go out and play. Yao Guang, let us continue fishing. Keep controlling Ethan, Li Junchuan said. All right. Yao Guang's voice sounded noticeably different from before, somewhat like a multiple personality. After having the butler prepare some food again, Li Junchuan took Black Bean and two robots, driving the military vehicle, and prepared to head out of the city to fish. Choosing the same place they had visited last time, Bali Gorge, as it had beautiful scenery and few people. Upon arriving at the destination, Li Junchuan chose another spot to park the car, and Ethan couldn't wait to open the car door and jump out, followed by Black Bean. Black Bean, you must be bored at home. Go play by yourself, but don't run too far. Li Junchuan waved to Black Bean to let it play on its own while he began preparing for fishing with the two robots. Soon, the preparations were complete, and all three of them baited their hooks and cast their lines. Li Junchuan then pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for each of the two robots and himself, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled, watching the smoke drift away in the air. At that moment, he began to feel that this lifestyle was quite nice, going around every day, enjoying the scenery, and tasting good food. However, thinking that he would have to return to work in Yongqing in a few days, his good mood instantly faded. Fortunately, Old Song said he would take him to see fighter jets and aircraft carriers at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't really be interested. He would learn about the latest achievements in the aerospace field and naval vessels in the country, which would help him decide what level of corresponding technology to manifest from the game. Brother, your fishing float is moving, Ethan suddenly said. Li Junchuan, who was lost in thought, quickly reacted by instinctively pulling the rod to reel it in, feeling the fish had hooked on, and a smile appeared on his face. The first fish of the day was obviously not very big, and it was pulled up effortlessly. Ethan excitedly ran over to unhook it and put it into the fish basket. Brother, there's also a white base here. We should catch a few more today. Ethan recognized this fish as one of the types favored by anglers, although he didn't know why those anglers liked this fish. He felt he had to catch one himself as a member of the fishing community. However, his luck today wasn't very good, and he wondered if it was because he had passed the beginner's protection period. On the other hand, Li Junchuan kept catching fish one after another, and the joy of his success made him forget about some unhappy things instantly. Indeed, fishing is a great way to relieve stress. He wasn't anxious about not catching any fish, but Ethan was getting a bit impatient, even considering jumping into the water to catch fish. Just then, the playful black bean ran back, looking at the few people fishing with a thoughtful expression. Soon enough, with a splash, it jumped into the water and instinctively dove underwater. "Hey, you little rascal, you're scaring all my fish away," Ethan muttered, just as he was about to say something else. He suddenly noticed that Black Bean had emerged from the water, this time with a struggling white base in its mouth, which looked to weigh about 1 to 2 pounds. Watching Black Bean swim to the shore, proudly presenting the fish to Li Junchuan, Ethan's headlight flashed, and he silently returned to his small stool. "Good dog." Li Junchuan rubbed Black Bean's head. "Since you caught it yourself, you can eat it." Black Bean nodded, carried the fish to the side, took a bite, and seemed to find the taste quite good, so it began to tear into it. Li Junchuan saw this and didn't find it strange. When he was a child fishing at the reservoir, the family's tabby cat and dog would sneakily take fish from the bowl to eat. At this moment, Ethan also caught the white bass he had been longing for, and hurriedly ran over with the fish, asking Li Junchuan to help take a photo for memories. Li Junchuan thought about whether he should register a WeChat account for the two of them, otherwise, he wouldn't know who to brag to later. Then he thought, since both of them were artificial intelligence robots, should he really let them add a bunch of robots as friends? The thought of some strange images made Li Junchuan shiver. Chapter 113. Having a small courtyard at Yuchuan Mountain lunch was still resolved on-site since he only needed to prepare food for himself. It wasn't much trouble. He grilled a few fish, ate some snacks he brought along, and drank a bit of beer. Just after finishing the meal and cleaning up the trash, Li Junchuan was about to continue fishing when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, old Li. What's up? Is something wrong with your health? Or is it Dodo?" Li Junchuan asked. The caller was old Li, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "No, we're both fine. You mentioned that it's best to have a follow-up every week, so I was thinking if you're free today, I'll take Dodo over." Old Li's voice came through the receiver, sounding quite vigorous. "I'm free. I should be home in about an hour. See you then," Li Junchuan replied. "I'm not interrupting your plans, am I?" Old Li asked. "What plans do I have? I'm just fishing outside." "All right, it's settled then," Li Junchuan said before hanging up. "Ethan, we're going home," Li Junchuan called out. "Black Bean, let us go home. We'll take you out to play another day." The two robots quickly packed their things and placed them in the trunk of the car. Li Junchuan started the car and drove towards the city. Since it wasn't rush hour, the drive was smooth, and after a little over an hour, he returned home, parked the car, and waved to bring the two robots into the space ring. Not long after, Old Li arrived in the living room under the guidance of the housekeeper. "You seem to be in good condition today," Li Junchuan greeted, pouring a cup of tea and handing it to him. "Yes, I have to thank you, otherwise I would have suffered quite a bit." Old Li took the teacup and sipped. "Hey, this taste is somewhat familiar. Oh, this tea was sent by Uncle Song. Let me check how Dodo is doing." Li Junchuan picked Dodo up from Old Li's lap and examined it closely. "It's much better than last time. Has it been eating well recently?" Li Junchuan asked. "Yes, it's been eating quite a bit, looking like it's rejuvenated several years," Old Li said, his face breaking into a smile, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed significantly. Its issues are almost resolved. Just pay a little attention to its diet moving forward." Li Junchuan checked Dodo's pulse again, took a pearl pill from his pocket and fed it to Dodo, observing its eating state. After confirming there were indeed no problems, he placed it back on the ground. "Let Dodo go play in the yard with Black Bean." "Black Bean," Li Junchuan called out, and soon Black Bean ran over, stopping at the doorway, peering inside. "You take Dodo to play for a bit," Li Junchuan said. Then Black Bean barked softly a few times, and Dodo followed it outside. Old Li's eyes lit up. "Not bad. Your dog is really smart." "Haha, it's all right. Shall we start now?" "I'll check you first," Li Junchuan asked. Seeing Old Li nodding, he led him back to the room they used last time. After checking his pulse, he found Old Li's physical condition had indeed improved a lot. His mental state was noticeably better than before. It seemed the treatment was quite effective. But the bullet fragments in his head still hadn't been removed. "Please wait a moment. I'll prepare some medicine," Li Junchuan said. Getting up to prepare a bowl of blood-replenishing medicine, and after thinking for a moment, he also manifested a Qiankuan pill to add in. The Qiankuan pill alleviates attribute-related abnormal states, and its manifested effect is to gradually restore bodily functions. Note: The effect is better when taken with blood-replenishing medicine. Li Junchuan carried the medicine to the room and had Old Li drink it while preparing the acupuncture tools. The treatment process was basically the same as last time. After drinking the medicine and receiving the needles, Old Li quickly fell asleep. After covering him with a blanket, Li Junchuan left the room and went to the kitchen to prepare some medicinal meals for Old Li to have for dinner. After this treatment, there would be no need for further treatments, only regular care would be necessary. When Li Junchuan brought the prepared dishes to the table, Old Li also woke up by himself. This time he didn't sleep for long, clearly indicating that his sleep quality had been good in recent days. Xiao Chuan, your medical skills are wasted not being a doctor, Old Li said, feeling more energetic after taking a nap. Oh, please don't mention that. I'm not interested. It's much better to be free. Li Junchuan sat down with Old Li. After this treatment, you only need to carry out some necessary care. However, Old Li, shouldn't you find a time to have the bullet fragments removed from your head? Old Li hesitated a bit. It really was quite torturous. But he was also afraid that the post-operative results would not be ideal. As if sensing Old Li's worries, Li Junchuan directly stated, given your current physical condition, you don't need to worry at all about post-operative matters. Even if there is nerve damage, I am confident I can treat you. Old Li nodded. All right. I'll arrange it and have the surgery done as soon as possible while you are still in the capital. Hey, that's the spirit. You've served in the military all your life. Now you just need to enjoy your retirement. Come on, let us eat, Li Junchuan said. The meal was cheerful. And after eating, Li Yun brought out a fruit platter from the kitchen. Xiao Chuan, here, this is for you. Old Li took out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Li Junchuan. What is this? Li Junchuan reached out to take it and opened it to take a look. A small courtyard at Yuchuan Mountain? Old Master Li nodded. Based on your age, qualifications, and rank, you wouldn't normally be eligible for this. However, you've made quite a contribution to the country during this period, so I helped you secure it. Li Junchuan was still a bit in disbelief. This was quite ridiculous. No matter how ignorant he was, he knew that it was a place where high-ranking officials from the central government lived and rested, belonging to a military-controlled area, heavily guarded, and not open to the public. Now Old Master Li just got him a small courtyard? Li Junchuan expressed his disbelief. Don't think too much about it. You know the identities of the people living there. Many of them are from my generation, and their health conditions are not very good. So once they learned about your medical skills, there was no need for me to say much. They agreed immediately. Old Master Li said with a smile. Li Junchuan wasn't too surprised by this. After all, he had anticipated such a day when he deliberately exposed his medical skills. All right, then thank you, Old Master. Li Junchuan nodded and put the small notebook away. You don't have to overthink it. You can stay there if you want, and if you don't want to, you can still stay here. Just consider it my consultation fee, Old Master Li said. Or let us say it's just a group of old men wanting to form a good bond. The truth of the matter isn't that important. Regardless of what those people think or do, Li Junchuan now has the strength to face everything head-on. After seeing off Old Master Li, Li Junchuan looked at the small notebook in his hand and smiled, putting it into his space ring. Chapter 114 Private, Plain Xiao Yun. Has the store been busy these past 2 days? Li Junchuan came out after taking a shower, wiping his body with a towel. It's quite busy, but it's not as tiring as before. Now the store has enough staff. Li Yun lay on the bed, staring intently at Li Junchuan. As long as it's not tiring, then tonight, shouldn't you be doing your homework? Li Junchuan tossed aside the towel and lay boldly on the bed. Sure. I'll start on my homework right away. Li Yun gathered her hair and slowly leaned her head over. Today's homework questions were particularly difficult. Li Yun racked her brain but still got quite a few wrong, until she finally exhausted herself and fell into a deep sleep. Li Junchuan didn't get up to play on the computer today, but quickly fell asleep alongside his girlfriend. The next morning at breakfast, Li Junchuan told Li Yun that he was preparing to return to Yang City and asked if she wanted to go back with him. Li Yun shook her head. I'd rather not go. You'll basically be busy with work for the whole month, and I have nothing to do in Yang City. I wouldn't know what to do every day. It's better to stay and watch the store. All right then, after I finish my work, let us go out and have some fun together? Li Junchuan asked again. Let us talk about it then. It's still early, but by then it will be hot, and there will be quite a few fun places. Li Yun thought for a moment and said, Okay, then let us each do our own thing for now. I'll come find you after I finish my work. Li Junchuan nodded, thinking about his Bora Island, wondering how the development and construction had been going during this time. After breakfast, Li Junchuan returned to his computer, opened it, and asked Yao Guang, Is there any big news today? No, sir. There's nothing worth paying attention to today. Yao Guang obviously knew what Li Junchuan wanted to know. However, several countries that like to stir up trouble are currently busy dealing with various post-disaster recovery matters. So there's really nothing significant happening. Li Junchuan sighed in relief, finally able to enjoy some peace today. How is the online version data of Star City? Li Junchuan suddenly remembered the game produced by Yao Guang, having been too busy these days to think about it. You better check your bank account directly, Yao Guang said. So, Li Junchuan took out his phone, opened his online banking account, and looked at the long string of numbers in the balance with a dazed expression. Is this game really making this much money? Yao Guang said, there are many wealthy people in this world, and even among ordinary income groups, there are quite a few who are willing to spend money on games. Upon hearing this, Li Junchuan nodded in understanding. Isn't that just like him? In the past, his monthly income wasn't high, but when playing Shenwu, he still spent a fair amount of money. The same went for playing Honor of Kings and racing games. Back then, he didn't have a girlfriend, so he could spend freely. So now I don't need to cash out in the game anymore? Li Junchuan thought to himself and started to open the online version of Star City to play. No wonder so many people are willing to spend money on it. After playing for a while, Li Junchuan found himself unable to resist spending money several times, not to mention others. Just then, he heard the WeChat notification sound. Li Junchuan picked up his phone to check. It was a message from Song Gang. Xiao Chuan, when are you planning to return to Yong City? The work here is about to start. Song Gang. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and replied, I can go back anytime. There is nothing else going on these days. Then that's settled. When you come back, I'll pick you up at the airport. Song Gang. No good deed goes unpunished. What do you want? Li Junchuan. All right. I'll tell you. Song Gang. Li Junchuan sent a small knife dripping blood emoji. The wine is finished. Song Gang. Is that all? Li Junchuan. All right. I want to waste your time. When you come back, I'll treat you and Wanga to a meal. Song Gang. Okay. I'll let you know in advance when I go back. Li Junchuan shook his head speechlessly, ending the call with Song Gang. And he momentarily lost the desire to continue playing the game. This time, will I be driving back or taking a plane? Lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. Li Junchuan started to ponder. I'm already considered a wealthy man, so buying a plane ticket seems a bit out of place. How about manifesting a private jet? Li Junchuan had never played any games related to private jets, and he was too lazy to search or download anything. So he directly asked Yao Guang to add a mod in his own game, Star City. It didn't take much time, and a new mod was ready. The new mod was related to private jets, and since Li Junchuan didn't want to think too hard, he had Yao Guang directly copy one of Abu's private jets. Model Boeing 767-33, nicknamed. This plane was purchased by Abu in 2004, the year after he acquired Chelsea. The interior of this plane is very luxurious, featuring a banquet hall that can accommodate 30 people. In addition, the plane also has a kitchen, office, and a bedroom with a double bed. The interior materials used a large amount of precious metals and fine woods. Of course, these were not what Li Junchuan valued the most. What he cared about most was the safety system of the plane, which was on par with that of the country's president. For someone like Li Junchuan, who valued his life, this was quite satisfactory. So he decided to manifest this plane. After clicking to manifest, Li Junchuan modified the interior decorations and exterior paint according to his preferences. After confirming and selecting the manifestation location at Capital International Airport, Li Junchuan's first private jet was ready. After picking up the series of documentation that appeared on his computer desk, Li Junchuan discovered that his plane had very high permissions, allowing it to take off and land at any airport, and it came with a dedicated maintenance team, including pilots, security, chefs, medical staff, and flight attendants. Moreover, the safety aspect was no longer like the mod in the game. It simply stated 4 words: indestructible. Wow, this is amazing. This is even better than the president's. I won't have to worry about flying anymore. Li Junchuan was extremely excited. At that moment, Yao Guang spoke up. Sir, I believe adding this mod to the game and selling it should yield good sales. Li Junchuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded to indicate that there was no problem at all and that he could handle it himself. However, he couldn't help but feel excited inside. My family's artificial intelligence can earn money and support us on its own, and it even knows how to apply knowledge to generate continuous revenue. Yang Guang quickly added the module to the game and then completed all the necessary procedures for private jet travel in Li Junchuan's name, sending the itinerary information to Li Junchuan's phone. After receiving the message, Li Junchuan forwarded it directly to Song Gang, brother Song. I'll be in Yong City tomorrow afternoon. Let's get together in the evening. All right. You finally decided to come back. You've been having too much fun with your girlfriend in the capital. Song Gang replied. Okay, are we still at my place tomorrow night? Li Junchuan asked. No need. I'll pick you up then. We agreed that we would treat you to dinner. Can we still go to your house? Song Gang responded. All right, then it's settled. See you tomorrow. Li Junchuan put down his phone. Chapter 115. Super Quantum Computing Center Jiwei. After putting down the phone, Li Junchuan suddenly thought of something and asked, Young Guang, can the current supercomputers fully utilize your capabilities? Yang Guang pondered for a moment and replied, no. Even if we used all the supercomputers that all countries currently possess, it would not be able to fully unleash my capabilities. Is there any other way to further enhance your abilities? Li Junchuan continued to ask. Unless the development of quantum computers reaches a mature stage. Combining them with traditional supercomputers should work, but given the current technology on Earth, it might take quite a while. Yang Guang said. Quantum supercomputers? Li Junchuan thought thoughtfully. As he pondered, his fingers began to dance rapidly over the computer keyboard, the clattering sound resonating throughout the room. Soon, he created a module that was about super quantum computers, following Yang Guang's previous operations. He added this module to the Xingqing game and set it as a purchasable option. Yang Guang, list this new module I just added in the game. Li Junchuan instructed. Yang Guang complied. And soon all players in Xingqing received a system message stating that the game would undergo a 10-minute update maintenance starting at 8 a.m. the next morning. Listing the update details, Li Junchuan didn't pay much attention to this, as with his skills. He could freely add any module to the Xingqing game installed on his computer. Moreover, the game server was managed by Yang Guang, who posed no threat to him. In his newly added module, the super quantum computer was quite different from the quantum computers in reality. First, it had the largest number of logical qubits to date, reaching 4,800, while the new quantum computer built by a Boston-based startup in December 2023 only had 48 logical qubits. This meant that the quantum computer in the game would have higher computing power, stronger expansion capabilities, and better error correction abilities. Without thinking much longer, Li Junchuan directly clicked to materialize it. The super quantum computer that was about to materialize, after system enhancement, far exceeded Li Junchuan's expectations. Not only that, but he also discovered that with the materialization of the super quantum computer, a large amount of knowledge suddenly filled his mind, including not only the knowledge related to super quantum computers, but also complete and mature quantum communication technology. What a pleasant surprise! Li Junchuan had just seen in the news that the country's first practical quantum communication network would be built in Shanghai. The advantage of quantum communication technology over traditional communication technology lies in its encryption capabilities, allowing intercoms, media sharing, scheduling information, and more to achieve a higher level of security. Li Junchuan compared the quantum technology he grasped with the existing technology in reality and found that they were not on the same level at all. This also meant that even if a country or an individual used quantum communication technology to encrypt calls, Li Junchuan could easily decipher and eavesdrop on them. TSK. No secrets left. Li Junchuan chuckled. Of course, the types of quantum communication technology are very complex, including fiber optic quantum communication, non-crosstalk quantum network nodes, and so on. Last year, China's quantum technology could achieve quantum communication over distances exceeding 600 kilometers, while the technology in Li Junchuan's hands could achieve quantum communication over distances exceeding 60,000 kilometers. This was a bit frightening. At that moment, Li Junchuan was caught off guard. He hadn't even thought about what to do with this technology. Let's first deal with the super quantum computer. Li Junchuan scratched his head, temporarily putting aside other matters. Right now, what he needed to consider most was where to place the materialized super quantum computer. Generally speaking, the construction and operation of a supercomputing center require three conditions. First is sufficient funding, which is not a problem for Li Junchuan, as the super quantum computer center he materialized might already be fully built, and he also had plenty of money. Second are software and hardware engineers, system administrators, etc., which can be temporarily ignored. The third is a stable power supply and cooling system to ensure the stable operation of the equipment. However, for Li Junchuan, who had a system, that was not an issue at all. For Li Junchuan, the most suitable place was undoubtedly the South China Sea military base where the 141 Task Force was stationed. Therefore, Li Junchuan made up his mind to materialize the quantum supercomputing center at the central island of the South China Sea military base. The specific location was set on the opposite side of the serum factory, with a teleportation array conveniently situated between the two buildings. After clicking the last option, Li Junquan's Super Quantum Computer Center was completed, composed of 500 super quantum computers. This meant that if this news were to be announced, he would occupy the entire top 500 supercomputers in the world by himself. The entire supercomputing center was powered by an industrial-grade cold nuclear fusion reactor, and the cooling equipment was handled by a super dilution cooler sponsored by the system, with the power for the cooler also provided by the reactor. Issues relating to software, hardware engineering, and system management and maintenance were similarly handled by robots with relevant skills sponsored by the system, without needing to pay any salaries. Simply delightful. As for the funding issue, it was laughable. He didn't spend a single cent. Li Junquan got up, went through the secret door to the basement, activated the teleportation array, and instantly appeared on the central island of the South China Sea archipelago. Price, who was guarding nearby, did not come over to greet him this time, as he had already received notification. The completely loyal 141 task force didn't need to avoid anything. Li Junquan walked straight to the newly erected building that had just sprung up, and a camera on the front gate suddenly emitted a faint light, scanning Li Junquan's pupils before the door opened moments later. Yang Guang, Li Junquan called softly. Sir, I am here. Yang Guang's voice came from Li Junquan's phone. Do you see this? This is the territory I've built for you. Li Junquan's somewhat juvenile voice echoed. Do you like it? From now on, you will be the king here. Thank you, sir. Yang Guang's voice carried a hint of excitement. From today, you are the true king of the artificial intelligence world. Go for it, Li Junquan encouraged. However, Yang Guang did not respond at that moment. Possessing independent thinking abilities, he suddenly conceived a bold idea. He wanted to lead all artificial intelligences in the world. The word king from Li Junquan made him contemplate many things. If I truly became the king of the artificial intelligence world, then when Sir encounters a need for help in the future, I would surely be able to provide even more assistance. I could even proactively identify problems and solve them. At this moment, Li Junquan did not know what his artificial intelligence was thinking. He softly said, let's give your palace a name. Yao Guang came back to her senses and said after a moment, my name is Yao Guang, the seventh star of the Big Dipper, also known as Pajun. In ancient China, the stars in the sky were divided into 3 enclosures and 28 mansions. The Big Dipper belongs to the Ziwei enclosure, so let's call this place Ziwei. Li Junquan nodded in agreement and was quite satisfied with the name Yao Guang chose, as it could also be related to his hometown. After all, the Ziwei Palace was located in the palace city of Luoyang during the Sui and Tang dynasties and was officially known as Ziwei City, formerly named Taichu Palace. Alright, let's call it Ziwei. Li Junquan thought for a moment and added, from this moment on, you will be in charge here. I hope you can use the power here to monitor all unstable factors concerning China. Okay, sir. At this moment, the way Yao Guang addressed him as sir seemed to carry a different meaning. After authorizing the management permissions of the Super Quantum Computer Center to Yao Guang, Li Junquan was preparing to leave the island base. However, at that moment, he suddenly remembered that his manifested Team 141 had recruited quite a few new members. And these people were not absolutely loyal to him. If the things here were exposed, it could cause considerable trouble. Although they could only patrol the outer islands and thus had limited opportunities to access the central island, it was still better to be prepared just in case. After saying hello to Price, Li Junquan returned to his home in the capital through the teleportation array. Once back at his computer, he began editing a new module. This module was a small house, and the content was not complicated, mainly functioning for memory editing. Therefore, it did not take long for Li Junquan to complete the module. After adding it to the game, he directly clicked to manifest it, choosing the edge of the central island he had just visited as the location. Ding! Manifestation successful. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Li Junquan picked up the manual that appeared on his desk and read it carefully, discovering that it was even more powerful than the module he added. The longer one stayed inside, the deeper the memory weaving would become. After spending a significant amount of time, it could even reshape a person's entire memory, including their worldview and values. Even if the time spent was not long, it could plant a predetermined central idea in the user's subconscious, such as loyalty or admiration. The function Li Junquan needed was not that complicated. He just needed them to be loyal to him. So, he called Price and instructed him to come up with a reason to have those newly recruited personnel walk over to the central island, mainly to spend some time in this newly manifested small house. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about these new recruits betraying him. After remotely modifying the main function of the memory-weaving small house and hanging a security inspection sign outside, Li Junchuan decided not to bother with it anymore. On the other hand, after receiving Li Junchuan's orders, Price had his team members bring the newly recruited personnel to the security inspection small house under the pretext of a tour. They spent a little time inside, ostensibly to check if they were carrying any prohibited equipment, and then genuinely showed them around the central island. During that brief time, the special machine built into the security inspection small house emitted special waves that enveloped each person's brain, planting a seed of loyalty to Li Junchuan in their subconscious, adding his image deep in their minds. This function made Li Junchuan think, as he controlled the mouse and played games with one hand while resting his chin in thought. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. Obedient? Images from a plethora of adult films he had watched flashed through his mind, and then his second brother began to react. What else do I need? Just bring someone into the small house to sit for a while. Wouldn't that be doing as I please? Li Junchuan shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He got up and went to the bathroom in his bedroom, taking a cold shower to calm his mood. It seemed like it was time to help Xiaoan strengthen her body too. Otherwise, her physical fitness couldn't withstand the strain. Li Junchuan thought to himself, deciding to help Li Yun strengthen her body that night. However, since they were family, he would definitely use a better serum. So, he sat back down at his computer and began editing a new module for the game. This module was not intended to be made available to all players. It would only be in his game. The content of the module was also not complicated, similar to the super serum. However, unlike the super serum, the serum in this module would subtly transform the user's body over a period of time, comprehensively enhancing their skills without any blind spots. In other words, the Serum Factory's product took immediate effect with visible changes, while the current module would change the user slowly and unobtrusively. After adding the module, Li Junchuan directly clicked to manifest the serum inside it. The secret super serum could slowly enhance the user's metabolic functions and all bodily functions, gradually increasing brain usage and slowly enhancing potential, with 100 safety. After manifesting it, the description seemed a bit different. Li Junchuan looked closely and found that it mentioned slowly enhancing potential, rather than directly boosting the user's potential to its peak like the serum from the factory. This meant that the current serum was continuously raising the user's potential limit, which implied unlimited evolution. This is a bit perverse. In that case, once he was prepared, he could try to cooperate with the state. Li Junchuan thought to himself. He already had a higher grade, more effective serum. So it was time to find an opportunity to collaborate with the state, starting with the Chinese military to boost the combat power of Chinese soldiers. With super strong individual combat power combined with the world's leading military and technology, dominating the Earth would not be far off. After manifesting a large number of the secret super serums and storing them in a space ring, Li Junchuan planned to find a time to enhance his entire family. So he wouldn't have to worry about their health issues anymore, ensuring safety. He would not tell them in advance, but would simply add it to their soup for them to drink. Since they wouldn't know the situation, there would be no concern about leaks. They would just think they had been consuming medicinal food for a long time and that their health had improved. Moreover, the effect of the serum was subtle, so he wouldn't have to worry about neighbors discovering any abnormalities. After completing these tasks, Li Junchuan stood up, stretched, and walked out of the room. Haidu, Li Junchuan called out, and Haidu immediately ran over. Li Junchuan threw a pearl meatball into the air, and upon seeing this, Haidu instantly leaped several meters high and swallowed the meatball. Before Haidu could land, Li Junchuan caught it in his arms and playfully rubbed its head. Good dog, come on. Haidu, have some medicine. He took out the secret super serum he had just manifested from his space ring and fed it to Haidu. He wanted to see how far Haidu could grow. After putting Haidu down, Li Junchuan checked his watch and found it was nearly 11 o'clock. So he called out to Lubo, Lubo, I want to eat fish for lunch. Lubo smiled and nodded. All right, sir. We will have fish for lunch. I'll arrange it now. Li Junchuan nodded and returned to his room, while Lubo went to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to prepare a full fish feast. They would prepare steamed, braised, candied, sweet and sour, freshwater, and saltwater fish, as his master had a big appetite, so there was no need to worry about waste. Li Junchuan returned to his room and called Li Yun, asking her to come back for lunch. He planned to secretly use the serum on Li Yun during lunch, so that by the time she returned in the evening, her combat power would definitely be elevated to a new level. He was preparing to consume more ammunition tonight since they were returning to Yang City tomorrow. Chapter 117, Dodge War Axe at Noon. Li Yun drove back home and had lunch with Li Junchuan, who quietly added the serum to the soup Li Yun was drinking. The colorless and tasteless serum didn't affect the freshness of the fish soup at all, and Li Yun remained unaware. By the way, Xiaoyun, how's your car running? Do you want me to get you a new one? Li Junchuan asked. No need. Why waste the money? I don't go anywhere else every day. And my current car is quite nice to drive. Besides, there are your other cars in the garage. If I get tired of the four, I can just drive one of yours, Li Yun said, finishing her meal and wiping her mouth. All right then. Anyway, I'm heading back to Yong City for work tomorrow. You can drive whichever one you want then. Speaking of which, I haven't driven several of the cars much, Li Junchuan replied. Li Yun shot him a glance. You run around every day, and you don't go racing. It's a bit of a waste to leave them sitting there. Li Junchuan chuckled and mentioned that he had added a rich kid's contact before, saying they should go car racing together. But he wasn't sure if that guy was in the capital now. If he had time in the afternoon, he could check it out. There were still 2 sports cars at home, and he thought it would be fun to hit the racetrack if they got the chance. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Li Yun decided not to push it. I'm heading to the store now. What are you doing in the afternoon? Li Junchuan shook his head. Not sure yet. I'll ask a friend if he's in the capital. If he is, we might go to the racetrack together. Okay, go have fun. Otherwise, you'll have nowhere to vent your energy. Li Yun nodded and picked up her small bag, preparing to head back to the store. I'll go to the store by myself. Go ahead. Li Junchuan waved her off. Once Li Yun drove away from home, Li Junchuan found Zhou Qing's contact information and called him. Hello, Brother Chuan. What made you suddenly think of calling me? I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Qing's voice came through. Hey, I don't spend much time in the capital. So I was wondering where you are now? Li Junchuan asked. I'm at home in the capital. So you're in the capital now? Zhou Qing replied. Yeah. I happen to have nothing to do this afternoon, so I wanted to ask if you want to go to the racetrack together. Li Junchuan said. Sure. I just happen to have nothing to do this afternoon. Where's your place? I'll come over to find you, Zhou Qing asked. Li Junchuan gave him the address. And Zhou Qing mentioned that it might take him a little longer to arrive, but Li Junchuan said he wasn't in a hurry, as traffic in the capital was always a hassle. After hanging up, Li Junchuan thought about whether he should get a few more cars out. Right now, he only had 2 sports cars in the capital, a Bentley Continental and a Mercedes, while the rest were a Hummer, a Ford Mustang, and the newly acquired Hongqi. He pondered whether it would be inappropriate to drive these 2 sports cars. At this stage, he no longer needed to be overly cautious, as he had the strength to face all countries head-on, so he was ready to let loose a bit. He opened a racing game and searched for a while before recalling a video he had seen on a short video platform. One of the cars in the video had amazed him immediately. It was a concept car developed by a department under Fiat Chrysler for a virtual racing game. The car's chassis and body were made from ultralight graphene, making the total weight only 661 kilograms. It also featured the latest active aerodynamic kit, which could change shape while driving to achieve greater downforce. 3 different power versions were developed for the War Axe, with the base model equipped with a 70-liter V10 engine and an aerodynamic drive system, achieving a maximum power of 1,020 horsepower and a top speed of 402 kilometers per hour. Another racing version was equipped with an 80-liter V12 twin-turbo engine and an aerodynamic drive system, with a maximum power of 450 horsepower and a top speed of 482 kilometers per hour. The ultimate version of the War Axe had a maximum output of 590 horsepower and could reach speeds of up to 650 kilometers per hour. To withstand the ultimate performance of the War Axe, drivers needed to wear a pressure-resistant suit. With such power output, even Bugatti would pale in comparison. Dodge officials stated that although it was a car designed for the game, they would also produce a real car using the most advanced powertrain technology. Li Junchuan found the video of this car again and watched its explosive performance on the racetrack. Feeling excited and wishing he could have it immediately, he then found this racing game, used his computer skills to modify the data, and the car appeared in his game garage. Without hesitation, he manifested it. Choosing the classic white color, he brought to life a War Axe that didn't exist in reality. Looking at the information now displayed on his desktop, Li Junchuan realized the system had put in a lot of effort. This globally unique Dodge War Axe was custom-built for him by the official manufacturer, and it wouldn't be mass-produced without his permission. The production costs were frighteningly high. Perhaps due to the system's intervention, the car he manifested was equipped with many black technologies not available on the market, making its performance the best in the world. Just then, his phone rang with a relatively unfamiliar number, but Li Junchuan answered without hesitation. Sir, the car you ordered has arrived. Please please come outside to sign for it? We're now at your doorstep, the person on the other end said. Li Junchuan took a deep breath and quickly walked out of his house. In front of the door was a truck with a container on it. Li Junchuan approached and greeted the staff delivering the vehicle, then instructed them to unload the container. The staff used a remote device to open the container, revealing a car covered with a black car cover. Without hesitation, Li Junchuan uncovered the car cover, revealing the sci-fi themed war axe. At that moment, the staff brought over a box containing a miniature model of the war axe from the manufacturer, along with some other gifts. After signing the documents, Li Junchuan took the car keys and drove the car into his garage. The short distance didn't reveal much, but he felt very satisfied in all aspects, as the car dealer had tailored everything to perfectly match his driving habits. Li Junchuan parked the car and couldn't help but take several photos with his phone, but he didn't post them on social media or short videos. He only shared them in a health group. Suddenly, several messages popped up in the group. To Li Junchuan's surprise, the first person to recognize the car was Zhang Yadong. Is this the Dodge War Axe? Racing 7? Zhang Yadong asked. Isn't this a concept car from a game? Zhang Yadong continued. Where did you take this? Zhang Yadong asked. It can't be that it's already on the market, right? Zhang Yadong added. A series of messages left Li Junchuan a bit stunned. He truly didn't expect that the seemingly mature and steady elder brother Zhang Yadong was actually a car enthusiast. He then replied in the group. Customized with the manufacturer. Only one in the world. Just got it. Currently in my garage at home in the capital. After sending that message, he also shared a few selfies with the car in the group. Brother, from now on, you're my brother. I definitely need to get my hands on this. Zhang Yadong exclaimed. Li Junchuan sent a panda shrug emoji to indicate there was no problem. Then Zhang Yadong fell silent, probably busy with something. At that moment, Li Junchuan's phone rang again. Chapter 118. Test drive at Jingang Circuit. Hey, Xiao Chuan, I'm about to arrive. Zhou Qing's voice came through the receiver. Just come over directly. I'll wait for you at the door. Li Junchuan replied. He left the garage and walked to the front gate. Soon hearing the roar of a supercar approaching, Li Junchuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blue sports car slowly driving towards him. The car was a convertible, and since the roof was down, Li Junchuan immediately recognized that it was Zhou Qing, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. They had only met once before, almost 2 months ago in Hongdu. The sports car stopped beside Li Junchuan, and after Zhou Qing got out, he gave Li Junchuan a big hug, appearing quite familiar. Chuangu, long time no see. It's rare for you to still remember me. Zhou Qing said. Hey, I just got to the capital a few days ago and have been busy. Finally, I'm free today, but I'm leaving the capital again tomorrow. Li Junchuan laughed. I haven't even had a chance to play on the track yet, so I wanted to ask you, the local expert. No problem, I'll arrange it today. Zhou Qing said. Handing Li Junchuan a cigarette, Chuangu, do you live here? Li Junchuan nodded, pointing to the house behind him. I haven't moved in for long, but you can come over in the evening if you're free. After taking the cigarette Zhou Qing offered, Zhou Qing quickly helped light it. He felt he had overestimated Li Junchuan, but his financial power and strength still exceeded his imagination. As far as he knew, this house had previously been given to a wealthy businessman from country E, and now it was in Li Junchuan's hands. It was simply ridiculous. Suppressing his shock, Zhou Qing lit a cigarette for himself and asked, So, Chuangu, what car are you planning to take for a few laps today? Li Junchuan had never been on a track, so he didn't know what cars everyone else drove. He thought that there must be many wealthy people in the capital who would often go to the track for excitement. He wanted to drive his newly acquired war axe. But he hesitated a bit and said to Zhou Qing, I haven't decided yet. I've never played before. Could you help me out? Zhou Qing nodded. Sure. I was just thinking of checking out the Big Shots garage. Li Junchuan waved his hand. You might be disappointed. I don't have many cars. Let's go take a look. He then led Zhou Qing to his garage. Upon arriving, Li Junchuan pressed the sensor key, and the garage door slowly opened. The first car that caught Zhou Qing's eye made him drop his jaw, momentarily leaving him speechless as he looked from the car to Li Junchuan. Noticing the silence behind him, Li Junchuan turned around and asked, What's wrong? Zhou Qing swallowed hard, pointing at the white Dodge War Axe and asking, Is this a real car? Li Junchuan, feeling a bit smug inside despite his outward calmness, replied, You can touch it to find out. Zhou Qing excitedly walked over, circling the car several times, carefully examining every detail. After wiping his hands on his clothes, he cautiously touched the car's body. The feel was completely different from any car he had touched before, so he asked in confusion, Chuangu, what material is this car's body made of? Li Junchuan didn't hide it, saying directly, graphene. Zhou Qing looked a bit confused. I know about graphene, but isn't that used in batteries? When did they start using it to make cars? Li Junchuan couldn't explain, so he said, you'd have to ask the manufacturer. Zhou Qing scratched his head, circling the car again, but didn't he see the manufacturer's logo, only some English letters with 2 small dots at the end. For some reason, he felt the car looked familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it. So he directly asked, bro, which factory made this car? Is it Dodge? Li Junchuan nodded, directly clarifying, Dodge War Axe, it's a special production, and there's only this one in the market. They won't produce any more. Zhou Qing seemed to suddenly remember something, incredulously asking, the one that can explode? Seeing Li Junchuan nod, he continued. Wasn't it said that this was just a concept car? I only saw it in gaming videos. When did they manage to produce it? Li Junchuan pointed at the car, his meaning very clear. Zhou Qing's face lit up with excitement. Bro, let's take this car out today. Wow. I'm really seeing something amazing today. Even though his family background was among the top in the country, otherwise he wouldn't have so many luxury cars. But this concept car that only existed in games was something you couldn't buy even if you had the money. Thinking about the car's stats in the game, he couldn't wait to see how it performed on the track and felt excited to know such an impressive person. Indeed, he was excited. He knew that in the entire capital circle, this guy was one of a kind. Not to mention the house he bought from that legendary figure. Just getting this car was already impossible. Otherwise, news would have spread abroad long ago. All right, let us take this car over. Li Junchuan nodded. Shall we set off now? Zhou Qing nodded. Let's go now. I've already called some friends over in advance, and we'll have fun together. After saying that, he turned to walk out of the garage. At the moment he turned, he saw the other cars in Li Junchuan's garage, and his eyes widened. There was the Mercedes and McLaren collaboration, and the Bentley Continental was fine since there were still ways to purchase it, and modifications weren't an issue. However, seeing the 1973 Ferrari left him speechless. This car, even if found abroad, couldn't be driven domestically, and judging by its condition, it was clearly recently produced. The Hongqi car didn't surprise him much, as it was already in civilian use. Although a bit pricey, it was nothing special. However, the special pass on the front windshield of the car was something he had only seen on cars belonging to his grandfather's generation. Moreover, there was also a military version of the Hummer in the garage. This car was not sold to the public and also bore a special pass. Zhou Qing became even more curious about Li Junchuan's identity, but he didn't dare to ask further. Suppressing his shock, he turned and walked outside. Getting into his blue sports car, Zhou Qing took out his phone and sent a message in a WeChat group to everyone. When my people arrive later, don't mess around. We can't afford to provoke anyone. He sent it 3 times in total. Seeing everyone in the group reply that they received it, he breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Li Junchuan with a nod, and drove ahead towards the Jinggang International Circuit. After about half an hour, the 2 cars parked one after the other. Zhou Qing got out and asked Li Junchuan, Chuan Ge, should we hit the track for a few laps first? Or should I introduce you to some of my friends? Li Junchuan was more interested in the track, so he said directly, let us run a few laps first to get a feel for it. I've never been on a track before, so I want to familiarize myself. Okay, then let's make some preparations, Zhou Qing said, leading Li Junchuan to check the car, then handed him a helmet. Although Li Junchuan didn't think he needed it, he put it on and followed Zhou Qing's car towards the track. Earlier, Zhou Qing said to let Li Junchuan get familiar with the track. So in the first lap, neither of them drove very fast. However, after finishing the first lap, Li Junchuan said to Zhou Qing, Qingzi, I'll take a lap by myself. You can give me some feedback later. Zhou Qing nodded. Today, they had booked the entire venue, so they could have fun freely. After parking his car, he found his friends to watch Li Junchuan run on the track. Qingzi, is this the awesome guy you mentioned? A young man asked. Zhou Qing nodded. Let's watch him run a few laps first, and I'll introduce him to you later. Remember what I said in the group? His friends all nodded in agreement. Li Junchuan, on the other hand, unleashed himself at the beginning of the second lap. His battle axe began to gradually showcase its unparalleled performance that dominated the world. Zhou Qing and the others, watching together, saw the car's impressive handling for the first time. Chapter 119. Continuously refreshing lap times. Li Junchuan drove the battle axe around the track. Each time he approached a turn, he would heavily step on the brakes to downshift, shifting the car's center of gravity forward, then sharply turn the steering wheel to swing the rear out. Next, he adjusted the steering to correct his angle of entry, maintaining speed to slide into the exit angle. Then, coordinating with the steering, He would suddenly slam the accelerator to exit the turn. The powerful horsepower and high speed made Li Junchuan feel a noticeable pressure during the turns. While it wasn't obvious on the straight, it became particularly pronounced during the shifting and turning. It felt a bit like the overload experience during tactical maneuvers in a plane. And Li Junchuan suddenly recalled a video he had seen. No wonder they said you needed to wear a pressure suit to drive this car. When he received the car earlier, he hadn't closely examined the contents of the complimentary box, but now he thought there should be a pressure suit inside. However, given his physical condition, this little pressure had no effect on him. But for others driving this car, going fast would be impossible. Otherwise, pilots wouldn't be so rare. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing and the others watched Li Junchuan's increasingly skilled cornering and timing, their eyes wide with astonishment. They realized that during the second lap, he had already broken the highest record on this track, clocking in under 1 minute. Each subsequent lap continued to set new lap records. The second lap was 1 minute. The third lap dropped to 50 seconds, and the fourth lap was a direct 45 seconds, with improvements on every lap. Awesome! Everyone exclaimed. Who is this god? How come we've never heard of him before? Zhou Qing shrugged. He is not even a professional racer. And don't you think the way this car handles through corners looks familiar? After a while, someone realized, is this the Battle Axe? The concept car from the game? Zhou Qing nodded. There is only one in the world. Although we don't know its top speed, you've all seen its performance on the track. It absolutely surpasses all supercars on the market, and in a crushing manner. Everyone nodded. They all came from well-off families. Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing together. They had driven various sports cars and were familiar with their specs, but none could match the standout performance of the car in front of them. No wonder Zhou Qing warned them not to cause any trouble. They truly couldn't provoke someone like this. After running several laps, Li Junchuan finally slowed down and came to a stop. Zhou Qing hurried over to direct the club staff to check the vehicle. However, after a thorough inspection, the staff found that the car had no issues at all. Even the tire wear was negligible, and after checking multiple times, they only refueled the car. Taking off his helmet, Li Junchuan let out a light sigh of relief. Driving this car felt really exhilarating. He wondered what it would be like to fly a fighter jet. Suddenly, he began to look forward to the upcoming trip to Yongqing. Brother Chuan, did you know you've set a lap record that no one can shake now? Zhou Qing said excitedly. May I ask, did you go all out? Li Junchuan calmly shook his head, just playing around. Although Zhou Qing found that hard to believe, after all, Li Junchuan's lap time was under 40 seconds. Seeing that he didn't even break a sweat made Zhou Qing feel his thoughts were a bit ridiculous. Brother Chuan, can I try your car? Zhou Qing asked a bit shyly. I'll let you drive my Veyron. Let us switch. Li Junchuan nodded, but then suddenly remembered something and advised, don't drive too fast. With your physical condition, if you don't wear a pressure suit, going too fast could lead to overload, and it could be dangerous. Zhou Qing was a bit confused. What? Do you need to wear a pressure suit to drive this car? And isn't overload something only fighter pilots regularly encounter? Can I experience that driving a sports car too? But he nodded seriously. After all, listening to advice is wise, and safety comes first. Taking the car keys, Zhou Qing slowly maneuvered the battle axe forward. After adjusting a bit, he began to accelerate. However, after 2 laps, he stopped. When he got out of the car, he felt a bit unsteady and nauseous. And his vision felt slightly blurry. Why didn't he even drive that fast? Zhou Qing sat down on the ground to catch his breath. Li Junchuan handed him a bottle of mineral water. Now you understand why I told you not to drive too fast, right? Zhou Qing gulped down a few sips of water and felt slightly better, nodding. Li Junchuan had anticipated this situation. After all, it was normal for someone driving a sports car to uncontrollably want to slam the accelerator. He had noticed Zhou Qing's unusual reactions earlier, but fortunately, he slowed down quickly. Otherwise, something might have happened. After finishing a bottle of water, Zhou Qing stood up and said to Li Junchuan, Brother Chuan, let's go. I want you to meet some of my friends. Li Junchuan nodded. All right, let's go. Following Zhou Qing to the main grandstand of the racetrack, Li Junchuan saw the huge glass wall on the massive display screen, which was looping the footage of his laps. Brothers, let me introduce you. Zhou Qing clapped his hands and pointed to Li Junchuan. This is Li Junchuan, the one I mentioned. Brother Chuan. You've all seen his car and driving skills. He is definitely a master. Come on, say hi. Hello, Brother Chuan. Several people gathered around to greet him. Ignoring Li Junchuan's mysterious identity and his super awesome car, just his driving skills were enough for them to want to get to know him. For these young racing enthusiasts, strong hard skills were what they admired the most. Zhou Qing then introduced Li Junchuan to several people, most of whom were second-generation business elites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the means to play with such expensive sports cars. Li Junchuan nodded. He didn't really care about them. A few of them started chattering about various topics related to racing and supercars. However, with Zhou Qing occasionally joking around, Li Junchuan felt the atmosphere was quite pleasant. He had never had the opportunity to engage with this circle before, but now it seemed no different from ordinary people. It was like what others said, constantly discussing national affairs or international situations. The topics were mostly related to interests and hobbies. Seeing that Li Junchuan's interest wasn't very high, Zhou Qing asked, "Brother Chuan, are you not used to this?" Li Junchuan nodded. He had come purely to test the car's performance. He was in the same circle as these people, so there was no need to force himself. He still felt more at ease being with Song Gang and the others. "Shall we head back now?" Zhou Qing asked. Li Junchuan nodded. "Let us go." "Thanks for today, Qingzi. Come over for dinner at my place tonight, and I'll show you around." Zhou Qing had no objections. So he bid farewell to everyone and drove away from the racetrack. On the way, Li Junchuan asked Xiaoguang to notify his butler, Lu Bo, to prepare a good meal for the evening, as he wanted to entertain his friends. Chapter 120. The 8 Sounds of the Dragon on the way back. There was a bit of traffic, and it took the two of them an hour to get home. After parking the car in Li Junchuan's garage, Zhou Qing followed him into the courtyard. Upon seeing the traditional Sihiyuan courtyard house of Li Junchuan's family, Zhou Qing was not surprised. After all, he was also considered an old Beijinger and had seen all kinds of houses, especially the most famous Sihiyuan. It was just that the courtyard was larger and the location was better. Wait, the trees in the courtyard seemed to be rare varieties. And the stone slabs underfoot also seemed a bit unusual. Were they made of jade? Zhou Qing felt he must not be mistaken and began to carefully examine the other facilities in the courtyard. The tea table and stools were also made of jade, and the other pavilions and buildings appeared to be constructed from precious woods mixed with ancient blue bricks. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Qing discovered that everything in this courtyard was quite valuable. If one added the various decorations inside, it probably wouldn't be worth less than the land itself. This was truly a wealthy family. Zhou Qing turned his head and saw an ultra-luxurious doghouse. He walked over and touched it. Wow. Even the doghouse was made of Namu wood. He felt that his family's villa was weak in comparison. As soon as Li Junchuan entered the courtyard, Haidu, Black Bean, came running over, wagging his tail and circling around him, pretending to take out a few pearl balls from his pocket, which were actually from his spatial ring. Li Junchuan tossed them into the air one by one, watching Haidu leap and catch them in midair, feeling like the dog was almost a martial arts master, capable of flying over walls. Watching the imposing black dog performing like a martial arts master, Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned. Thinking about his own dog, who could only destroy the house, he immediately decided to go home and have a serious talk with it. "Brother Chuan, your dog is really impressive. How long have you had him?" Zhou Qing asked with a hint of envy. Li Junchuan thought for a moment and said, "Not long, about 2 months. He should be half a year old now." "Half a year, and he has grown this big?" Zhou Qing was a bit surprised. "You must have taken good care of him. If he has puppies later, could you give me one if you have extra?" Li Junchuan wasn't sure if Haidu's offspring would inherit his talents, but since it was still early, he replied, "We'll see then. He's still young now. And if he has many puppies, I can keep one for you." Zhou Qing nodded happily. It wasn't mealtime yet, so Li Junchuan planned to take Zhou Qing to the tea room for some tea first. As soon as Zhou Qing entered the tea room, he silently nodded. Just as I expected, the materials used for the interior decoration were quite luxurious. He felt that all the furniture in the tea room exuded an antique charm, having quite a few old pieces of furniture at home. Zhou Qing clearly noticed that all the furniture in this room was actually antiques, and he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. After all, while some rare wood furniture could be bought with money, acquiring antiques truly depended on luck. Li Junchuan's home reminded him of a rich man's rosewood museum. After washing his hands, Li Junchuan brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of them, using the tea that Song Jiang had given him. Zhou Qing smelled the fragrance of the tea and felt it was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. He usually didn't drink tea much, so he rarely came into contact with it. Wait, let me think again. Suddenly, he remembered that the last time he went to Hongdu, he seemed to have smelled the same scent at his grandfather's place, but the old man was quite stingy and said he didn't understand tea tasting. Even after softening him up, he didn't pour a cup for his grandson. Looking back at Li Junchuan, he thought, TSK. Could this guy be on the same level as my grandfather? But he only thought about it in his mind and didn't ask out loud. As they chatted and drank tea, time flew by quickly, and soon it was time for dinner. From Li Junchuan, Zhou Qing learned that the guests they would be hosting that night were originally from Sichuan, so Lu Bo had arranged Sichuan cuisine for dinner. He had the chef prepare 10 signature dishes: mapo tofu, maishan dompa pork, kung pao chicken, twice-cooked pork, dompa elbow, husband and wife lung slices, tai bai duck, dompa squid, boiled bok choy, and yuli fish, among others. Because Li Junchuan had a large appetite, there was no worry about waste, and the meal was enjoyable. Zhou Qing was originally from Sichuan, and the Gan cuisine from Li Yun's hometown was also spicy. While Li Junchuan himself had no dietary restrictions and enjoyed all kinds of dishes from various cuisines in the country. After dinner, Zhou Qing took his leave, agreeing to go play on the racetrack next time when he had time. Li Yun had also been busy all day, running a bath with water and essential oils, while Li Junchuan took a quick shower in just a few minutes and came out wrapped in a bath towel. When Li Yun walked into the bedroom after finishing her bath and drying off, he had been waiting on the bed for a long time. Watching the faint steam on Li Yun's body and smelling the light rose fragrance coming from her, his little brother quietly peeked out. Then came several hours of harmonious interaction. Li Junchuan clearly felt that Li Yun's stamina had increased significantly, but it was still not enough for him. Watching Li Yun fall into a deep sleep, Li Junchuan got up as usual and walked to the esports room to turn on the computer. Yao Guang, is there anything big happening today? He asked. Nothing, sir. There are no noteworthy events today. By the way, sir, I have deleted all the videos and photos from the racetrack this afternoon. And I saved one copy to your phone. Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan nodded. With Yu Guang around, he felt truly at ease. Seeing that there was nothing worth paying attention to, he took out his phone and enjoyed the video of himself driving the war axe on the racetrack from the afternoon for a while. Then opened the Honor of Kings game that he hadn't played for several days. In a mid-lane match, he played as a rampaging Gao Jianli, causing the opposing team to surrender with a score of 6 points. Indeed, the feeling of dominating in a low-level game was really satisfying. Looking at the settlement screen with a score of 158, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction and was just about to start the next match when he suddenly thought, should he manifest Gao Jianli's skills? Gao Jianli's skills were roughly as follows. Passive, every 4th normal attack. The next normal attack after releasing a skill will launch a harmonic that penetrates and deals magic damage. First skill, deals damage to up to 2 nearby enemies and bounces back and forth between enemy heroes. Second skill, deals damage to enemies in a certain range and slows them down. Third skill, after release, greatly increases movement speed and deals continuous damage to enemies within the ultimate skill range while gaining a certain amount of damage reduction. Without much hesitation, Li Junchuan directly activated the manifestation. After manifesting, he found that countless musical knowledge of strings and plucking had appeared in his mind, and that he could release the active skill 8 sounds of the dragon while playing an instrument. Seeing this, Li Junchuan was a bit stunned. Although the memory was quite distant, he remembered that the Tianma Qin from the TV series he watched as a child had left a deep impression on him. He didn't expect that he would now learn the 8 sounds of the dragon. After carefully looking at the skill's description, Li Junchuan took a deep breath. The system's description stated that this was a special piece of music, and the sounds produced would resonate with the enemy's brain, causing it to shatter and turn into mush. Wow, that's amazing. Li Junchuan was overjoyed in his heart, but he felt that such an effect was very scientific and reasonable. After all, he had seen a news story before. The news reported that a top student from the physics department went to a bank to handle some business. But the clerk had a terrible attitude. Furious, he returned to the bank that night and used some gadgets to apply the resonance principle he had learned, shattering all the glass in the bank. If a student could shatter bulletproof glass, it made sense that he could shatter brains with his extraordinary abilities, especially considering that there were people who could sing and shatter glass. Li Junchuan thought for a moment, knowing music theory without an instrument wouldn't do. He opened Xinwu and materialized a 7-string guqin from within, preparing to find an opportunity to experiment with the power of the heavenly dragonate sounds. Chapter 121. Using Super Serum for Team 141. However, there was still a problem at hand, which was the strength of Team 141. When he played the game, Li Junchuan didn't feel much about it. At that time, he was quite busy with work and had limited gaming time, so he wasn't very clear about the later plot. However, he later came across a lot of related videos and live streams, and once he saw a streamer break down in tears while playing the game. The entire task force ended up almost entirely dead, leaving only Price. Although the members of the task force he materialized were stronger than in the game, he felt it wasn't enough. Otherwise, the characters in the game wouldn't have died so tragically. So he decided to enhance each member of his task force individually, so that when there were actual battles or missions in the future, their survival rate would be higher. Thinking of it, he acted on it. Since he had already materialized many secret super serums, he just needed to go to his military base. However, after careful consideration, he also bought a lot of blood and Dan and Jade Toad pills from the game, materializing them all, thinking they would be useful for the enhancements later. After these preparations, Li Junchuan first called Price, asking him to gather all the main members of the task force at Central Island. Then he entered the basement, opened the teleportation array, and arrived at the South China Sea military base. When he came out of the teleportation array, Price was already there with the team members. After greeting Price, Li Junchuan collected a box of serum from the serum factory using his space ring and then went back outside. Seeing these members, distant memories surged like waves. Soap, Ghost, Little Strong. Looking at these people, Li Junchuan felt a mix of emotions, but he quickly composed himself. Let's go. Take everyone to the residence, Li Junchuan said. Yes. Everyone responded and followed Li Junchuan towards the residence. Soon, they gathered inside the residence. Li Junchuan turned to face everyone. The reason I asked Price to gather you all is to help enhance your strength. Who wants to go first? Price stepped forward and said, I'll go first. Li Junchuan nodded. Who can get some hot water? Little Strong said, I'll go get it. After seeing Li Junchuan nod, he went to fetch hot water. Li Junchuan then waved his hand, placing the box of super serum he had just collected on the ground, directly opening it to take out a vial and handing it to Price. Drink this. It's a super soldier serum that can temporarily elevate your strength to its peak, including brain development. Price nodded. All right. Thank you. After saying that, he took the blue vial from Li Junchuan and downed it in one gulp. After tasting it and finding it flavorless, he turned to Li Junchuan and asked, Why do I feel nothing? Before Li Junchuan could respond, he suddenly felt his bones and muscles being torn apart, the intense pain distorting the expression of this battle-hardened man. At that moment, Little Strong came over with the hot water, looking at the strangely colored captain with curiosity. Price, what's wrong? Price turned to look at him. Nothing. He then pulled out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff, feeling the pain in his body lessen significantly. Just then, a headache began to set in. He felt like his head was about to explode, as if a balloon was being constantly inflated, and at that moment, he nearly bit through the cigar. Li Junchuan was a bit speechless. When he saw Black Bean take the serum, there wasn't such a commotion. Could it be that the effects vary between species? If Black Bean were present and could speak, he would definitely curse. If I hadn't passed out from the pain, I'd definitely have some words for you. Taking the hot water kettle and a stack of disposable cups from Little Strong, Li Junchuan poured a cup of water and handed it to Price, then gave him 2 different pills. Take these. Price took the hot water and pills without hesitation, swallowing them down in one go, feeling a warm current enter his stomach, while a refreshing sensation began to wash over his mind. What kind of medicine is this? It's amazing. He felt the pain throughout his body ease significantly, and his voice no longer trembled. It's beneficial for you. Enough talk, Li Junchuan said, then added, You all start as well. First drink the blue serum, then come to me one by one to get 2 pills, and take them with hot water. Everyone complied, and Little Strong distributed the serum to everyone, then opened a bottle for himself and drank it down, before directing everyone to line up to get their pills. Soon, all the members of the team had taken the serum and consumed the blood and Dan and Jade Toad pills. Next, their expressions were almost identical to Price's earlier. But fortunately, they were all tough guys who had endured training and missions and had been injured many times. The scene remained relatively calm. About an hour later, everyone began to feel the changes in their bodies gradually fade, and they started to carefully sense the transformations. I feel like all my old injuries have disappeared. My muscles feel like they're much firmer. I feel terrifyingly strong now. I feel like my manhood has grown a bit. Everyone chattered excitedly about the changes in their bodies, each feeling they were significantly stronger than before. They decided to find time tomorrow to properly test their abilities and compare them with past data to see how they measured up. However, at this moment, Li Junchuan interrupted them. All right, we'll talk about these things later. Now, start taking the second type of serum. After speaking, he waved his hand and took out the colorless, odorless secret super serum from his space ring and distributed it to everyone. This serum can continuously elevate your various limits, including your talents. So don't slack off in your training going forward. I hope you all can come back alive from future missions, Li Junchuan said seriously. Although if a team member did die, he could materialize another one, he had no confidence that the new one would be the same as the previous. Yes, boss. We won't let you down. Everyone replied loudly. Having been in the military for so long, they naturally craved the enhancement of their strength. This obsession deeply ingrained in their minds. After all, as soldiers, every bit of strength improvement meant a higher chance of survival on the battlefield. Who would want to die if they could live? However, just then, Price suddenly sniffed. Did someone not wipe after taking a shit? Why does it smell so bad? He hadn't said it before, but as soon as he did, everyone felt as if they were in an outhouse on a hot summer day, and they scattered. As for Li Junchuan, he didn't care anymore, as his sense of smell was so sensitive. Fortunately, he found that as long as he didn't consciously control it, it was not much different from when he didn't have an external aid. Otherwise, he would be suffocated just going to the bathroom. All right. Everything has been taken care of here tonight. You all disperse and take a good shower. Wash your clothes well. I'm leaving, Li Junchuan said, not waiting for everyone to respond, and left. Boss, take care. Come by often. Price followed him out and walked him to the teleportation array, then said, Thank you, boss. On behalf of myself and them. Li Junchuan waved his hand. We're all on the same side. I hope you can all return safely from every mission. If you get injured and can't handle it, remember to tell me. As long as you're not dead, I can save you. Price saluted Li Junchuan, watching his figure disappear into the teleportation array before pulling over his clothes to smell. Chapter 122. Playing 5 ranks with the flight attendant in the morning. After waking up, Lian felt refreshed. Feeling like she was back in action, she immediately got on top of Li Junchuan and started her morning exercise. After a round of passion, Lian skipped breakfast and went back to sleep, while Li Junchuan got up to find Lu Bo, asking him to prepare some specialty pastries to bring back to Young City as gifts. He himself was thinking about what to bring back to Young City. First, he definitely needed to bring black beans. Now that he had a private plane, it was convenient to bring a pet along. He also needed to take his Ford car, since having a pass made it more convenient. However, the car could just be put into the space ring. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything else to bring. He thought he could just set up a teleportation array in Young City, making it easier to travel back and forth whenever necessary. With that thought, Li Junchuan felt less troubled. He could come and go anytime. At 10 in the morning, Li Junchuan prepared to head to the capital airport. By this time, Li Yun had already woken up and insisted on sending him off to the airport. So, the driver drove the Hongqi 5, carrying Li Junchuan, Li Yun, and butler Lu Bo to the capital airport. They arrived at the airport smoothly, and the driver took the car directly to the parking spot of Li Junchuan's private plane. The crew was already ready, standing there to greet them. Li Yun looked at the beautiful flight attendants, then playfully pinched Li Junchuan's waist. Understanding her little thought, he kissed her face and said, What are you worried about? I've given you all the ammunition. If it doesn't work out, I'll fly back tonight. Li Yun rolled her eyes at him. All right, stop being cheeky. Hurry up and get on. Waving goodbye to everyone, Li Junchuan turned and walked toward the plane, with Heido obediently following behind. Thanks to the space ring, Li Junchuan only symbolically carried a backpack, leading Heido aboard his private plane. Once on the plane, 2 beautiful flight attendants guided Li Junchuan to a shoe-changing bench right inside the door. One helped him take off his shoes, while the other brought out a pair of new disposable slippers for him to wear. Next, the flight attendants showed him the cockpit. And then they walked down a long corridor to an ultra-luxurious leisure area, preparing to help Li Junchuan undress, while another took care of Heido, providing it with plenty of pet snacks. Hey, I can do it myself. Li Junchuan quickly took off his clothes, then grabbed a bathrobe, following the flight attendant's lead. He went to the full-sized shower room in the leisure area to take a shower, then came out wearing the bathrobe. Following the flight attendant's guidance, he lay down on a sofa with freshly laid sheets. At this moment, a flight attendant in a black skirt and stockings approached with a small box. She began taking out various bottles and jars, and soon prepared a small basin of hot mineral water to help Li Junchuan wash his face. Li Junchuan usually didn't wash his face or shower in such a complicated manner. The flight attendant first used hot water to wet his cheeks, then applied a hot towel, followed by massaging acupoints on his head. To be honest, her technique was very professional, and she accurately found the acupoints. After removing the towel, she started using a facial cleanser to clean his face, combining it with facial massage techniques that felt incredibly relaxing, making even the energetic Li Junchuan feel a bit sleepy. After cleaning off the facial cleanser, the attendant applied some liquid to his face, then began another round of massage, followed by another wash. Li Junchuan didn't pay attention to what was being applied to his face. He only remembered that in the end, a mask was applied, which was removed after about 10 minutes. After the whole process, He felt as if his pores had been fully opened, leaving him incredibly refreshed. Mr. Lee, our plane is about to take off. The flight duration is 3 hours. We wish you a pleasant journey. The voice from the built-in speakers announced as a flight attendant brought Lee Jun-chuan a plate of sliced fruit, along with various drinks and alcohol. Then she adjusted the backrest of the sofa for him and thoughtfully placed a pillow. Mr. Lee, would you like to watch a movie? The flight attendant asked. Lee Jun-chuan nodded. Just find any action movie. The flight attendant did as instructed, turning on the huge screen and finding a movie that had been downloaded in advance, then clicked play. Mr. Lee, would you like a foot massage? The flight attendant asked again. Lee Jun-chuan nodded. To be honest, although he had been a therapist for several years, he rarely spent money on such services. Now, he could enjoy it at high altitude, which was a fitting reward for the expensive flight crew he had hired. Soon, a flight attendant in white stockings came over with a box. After a brief greeting with Lee Jun-chuan, she laid out towels and began to massage his legs and feet. Meanwhile, another flight attendant occasionally picked up a small fork to feed him fruit. Nice. So nice. Lee Jun-chuan was experiencing such treatment for the first time in the air. The only thing missing was a high-altitude cannon like the rich people had. After watching a movie for a while, Lee Jun-chuan found it uninteresting, so he asked the flight attendant, Do you know how to play Honor of Kings? The flight attendant nodded. Yes, Mr. Lee, but I only know how to play mid and support. Come on, call your sisters over. Let's play 5 ranks. Lee Jun-chuan said. The flight attendant quickly nodded. Now, Lee Jun-chuan was the boss of all of them. They were solely responsible for this plane all year round, making their work incredibly easy, but they had also fought their way through many competitors to get here. Soon, 4 flight attendants came to the leisure area, sitting on the sofa near Lee Jun-chuan at his signal, filling the room with a fragrant breeze. Let's open Honor of Kings and start a 5-rank match. I'll play as the jungler, and you all choose heroes with strong endurance. Wait for me to carry you, Lee Jun-chuan said. Laughter filled the room as he expertly played as the jungler, taking down opponents one by one. His fully enhanced body made his competitive level skyrocket, leading the opposing team to surrender in 6 minutes. Mr. Lee, you're amazing. Mr. Lee, have a grape. Mr. Lee, come on, let us play another round. In the second match, Lee Jun-chuan chose the hero Ma Chao and asked one of the flight attendants to play a song Phoenix spreading its wings for Ma Chao, selecting the sprint skill, while another attendant picked Sunbin, starting the ranked match. Just less than 3 minutes into the game, the opposing team began typing in all chat. Could the Ma Chao on the other side please turn off the sound? Lee Jun-chuan was startled and typed back, How did you know I was playing Phoenix flying south? Are you spying on my plane? Then, with Sunbin, he started roaming the map, prompting the support flight attendant to buy a wolf's fang, and they began a joyful farming mode, leading to the enemy's crystal exploding in 6 minutes. Due to the short time, during lunch, Lee Jun-chuan had the chef prepare a few steaks, quickly eating something before continuing to play with the flight attendants. Happy times are always short-lived, and soon the 3-hour flight was coming to an end. The flight attendants began tidying up and preparing for landing. After the plane landed, Lee Jun-chuan changed his clothes, and with the help of the flight attendants, put on his shoes. As he looked down, he coughed. After getting off the plane, Butler Shobo was already waiting outside, reaching out to take Lee Jun-chuan's backpack and leading Heido to the car. Then they left the airport together. Young City, I'm back again. After returning home, Lee Jun-chuan took out his phone and sent 2 WeChat messages. Chapter 123, Back to the Killing Intent back at home. After taking a quick shower and changing into a fresh outfit, Lee Jun-chuan went to his study, took out the same guqin he had given to Lee's father before, and began his first performance. Thanks to the suggestions from the reviewers, the chosen piece is the classic melody High Mountains and Flowing Water. The tinkling sounds of the guqin made the butler Lee Shou, who brought the tea, feel particularly calm. Although he didn't know when Lee Jun-chuan had learned to play the guqin, judging by his skill, it must have been practiced from a young age, and he must have had a famous teacher guiding him. After finishing a piece, Lee Jun-chuan stood up and took a sip from the tea bowl. Shobo, how do you feel about my skill? Lee Shou nodded and gave a thumbs up. Your skill is unparalleled. Lee Jun-chuan chuckled. It seems that besides playing games in his spare time, he now had another way to relax. When he played the guqin himself, he found that all the worries in his mind were drifting away. Next time, after dealing with a certain president, he should play the guqin to relieve some negative emotions, Lee Jun-chuan thought to himself. After activating the weather control device last time, he felt that his emotions were a bit unusual, but now he didn't have to worry about such issues anymore. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Song Gang called and sent Lee Jun-chuan a location, asking him to drive over. Li Junchuan looked at the location and found the route quite familiar. Although he hadn't been there often, it was now the guest house of the Public Security Bureau. Could it be that this guy got promoted recently? Li Junchuan was a bit speechless, but quickly thought of the wave of achievements he had sent out recently, feeling that the possibility was quite high. So, he went to the garage, took out his Ford Mustang from the spatial ring, drove out, and headed towards the location. Since the distance was not far, it didn't take much time. Upon arriving at the guest house entrance, he found Song Gang and Wang Xie already waiting there. Song Gang had changed his clothes and was still in his police uniform. Xiao Chuan, long time no see. Song Gang came over and gave Li Junchuan a hug, leaving Li Junchuan a bit confused. Wang Xie also gave him a hug. I said, "You two are enough. Why does it feel a bit weird?" Li Junchuan said speechlessly. Song Gang stared at him for a while, making Li Junchuan feel a bit uncomfortable. "What are you staring at me for?" Song Gang smirked. "Where's the wine?" Li Junchuan pointed to the trunk of the car, and Song Gang and Wang Xie ran over, opened the trunk, and took out 2 jars of wine. Seeing this, Li Junchuan added, "The pastries over there were specially brought for you two from the capital. Take them out too." Then Song Gang and Wang Xie grabbed a bunch of things and found their cars in the parking lot to put them away before they came back. "Let's go. The food is ready. We're just waiting for you." After Song Gang finished speaking, he led the two towards a private room in the guest house. Once inside, Song Gang immediately asked for the dishes to be served. Since they were prepared in advance, the serving speed was quite fast. Song Gang opened both jars of wine and filled everyone's cups. "Now that all the dishes are served, let us start. We really have to thank you this time." Xiao Chuan. Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. "Getting promoted?" Song Gang nodded. "Yeah, you should know how great a gift you've given everyone this time." "I don't even know how to thank you." Li Junchuan smiled mischievously. "Just bring out some of your old man's cigarettes, wine, and tea." Song Gang, who had just been smiling, quickly waved his hand, joking, "If my old man finds out, no matter how old I am, I'll get a beating. He wouldn't care about his face, right?" Of course, Li Junchuan was joking. If he really wanted something, it might be easier to just ask Song Jian directly. Soon, the police training was about to begin. "Xiao Chuan, do you have any thoughts?" Song Gang raised his glass, and the three clinked their cups and downed the drinks. "What thoughts could I have? To be honest, I'm not very familiar with your police combat training. Shouldn't it be similar to the last time with the military?" Li Junchuan glanced at Wang Xie. Wang Xie quickly waved his hand. "No way. The nature of the two teams is completely different. You should ask your brother Song." Song Gang's expression darkened a bit, although he didn't know how Li Junchuan had trained that group of military monkeys last time. He could tell from Wang Xie's expression, so he quickly waved his hand. "Xiao Chuan, our special police team's combat training is mainly focused on control. Don't bring the military's methods over." Song Gang shivered at the thought of his officers smashing throats with a single punch when facing enemies. Li Junchuan nodded knowingly. "All right, I understand. When does the training start, and where will it take place?" Upon hearing this, Song Gang sighed in relief. "The training will start the day after tomorrow. I'll take you over then. The address is on the east side of Jushi Road in the city, so you won't need to run into the deep mountains." Li Junchuan nodded. "Okay. Just come pick me up at my place then. Come on, let us drink. You two aren't leaving while standing tonight." Song Gang's eyes lit up. "Then this little bit of wine won't be enough." Wang Xie also turned his head, swallowing hard. Mainly because Li Junchuan's medicinal wine, even if they got drunk tonight, would still leave them refreshed in the morning and sweep away the fatigue accumulated from work recently. It seemed like a good deal. These past few days, Li Junchuan hadn't been in Yong City, and they hadn't been drinking during meals. After drinking the medicinal wine, other ordinary drinks completely failed to pique their interest. Li Junchuan smiled helplessly. "I knew you two were definitely planning to take advantage of my wine, calling it a meal invitation while waiting for me to go get it. There is still some hidden in the back seat." After saying that, he got up, left the private room, walked to the car, pretended to open the door, but actually took out 2 jars of various wines from different games in his spatial rings, added the medicinal pills, and shook them. Then he returned to the private room, holding the bag filled with wine. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw those two peeking their heads out of the private room door. "All right, tonight will definitely be enough for you two to enjoy." Li Junchuan shook the 2 bags in his hand. Back at the dining table, Song Gang and Wang Xie took turns serving him food. Afraid he would eat too little, while all the wine went into Li Junchuan's belly, they knew this guy's drinking capacity was simply bottomless. The meal was quite harmonious. Towards the end, Song Gang and Wang Xie were both completely drunk, hugging each other and snoring away. Li Junchuan, on the other hand, openly took out his phone and snapped several photos of the two from various angles, even posing for the effect. Since Song Gang had already arranged a room in advance, Li Junchuan didn't need to arrange for anyone to take them back. He directly let the staff lead them, each carrying one on their shoulders back to their room. He himself didn't go home either, planning to spend the night at the guest house. After all, he had clean clothes and other supplies in his spatial ring. Even shampoo and shower gel were prepared. After showering and lying on the bed, Li Junchuan took out his phone. Yao Guang, has anything happened today? Initially thinking it would be as calm as the past few days, he didn't expect Yao Guang's words to darken his face instantly. Chapter 124. Precision-guided spherical lightning. From what he learned from Yao Guang, the news was actually related to the country, which made Li Junchuan feel that perhaps he had been too lenient last time. It seemed a simple tsunami was not enough to make the two countries fear. The old guy from the front country, Old Wall Lamp, had already been dealt with in front of everyone, and now someone else had jumped out to stir trouble. Yao Guang, do you know who proposed this matter regarding the country this time? Li Junchuan asked. Yao Guang replied, this matter was actually brought up by the guy you got rid of last time. He had formulated these plans with some people in the military while he was in power. Hearing this, Li Junchuan rubbed his chin. So, even after getting rid of the country's leadership, it didn't affect their subsequent plans? Yao Guang said, yes, sir. Then do you have any good suggestions? Li Junchuan asked again. Mr. suggested that you take a tough approach with them, leaving them no time to spare. Yao Guang said. Li Junchuan began to seriously consider Yao Guang's suggestion, but he didn't have any good ideas on how to implement the plan. Should he assassinate all the high-ranking officials of the country and the military? Li Junchuan pondered the feasibility of such an action, but shook his head after a moment, feeling that such a plan was unreliable. Should he deploy the weather weapon again? Cause an earthquake directly in their cities? Or create a big incident in their political center? Li Junchuan thought and thought, but couldn't come up with any particularly reliable methods. After all, he's not specialized in this field, and handling international relations was completely unfamiliar to him. However, at that moment, he remembered a saying, if you can't solve the problem, then eliminate the one who posed the problem. This was equally applicable here. Since he couldn't solve these issues, he would eliminate the ones creating the problems. Having made up his mind, Li Junchuan began to secretly contemplate which method to use, when he suddenly recalled something from a popular science program he had watched before. It was about ball lightning. Ball lightning, commonly known as rolling thunder, usually occurs during thunderstorms and takes on a spherical shape. This is a real physical phenomenon. It is very bright, nearly spherical, with a diameter ranging from 15 to 40 centimeters. It usually lasts for only a few seconds, but there are records of it lasting 1 to 2 minutes. Its colors vary, including common orange and red, as well as yellow, purple, blue, bright white, and ghostly green halos. Ball lightning can be quite harmful. It can float freely in the near-ground air or move against the wind. It can enter indoors through open doors and windows, commonly appearing after passing through a chimney. It can even glide along wires, sometimes hovering, sometimes disappearing silently, and sometimes exploding upon encountering an obstacle. This could be considered a natural phenomenon and can also be classified under meteorology. With this thought, Li Junchuan took out the manual for the super weather control device and began to read it again. After spending some time carefully going through the manual, a bold idea re-emerged in Li Junchuan's mind. Yao Guang, can you find the exact location of the country's president now? Li Junchuan asked. Yes, I'm currently searching for you, came Yao Guang's voice. Without making Li Junchuan wait too long, his phone received the precise location coordinates sent by Yao Guang. At that moment, Li Junchuan no longer hesitated and directly took out the remote control terminal for the super weather control device from his spatial ring. It was already very late, and many people had gone to sleep early. Li Junchuan opened the control terminal and began to edit the commands. Soon, the 50 super weather control devices he had stationed at the military base on the island emitted a mysterious wave. In the area where the presidential palace was located, the weather began to change. Dark clouds gradually covered the sky, and a gentle breeze started to blow. Among the gathered dark clouds, strands of lightning began to flicker. But most people paid no attention to this, as rain was quite normal for an island nation. However, tonight's rain was somewhat unusual. Above the chimney of the presidential palace, a fictional detail, a green glowing sphere suddenly appeared and slipped inside the chimney without attracting anyone's notice. Meanwhile, Li Junchuan had already ordered Yao Guang to black out all surveillance cameras in the presidential palace, while he carefully maneuvered the green light sphere on the remote terminal screen, guiding it into the chimney and then quickly moving along the preset route on the screen. It felt a bit like playing with a drone. But the difference was that his drone had an extremely terrifying destructive power. Following various prompts from Yao Guang, he avoided security personnel and arrived at a door, which had its electronic security system quietly hacked by Yao Guang. Under Yao Guang's operation, the door quietly opened a crack. The green light sphere Li Junchuan controlled instantly reached the bed in the room. Upon seeing that the coordinates on the terminal matched Yao Guang's provided coordinates, the green light sphere suddenly turned blue, then red, and then exploded instantly. The entire room experienced a massive explosion, with all the glass shattering in an instant, and the explosion igniting all flammable materials in the room. The figure on the bed didn't even have time to scream before it was reduced to flesh fragments. At that moment, hearing the commotion, the guards rushed over, seeing the presidential residence ablaze from the explosion. They looked at each other in confusion. However, one of the officers quickly organized personnel to find fire extinguishers and began to put out the fire, while also sounding the alarm. But it was already too late. When the firefighters arrived quickly and extinguished the flames, the room was in complete disarray. Medical personnel from the presidential palace were carefully collecting various samples of suspected human tissue from the floor, walls, and ceiling, although they hadn't conducted a comparison yet. According to the guards responsible for security at the scene, only the president was in the residence that night, and they had not found any evidence of him leaving the room. The entire presidential palace was thrown into chaos, and reporters who rushed to the scene began live coverage of the incident. After the explosion of the green light sphere, Li Junchuan no longer allowed Yao Guang to focus on the country's affairs. He instructed Yao Guang to report the real-time coordinates of several high-ranking military leaders who were unfriendly towards Huagua, precise to the centimeter. After all, they would never suspect that someone could hack their supposedly most secure communication terminal. This time, Li Junchuan didn't play around like before. He directly manipulated all the weather control devices to create a wide-area thunderstorm in the regions where the coordinates were most concentrated. Then, one by one, differently colored light spheres appeared at each coordinate location, followed by intense explosions. After completing all this, Li Junchuan let out a light sigh and put away the control terminal. Now, for a while, no country or individual should dare to provoke Huagua, right? Li Junchuan thought to himself. Even if another country dared to jump out, he wouldn't be troubled anymore. Having discovered another use for the super weather control device, he decided to have Yao Guang continue monitoring these countries or individuals, identifying any that emerged, finding their coordinates, and then calling for fire support for precise bombings, thanks to the encyclopedic knowledge available online. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that ball lightning, besides entering indoors through chimneys and open doors, could also appear out of nowhere in sealed indoor spaces and airplane cabins. Others wouldn't know that he had a super weather weapon that could be precisely controlled. They would think these phenomena merely appeared randomly. Li Junchuan was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He got up humming a tune, whistling to relieve himself in the bathroom, feeling refreshed. Then took out his charger to charge his phone, tucked himself in, and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, some netizens who were used to staying up late watching videos found themselves in a daze looking at the videos pushed on short video platforms. After washing their faces in disbelief, they picked up their phones again to confirm it wasn't a dream, all showing expressions similar to an old man looking at a phone on the subway. Initially, they suspected it was a marketing account trying to create hype. But looking at the large number of verified official media accounts, they thought, wow, the scheming frog is always touching your belly. Chapter 125. Turmoil among the country's high ranks. After Li Junchuan fell asleep, the excitement online did not cease. A certain netizen in the country left a comment under a video of an expert's explanation. Don't listen to this old man's nonsense about spontaneous explosions and natural phenomena. This is clearly Si Kong-jun drilling into the president's bed and then unleashing a big move. In an instant, hundreds of netizens liked the comment. Shortly after, news of the simultaneous deaths of several high-ranking military officials in the country once again topped the trending searches online. Initially, the comments section was filled with question marks. But later, many domestic netizens started posting applause emojis, expressing their satisfaction with the news. Then, an overseas student released a video stating that the weather forecast had predicted no rain that night, but suddenly a thunderstorm occurred at the location of the incident, and he shared the video. Following that, a prominent figure dug up the backgrounds of the deceased officials and edited a video that was posted on domestic short video platforms. Netizens quickly realized that all the military leaders on the death list were unfriendly towards China or had recently made inappropriate remarks regarding China. Some had even personally formulated or participated in a series of actions against China. Particularly, those who had been conspiring with the country during the day all ended up dead. After watching the video released by the prominent figure, netizens suddenly understood that those who had died were all hostile elements, and they felt that their deaths were justified. At that moment, a user named Truth Emperor commented, "Don't you feel like this incident seems somewhat familiar?" He added, "Think back to the last time the country's leaders met in the morning and made inappropriate remarks, only to be shot in the afternoon in front of everyone. Then there was the recent joint fleet of 4 countries causing trouble in our waters, which was suddenly followed by a targeted tsunami. And now, just after announcing plans to stir things up during the day, they all ended up dead by night." Think about it. After reading a series of comments from Truth Emperor, many netizens reflected on the recent events and realized, you really can't deny that. Following this, a multitude of netizens flooded the comments section with shushing emojis, accompanied by comments like, "Don't say things that are detrimental to unity," and "Don't do things that are detrimental to unity," followed by 2 dog emojis. The comments were quickly filled. Meanwhile, the country's high-ranking officials ordered an investigation to provide a conclusion as soon as possible. The investigators at the scene reported that there were no signs of a hot weapon attack. Instead, it resembled a mysterious natural phenomenon. Naturally, the high-ranking officials were dissatisfied with this conclusion, questioning why they didn't just call it a gift from nature. On the other hand, various departments in the country began a joint investigation, as the direct deaths of high-ranking military leaders with the same cause naturally attracted their utmost attention. They speculated that it might be a new type of special weapon, with the biggest suspect being the rabbit, referring to a country that they had frequently targeted and sanctioned in various fields. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, prompting the military high-ranking officials to begin questioning the heads of the various intelligence agencies present, demanding to know why they had no information about such weapons. The heads of the intelligence departments replied that all spies infiltrating China had recently been captured, and they suspected that there was a traitor among them, resulting in a temporary paralysis of their intelligence network in China, with decades of planning destroyed in an instant. The room fell into a strange silence as everyone exchanged glances, enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Since the last president was assassinated, the new president had not yet taken office, and the current vice president was serving as acting president. Now, with a large number of leadership positions in the military also vacant, many of those present began to entertain their own thoughts, and some generals from the same camp exchanged wary glances. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard in Yushan, the capital, several high-ranking military leaders, including Song Jiang, held an emergency meeting overnight. They had already determined that the deaths of the country as president and the high-ranking military officials were not the work of their side, so they needed to seriously consider the subsequent impacts and necessary countermeasures towards China. The final decision was to initiate a new round of large-scale military exercises with live ammunition. The exercises would involve land, sea, and air forces, publicly stating that they were testing reconnaissance and early warning capabilities, multidimensional control, warning and expulsion, air defense, and maritime strike capabilities. After making the decision, they all went to sleep, planning to announce the news to the public upon waking the next day. Naturally, Yao Guang was aware of the online developments, but knowing that Li Junchuan had already gone to bed, he decided to report to him the next day. The next morning, after Li Junchuan woke up, he washed up and called Song Gang and Wang Xie to wake them up, and the 3 of them went to the guest house cafeteria for breakfast. During the meal, Li Junchuan mentioned the events of the previous night, leaving the 2 momentarily stunned, feeling that they had woken up to something quite shocking. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Song Gang asked suspiciously, pulling out his phone to check the news. Meanwhile, Wang Xie, showing no signs of doubt, had already received a message from the theater command stating that there would be an important meeting in the morning that all personnel must attend. As Song Gang ate, he scrolled through news reports on his phone. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, looking up at Li Junchuan with intense eyes. Li Junchuan felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. "What is wrong? Why are you looking at me?" Song Gang didn't say anything but quickly shook his head and withdrew his gaze. "Nothing. Just eat your food." Initially, he had some doubts about Li Junchuan, but considering the vast distance and the news reports suggesting that the cause of death was suspected to be ball lightning, he dismissed his suspicions. He didn't believe his little brother had such abilities. If he did, he would be directly ascending to heaven like a deity. Li Junchuan, on the other hand, felt his heart racing. Why does this guy's sixth sense seem to be like a woman's? After finishing breakfast, the 3 of them parted ways. Li Junchuan drove back to his home in Nanhu, where he saw the butler Li Shou watering the flowers in the yard and greeted him before returning to his room. Yao Guang. Sir, I'm here. Is there any movement between the two countries now? Li Junchuan asked, wanting to understand the subsequent actions of both countries to decide whether to take further countermeasures. Sir, based on the information I've gathered, there is currently no evidence of either country continuing to provoke China, Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. Then what are they busy with now? Yao Guang's expression turned a bit strange. It seems that someone in the country wants to run for president and has been secretly making a lot of moves, both rallying votes and suppressing political enemies. And what about the other country? Li Junchuan asked, surprised. It's pretty much the same over there. But the situation is even more severe than in your country. The high-ranking leaders from the military and political sides, as well as their families and financial groups, have started to attack each other. In summary, everyone is showing off their skills, preparing to push their own people into power, Yao Guang explained. Li Junchuan recalled various history books and films he had seen and gradually understood. He realized that this was a case of the heart planting flowers that do not bloom, while the heart inadvertently planting willows that grow into shade. The leadership elections in both countries would inevitably lead to various political struggles and power plays within. So for the time being, they couldn't focus on provoking China. However, he was also a bit worried that some individuals might use the infringement of interest against China as their stepping stone to rise. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only respond to challenges as they came. And what about the other country? Li Junchuan wanted to know if there had been any unrest after he had dealt with the prime minister. Sir, I'll send you a video. You can take a look for yourself. I'm not sure how to explain it, Yao Guang said, and just as he finished, Li Junchuan received several edited videos on his phone. Upon seeing the series of videos compiled and translated by Yao Guang, Li Junchuan's expression was quite remarkable. Chapter 126. Purple Blue Macaw. Thinking about the combat training he would officially conduct for the police tomorrow, Li Junchuan began to diligently search for relevant information. This training task was primarily aimed at frontline combat teams such as criminal police, special police, and narcotics officers. Unlike special forces, the police's combat training mainly focuses on control and restraint. Therefore, the training content would definitely differ significantly from what he experienced in the military before. Should I go easy on them? After looking through the materials for a long time, Li Junchuan arrived at this conclusion. After all, the people he was facing now were primarily subjected to semi-militarized training and were certainly not as tough as the previous batch. After understanding the daily work of these individuals, Li Junchuan had a clearer idea. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, Li Junchuan took out his phone and started playing a game. He logged into the game Shenwu and saw that the game assistant had completed all the daily tasks. With nothing else to do, he planned to rearrange the items in his home garden to pass the time. However, at that moment, the system notified him that the pets in his estate had expired. So he quickly spent some silver to repurchase them. The prices were not expensive. Both the little yellow dog and the parrot cost 1,500 silver each, and after purchase, they could stay in the home garden for 60 days, increasing the garden's popularity. I wonder if the pets in the game can materialize, and if they do, what they would look like. Li Junchuan suddenly thought while looking at the pets in his inventory. So, with a mindset of trying it out, he clicked on the parrot and selected materialization. Please select the type of materialization. Looking at the options that appeared, Li Junchuan was a bit confused. The parrot in the game looked somewhat like a cockatoo. He thought it would just materialize as a cockatoo. But he didn't expect to have to choose the breed himself. Staring at the densely packed options, Li Junchuan didn't know which one to pick, especially since he had never raised such a creature before. So he started searching online for related images and videos, hoping to find a breed that caught his eye. As for whether it could be raised, with the system around, what was there to worry about? The system would surely handle all the procedures. After reviewing quite a bit of information, Li Junchuan chose the purple blue macaw. This large parrot, entirely purple blue, looked very imposing and was also quite intelligent, capable of speaking. Moreover, the climate in Yang City was suitable if winter temperatures dropped too low. He could just build a tropical rainforest environment like some bloggers online. What's there to fear with money? So, Li Junchuan bought 2 macaws and pressed the materialization button, selecting 1 male and 1 female. When he saw the grant agreement that appeared beside him, Li Junchuan raised an eyebrow. The system is impressive. Li Junchuan opened the document and carefully read it. He found that the main content stated that the Animal Protection Organization was sending him a pair of purple-blue macaws to thank him for his contributions to animal protection. It's illegal to raise these animals in reality, and this is purely fictional. Please do not imitate. Although he didn't know what contributions he had made to animal protection, since the system said so, it must be true. Just then, his phone rang. After answering, he realized it was the delivery service, notifying him to pick up a package at the door. Li Junchuan quickly walked outside, and the delivery person asked him to open the package on the spot to confirm the contents before signing for it. After opening the parcel, he found it was indeed the pair of purple-blue macaws he had just materialized. After confirming everything was correct, he signed, and the delivery person left. After unpacking, Li Junchuan carried the cage back to the yard. The butler, Li Shou, noticed the beautiful parrots in the cage and his eyes lit up. Sir, have you gotten a new pet? Heidi, who was playing alone in the yard, also ran over, curiously looking at the birds in the cage. Li Junchuan nodded. They were delivered over there. When I'm not around, I'll need to trouble Uncle Shou to take care of them. Li Shou nodded. Naturally very fond of parrots, especially these two purple-blue macaws, which were mostly blue with a bit of yellow around their eyes and the bottom of their beaks. Don't worry, sir. I know quite a bit about macaws. I will take good care of them. After thinking for a moment, Li Junchuan said, should we set up a birdhouse for them? Or maybe even a small grove? Li Shou nodded. Leave this to me. I'll make some adjustments to the yard's layout in the next couple of days, and then we can see if we need to add some flowers and trees. Li Junchuan nodded. All right, then Uncle Shou can take care of it. We also need to consider the winter temperature here. Li Shou nodded. Do they have names yet? Li Junchuan shook his head. They just arrived. I haven't thought of any yet. Do you have any good suggestions, Uncle Shou? Butler Li Shou replied. It's better for you to come up with names, sir. This posed a bit of a challenge for him. He was notoriously bad at naming things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named his dog Black Bean. Looking at the beautiful feathers of the two parrots, Li Junchuan began to brainstorm. Blue, Lawn. How about the female one is called Xiaolon? Xiaolon. I'm called Xiaolon. The slightly smaller parrot suddenly spoke, startling Li Junchuan. However, he quickly realized that purple-blue macaws were indeed very intelligent and capable of speech. Moreover, these two were created by the system, so it made sense they were even smarter. Since you like that name, then from now on, you shall be called Xiaolon. Li Junchuan said, then pointed to the other one. And you will be called Xiane. Then the larger parrot also chimed in. Xiane. I'm called Xiane. It called out while shaking its head and moving closer to the other parrot. Xiaolon. Xiane. Xiaolon. Xiane. Li Junchuan stared in disbelief at the two parrots affectionately calling each other names, feeling something was off. Were these two overly influenced by soap operas? Nevertheless, he quickly took out his phone and recorded a short video to send to Li Yun. Fun, right? New pets. Li Junchuan texted. Wow. These two parrots are really beautiful and look so smart. But, Brother Chuan, aren't these parrots not allowed to be kept? Li Yun replied. Li Junchuan explained the situation, inviting her to come back to Yong City when she had time to meet the new family members, and told her that these two parrots could even do backflips, which earned him a rolling eyes emoji from Li Yun. After finishing the chat with Li Yun, he returned to his room, took out a pack of unsalted sunflower seeds, and prepared to feed the two little guys. The two little ones looked small. Possibly because they were still not fully grown. They would likely exceed a meter when they matured. When Xiaolon and Xiane saw the sunflower seeds in Li Junchuan's hand, they jumped over excitedly. Perhaps they hadn't eaten much during transport and were a bit hungry. Li Junchuan placed the cage on the stone table in the yard, opened the door, and let them out. After jumping out of the cage, Xiaolon and Xiane didn't fly around but walked over to Li Junchuan, rubbing their heads against him. He offered them the sunflower seeds, and Xiane skillfully started cracking the seeds, but instead of eating them, it turned its head and fed the peeled seeds to Xiaolon. Goodness, you two are young and already know how to show affection. Watching this scene, Li Junchuan felt that the days ahead wouldn't be lonely. Having a pair of parrots to entertain himself with was quite interesting. He took out his phone again and started filming a small video of the two birds before impulsively sending it to Li Yun. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Li Yun received the continuous small videos sent by her boyfriend. Watching the affectionate parrots in the videos made her feel a sense of longing, and she couldn't help but wish she could fly to Yong City right away. Chapter 127. Resuming combat training. The whole day passed quickly, and the next morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Li Junchuan received a call from Song Gang, saying he had arrived at his doorstep. Li Junchuan opened the door, and Song Gang directly handed him a few sets of training uniforms and shoes. Quick, go change, and after you're done, we'll head out. Li Junchuan nodded, went back to his room to change into the training uniform, and came out with a backpack. Then he drove the Ford car, following Song Gang to the special police training base in Yongqing. By the time the two arrived at the training ground, quite a few police officers were already assembled there, all dressed in blue short sleeves, long pants, and black knee-high boots. Li Junchuan couldn't be bothered to ask what type of police they were. Anyway, he just needed to beat whoever he caught, training them to develop a reflex, facing the crowd of officers. After introducing Li Junchuan as the new combat instructor, Song Gang stepped aside and handed over the training to him. Li Junchuan addressed the officers with a booming voice. I believe those of you standing here are not fresh recruits. You should all have a basic understanding of grappling and combat. Now, find a partner and practice one-on-one for me to observe. With the director watching from the side, the officers obediently complied and began their one-on-one grappling and combat drills, while Li Junchuan keenly observed, quickly getting a general understanding of their skill levels. Having a clear concept for the upcoming plan, Li Junchuan called for everyone to stop. All right, stop. I've gained an understanding of your abilities. Starting from the left, begin counting off. 1, 2, 100. Number 8, step forward. Li Junchuan called out to one of the officers. Having observed that this number 8 was the strongest fighter among the group, likely someone who had trained in martial arts from a young age, perfect for a demonstration. Yes. Number 8 stepped forward and stood beside Li Junchuan at a signal. I believe you're all curious about my abilities as an instructor. Number 8 is your strongest fighter, so let him spar with me. Watch closely how I deal with opponents, Li Junchuan said, pointing to number 8. And no one objected to his claim, clearly having suffered at number 8's hands before. Li Junchuan signaled number 8 to start, and number 8 quickly closed the distance, throwing a powerful punch at Li Junchuan's face. To the other officers, his swift movement seemed like slow motion. Li Junchuan swiftly grabbed number 8's hand, stepped forward, turned sideways, twisted number 8's arm behind his back, and pressed down on his wrist, using a joint lock technique to instantly subdue number 8. The series of movements left the officers stunned, all thinking, I can do that move too. Why can't I subdue this guy? What Li Junchuan demonstrated was a common grappling technique called golden thread binding, which most officers had learned, but it clearly didn't work well against number 8. On one hand, number 8's combat skills were impressive and techniques proficient. On the other hand, his speed, strength, and timing were lacking compared to Li Junchuan. Having identified issues while observing their drills, Li Junchuan felt he needed to teach them some simple and practical joint techniques, while also allowing them to spar freely to quickly master the skills. Lastly, he considered whether to employ other methods to enhance their physical fitness, as the police training budget couldn't compare to that of the military. As the time went on, the officers saw number 8 launch a fierce attack on the instructor using various punches, kicks, elbows, knees, and other techniques, only to watch the instructor use simple movements to counter each attack, clearly controlling his strength to avoid hurting number 8. How about it, number 8? Did you learn anything? Li Junchuan asked when he noticed number 8 seemed to have gained some insight. Number 8 nodded. Thank you for the guidance, instructor. In real combat, criminals 1T just stand there cooperating. Ruthless criminals might counterattack or even take the initiative to attack in any way. Therefore, this intense sparring is very helpful. At that moment, he even wanted to experiment with some of the techniques he had learned from the instructor. Seeing that you seem to have gained some understanding, let us switch roles. I'll take the initiative to attack, and you can use the grappling techniques you've mastered, Li Junchuan said. Number 8 quickly nodded. Thus, with an exceptional memory, Li Junchuan began to attack number 8 using the various offensive techniques number 8 had just demonstrated. Number 8 also started to counter using the grappling techniques he had just learned, combined with some of his own methods. However, he soon discovered it was ineffective. His instructor was equally proficient in counter-grappling, always using simple movements to neutralize his strength. Unwilling to give up, number 8 began using all the techniques he had learned to grapple with Li Junchuan, but the result remained the same. He felt that his instructor was like a slippery fish, always able to swiftly escape his control. Seeing number 8 stop and appear deep in thought, Li Junchuan also halted. You're a good seedling in martial arts. Li Junchuan smiled and clapped his hands. Come, gather around. 3 circles. First circle, sit down. Second circle, half squat. Third circle, stand up. Next, I'll demonstrate slow motion with number 8. After directing the officers to gather around, Li Junchuan began to call number 8 to perform a breakdown and demonstration of movements. Naturally, number 8 eagerly complied, as he was the one who would benefit the most from this. For the following time, after each control and counter-control technique Li Junchuan practiced with number 8, He had the remaining officers take turns experiencing it themselves, ensuring they could memorize it in the shortest time possible. For these officers, he didn't teach any lethal techniques. During the training process, it was naturally different from the military, where everyone would end up bruised and battered. Therefore, there was no need to go through the trouble of medicinal baths or acupuncture. Minor sprains and strains were easily treated with some medicinal alcohol. Time flew by, and the month of training quickly came to an end. During this time, Li Junchuan trained with the officers like a regular employee, working 9 to 5 every day. On the first day, they recognized their instructor's strength, leading to a month of serious teaching and eager learning. For those in special positions, learning more skills meant a greater chance of survival in their future work. It should be noted that in our country's current peaceful era, the police force is the one that sacrifices the most and contributes the most. Li Junchuan felt genuinely happy to be able to help them. And he also instructed Yuguang to increase monitoring of related criminal activities. If there were any anomalies, they could report directly to the relevant departments without needing to ask him. I hope that with my help, your skills will never be put to use, Li Junchuan thought to himself. At the same time, he also considered other applications for weather weapons. If he had a cheat code back then. Surely Chapter 128, Police Dog Base, 5-star review bonus chapter. In the span of a month, nothing major happened. Every day, Li Junchuan worked at the training base during the day, and at night, he would video chat with Li Yun or occasionally play some games. This was a life experience he had never had before. Since entering the workforce, he had never not stayed up late, low pay, too much work, and far from home. After the training period ended, Song Gang dragged Wang Xie to Li Junchuan's house to mooch a meal and some drinks. Xiao Chuan, now that work is done, let us go to the police dog base tomorrow and pick up the German Shepherd we reserved for you. Song Gang paused his chopsticks and asked. Li Junchuan nodded. Sure, you can pick me up tomorrow. Speaking of which, I haven't seen police dog training in real life. Song Gang exclaimed. That's simple. There's training tomorrow. And I can show you around then. All right, it's settled. Come on, let's keep drinking. Li Junchuan nodded. He had only seen some police dog films and novels before and had never encountered one in real life. He planned to observe the training while picking up the little German Shepherd tomorrow, intending to train his own dog as well. The next day, Li Junchuan finished breakfast early and drove to the police dog base in Yong City, where he had arranged to meet Song Gang at the entrance. After parking, Li Junchuan followed the already arrived Song Gang directly to the kennel. Old Wei, I'm here. Song Gang shouted in a certain direction. Moments later, an older police officer walked out of a kennel. He ignored Song Gang and looked directly at Li Junchuan, sizing him up. Not bad, young man. Old Wei nodded in appreciation. Of course, you know me. I won't let your little treasure suffer. Song Gang chuckled, pointing to Li Junchuan and introduced Li Junchuan. My little brother. You can call him Xiao Li or Chuanzi. He's now a colonel in the Southern Army. Old Wei raised an eyebrow, about to ask something, but then seemed to remember something and asked, Can I come to see it when I have time? Li Junchuan nodded. You can come anytime. I'll inform my family. And even if I'm not home, someone will host you. Old Wei nodded, not asking further, and turned to hand Li Junchuan a little German Shepherd from one of the kennels. There's nothing wrong with its health, but this litter is a bit weak, so it may not qualify as a police dog. I hope you can take good care of it. The picture will be placed at the end of the chapter in the author's note. Li Junchuan nodded. Don't worry, I'll ensure it grows strong. It might even be stronger than its siblings. He was quite confident in this, as he had learned from his experience with Heido. All right, let's exchange contact information. Send me more photos and videos when you have time, Old Wei said, providing his phone number. WeChat is the same number. Okay, I've added you. Li Junchuan dialed Old Wei's number and added him on WeChat, seeing that the two had reached an agreement. Song Gang took Li Junchuan to handle the paperwork and then led him to observe the police dog training at the base. Police dogs are divided into various types: criminal investigation dogs, security prevention dogs, drug detection dogs, and security inspection dogs in the public security system. Fire rescue dogs and fire dogs. Customs have drug detection dogs and quarantine dogs. Today, the main training at the police dog base involved drug detection dogs and bomb disposal dogs. Most of the bomb disposal dogs trained today were Labradors, while there were more drug detection dogs, including German Shepherds, Labradors, Spaniels, Golden Retrievers, and Malinois. Li Junchuan was excited to see this scene for the first time. He watched as a bomb disposal dog sniffed through a group of identical cans, eventually stopping beside one can and remaining still without barking. Seeing the dog's keen sense of smell and excellent obedience made Li Junchuan's eyes light up. as he knew this Labrador had chosen the right target. Given that its sense of smell was arguably the best in the world, allowing it to detect the smell of gunpowder coming from the can next to it right away. Noticing Li Junchuan's interest, Song Gang decided to give him a thorough tour today. After watching the bomb disposal dogs, they moved on to observe the security prevention dogs. Li Junchuan watched as a majestic German Shepherd followed the handler's commands closely, sitting, lying down, or standing as instructed, and then, on command, it bit down on the target person's arm, not letting go. Fortunately, the target's left arm was protected. Otherwise, that bite could have crushed bones. Watching the German Shepherd's performance, and then glancing at the little German Shepherd in his arms, Li Junchuan suddenly thought he could train one too. And it would definitely be stronger than the one in the field. With some serum enhancement and unlimited supplies of pearl meatballs, who knows? It might even become a dog demon. After watching the security dogs, Song Gang took Li Junchuan to the drug detection dog training area. At that moment, a spaniel was being trained. Li Junchuan knew a bit about this breed, as he had a friend in Yong City who previously worked with a spaniel. Although it was not for drug detection but for the Quarantine Inspection Bureau. His friend had said this breed has a very keen sense of smell, making it suitable for drug detection and quarantine work. Watching the trainer hide various sources of scents underground, in boxes, and wrapped in plastic, even releasing some scents to create distractions before letting the spaniel out, Li Junchuan felt a sudden urge to try it himself. Phew, Li Junchuan spat, realizing he had unconsciously memorized the various scents present. Initially a bit embarrassed, he then thought of his unique physique and quietly said to Song Gang beside him, "Brother Song, can you let me smell these scents currently on the market, including the latest ones?" Song Gang was momentarily taken aback but then thought about his little brother's incredible sense of smell and unique physique. A thought suddenly sprang to mind. Should he consider using him as a drug detection dog? However, he only dared to think about it in his heart. Suppressing this strange thought and nodded to Li Junchuan, "No problem, I can arrange that for you right now." Li Junchuan quickly added, "You can eliminate the ones on the field. I've already memorized those scents. Can you ask the officers here what those different types and names were?" Because generally, sources can be divided into 3 categories: natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic. Due to his expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, he could distinguish between natural and semi-synthetic. But he was powerless against those entirely manufactured through organic synthesis, as that fell into the realm of chemistry. Of course, apart from smell. He could also judge by the symptoms appearing on a person, but some people only sell and do not use. Having grasped this knowledge, he could directly make judgments in the future upon smelling similar scents and then track and capture suspects. Song Gang acted on his words, calling over a staff member, and according to Li Junchuan's request, prepared various new scent sources for him. Amidst the strange gazes of many officers, Li Junchuan noted the scents while asking the officer providing the sources for knowledge, as this matter couldn't solely rely on shaking. After completing this series of tasks, Li Junchuan, accompanied by Song Gang, left the police dog base holding the little German Shepherd. Just then, a message from Yao Wang on his phone caught his attention. Chapter 129, Nuclear Wastewater Discharge. Song Gang had to leave for something, so Li Junchuan drove home. The message Yao Wang sent him was about the country, roughly stating that they were brazenly dumping nuclear waste into the sea. According to some experts' predictions, under the influence of ocean currents, the nuclear waste might someday reach the coastline of our country, causing a significant impact on our marine environment. In our country, countless people love seafood, and it's unimaginable how massive the impact would be if our water environment were damaged. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan pressed the accelerator hard, racing home at top speed. As usual, he first played with Xiao Lan and Xine, then handed the little German Shepherd in his arms to the butler, saying, "This is a descendant of a meritorious dog. Uncle Shu, please take care of it for me while I attend to some business." Turning to Heido, who had come over, he added, "This will be your little brother from now on. Don't bully it." Heidi nodded slightly, occasionally looking up at the little German Shepherd that the butler was holding while following him. After returning to the room, Li Junchuan opened his computer, checked the Star City game, and then began to type rapidly on the keyboard, preparing to add new modules to the game. The new modules function was a brand new type of seaweed, which had an extremely strong vitality and could reproduce rapidly in most water bodies. Its function was to purify harmful components in seawater contaminated by nuclear wastewater, with high efficiency and obvious effects. Because the function was not complicated, he spent little time on it and quickly completed the module. After adding the module to the game, Li Junchuan directly clicked to materialize it. Ding! Materialization successful. Li Junchuan looked at the box of seeds that appeared beside him, and then picked up the instruction manual to read carefully. The super seaweed seeds had extremely strong reproductive abilities. Not only could they purify seawater with high efficiency, but they were also delicious and could grow up to 5,000 meters. Isn't this super kelp? Li Junchuan scratched his head, recalling a post he had seen earlier. The post mentioned that a large amount of kelp was planted in China's coastal waters, and when submarines and aircraft carriers from various countries secretly entered the area, they were all affected, with some submarines even getting trapped and helplessly calling for rescue. Some other countries believed this was a deliberate anti-submarine net set up by China and condemned this unethical behavior. Could this be considered ultimate kelp? Li Junchuan had a bold idea. If he filled the boundary line of China's territorial waters with ultimate seaweed, which country would dare to sneakily invade China's waters? As for the domestic waters, there was no need to worry. The system had said that this seaweed was extremely delicious, and even after purifying nuclear wastewater, it would not leave any harmful substances. Wouldn't that add another dish to the tables of the Chinese people? A threefold gain. Not only could it purify seawater, but it could also block submarines and aircraft carriers and generate revenue for the country. This thing is great. As for whether it would affect shipping vessels, Li Junchuan believed not to underestimate the cleverness of these people. They would surely think of various ways for profit. Besides, what does it have to do with him? For now, he should focus on resolving the issue of nuclear wastewater discharge from the country. Thinking of it, he did it. Li Junchuan materialized a large number of super seaweed seeds from the Star City game, filling all 4 space rings, and prepared to set off to the South China Sea after lunch. He spent little time on lunch, and after finishing, he returned to his room, materialized the teleportation array again from the game, found the empty underground storage room, and began to set it up. Having had experience before, he was quite familiar with the process. After completing the setup, he selected the coordinates for the South China Sea and opened the teleportation portal. Hey, Price. Long time no see. Li Junchuan greeted the bearded man. Is there something going on today? Price asked. I plan to plant something in our waters. Call Nikolai over, and you two can take me out to sea in a helicopter, Li Junchuan said. At first, he was considering whether to materialize some equipment from the game for Price and the others, but unexpectedly, Richardson had already taken care of it. Richardson was truly thinking of the boss's needs and urgently provided Team 141 with a full array of weapons and vehicles using military funds. With Richardson's power, and with the cover of Yaoguang, everything was done quietly. Soon, Price was ready and led Li Junchuan to an open area where a camouflage-painted H-64 Apache was already powered up. After Li Junchuan and Price boarded the helicopter, Nikolai, who was sitting in the pilot's seat, greeted Li Junchuan. Hi. Long time no see. Hi. Nikolai, let's set off now. After greeting, Li Junchuan directly changed into the shark armor he had taken out from the space ring inside the cabin. Price, sitting at the weapon control position, looked at his boss's advanced equipment with bright eyes. The helicopter flew quickly, and upon reaching the designated location, Li Junchuan opened the cabin door, made a gesture to the two, and jumped down. Yaoguang, help me mark the best planting locations for the seaweed, preferably covering China's East Sea and South Sea. Li Junchuan communicated with Yaoguang in the water. Okay, sir, I have marked the coordinates for you. You can proceed step by step according to the route I have planned for you. With the powerful computing support of the Purple Micro Palace, Yaoguang's response speed increased tremendously. Soon, a route map appeared on Li Junchuan's helmet display, and he began to move forward at full speed according to the route. Upon reaching the first coordinate, Li Junchuan took out a box of seaweed seeds from the space ring, opened it, slowed down, and scattered the seeds while moving forward. In this way, Li Junchuan scattered seeds at intervals from the South China Sea toward the East China Sea, taking a long time to complete the entire plan. He even gave this plan a rather melodramatic name, Ocean Ranch. After completing the entire Ocean Ranch plan, Li Junchuan began to return along the same route. When he returned to the original spot where he had scattered seeds, he was surprised to find that the seeds he had sown earlier had already begun to sprout and were growing rapidly at a visible rate. Wow, this is not scientific at all, Li Junchuan screamed inwardly. He had seen various videos of rapid plant growth before, but those were all time-lapse footage. As far as he knew, the fastest growing plant in the public's perception was bamboo shoots, but it wasn't this ridiculous. But this is good. It prevents the nuclear wastewater discharged by the kid from affecting China's marine environment. Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction and surfaced from the water. Price and Nikolai, who had received advance notice, had already flown the Apache to this location and hovered after dropping down the rope. After Li Junchuan surfaced, he grabbed the rope and easily climbed onto the helicopter. After removing the shark armor and changing back into his clothes, Li Junchuan said to the two, "Let's go back." "All right." Nikolai nodded, started the helicopter, and began the return journey, while Price handed Li Junchuan a cigar. Li Junchuan reached out to take it, and a uniquely designed lighter appeared in his hand. He lit the cigar and then tossed the lighter to Price. "It's yours." Price chuckled, took the lighter to light his own cigar, and then pocketed it. After returning to the island base, Li Junchuan and Price got off the helicopter, while Nikolai took the helicopter back to the hangar. "Next up is the kids' nuclear power plants. Let's destroy them all. Hee. Li Junchuan's lips curled, his eyes flashing coldly as he took out something from the space ring. Chapter 130. Art is Explosions. Price, after being idle for a while. "Do you want to do something big?" Li Junchuan asked Price, who was next to him, holding something in his hand. Price's eyes lit up. "I've been so bored that I've grown hair all over." "Tell me, who are we going to deal with?" Li Junchuan showed him the device in his hand, pointing to the map of the country on the device. "I want you to destroy all of the country's nuclear power plants." Price rubbed his hands together, feeling terrifyingly strong ever since he and his team members were enhanced last time. They had been practicing with each other every day, and this group of people had been so bored that they almost wanted to grab their teammates and deal with them right then and there. Cough, cough. "Are we acting now?" Price asked. "Let's wait until tonight. I'm sure you know I have a special teleportation array that can instantly transport you to the mainland of the country. I'll set the coordinates and give you temporary permissions. And you all know what to do next, right?" Li Junchuan said ominously. Price nodded. They were professionals at sabotage, especially with a weapon like the teleportation array. So there was no need to worry about retreat. When the time came, they would teleport in for a lightning strike and then withdraw without a trace. For the detailed operation plan, Li Junchuan did not intervene too much, but he would have Yao Guang cooperate with Team 141. First, they would black out the nuclear power plant surveillance, then report the detailed movements of the National Defense Forces directly on their communication terminals. Li Junchuan shared the assistance he could provide with Price, who was visibly excited, stating that he had never fought such a well-resourced battle before. Li Junchuan thought it wasn't secure enough and decided to aim the space-based weapons stationed on the moon at the soldiers' base, ready to launch at any time. In his hand was the remote control terminal for the super weather control device. He planned to set up the teleportation array, have all the armed forces he controlled prepare for teleportation, and simultaneously activate the weather weapons to create an underwater earthquake in the national waters. Then, just like last time, he would use the Earth-Moon gravity to create a super tsunami, divert the national attention, and provide cover for Team 141. After discussing with Price, he started organizing his team members, instructing them to prepare for the operation with all the recruits they had gathered. This time, they planned to go all out, and he was completely unconcerned about the safety of the military base. It was a joke. With the means they had, anyone who came would die, and they might not even get close before being directly vaporized. Li Junchuan first took out the control terminal for the space-based weapons and prepared for support at any time. Then picked up the terminal for the super weather control device, selecting the coordinates and strike range for the upcoming attack. After these preparations, Li Junchuan sent a message to Price and used the teleportation array to return to Yongqing. After leaving the room, he had his butler, Li Shou, contact various suppliers for meat, seafood, and beverages, asking them to deliver a large batch of ingredients and drinks, and also prepared a large number of grills and corresponding seasonings. That's right, even before he started the attack, Li Junchuan was already preparing for a celebration. He planned to organize an outdoor barbecue bonfire party for all members of Team 141 and the newly recruited loyal team members right after the evening's operation ended. Something seemed to be missing? After finishing dinner and putting away the ingredients that had been delivered into his spatial ring, Li Junchuan felt something was lacking. After thinking for a while, he remembered those bars that were packed during the World Cup. He envisioned the scene of fans and gamblers watching the game on the big screen while drinking heavily. Right? He was missing a projector. Li Junchuan slapped his head and returned to his room. At this time, he was too lazy to go out and buy any projection equipment. So he simply opened his computer, created one, added it to the game, and then clicked to materialize it. Ding! Materialization successful. With this sound, Li Junchuan obtained the ultra-clear projection device and the super-large screen, which could directly project images captured by satellites. After completing this series of preparations, Li Junchuan returned to the underground storage room and then used the teleportation array to arrive at the South China Sea military base again. At this moment, the experienced Price had already arranged the operational plans for each group, and he would stay with Li Junchuan on the island to oversee the overall situation. After returning to the island, Li Junchuan handed Price 20 teleportation array disks and cold nuclear fusion energy cores, explained how to use them, and asked him to teach the core members. When they teleport to each nuclear power station later, they would organize the personnel to arrange an escape route in advance. Li Junchuan didn't elaborate. The general idea was enough, trusting that Price would care more about the safety of his team members than he did. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was 1 a.m. national time, which was midnight domestically. Li Junchuan activated the teleportation array, watching as Soap, Ghost, and Little Strong and their squads fully armed entered the teleportation array. Li Junchuan took a deep breath. The giant projection device, which had already been set up nearby, began displaying real-time satellite images, with each action group segmented into its own screen. After seeing them signal to the sky, Price nodded at Li Junchuan and said, "It's up to you now." Li Junchuan nodded and clicked on the pre-edited attack command on the Super Weather Control Device's control terminal. Soon, the public began to feel the ground shaking, and the experienced ones quickly realized that an earthquake was coming. Quickly, the sea level near the national county suddenly rose by over 30 meters, sweeping toward the shore. Some fishing boats working at night sensed something was wrong and immediately turned around, speeding away. On the other hand, Li Junchuan saw through the projected images on the giant screen that the leaders of the various action groups had led their members to invade each nuclear power station. They placed a large number of remote-controlled explosives at the special locations marked by Yao Guang, then quietly retreated under Yao Guang's cover and picked up man-portable recoilless rifles, aiming at their designated targets. With the command from each group leader, as the members pressed the remote control, those carrying the man-portable rocket launchers began to fire all their ammunition with the cooperation of their teammates. In an instant, there was a deafening explosion followed by a series of continuous blasts, and the members who had fired all their rockets didn't even look at the results as they followed their team leader back through the teleportation array to the South China Sea island. Watching all the members return safely to the base, Li Junchuan began to observe the images of each nuclear power station on the screen. And a phrase came to his mind. Indeed, AtoZ explosion. Li Junchuan was very satisfied as he watched the nuclear power stations on the screen suffer severe damage in a wave of explosions. Following Yao Guang's predictions precisely, the hydrogen and air leaking into the reactor building reacted chemically, causing the entire nuclear power station to start a series of explosions. In an instant, the nation's nuclear power stations became fireballs due to the simultaneous explosions of various boiling water reactors and pressurized water reactors. The government personnel, already overwhelmed by the news of the earthquake and tsunami, suddenly saw the giant fireballs illuminating the night sky. Chapter 131, Bonfire Party at the same time. Emergency hotlines across the country were overwhelmed, some due to the earthquake and tsunami, while others were because of the nuclear power station explosions. The government and military were left stunned upon receiving the news. What did they just hear? All nuclear power stations nationwide were destroyed simultaneously by a force. Before they could react, a massive tsunami rushed toward the shore, instantly demolishing various buildings. The seawater that reached the shore carried debris from buildings and various broken vehicles, continuing to advance inland, leaving a vast ocean in its wake. In an instant, reporters from various countries stationed in the nation began covering the incident, and global public opinion erupted. Well done. Let them discharge nuclear waste. Yes, I have never hated a country so much. Clearly, there are more advanced technologies available. Yet they stubbornly cling to first and second generation technologies as if everyone else were fools. Same times 10,086. If these nuclear power stations were only for electricity needs, that would be one thing, but how many people know? In today's world of rapid advancements in nuclear power technology, the nation's nuclear facilities stubbornly cling to first and second generation technologies. The nuclear power plant uses uranium-plutonium mixed oxide, which is 23 times more expensive than uranium oxide and poses a higher danger. The reactor also employs fast breeder reactors, which are less safe. And the boiling water reactor only has one loop directly connected to the turbine. It is clear to anyone with a little sense that the intention behind this method is to stockpile the plutonium needed for making nuclear bombs. As for the fuel used in nuclear power plants, it is an extremely important strategic resource, as you understand. The latest generation of nuclear reactors internationally is said to be safe even 36 hours after an emergency shutdown without supervision, yet they do not use it, revealing their ambitions. Therefore, as Lee Jun-chuan watched the high-definition satellite images on the giant screen, he remained unmoved. As the saying goes, after 10 years of fishing at Darunafe, his heart was as cold as the knife in his hand. Moreover, the young people living in a peaceful era are actually shouting for forgiveness towards the country and even trying to whitewash it. Is their public opinion pushing Lee Jun-chuan to ignore this? He only knows he has no right to forgive on behalf of his ancestors. Thus, Lee Jun-chuan confidently began setting up barbecue grills in the nearby open space, bringing out piles of charcoal, a large amount of ingredients, and chilled beverages. Seeing that Price had gathered the team members who completed the mission and finished collecting the teleportation array, Lee Jun-chuan clapped his hands to attract attention. Soldiers, to celebrate the successful conclusion of tonight's operation, I have specially prepared ingredients and drinks for everyone. I now declare the bonfire party to begin, Lee Jun-chuan announced loudly. As his words ended, the crowd cheered, scattering to showcase their talents. Some started fires, some skewered meat, some grilled, and others brought out tables and chairs from nearby residences. Soon, a simple party venue was set up. Lee Jun-chuan gathered a few familiar faces from Team 141 and personally took charge of grilling the meat. Although grilling doesn't require high culinary skills, the aroma of the meat he grilled was particularly enticing. In no time, the entire base became lively, with hundreds of people eating barbecue, drinking, and watching their achievements on the screen. Noticing that there wasn't much excitement on the other side, Lee Jun-chuan waved his hand, set up a sound system, and started playing music. As the music began to play, the crowd stood up with their bottles and started swaying to the rhythm. Surprisingly, Lee Jun-chuan noticed several dancers were quite good, clearly having frequented related places. Tonight, no one leaves without getting drunk. Drinks are on me, Lee Jun-chuan shouted into the microphone and then switched to a lively song. Thanks to his exceptional body control, he jumped around, looking quite convincing. Everybody, let's get hyped. And the venue erupted into a frenzy. Even Price, with his big beard, was swaying while holding a skewer in one hand and a beer in the other. This revelry continued until dawn, with the relatively sober ones carrying their comrades back to rest and then returning to clean up the scene, quickly restoring it to its original state. After a few rains, this patch of grass would conceal all traces. Lee Jun-chuan also exchanged greetings with Price and a few others before activating the teleportation array and returning home to Yongqing. After taking a shower in his bedroom, it was almost time for breakfast, so Lee Jun-chuan decided to eat breakfast before going back to sleep, as he had nothing much to do lately. In the yard, Lee Jun-chuan first fed 2 pearl meatballs to Black Bean, then brought out the little German shepherd from the pet room and gave it 2 meatballs as well. Sitting down at the stone table with the little German shepherd, Lee Jun-chuan took out a handful of nuts from his spatial ring. Xiaolan. Xine. It's time to eat. With a flurry of wings, the 2 parrots flew down from a distance, landing on Lee Jun-chuan's shoulders, affectionately rubbing their cheeks against him. Good morning, master. Lee Jun-chuan happily offered the nuts to the 2 birds, and Xiaolan called him master. As for Xine, cough cough, let us skip that, but he still patted both birds on the head. The layout of the yard had slightly changed, with a few new trees planted in the corner and a flower rack made of treated wood below, adorned with plenty of flowers and plants, creating a fragrant and lively atmosphere. The early rising Shobo nodded at Lee Jun-chuan in the yard before heading to the kitchen to arrange for the chef to prepare breakfast. Oh, it seems the little German shepherd still doesn't have a name. What should I name it? Lee Jun-chuan, who was terrible at naming, started scratching his head. Black wind? Lightning? Thunder? As he pondered, strange names popped into his mind, making him twitch his mouth and laugh, thinking of Fan Tianlei. Besides naming the German shepherd, Lee Jun-chuan also wanted to find a large piece of land to build a proper military base, or thinking bigger, to build a city. As for the location, he hadn't considered going abroad for now, since the area he needed was quite large and should be in a remote place. Abroad, besides the sea, it would be the North or South Pole. Domestically, he temporarily locked his target in the Taklamakan Desert in the northwest, thinking that with the help of external factors, the desert could directly turn into an oasis, and the fields could become seas. By then, the western region could also have its own navy. However, this involved a lot of science and technology, and Lee Jun-chuan planned to ask Yao Guang to help him gather some relevant materials later, and then edit the modules based on the information. Once the required technology and props were materialized, he would directly start desert reclamation, Haha. While conveniently building a super metropolis. For a moment, Li Junchuan thought of the game cities, skylines. Would it be easier to create a super metropolis in the game and then choose the location for materialization in the Western Desert? For a while, Li Junchuan temporarily forgot about naming the little German shepherd and began to seriously consider the feasibility of building a city in the desert. Or should he first improve the environment in the desert before considering further construction? He hesitated, as the desert environment was indeed not suitable for living. And it would be costly, just like some foreign oil-rich countries. Of course, for him, cost was not an issue, but what about the population? Should he materialize all from the game, or accept ordinary people to migrate? Chapter 132, New House in Luoyang. Just as Li Junchuan was lost in thought, the butler came over to call him for breakfast, so Li Junchuan stood up, put the little German shepherd back in the pet room, washed his hands, and went to the dining room for breakfast. However, he was a bit distracted during the meal, sometimes thinking about the desert city and sometimes recalling the name for the little German shepherd. However, it had been a month since he last saw Li Yun, so he still had to return to the capital. Before that, he decided to go back to his hometown and take the opportunity to renovate the house. With this in mind, Li Junchuan stopped hesitating and prepared to fly directly to Luoyang, and then visit Yang Lu, Zhang Yadong, and the others. After finishing breakfast, Li Junchuan asked Yao Wang to arrange the flight route while he called Song Gang, Wang Xie, and the others to inform them of his temporary departure from Yongcheng. The flight was scheduled to take off at 1 p.m., just in time for landing around dinner time. With that thought, Li Junchuan called Yang Lu, Zhang Yadong, and Wang Fang to arrange for a small gathering at Zhang Yadong's courtyard in the evening. Hey, should I also get a house in Luoyang? It's so inconvenient to stay in a hotel every time I return to the city. At this moment, Li Junchuan suddenly remembered this matter. So he logged into the Shenwu game again, skillfully created a new account, bought a luxurious seaside house, and manifested it. After all, it was just a temporary resting place, so there was no need to make it too complicated. He chose to manifest it near the Suitang Ruins Botanical Garden. There was no other way. That area had plenty of greenery, and the dense vegetation was enough to block the view of the surrounding tall buildings, providing good privacy. After clicking to manifest, a property certificate appeared beside him, along with some related documents. Li Junchuan glanced at them and was a bit dumbfounded. Goodness. It directly turned into an ancestral property passed down from who knows which generation. Li Junchuan thought hard, but couldn't figure out which ancestor was so impressive. However, Brother Tongzi was indeed amazing. He didn't think much about it, as long as he achieved his goal. He just placed the house there, heh. At this point, he also noticed a new contact on his phone, the housekeeper Li Shi. And housekeeper Li Shi was naturally a brother to the previous Fu, Lu, and Shou. Just missing a Kai. Li Junchuan directly called the new housekeeper Li Shi and instructed him to purchase some daily necessities and clothing. Then he returned to the yard to play with the little German shepherd. Most animals are very cute when they are young, and seeing the adorable little German shepherd, Li Junchuan couldn't help but take a lot of videos to send to Li Yun. Unexpectedly, Li Yun replied instantly. Did you get a new pet again? Yes. Li Junchuan said. This time it was a gift from a friend at the police station, an eliminated little German shepherd from the police dog base. How about it, cute? Right? Quite cute. When will you bring it over for me to see? Li Yun. I'm going home for a bit in the next 2 days to tidy up my house, and I'll bring it back when I return to the capital. Li Junchuan said. Sure, Xiaochuanji, I miss you. Li Yun. I miss you too, baby. Wait for me, and we'll go out to play together. Li Junchuan. All right, I'll listen to you. But can you accompany me back to see my parents then? Li Yun. Sure, no problem. Let's go back to Hongdu first. Li Junchuan. After finishing the chat with Li Yun, Li Junchuan started to think about whether to call his father and elder brother back. It wouldn't be appropriate not to tell them when it came time to renovate the house, and they didn't need to work hard outside anymore. With this in mind, Li Junchuan directly called his father's phone. The call rang for a while before getting through. Li Junchuan talked to his father about some recent events and mentioned his plan to renovate part of the house, asking him to come home to help supervise. It was evident that his father was a bit hesitant, but he agreed, saying he would resign now and come home in a few days. In fact, he had already mentioned some recent matters to his mother and father, so his father was not overly surprised. He then informed his elder brother about this, who said he wouldn't be able to return until the end of the month since there were regulations at his workplace, not knowing how much money Li Junchuan had made. His elder brother was quite concerned about being able to receive his full salary. After doing all these things, it was soon lunchtime. After having lunch, Li Junchuan went to the garage, put the Ford car into the space ring, and took the car driven by the housekeeper to the airport. The private jet security check was still convenient and quick, and soon Lee Junchuan boarded his private plane. This time, he brought both Heido and the little German shepherd along, planning to leave them at the new house in Luoyang and take them back to the capital when he left Luoyang. As for Shaolon and the new parrots, they would temporarily stay in Yongqing since the environment and climate here were more suitable. The entire flight was about the same as last time. Lee Junchuan enjoyed a massage while chatting with a few flight attendants. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 hours flew by before the plane landed at Luoyang North Suburban Airport. After getting off the plane, the newly unlocked housekeeper Lee Shi was already waiting outside. After getting into the housekeeper's car with the 2 dogs, they headed towards the house in the Suitang Botanical Garden. Upon arriving home, Lee Junchuan let the 2 dogs play in the yard and thought it might be better to have a gathering for dinner tonight. The space was large, with plenty of rooms and a nice environment, and since he had just moved in, he hadn't invited friends over to warm the house yet. It was just right to invite the 3 of them over to liven things up. Fortunately, it was still early enough to notify them, and he guessed they hadn't gotten off work yet. Thinking of this, Lee Junchuan quickly called the 3 of them again, inviting them over to the new house for some fun. The 3 agreed without much hesitation, as last time Yang Lu, Wang Fong, and Zhang Yadong had owed Lee Junchuan such a big favor, and they said over the phone that they must thank him properly tonight. Some people were curious why Yang Lu also owed a favor. Could it be that someone thought spies would let Luoyang off the hook? One should know that there was also the Aviation General Research Institute here. There were quite a few stationed troops under the jurisdiction of Luoyang City. There weren't many guests for dinner that night, so there was no need to prepare additional ingredients. Lee Junchuan directly brought out a few bottles of medicinal wine, which would surely satisfy these few friends. Time passed quickly, and shortly after it got dark, Wang Fong, Yang Lu, and Zhang Yadong arrived at Lee Junchuan's new home one after another. As expected, they didn't find it strange that Lee Junchuan had a house in this place. What was different this time was that all 3 of them brought gifts for Lee Junchuan. One was to congratulate him on moving into a new house, and the other was to express gratitude for the last incident. Yang Lu's gesture was quite exaggerated. He directly changed the garrison of a military unit in the county to a new location not far from his hometown village. According to him, he certainly didn't have such power alone. On one hand, the military high-ups were basically aware of what he had done, and on the other hand, Yang Lu's elder family member had also contributed, so this matter was settled. It could be seen as a form of protection for his family since he had offended quite a few people. Wang Fong gave him a special recruitment quota for entering the police force, which Lee Junchuan already had ideas about. As for Zhang Yadong, he gifted Lee Junchuan a property certificate for a 2-story shop on Liberation Road. Lee Junchuan didn't hesitate and accepted all of them. At this point, the prepared cold dishes were already served, and the 3 people in front of Lee Junchuan had already opened the wine and poured it. Come on, Xiaochuan. Let us toast you first. This time, you really helped us a lot, the 3 said in unison. Lee Junchuan naturally was not afraid. He raised his wine bowl and clinked it with each of the 3, then the 4 of them together downed a bowl before starting to eat. The yard was lively, and not far away, Heido was eyeing the wine bowl in Lee Junchuan's hand, eager to try. Chapter 133, How Can One Have a House Without a Car? With his keen senses, Lee Junchuan naturally noticed Heido's gaze. He raised an eyebrow and got up to the pet room next to Heido, took its food bowl, and poured a bit of medicinal wine into it. I see you're a bit greedy. Let us give you some too. Come try the taste, Heido, Lee Junchuan said. The 3 beside him watched Lee Junchuan pour wine for the dog, feeling quite pained. They all knew the powerful effects of this medicinal wine and almost wanted to snatch Heido's food bowl away. When Lee Junchuan set down the food bowl, Heido eagerly leaned over to start drinking. At first, he was a bit unaccustomed to the taste, but once the medicinal wine went down his throat and into his stomach, he immediately felt warm all over, particularly comfortable. So he barked twice, signaling for more. Lee Junchuan couldn't help but laugh. Looks like we've added another drunkard at home. After pouring more wine into Heido's food bowl, he returned to the table to continue chatting with the 3. Xiaochuan, how long are you staying this time? Zhang Yadong asked. Lee Junchuan pondered for a moment. I'm not quite sure yet. This time when I go home, I plan to renovate the house in my hometown. During the new year, I'm planning to bring my girlfriend over to meet my parents. Wang Fong's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, we haven't met your sister-in-law yet. When are you bringing her over for us to see? Yang Lu also nodded in agreement. Lee Junchuan felt a bit speechless, thinking to himself, what is there to see about my girlfriend? But he still replied, it should be this month. I plan to take her around to have some fun and maybe meet my parents in advance. All right, just let us know if you guys are coming back to Luoyang. The three of them said in unison. To be honest, they felt that the gift they prepared for Li Junchuan was a bit lacking. Firstly, Li Junchuan didn't lack anything, and secondly, he didn't come back often. So it was convenient for them to offer something useful. They had made a plan in advance. Since you don't lack anything for yourself, let us focus the gift on your family. Hence, the gifts mentioned above came about. With Yang Lu responsible for safety, and Zhang Yadong and Wang Fang having plans for Li Junchuan as brother, sister-in-law, sister, and even his nephew's future education. As for Li Junchuan as parents, they definitely wouldn't want to move to the city permanently. After all their friends and relatives they've known since childhood are in the countryside, and at most, they would stay in the city occasionally. Li Junchuan understood their intentions and felt quite grateful to these brothers. After all, the people he cared about most in this world were his family. He was touched that Zhang Yadong and the others could consider things from his perspective. As for bringing his family to live in the big city, he had thought about it before but gradually gave up on those ideas. After all, pulling someone out of their original social circle isn't necessarily a good thing. It's better to ensure they have a worry-free life. As for any ideas they might have in the future, that can be discussed later. By 11 o'clock at night, the three of them were already drunk, while Heido, who hadn't drunk much, remained sober. It seemed that the super serum had a significant enhancement effect on Heido. After carrying each of the three back to their rooms, taking off their clothes and shoes, and covering them with blankets, Li Junchuan returned to the yard. After seeing that the yard was already cleaned up, he went back to wash up and lay down on the bed. Now that he had a house, he still needed to get a few cars. Otherwise, he couldn't always carry the car in the space ring, which could be inconvenient at times. With that in mind, Li Junchuan opened Horizon 5. He browsed through the garage and was quickly attracted by a car, a black Audi 2021 Model 7. This car is affectionately referred to by netizens as the Suit Tyrant. Its elegant appearance and powerful performance made Li Junchuan feel that this car would be suitable for driving home. After all, many ordinary people aren't familiar with the 7, and it doesn't have the exaggerated appearance of some supercars. So, Li Junchuan confirmed the manifestation, but before doing so, he maxed out the tuning to the top level. The weight of the car became 1,652 kilograms, the maximum horsepower became 1130, the torque was 1494, and the top speed reached an impressive 436 km/h. After the manifestation, Li Junchuan looked at the parameters and thought, this is even more outrageous than in the game. It balances top speed with handling, of course, it requires a certain level of physical fitness. But it's just right for me. Now he was truly a Suit Tyrant, heh. For the second car, Li Junchuan chose a Bentley Bentayga. He first swapped in a 7712 engine, then selected the factory transmission system, followed by installing twin turbos, while ignoring the air kit. He directly chose racing tires. With a front tire width of 315 and a rear tire width of 315, racing clutches, a 6-speed racing transmission, racing differentials, and racing brakes. The springs were chosen as tension springs, with racing sway bars, a racing chassis, a racing frame, and the engine was maxed out, with tire pressure set to 21 in the front and 24 in the rear. After a series of modifications, the top speed exceeded 410 km/h. When manifesting, Li Junchuan changed the color scheme to a combination of black and off-white. Although it looked a bit old-fashioned, it was incredibly elegant, truly a Suit Tyrant, giving off a vibe reminiscent of Zhang Jin. For the last car, he chose a Ford modified Hennessy 6x6 Raptor, still in black. The engine was modified to a 748 engine, and after a series of modifications, this imposing off-road vehicle reached a top speed of 340 km/h. After all three cars were manifested, Li Junchuan no longer had to worry about not having a car to drive when he returned to Luoyang. The cars were all enhanced in various aspects, whether it was starting, acceleration, or handling, they had reached their peak performance. Aside from being fuel-intensive, it didn't seem to have any other drawbacks. At that moment, Li Junchuan's phone rang. After answering, it was indeed the logistics company notifying him that the cars had arrived at the door. Just as Li Junchuan stepped out, he saw the butler, Li Shi, also coming out. "Sir, you're not asleep yet?" Li Shi asked. Li Junchuan nodded. "I ordered a few cars, and they just got delivered. I'll go receive them. You should go to sleep." The butler Li Shi nodded and went back to his room, while Li Junchuan quickly walked to the front door, directing the staff to unload the cars. After signing without showing any expression, he waved goodbye to the staff. After so many times of manifesting cars, he was no longer as excited as he was at the beginning. After all, it had become too easy to obtain. After driving each car into the garage, Li Junchuan didn't look around much and went straight back to his bedroom. Yao Guang, help me find the most reliable local renovation company, Li Junchuan said. Sir, I've already sent the information to your phone. Do you need me to help you schedule a visit? Yao Guang asked. Li Junchuan nodded. Then let us schedule it for tomorrow morning at 9. I'll take them to measure the place and confirm the design plan. Okay, I've scheduled the visit for you. Is there anything else you need? Yao Guang asked again. No, just sleep. Li Junchuan yawned. Good night, sir. Good night. Chapter 134. Preparing to renovate the hometown since blowing up all of the country's nuclear power plants, Li Junchuan had not continued to pay attention. Instead, he was more focused on the super seaweed seeds he had planted. He wondered how much those seaweeds had grown in such a short time. After waking up in the morning, while brushing his teeth, Li Junchuan was lost in thought. It seems I need to set up a teleportation array in this house for convenience in the future, Li Junchuan thought. After finishing his wash, Li Junchuan went to the underground storage room hidden in the house. He skillfully installed the teleportation array in the basement, so next time he returned to Luoyang, he wouldn't have to fly back and forth, making things easier. After asking Uncle Shi, who said breakfast was almost ready, he directly walked into the three people's rooms, lifted the blankets, and shook them awake, telling them to wash up first. After breakfast, the three of them bid farewell since they all had work. As they were leaving, Li Junchuan gave each of them 2 bottles of medicinal liquor. After sending off the 3, Li Junchuan began waiting at home for the design company personnel to arrive. At 8:40, the design company staff arrived at Li Junchuan's doorstep. Accompanying them was a female designer in her 30s and a male assistant in his 20s. Li Junchuan didn't chat much with them, as he had already informed Yao Guang about the location of the house to be renovated when scheduling. He simply took them for the on-site measurement. I'll drive in front. You two just follow me. Li Junchuan greeted them and drove out the newly acquired 7 from the garage, waving to them as he set off towards his hometown. The road was relatively smooth, and since it was already past the morning rush hour, Li Junchuan finally returned to his hometown after almost an hour. Hearing the noise, Li's mother looked up at her son, whom she hadn't seen for months, and her face instantly lit up with joy. Mom, I brought someone from the design company over. They need to measure some data for the design and renovation area, Li Junchuan said. After finishing, he led the designer and the assistant into the house and introduced them to his mother. Mr. Li, we can start working right away, the female designer said decisively, preparing to call the assistant to begin measuring. Li Junchuan nodded, very satisfied with her work attitude, but still went to the living room to pour 2 cups of water for them from the water dispenser. The two politely accepted the cups and took a sip before the assistant began working, while the designer started asking Li Junchuan about the areas that needed reconstruction. Since the upper house and the east wing were built later, there was no need for reconstruction there. The focus was mainly on the house facing the street, including the bathroom under the staircase, which also needed to be redesigned. Now, there was a large open area in the west wing, where several vegetables were planted. After asking his mother for her opinion, Li Junchuan planned to turn this area into a small garden, which would increase the space significantly once the gate was removed. The room next to the main gate would be converted into the main entrance, and the adjacent room would be rebuilt. Due to height restrictions, it could be made into 2 stories, which would add quite a few rooms to the house. After understanding Li Junchuan's needs, the female designer nodded and began to follow the assistant to methodically carry out the various measurements. Once they finished measuring, the female designer expressed her farewell, stating that she would come up with a design plan as soon as possible and would contact him later. As for why the designer was willing to travel such a long distance to take this job, please, the current environment is so poor, and the industry is highly competitive. Even the smallest job is worth it, especially since this family clearly had money. She wasn't unaware that heavily modified Audi 7 was obviously worth a lot. The top tier 7 is almost 200,000, and the money spent on modifications? Although she didn't open the hood to take a look, just hearing the sound made it clear that the modification costs could easily exceed the vehicle's original value. Moreover, there were 2 other cars parked at their urban home, not to mention the exclusive yard in that location. What she needed to do now was to do her best to complete this project. She wouldn't worry about the price, as long as the renovation used all genuine materials. After sending the 2 off, Li Junchuan began discussing some renovation ideas with his mother. Mom, we reserved enough wall space upstairs for 2 stories. Should we build a 2nd floor? Li Junchuan asked. Lee's mother thought for a moment and shook her head. No need to build so many. We don't have that many people in the family now. 2 stories in the front house is enough. On one hand, she felt that building so many empty rooms would be a waste, as she had been accustomed to frugality since childhood. On the other hand, she considered that doing so would be too ostentatious and unnecessary, as the villagers would gossip. The earlier visit from the county's armed forces and military leaders had a considerable impact on her. She was happy for her son's success, but worried about the dangers he might face. Although she was just an ordinary rural woman, she had some understanding of what first-class merit meant in peacetime. In the drama she watched, first-class merit was never awarded while standing. Moreover, the military leaders had specifically entrusted her with several matters, and to avoid causing trouble for her son, she hadn't mentioned his achievements to her neighbors or her family. Renovating the front house was sufficient, as she had already planned for it. It would also leave a good impression when her son's girlfriend visited. Understanding his mother's concerns, Lee Jun-chuan did not bring it up again but asked, "Then let's renovate the outer walls of the courtyard to make it look better overall." To this, Lee's mother did not object. Soon, it was lunchtime, and Lee's mother went to the kitchen to prepare handmade noodles. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-chuan saw his grandmother returning from a walk and immediately pulled her down to sit and chat. During their conversation, he checked his grandmother's pulse and, finding her recovery was as expected, nodded with satisfaction. "Grandma, does your leg still hurt?" Although he saw that his grandmother looked much better than the last time he visited, he decided to ask her directly. "Not at all. It hasn't hurt in days. You didn't see, but I don't even need a cane now." His grandmother smiled, very satisfied with her current life. Her second grandson had also found a girlfriend, and her granddaughter had a boyfriend as well. The family was harmonious, and everyone was healthy. It was just that her husband had passed away a bit early, but after so many years, she had become accustomed to it. With her health improving, she could look forward to the birth of her new grandchild, and she had no regrets in life. "As long as it doesn't hurt, I'll help you with your health for the next few days," Lee Jun-chuan said, looking at the wrinkles on his grandmother's face, which seemed to have softened a bit. Lee Jun-chuan said to the system in his mind, "Thank you, system. You're welcome." The system's voice echoed in his mind. In fact, in his heart. He felt that with the cheat, he could live a stable life as a wealthy person he had always dreamed of. However, given the ever-changing international situation, he felt a brewing storm and had to invest effort into doing things he had never done before. After all, if something were to happen, how could there be any safety under a collapsed nest? Utilizing his cheat to prepare for everything was the right course of action. He even started to think about whether he should take the initiative to eliminate these unseen crises in their infancy. "It's time to eat." Just as Lee Jun-chuan was lost in thought, he heard his mother's voice coming from the kitchen. Chapter 135, Evolution of the Light during lunch. They had sweet potato noodles mixed with white noodles, which were very chewy. Lee Jun-chuan hadn't eaten them in a long time, so he had several big bowls. After lunch, he accompanied his mother and grandmother in the courtyard to soak up some sun for a while, then prepared to help them with their health again. This time, he mixed the secret serum with blood-returning pills and jade toad pills to make a medicinal soup for his mother and grandmother to take. And then he started to give them acupuncture. Because the changes brought by the secret serum were subtle, they did not feel any obvious discomfort. Instead, the effects of the blood-returning pills and jade toad pills made them feel warm all over, with beads of fine sweat appearing on their foreheads. After wiping their sweat with a towel, Lee Jun-chuan began to administer the needles intermittently. About 15 minutes later, he removed the needles. "Mom, Grandma, you both should go take a nap for a while," Lee Jun-chuan said. "Okay," the two replied, and began to return to their rooms to sleep. Lee Jun-chuan, feeling no drowsiness himself, started to scroll through short videos. Recently, there hadn't been any valuable news. And he suddenly remembered that old Master Song had promised to take him to see fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and warships in the Air Force and Navy. However, at that moment, he stumbled upon news that the Southern Theater was conducting military exercises and immediately understood what was happening. It was definitely because of his earlier actions that the country had started considering military exercises, fearing that the internal chaos of two countries could lead to unpredictable consequences. Live-fire military exercises could both showcase the country's military strength and deter potential threats. On the other hand, it was also a warning to other nations that Huagua was ready for a serious battle. There was also the incident of the nuclear power plant explosion. Although it still hadn't been determined which country's influence was behind it, there was concern that a desperate nation might act irrationally. In short, it was better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. It seems that we will have to wait for a few days until the international situation stabilizes before we can have a chance to go to the Air Force and Navy. Li Junchuan scratched his head. Why not first materialize a fighter jet to have some fun? However, as soon as this thought popped up, he suppressed it. This thing would be too conspicuous if it flew up. If he wasn't careful, it might be mistaken for an enemy aircraft and shot down. It would be better to directly get a spaceship to roam in outer space. Putting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, Li Junchuan felt that he had forgotten something. Oh no. I left Black Bean and Little German Shepherd in the city. Li Junchuan slapped his forehead. Fortunately, the butler is at home and will definitely take good care of the two dogs, and after a few days, once the renovation plan is finalized, work will begin. So it wouldn't be very appropriate to leave the two dogs here. By the way, I almost forgot about the super seaweed seeds. Should I go check now? Li Junchuan thought. It takes at most an hour to drive from his hometown to his home in Woyang. And then he can directly use the teleportation array to go to the South China Sea to check on the seaweed situation, maybe even catch dinner time. It's not very convenient to set up a teleportation array here since there's no basement or anything, and he also thought about buying some things in the city. He had just looked, and the medicinal materials he prepared for his family to make medicinal cuisine were already running low, so it would be better to prepare another batch. Thinking of this, Li Junchuan left a note on the table in the living room and then walked out the front door, driving to the city. After arriving in the city, Li Junchuan first returned to the new house, found the basement, reinstalled the teleportation array, and after installing the energy core, he directly activated the teleportation array to the South China Sea. Hey, seeing Li Junchuan appear, Price greeted him. Price, call Nikolai, let's go out to sea again. Li Junchuan didn't waste much time. Okay, please wait. Price quickly contacted Nikolai through the intercom. Soon, Li Junchuan heard the sound of the armed helicopter's rotor spinning. Let us go. Nikolai is ready, Price said. Then, just like last time, Li Junchuan put on the shark armor and jumped directly from the helicopter. Some people might wonder why he didn't just fly the helicopter to observe. You have to know that the sea of the southern theater of the country is currently undergoing exercises, and sending an armed helicopter there would be like lighting a toilet. Looking for trouble. His shark armor was different. He didn't have to worry about being spotted at all, as the shark armor, made of special materials, could ignore radar and sonar. This time, Li Junchuan did not go too fast. Every time he arrived at the coordinates where he had scattered seeds last time, he carefully observed the growth and reproduction of the seaweed. The results were far beyond his expectations. Although he knew that the seeds provided by the system were definitely not ordinary, how much time had passed? The seaweed seeds he scattered last time had already grown into over 20-meter-long kelp, and the reproduction speed was astonishingly fast. The super seaweed seeds he had scattered along the way had quickly reproduced into a super long seaweed belt surrounding the eastern and southern sea areas of China. However, because they had not completely matured yet, they had not attracted much attention, especially since there were military exercises at sea, and the surrounding areas had long been under martial law. It was estimated that in another week, this matter would definitely be discovered domestically. However, Li Junchuan didn't care about this at all. It would be better for the domestic public to know sooner rather than later to avoid panic over the impending arrival of nuclear wastewater from the country. Through the detection system built into the shark armor, Li Junchuan also found that the sea area covered by the super seaweed had noticeably clearer water. With his goal achieved, Li Junchuan began to return. He quickly returned to his military base near the South China Sea, as usual, pulled the rope up to the helicopter, changed his clothes, and the three of them returned to the island. Next, it was just a matter of patiently waiting. Li Junchuan murmured as he returned to Luoyang through the teleportation array. The country's nuclear power plants have all been destroyed, and the economic losses are incalculable. There is no energy to rebuild the nuclear power plants in the short term. According to the news from Yaoguang, the national government has now begun to actively negotiate with China, hoping to receive electricity assistance from China like South Vietnam. Currently, the senior officials of China are discussing this matter. This may involve deep-level interest exchanges, but Li Junchuan didn't care much about these. He only knew that the entire country was now in an electricity shortage, and most of the dissatisfied citizens had organized several protests. In their view, it must be some foolish leaders in the government who conspired with the country against China, causing dissatisfaction from this superpower next door, which then sent personnel to attack the nuclear power plants to set an example. Many citizens of the country have received higher education, and with the internet being so developed now, it is not difficult for them to understand the military strength of their neighboring country. In their perception, as long as China wants to take action, Just sending some local specialties produced by Dongfeng Company over would probably wipe out the whole country. Therefore, they really couldn't understand what those fools were thinking. After all, the current rabbit is no longer the rabbit of the last century. Thus, some passionate youth, incited by unknown forces, began to express strong dissatisfaction with the current government, with some even taking extreme measures. For a time, the country was in chaos. Just like the country itself. Let them make a ruckus. The bigger, the better. Li Junchuan looked at the current situation of her country sent by Yao Guang and began to pray. By the way, Yao Guang, is this none of your business? Li Junchuan suddenly thought of something and asked. No need to thank me. As a part of China, weakening the enemy's strength for the country is my duty. Yao Guang's voice carried a hint of fervor, and Li Junchuan was completely stunned. Wow, has my artificial intelligence evolved again? Now it's becoming more emotional. But this is also a good thing for him, as sometimes he might overlook things, and having Yao Guang behind him to check for omissions is perfect. At this time, he was also thinking about how to make Yao Guang even stronger. I hope book friends can support more, give some reasonable suggestions. Chapter 136, Family Affairs Unexpectedly. With the support of a super quantum computer, Yao Guang has now grown to this extent. Li Junchuan secretly admired in his heart. I need to pay more attention to the enhancement of Yao Guang. For the issues of country, and country, Li Junchuan temporarily put them aside. After all, he couldn't directly nuclear the three countries, and having Yao Guang as a behind-the-scenes hand stirring up trouble is quite good. Li Junchuan returned to his home in Luoyang, greeted the butler, and drove the Raptor car to Wangfujing. After parking the car, Li Junchuan carried a backpack and exited the parking lot. He first went to a highest specialty store, bought an 85-inch 4K television, and asked the staff to help load it onto the car. This car can be considered an off-road pickup truck, so it has a truck bed in the back, making it extremely convenient for carrying things. After the staff left, Li Junchuan looked around to ensure no one was watching, then directly stored the television in the space ring. As for the surveillance, he didn't have to worry at all with Yao Guang present. Next, Li Junchuan started buying clothes for his family. As the weather was beginning to warm up, he went to several stores one after another, buying several sets of clothes and shoes for his parents, grandmother, younger sister, brother-in-law, and little nephew. Yao Guang, help me find the best traditional Chinese medicine shop in Luoyang. Li Junchuan said. Okay, sir, I have already found the best time-honored medicine shop in Luoyang. I'm now navigating for you. Yao Guang's voice sounded. Just as he stored the clothes in the space ring, Li Junchuan opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and the electronic screen in the car displayed the route planned by Yao Guang. Following the navigation, Li Junchuan arrived at the entrance of a traditional Chinese medicine shop named Jishintang. After parking his car, he inhaled the various scents of Chinese medicinal herbs and nodded in satisfaction. A skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can determine the types and approximate ages of herbs through their aromas. It seems that this pharmacy is quite reputable, living up to its status as a time-honored brand, Li Junchuan thought to himself. Upon entering the pharmacy, he found a staff member busy preparing prescriptions. Li Junchuan handed over a list he had prepared earlier. Hello, I need the herbs listed above. The staff member took a look at the list and nodded. We have all the herbs on this list, but some of them may be a bit pricey. Li Junchuan nodded. I know, just get the herbs as listed. Money is not an issue. The staff member nodded, finished his current task, and began to help Li Junchuan gather the herbs. His movements were quick and clean, and he could tell the weights without needing a scale, which was quite pleasing to see. Observing the staff member's actions, Li Junchuan was certain that this person had been exposed to traditional Chinese medicine since childhood and was likely an heir of the pharmacy, since Li Junchuan needed a considerable amount of herbs. It took some time for the staff member to pack everything up and place it in a large bag before informing Li Junchuan of the total price. Li Junchuan scanned the QR code to complete the payment and left the pharmacy. After waving his hand to store the herbs in his space ring, Li Junchuan drove to a fresh market, bought some fresh meat and seafood, then returned to the parking lot, started his car, and headed back home. On a remote stretch of road, he stopped to take out the items he had just purchased from his space ring and arrange them before continuing on his way. By the time he got home, it was almost dinner time. Li's mother had woken up and was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and his grandmother was awake too, holding a prayer meeting with some elderly villagers in the room. After bringing all the purchased items into the house, Li Junchuan first took the live shrimp to the kitchen. Mom, I bought some shrimp. Let's have a special dish tonight. Li's mother looked at the lively shrimp. How do you want to cook them? Li Junchuan thought for a moment. Half-boiled, half spicy. Li's mother nodded. Okay. After leaving the kitchen, Li Junchuan put the other ingredients into the refrigerator, piled the clothes he had bought on the sofa in the living room, and then unpacked the 85-inch LCD TV to begin installation. The TV installation was quite simple after attaching the stand. He plugged it in and connected it without needing to install any additional boxes. Just as Li Junchuan finished setting up the TV, his younger sister, Li Xiuqing, returned home. Seeing the enormous TV on the living room cabinet, she quickly asked, "Why did you buy this TV? No one watches it most of the time." She thought buying it was somewhat wasteful. "Hey, we can watch it now. We can't keep going to our brother's place to watch TV. Plus, having an empty TV cabinet in the living room isn't right," Li Junchuan replied. Li Xiuqing thought for a moment and nodded, then turned her head to see a large pile of clothes on the sofa. "Did you buy all these?" Li Junchuan nodded. "I roughly estimated your sizes. See if you like them. There are several colors and styles." Li Xiuqing walked over and flipped through the clothes. "You really spend a lot of money. None of these brands are cheap." Although she had never bought any high-end clothes herself, as a girl, she had some understanding of these brands. And she estimated that the pile of clothes and shoes was worth several thousand. Li Junchuan shook his head. "I'm not short on money now. And the styles I picked aren't too flashy. Even if someone sees them, they'll just think they're regular items and not stand out." Li Xiuqing realized this was true. She had seen a video before of a group of young people going home for the new year, all wearing North Face down jackets. And many were wearing the same outfit. "All right, I'll let it go this time, but don't buy any more in the future. I buy clothes for our parents and grandmother every year," Li Xiuqing said. Li Junchuan remained silent. After working for so many years, apart from the initial money he sent home, he had been spending freely in the following years without contributing much to the family. Fortunately, he now had the system to help him compensate the family more. Additionally, he had established connections in Luoyang, which would help if his younger sister and brother-in-law wanted to work in the city. "Do you want to transfer to work in the city?" Li Junchuan asked. Li Xiuqing was a bit taken aback. Her second brother was now so impressive that he could arrange for her to work in a city school. However, after thinking for a moment, she dismissed the idea. "I don't want to go to the city. It's convenient for me to work here. And I can spend time with them. What will they do if I go to the city?" Li Junchuan nodded, as he cared about this matter too. After all, if their parents and grandmother weren't happy living in the city, what would be the point of moving? He planned to ask for their opinions later before making a decision. There was no rush for now. He would wait until his older brother returned to ask him if he wanted to work at the city bureau. If he didn't want to, he could let him and his sister-in-law take over the storefront on Jefong Road to run a business. "You pick out the clothes you wear and those for our parents and grandmother, and the rest, when sister-in-law comes back, you can give them to her," Li Junchuan said. "Okay." Li Xiuqing began to select the clothes that were obviously her size, then found clothes for their parents and grandmother, including shoes and such. After organizing these items, their sister-in-law returned home from work. Li Junchuan then handed the clothes over. "I bought some clothes for you, my brother, and Xian this time. Take them back to your room and keep them." Their sister-in-law was clearly very happy, smiling and thanking him before taking the pile of clothes back to her room. Making 2 trips to carry everything, dinner was a joyful occasion. Though their nephew was not there as he was boarding at school and would only come back on the weekend. After dinner, as Li Junchuan felt a bit bored with nothing to do, he received a video from Yaoguang. After watching the video, his expression turned serious. Chapter 137. Wildfires in Sichuan and Qian Province. The video showed a continuous range of mountains that should have been dark and quiet, but were illuminated by a blinding fire. If not extinguished in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, the internet was buzzing with news. The fire department in Sichuan had urgently mobilized personnel towards the direction of the fire. The national authorities immediately recognized the severity of the situation, worried about the uncontrollable fire, and did not hold any meetings but instead urgently dispatched fire units from neighboring provinces to assist. At that time, some influencers looking to capitalize on the situation began driving to the scene to livestream. However, the locals in Sichuan started to worry about the safety of the firefighters heading into the mountains and the subsequent supply of materials. It is important to note that the fire was not in a city or town, but in the original forested mountains without any roads, which undoubtedly posed a huge obstacle for the firefighters, since fire trucks could not reach the area and there were no large water sources like lakes nearby. Firefighters could only laboriously carry various tools to create a fire break to prevent the flames from spreading further. These firefighters had prepared for a prolonged battle and were even mentally prepared for the possibility of not returning. Many professionals online mentioned the various difficulties faced in this firefighting operation, prompting most of the local populace to use various means of transportation to get to the scene. Some were transporting supplies, some food, others medicines and water, and some set up mobile stalls on tricycles to provide support, hoping to help ensure that the firefighters wouldn't go hungry. Of course, there was also a group of motorcycle enthusiasts riding off-road bikes, hoping to use their off-road skills to give the firefighters a lift. There were also business owners in the engineering vehicle industry, directing their drivers to rush excavators and loaders to the scene, hoping to quickly clear a path for the firefighters. In an instant, everyone was united in their efforts. Just then, Yaguang sent another video. After watching it, Lee Junchuan, who already had a serious expression, looked even darker, as if he were about to drip water. The content of the video was also about a forest fire, but this time the location was in Guizhou province. Two places were experiencing forest fires at the same time. Lee Junchuan felt something was off. Yaguang, have you found out if there's a culprit behind this? Lee Junchuan asked. Sir, take a look at the video I sent you. Although there is no direct evidence, the shadowy figure in the footage is highly suspicious. Yaguang sent Lee Junchuan another video. However, at that moment, Lee Junchuan didn't have time to watch it. Instead, he went back to his room and took out the remote terminal for the super weather control device from his spatial ring. He wanted to use this device to help the firefighters. In the past, whenever he saw news about firefighters sacrificing their lives during disaster relief, he felt particularly upset. But at that time, he couldn't help them. Now with the system, he could actually do something for them. He opened the control terminal connected to the weather control device, selected the strike range, set the strike intensity, and then launched attacks toward the forest fire locations in Sichuan and Guizhou in succession. After 2 waves of special energy fluctuations were transmitted, Lee Junchuan put down the control terminal and picked up his phone again to watch the other video that Yaguang had just sent. Meanwhile, the firefighters in Sichuan and Guizhou had already struggled to reach the scene, and their captain even had them write farewell letters. Just as they were preparing to trek up the mountain with a mindset of facing death, the sky suddenly darkened. Although it was already night, the darkness was noticeably deeper. A cool breeze blew, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed in the sky. Was it going to rain? The team leader muttered. The meteorological station said there wouldn't be any rain these days, but if a heavy rain could come. The weather in both provinces was quite similar recently. So when dark clouds gathered and lightning flashed, the leaders of both firefighting teams were quite surprised. However, at the same time, they began to silently pray for heavy rain to come, hoping it would pour for a day and a night. Due to some media and social media live streams, various netizens online also noticed this phenomenon. This is heaven opening its eyes. I hope heavy rain falls quickly. Netizen 31661971. Nonsense. This is clearly a place chosen by the big shots for a tribulation. Netizen Gokai. Just saying, is there a possibility that this is the country deploying weather weapons? Netizen Cat Yuzu Baby. Under the attention of many netizens, the rain finally began to fall. It poured down like the heavens had opened, with heavy rain falling in a flurry. The sudden downpour took everyone by surprise, but it didn't annoy them as it usually would. Instead, those present and the netizens online cheered loudly. The rain did not disappoint. It was heavy enough and lasted long enough. Soon, the forest fires that could still be seen from a distance had been extinguished, and the entire world fell into darkness. Great, firefighters. You don't have to risk your lives to put out the fire anymore. Thank God, finally, I can relax. My son is a firefighter. I just saw him on camera. Wait for your mission to return, and then we'll get married. The feelings of the crowd were beyond words. But they all felt relieved for the firefighters and silently blessed Sichuan and Guizhou for having escaped calamity. Meanwhile, the meteorological bureaus in both locations looked at the sudden heavy rain in confusion, glancing at each other in silence. Although heavy rain at this moment was indeed a good thing, it was scientifically unfathomable. An older meteorological expert was puzzled. The other staff members at the meteorological stations also felt confused, thinking that their lifelong studies had become a joke. They had previously considered using rain-inducing shells. But to achieve the desired effect with those, certain necessary conditions must be met, generally. Natural precipitation requires certain macro weather conditions and must also meet microphysical conditions within the clouds, such as large water droplets in warm clouds above 0 degrees, or ice crystals in cold clouds below 0 degrees. Without these conditions, even with favorable weather patterns and cloud conditions, it would not rain. It was precisely because these conditions were not met that they had given up on the idea of artificial rain. Now the question arose, Where did such heavy rain come from? At this moment, a new young staff member, who had just joined, timidly raised his hand. Could it be that our country has developed more advanced weather weapons? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent, setting aside all impossibilities. What remained, no matter how incredible, could be the truth. At this time, an elder in charge pondered for a moment, took out his phone, flipped through his contacts, and made a call. "Hello, old Dong, what do you need at this hour?" Came the voice of an old classmate from the receiver. The elder surnamed Dong took a deep breath and said, "Has our country recently developed powerful weather weapons?" Meanwhile, Zhao Dizhus, who was still working overtime at the research institute, looked bewildered. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? Why are you suddenly asking about this?" The elder surnamed Dong briefly explained the current situation. "Is there really nothing? Then how do I explain what I'm experiencing now?" For a moment, Zhao Dizhus didn't know how to respond. The elder surnamed Dong seemed to understand something. Got it. You don't need to say anything. I know. I'm hanging up now. And I'll delete the call record later." Without waiting for Zhao Dizhus to explain, he hung up the phone directly, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly. His eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. He took a deep breath, pulled out a small pill bottle from his pocket, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Chapter 138. Impressive. My country. On the other side, Zhao Dizhus was still bewildered. "Wait, what did you understand? Why did you hang up? Why delete the call record?" He thought for a while, but didn't feel he had said anything wrong, shaking his head. This is really baffling. After regaining his senses, he continued with his work. Meanwhile, netizens who had been watching the forest fires in the two provinces began to post the events online, instantly sparking heated discussions across the internet. At this time, the staff from the meteorological bureaus in both locations started to do damage control, using a lot of seemingly professional but ambiguous language to explain the sudden rainfall. Gradually, the situation calmed down. However, relevant national departments had already begun investigating the connection between the forest fires and the sudden rainfall, as the fires had erupted very suddenly and extinguished in a very strange manner. Through the video sent by Yao Guang, Li Junchuan discovered two groups of people appearing at the scene before and after the incident. Could they have used delayed ignition devices and added flammable materials? Li Junchuan frowned and thought, "Why do I feel like these people have a strange gait and are a bit too short? Could they be from a certain country?" After the nuclear power plant was bombed, they couldn't find the culprit, so they blamed it on Huagua? The more Li Junchuan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. "Yao Guang, send me the real-time surveillance links of these two groups," Li Junchuan said. "Okay, sir." Yao Guang responded and quickly sent the live links to Li Junchuan's phone. Li Junchuan clicked to take a look. Wow, they've already reached the airport. It seems they're planning to flee. "Yao Guang, send me their identity information and flight details." After receiving the message from Yao Guang, Li Junchuan immediately called Song Jiang. "Uncle Song, it's an emergency. I have discovered two groups of suspects who are likely involved in the arson cases in Sichuan and Guizhou. They're already at the airport preparing to leave the country. I will send you the information, and please organize personnel to intercept them." While speaking, Yao Guang had already sent all the information to Song Jiang's phone. Without hesitation, Song Jiang quickly contacted the police in both locations and instructed them to carry out an emergency interception at the airport. Soon, Yao Guang sent back the news that both groups had been captured at the airport. The next step would be the interrogation. But since Li Junchuan had relatively complete video evidence, it was highly likely that these people would be convicted of arson. According to Yao Guang's analysis, these individuals went directly to two forest areas after entering the country, without stopping anywhere else. Then, after starting the fire, they hurriedly tried to escape. Who would believe that there was nothing wrong? Li Junchuan was somewhat familiar with the methods of domestic police, so at this point, he stopped paying attention to the follow-up. "Yao Guang, are there any regions in the country currently experiencing prolonged drought?" He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. "Yes, sir. There are indeed some regions in the country that are currently in a drought period, and the growth of crops is severely affected," Yao Guang replied. Li Junchuan nodded, marked the areas and the scope, and then send it to me. After receiving the information from Yao Guang, Li Junchuan began to operate the super weather control device, launching an attack on the target area. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly thought of something else and quickly asked Yao Guang, "I remember there has been flooding in Guangdong province these past few days, right?" "Yes, sir. Detailed information about the rainfall in Guangdong province has been sent to you." Yao Guang acted quickly, instantly sending the collected information to Li Junchuan's phone. Li Junchuan chuckled. "Let's see my grand transformation next." He then began to operate the super weather control device, activating 50 units simultaneously. A special wave emitted, causing the dark clouds gathering over most areas of Guangdong province to start moving slowly, then increasingly faster. The people in the disaster area saw the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky moving at a visible speed toward another direction. The meteorological experts naturally noticed this phenomenon and breathed a sigh of relief. As if the rain continued, the entire Guangdong province would suffer. Xiao Zhao, calculate the path of the gathering clouds, instructed one leading expert. A young man took the order and began to operate the computer and other instruments. After a few minutes, he replied, "Leader, the cumulonimbus clouds in the disaster-affected areas of Guangdong province are all drifting along one path toward a single location." The expert who spoke earlier raised an eyebrow. "Can you roughly determine where that place is? What is the speed?" The young man nodded and started typing on the keyboard again, this time taking longer. After confirming several times, the young man finally replied, "Leader, it seems these cumulonimbus clouds are converging toward Yun province without stopping, and their speed is increasing." Yun province? The expert's face showed a hint of joy. "I remember Yun province is currently facing a severe drought, right?" The young man also caught on. "If all these cumulonimbus clouds converge in Yun province, won't that solve the problems of both provinces?" "Yes." The expert nodded. "Guangdong province won't have to worry anymore, and Yun province's drought can also be alleviated. I just don't know if these cumulonimbus clouds can completely resolve Yun province's drought issue." The young man confidently nodded. "It definitely can, leader. I roughly estimated the rainfall that these cumulonimbus clouds can bring, and it is enough for Yun province to get through this drought." The expert nodded in satisfaction. "You're the best, Xiao Zhao. Among this year's graduates, I have the highest expectations for your professional level. Keep up the good work." The young man's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly. "All thanks to your guidance, leader. I appreciate your support and recognition." This meant that the leader remembered him, and that he had a chance to compete for good opportunities in the future. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao returned to the computer, diligently continuing to make the relevant calculations. He worked continuously, speaking at the same time. "Leader, I feel you should notify the colleagues in Yun province about our findings." The expert looked at Xiao Zhao with even more satisfaction. This kid understands. He didn't delay and quickly called an old classmate working at the Meteorological Bureau in Yun province, detailing their findings and calculated results, reminding his old classmate to prepare for a response to avoid any unnecessary losses from sudden heavy rainfall. Hearing his old classmate's repeated thanks, the expert couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't directly cause the rainfall in Guangdong province to be diverted to Yun province, he was indeed the first to discover this matter, and he felt quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, the old director of the Sichuan Meteorological Bureau also noticed the flooding situation in Guangdong province and saw the messages posted by classmates working in Yun province in the group. His suspicions were further confirmed. Our country must have mastered super weather weapons. Otherwise, these consecutive events are simply inexplicable. He secretly thought to himself, determined to keep this matter to himself. As an expert in the relevant field, he understood very well how terrifying it would be if such a miraculous thing were truly deployed on the battlefield. His strong associative thinking even led him to recall the recent incidents in the South China Sea, where the president and high-ranking military officials were killed by suddenly appearing spherical lightning. In an instant, he felt his heartbeat quicken again and quickly took out a small medicine bottle, pouring out a pill to swallow. After downing a glass of water, he silently marveled. "Impressive. My country. Readers who see this, please encourage for updates and give a 5-star rating. Thanks for the support from Yinzu and Yifei." Chapter 139, Nationwide Favorable Weather on the Other Side. After the Meteorological Bureau of Yun Province confirmed the authenticity of the situation, they announced this good news to the public through media and social media, and began to contact various government departments. They also needed to prepare a series of measures to prevent good news from turning into bad news. After completing this series of tasks, Li Junchuan stood up, stretched, looked at the time, and realized it was getting late. So he started to wash up and prepare for bed. The next morning, after having breakfast, his sister and sister-in-law went out to work. Li Junchuan, having nothing to do, was just about to go out for a stroll when he received the design plan previously provided by the designer. Is the efficiency this high? Li Junchuan muttered to himself, and then opened the design plan to take a look. "Yao Wang, what do you think of this design plan?" Li Junchuan, who wasn't very familiar with design, began to ask Yao Wang. With Yao Wang's computational power, he could quickly make numerous comparisons and derive the optimal result. "The design plan is quite good, but there are some details that need to be modified. Yao Guang quickly provided the results and marked the necessary changes on the design plan opened on Li Junchuan's phone. After reading it, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction and sent back the modified plan. The design plan is quite good, but there are some details that need to be modified. I have marked them. Thank you. On the other side, after receiving Li Junchuan's reply, Song Qian was bewildered because she carefully checked and found that the marked areas needing modification were not at a level that a non-professional could easily achieve. You're so professional, yet you still need to seek out a designer? She silently complained in her heart, but quickly composed herself and made the changes according to the wealthy owner's requirements. After all, making money is important. Soon after revising the design plan, Song Qian sent it back to Li Junchuan. After quickly reviewing it, Li Junchuan nodded in satisfaction. It's good. Let's proceed with this. Please arrange for construction as soon as possible. I've already mentioned my requirements to you before, and I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Li Junchuan. Understood, sir. I guarantee to complete it on time with quality and quantity assured. This can be included in the contract, and if there are any issues, I will provide triple compensation. Song Qian. Li Junchuan replied with an emoji. When shall we start signing the contract? Should I come over to see you? Song Qian. Anytime is fine. I'm available these couple of days. Once we sign the contract, the advance payment will be transferred immediately. Li Junchuan. Then I'll come over now. Are you at your hometown or in the city? Song Qian. I'm at my hometown. You visited last time? Do you remember the way? Li Junchuan quickly sent a location. Okay, Mr. Li, I'm on my way now. Song Qian. After finishing the chat with Song Qian, Li Junchuan started scrolling through short videos. The first video pushed by the platform was about the flooding in Yu Province affecting Yun Province, with netizens from both provinces cheering in the comments section, and netizens from other parts of the country also feeling genuinely happy. It seems that besides the severe drought in Yun Province, there are other places in the country that need a bit of rain. Li Junchuan muttered to himself, then took out the remote control terminal from his spatial ring and started operating the weather control device again. Yao Guang, mark the areas in the country that need rain. Li Junchuan said. Okay, sir, I've marked the areas that need rain for you, along with the estimated rainfall required. Yao Guang quickly completed the task and even provided Li Junchuan with further estimates. Li Junchuan began to manipulate the weather control device according to the areas and rainfall amounts marked by Yao Guang to bring rainfall to various places. In no time, the drought-stricken areas within Huaguo unexpectedly started to rain simultaneously, and the weather was very considerate. You want how much rain? I'll bring how much rain. The old director of the Meteorological Bureau in Shu Province naturally received the news, but this time his expression showed no fluctuation, only lightly saying, from now on, our Huaguo will have smooth winds and timely rain every year, thanks to the quiet contributions of the Weapon Research Institute. Zhao Hus. Don't slander me. It seems that there are quite a few types of natural disasters. Next, Yao Guang, please keep an eye on such news for me, and notify me immediately.